Chapter 416 There really is a master. Why are all the people in the commander's office so dark-skinned? Are they from Africa? Seeing the 10 people sent by the commander's mansion, all of them were dark-skinned and looked like coal, which shocked the group from the Grandmaster's mansion. Yi Tianzong also noticed it. He glanced at the 10 people and indeed sensed an unusual aura emanating from them. However, this aura was extremely unstable and chaotic. Yi Tianzong smirked and sneered, "They probably used drugs, some kind of evil trick trying to win against my Grandmaster's mansion with such external forces. It's laughable. The path of martial arts emphasizes talent and comprehension. It's one in a million, unparalleled in the world. How long did it take me to cultivate to the peak of Grandmaster War God? It took 40 years, which is extremely rare. Su Zifeng, in her 20s, is only at the peak of the Supreme War God level, far from the Grandmaster War God level. With her dull comprehension, even if I directly told her what the Grandmaster War God realm was like, she probably wouldn't be able to understand. It would be like talking to a brick wall. She could never understand it, because without reaching a higher level, one cannot comprehend that height. How can someone at the foot of the mountain appreciate the scenery and vastness from the summit? Therefore, even if she borrows external objects, she cannot create a master. She herself can only reach that level. How can she create something she has never seen before? Yi Tianzong boasted proudly. He believed his talent was one in a million, and in his understanding of martial arts, no one in Shuzhou could compare to him. The disciples standing nearby listened with expressions of admiration. Indeed, in terms of martial arts alone, Yi Tianzong's level is unmatched. Otherwise, Yi Tianzong wouldn't have been able to establish the Grandmaster's mansion. Now they can gradually understand what their master meant by naive. It now seems that not only Su Zifeng, but the entire commander's mansion is very immature. Everyone immediately smiled smugly. The competition was clearly a sure thing. Bang! However, at that moment, a loud bang was heard in the arena. A figure flew out of the competition arena and landed on the edge of the platform, spitting out blood. Upon seeing the person's appearance clearly, everyone in the Grandmaster's mansion was shocked. The Grandmaster's mansion, which had been brimming with confidence just moments before, now had all their smiles frozen on their faces. Because the one who was sent flying was Yi Tianzong's youngest disciple, a Grandmaster at the 3rd level. The people sent by the commander's mansion stood in the middle of the field, calm and composed, as steady as Mount Tai. With just one strike, they easily sent the people from the Grandmaster's mansion flying. Those present hadn't even seen what was happening. Yi Tianzong was instantly jolted, sitting up straight with disbelief on his face. All that boasting just now about talent, comprehension, and the level of mastery now seems like utter nonsense, like a series of hard slaps across his face, leaving him red-faced and ashamed. How is this possible? Yi Tianzong gritted his teeth, and the veins on his forehead bulged out. What exactly happened? He was busy bragging and didn't even notice how his apprentice was knocked away. Asshole! Yi Tianzong was so angry he almost ground his teeth to powder. He had lost a match just like that, and he hadn't even gotten a clear picture of his opponent's strength. Does Su Zifeng really have a trump card? Oh! Very good. On the other side of the commander's mansion, the crowd cheered. Although they hadn't seen clearly what had happened, they had won. And they won so beautifully. Everyone jumped up with joy. Su Zifeng stared wide-eyed in shock. The black jade Withdrew elixir, is it really that powerful? Su Zifeng was initially worried, not because he didn't trust Su Ming's prescription, but because even the strongest medicine would hardly be able to create a master capable of defeating the Grandmaster's mansion in just 3 days. Unexpectedly, the improvement in strength was so astonishing. With a single strike, he defeated his opponent, a Grandmaster War God of the 3rd stage. Oh my God! She wouldn't have dared to imagine it if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. Now she understood how terrifying the War God army was. If every soldier in the War God army has used the Black Jade Withdrew medicine, what kind of demonic being must they be? 8 million War Gods are enough to overthrow the entire 9 provinces. No wonder that when the War God army is mentioned, everyone in the land trembles with fear. Su Ming curled the corners of his lips and said with a faint smile, "The Black Jade Withdrew medicine increases strength tenfold and also reforges flesh and blood. Its strength far exceeds your imagination. That's why I asked you to choose someone at least at the 7th level of the Supreme War God realm to use it, because only such people can withstand the side effects of the Black Jade Withdrew medicine. If an ordinary person used it, they wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. They would probably bleed to death from all 7 orifices before their strength even reached that level." "I see." Su Zifeng suddenly realized what was going on and instantly felt admiration for Su Ming. But then he sighed regretfully, "It's a pity that their strength can only stay at this level from now on, otherwise, these 10 people could be trained as core experts of my Shuzhou army." "That's enough, don't be greedy," Su Ming said with a faint smile. "The patriarch is right." Su Zifeng nodded happily. Yes. It was enough that they were able to defeat the Grandmaster's mansion and allow his commander's mansion to gain a firm foothold in Shuzhou. She was too greedy. As they were talking, the second match below had already begun. As before, the people from the Grandmaster's mansion and the commander's mansion walked to the center, and the head of the martial arts hall gave an order. "The competition begins." The disciples from the Grandmaster's mansion who participated this time were even stronger, reaching the 4th level of Grandmaster War God, making them top experts among experts. "Crush him." Yi Tianzong stared wide-eyed, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. "We shouldn't lose this match." Boom. However, the next moment, his disciple, a Grandmaster-level war god of the 4th stage, was kicked away by the opponent, as if like a cannonball. It flew more than 10 meters before crashing to the ground, spitting blood from its mouth and instantly losing consciousness. This? How is that possible? At this moment, everyone in the Grandmaster's mansion was shocked. Yi Tianzong also stood up abruptly, his face full of shock. Then, could it be the legendary Black Jade Withdrew medicine? Impossible, the commander's mansion doesn't even have a famous doctor, let alone know anything about medicine. How could they possibly have such a thing? Could it be that Chu Kuang was right? Is there really a master in the commander's mansion? Yi Tianzong's mind went blank, his scalp tingled, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. He suddenly turned his head, his sharp gaze like a sword, piercing through hundreds of meters to land on the people in the commander's mansion, his eyes filled with shock beyond measure. Who exactly is it? Yi Tianzong's suspicious gaze swept over the people in the commander's mansion. At this moment, Su Ming slowly raised his head, a smile on his lips, and looked at Yi Tianzong. 2 pairs of eyes met, hundreds of meters apart. They gaze at each other from afar, locked in a fierce confrontation. For 17, Chapter 417 defeated, not a single victory. Could it be that kid? When Yi Tianzong met Su Ming's gaze, he felt as if Su Ming had pierced through him, and his mind went completely blank. He took 2 steps back and slumped into the chair. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He had seen that kid's strength at the Grandmaster's mansion. He was indeed very strong. However, the stronger Su Ming is in martial arts, the lower the possibility of this happening. How can someone who has reached the pinnacle of martial arts also possess powerful medical skills and be able to produce something like the Black Jade Withdrew medicine? Unless that kid is capable of multitasking and is an extraordinary genius. However, this possibility is as low as a fraction of a percent. Yi Tianzong felt like his head was about to explode. I just can't understand it. Look at Yi Tianzong's expression. That bastard finally got his comeuppance. I've never seen that arrogant martial arts master show such an expression before. Su Yu and Lu Shan looked in Yi Tianzong's direction and saw Yi Tianzong's dejected and desperate state. They immediately burst into triumphant laughter. He was scared by me, Su Ming said with a calm smile. It's impossible for a mere Grandmaster War God not to be shocked and question the meaning of life when he sees something like the Black Jade Withdrew medicine. This medicine is a miracle drug. It allows one to sacrifice their future for a brief period of invincibility. It is an existence that abandons talent and comprehension, and is completely contrary to martial arts cultivation. You're talking nonsense. Su Yu rolled her eyes at Su Ming, her face full of sarcasm. How can you say such a thing? You're so scared. If you're so great, why don't you just go over and scare him to death? What's the point of the competition? It's only because the people's Fengchos are strong enough to shatter Yi Tianzong's confidence that he reacted this way. You scared me. So you laughed angrily, you idiot. When you start bragging, you really have no limits. You dare to exaggerate anything. Even though Yi Tianzong was defeated by our commander's mansion, he is still a martial arts grandmaster. As for you, you are like an ant in front of him. He won't even give you a second glance. The people in the commander's mansion all looked at Su Ming with mocking expressions. They even want to steal this credit. Has this kid never achieved anything in his life? That's absolutely inhuman. Su Ming glanced at Su Yu and the others, smiled wryly, and said, believe it or not, I'm too lazy to explain anything to Su Yu and his group. Those who understand will understand, and those who don't won't understand no matter how much you explain. The competition continued in the arena, but it had become a one-sided, crushing defeat. The people from the commander's mansion beat Yi Tianzong's disciples like children. No one below the 5th level of Grandmaster could withstand a single blow. Those at the 5th level or above can barely manage a few exchanges, but the Black Jade Withdrew medicine is terrifying in another way. These people's flesh and blood bodies are enhanced, becoming as strong as steel, making them almost immune to the opponent's attacks, engaging in one-for-one exchanges without letting up. The people from the Grandmaster's mansion had never seen such a fighting style before. They were beaten so badly that they ran away with their heads in their hands, searching for their teeth on the ground. Yi Tianzong was originally full of confidence, believing that the commander's mansion would not win a single match. Now, a complete reversal has occurred. For his apprentice to win a single match is like ascending to heaven. Yi Tianzong sat in the chair, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. The apprentice next to him didn't dare to breathe loudly, standing there trembling. Master, it seems like we're doomed. The apprentice spoke tremblingly. I'll finish you off. Yi Tianzong flew into a rage and slapped the other man across the face, roaring, this is just the beginning. You think Su Zifeng can beat me just because he won this competition? He has already given his all for this competition. He has done everything he could, but this is just the tip of the iceberg for me. There are still hundreds of Grandmaster war gods outside. Today, I'm going to make sure none of them can leave. Get out of here now and tell your senior brother to be ready to attack the martial arts hall at any time. Await my orders. Yi Tianzong said, his face flushed. Yes. The apprentice turned and ran out in a panic. At this moment, Su Ming, sitting in the commander's mansion, noticed Yi Tianzong's actions and slowly stood up, saying to Su Zifeng, I'm going to the restroom. Good. Su Zifeng genuinely thought Su Ming was going to the restroom, so she nodded slightly and didn't pay any attention. Su Ming turned and left. Look at this kid, he doesn't know anything at such an exciting moment. He ran to the toilet. He clearly knows nothing about martial arts. He even said he scared Yi Tianzong into submission. He can't even pretend properly. If he were to face Yi Tianzong, he'd probably be crushed by a single finger. Su Yu watched Su Ming's retreating figure and sneered disdainfully. Of course, the less you know, the more you want to pretend. Ignorance breeds confidence. That kind of trash is simply not in our league. Just watching such a high-intensity competition must have scared him half to death. Lu Shan crossed his arms and chuckled. But Su Ming wasn't going to the toilet at all. After leaving the martial arts hall, he walked along the side passage towards the plaza behind. Behind the martial arts hall, hundreds of people had gathered in the square. 100 grandmasters and war gods stood against the wind, their immense aura soaring into the sky. The sheer aura and pressure alone were enough to make any passerby hundreds of meters away feel suffocated, and no one dared to approach. Leading 100 Grandmaster war gods was none other than Yi Tianzong's eldest disciple, Ma Hong, who had previously been slapped down by Su Ming. Da-da-day. A series of footsteps sounded, and Yi Tianzong's junior disciple, who had been ordered to do so, quickly ran out, knelt down in front of Ma Hong, and respectfully said, Greetings, senior brother. Get up. Ma Hong's cold and arrogant gaze fell on his young apprentice, and he asked, What's the situation in the inner hall? Has Master already won a great victory? If he has, then it seems there's no need for me to take action. 100 Grandmaster war gods, only this is the Grandmaster's mansion's last trump card. It's better to be prepared. But Ma Hong believes they are no longer needed. How could a mere commander's mansion withstand 10 rounds of competition? It would probably be utterly defeated by now. However, the young apprentice looked grim, swallowed hard, and said blankly, We lost them all. We didn't win a single game. Mahong grinned. Isn't that a good thing? Look how scared you are. Haven't you ever seen your expert senior brothers make a move before? It would be a miracle if the commander's mansion won a match. No, senior brother, it was our grandmaster's mansion that lost. We didn't win a single game. What? Mahong almost jumped up, his face full of shock and disbelief as he stared at the other person. Say it again, our grandmaster's mansion hasn't won a single game? Mahong seemed to have heard the most incredible thing in the world, and even doubted that he had misheard. He stared straight at his young apprentice. Yes. The young apprentice was deathly pale. That's why Master sent me to inform you to guard all the exits of the martial arts hall, await his orders, and be ready to attack at any time. Oh my God. Mahong's eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted. How could the Grandmaster's mansion not win a single game? What exactly happened? What kind of opponent were they facing? Are the people in the commander's office really that powerful? 418, Chapter 418. One man against 100 grandmasters and war gods. Mahong was shocked. He hadn't expected the commander's mansion to have such a hidden trick up its sleeve. He never dreamed that the grandmaster's mansion could fail to win a single match. However, this is also good, as it puts these 100 grandmaster war gods to good use. This power could destroy and flatten the entire martial arts hall. No one can stop them. Mahong turned around, his eyes sharp, and looked at everyone. He spoke in a loud voice. Fellow disciples, Master's first battle was unsuccessful, but this is our role with us here. No one in the entire Shujo can be our match. Today, we will raise the martial arts school to the ground, take Su Zifeng's life, and seize the commander's mansion. Everyone inside the martial arts hall, except for the wealthy people of Shujo, must be killed without mercy. Leave no one alive. Yeah. Yes. The 100 grandmasters and war gods present responded with a deafening roar, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. Mahong glanced around and began making arrangements. You 4, guard the west side gate. You 4, go to the north gate, and the other 20, guard the front gate. The rest of you, come with me and charge into the martial arts hall at any time. The Grandmaster War God who was called upon immediately followed the order and moved to his position from the side. Mahong's face was filled with a sinister and murderous aura. Today, let the commander's mansion witness our power. Let the Grandmaster's mansion's fame resound throughout the land. Boom! However, as soon as he finished speaking, several Grandmaster war gods who had passed by from the side were sent flying backwards, crashing heavily to the ground like broken sacks, spitting out blood, and unable to get up again. The Grandmasters and war gods in the entire arena were instantly shocked. They all turned to look. Mahong also turned his head sharply, and saw that the dozen or so Grandmaster war gods who had just gone out were now retreating back with faces full of fear. A figure gradually came into view. His black clothes fluttered, exuding unparalleled domineering aura. It was Su Ming. You bunch of good-for-nothings, you dare to claim fame throughout the land, you won't even get past this gate. Su Ming slowly walked out, looking at Mahong and the others with a mocking and cold smile on his face. It's you! Mahong's pupils contracted as he instantly recognized Su Ming's identity. His face darkened and turned icy, and he gritted his teeth, letting out a cold snort. You brat, I didn't go looking for you, but you've delivered yourself to my doorstep. Want to be a hero? Want to save the commander's mansion by yourself? Do you think you can do it alone? Mahong sneered. This kid must be crazy. Yes, he does have some skill. When he fought Su Ming at the Grandmaster's mansion, he was knocked unconscious by Su Ming with a single slap. At that time, he was completely unprepared and unaware of Su Ming's true strength. He underestimated Su Ming and treated him like trash. But things are different now. With so many Grandmasters and war gods present, each of them could drown Su Ming with a single spit. No matter how capable Su Ming is, can he fight 1 or 10? Can you take on 100? Mahong pointed at Su Ming. I'm giving you one last chance. Come here, kneel down and admit your mistake. I'll spare your life, otherwise, I'll take your life before I destroy the commander's mansion. Su Ming grinned, looking at Mahong as if he were an idiot. You mangy dog that I trample under my feet, do you even have the right to speak? Today, I can still trample you under my feet? Court death. Mahong instantly flew into a rage. Su Ming's words had completely enraged him. Kill him. With a wave of his hand, Mahong summoned 4 or 5 Grandmaster war gods who quickly approached Su Ming. Su Ming stood there, looking relaxed. He first raised his arms to loosen his muscles and bones, and then twisted his neck. He seemed to completely disregard the 4 or 5 Grandmaster War Gods charging towards him. A few seconds later, Su Ming stopped moving, his cold gaze falling on the people rushing towards him. It's been a long time since I've made a move. I hope you can hold on. What an arrogant kid. This time, it wasn't just Ma Hong who was enraged, even the several Grandmaster War Gods who rushed over were also filled with rage. What right does this piece of trash have? It seems that at such a young age, he is so ignorant of his own limitations. Facing 4 or 5 Grandmaster War Gods, he still dares to say such extremely arrogant words. He must be tired of living. The combined strength of 5 Grandmaster War Gods is enough to rival an army of several thousand. One person, one strike, and Su Ming could be torn to pieces. Go to hell! The leading Grandmaster War God roared and slammed his palm down towards Su Ming's head. A powerful aura surged up instantly, like a monstrous wave, pressing down on Su Ming. The Grandmaster War God exudes an aura that is both astonishing and terrifying, whether still or in motion. That kid is really courting death. Ma Hong stood calmly, watching the show with an air of detached amusement. He dares to challenge hundreds of Grandmaster War Gods in the whole world. Probably only he could do something like this. When Ma Hong looked at Su Ming, he was looking at a dead man, a corpse. Bang! However, the next moment, Su Ming suddenly raised his hand and slapped the oncoming Grandmaster War God on the head. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the Grandmaster War God was sent flying 10 or 20 meters away. His aura was completely dissipated, and he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood in midair before landing and tumbling several times. Upon closer inspection, his face was completely unrecognizable. He had died on the spot. This? Ma Hong was shocked. It felt as if the slap had landed on his face. He took 2 steps back in terror, his face full of disbelief. What's wrong with this kid? Was it not a coincidence that he was slapped unconscious at the Grandmaster's mansion? Whether it was a coincidence or not, everything will become clear in the next episode, because something even more terrifying is yet to come. After knocking away one Grandmaster War God, Su Ming charged directly at the other Grandmaster War Gods, unleashing punches with both hands, one after another. Those who were hit either flew out horizontally or died on the spot. They didn't even have the ability to resist or fight back. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. How is this possible? Ma Hong was so scared he almost knelt down. These are all genuine Grandmaster War Gods, the entire Grandmaster's mansion, the strength of the department, the confidence of the Grandmaster's mansion. Now, they're being slaughtered by Su Ming like chickens. Just how strong is this guy? It wasn't just Ma Hong who was terrified. The other Grandmaster War Gods who hadn't yet made a move were all terrified. Upon seeing this scene they couldn't help but tremble, and their faces instantly turned pale, devoid of any color. Is this even human? That's so brutal. In less than 20 seconds, 4 or 5 Grandmaster War Gods were all lying on the ground. Su Ming looked at Ma Hong and the others, rubbed his fists, and grinned. Come at me all at once, don't waste time. It's been a long time since I've had such a good fight. After the battle at the summit of Mount Tai, there's no one worth my time. You guys are lucky. A battle atop Mount Tai? Upon hearing this, Ma Hong's eyes widened, his pupils dilated, and his eyes showed visible fear and shock. That's all he could think of. The famous battle atop Mount Tai took place 3 years ago when the king of Kyushu slew 8 bandit leaders. Could it be that this kid is the king of the 9 provinces? Impossible. Ma Hong stared blankly at Su Ming. Come on, and you little brat, don't run away this time. It's not just about stepping on your head. I am going to take your life. Su Ming pointed at Ma Hong and roared, his killing intent overflowing. For 19, Chapter 419 I have 100. Hundreds of Grandmaster War Gods possess a powerful force capable of overthrowing Shuzhou. At this moment, they were all trembling with fear at Su Ming's presence, not daring to breathe, standing there dumbfounded, without reacting for a long time. Ma Hong was so terrified he almost wet himself. He sat down on the ground, backing away in fear, and shouted at the others, Go, kill him. With so many of us, are we afraid of just one guy? You are all Grandmaster War Gods. Ma Hong roared at the top of his lungs. But the 100 men stood motionless, like withered trees in the wind. They were completely terrified by Su Ming's terrifying aura and dared not move. That is to say, each of them possesses the strength of a Grandmaster War God and can remain standing still. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be so scared that they would kneel down. If you're not coming, then I'm coming. Su Ming let out a wild laugh and charged into the crowd with his claws outstretched. They instantly turned into a pack of wolves and sheep, and began a frenzied slaughter. Ah! A series of shrill screams rang out. Countless people were so frightened that they fled in panic, not daring to even put up a fight. 100 Grandmaster-level war gods were routed by Su Ming alone. Ma Hong sat on the ground, stunned, witnessing this scene as if it were a living hell. He felt a warm sensation in his crotch, and when he looked down, he realized he had wet himself in fear. Inside the martial arts hall, the competition had ended. The Grandmaster's mansion hadn't won a single match, and not only that, they had also lost 10 disciples. They were all severely injured. If they were taken back, they would have to be sent to the hospital. Yi Tianzong sat in the chair, his face so dark that not a trace of human color could be seen. Su Zifeng, accompanied by the people from the commander's mansion, approached Yi Tianzong. Su Zifeng smiled and said, "Master Yi, shall this competition end here? My commander's mansion has won all 10 battles. Are you satisfied with this result?" Although Su Zifeng's words were somewhat sarcastic, she also kept her distance despite her complete victory. She did not want to completely enrage this martial arts master and wanted to save him some face. But Su Yu and Lu Shan didn't care about any of that. Such a crushing victory will surely make the commander's mansion famous far and wide. The glory they will enjoy in the future is beyond imagination. Moreover, they had always been bullied by Yi Tianzong, so if they didn't show their true colors now, when would they ever get another chance? Su Yu looked at Yi Tianzong with a mocking and sarcastic expression. "So this is all the Grandmaster's mansion is capable of, yet you dared to challenge our commander's mansion. You scared me to death. Anyone who didn't know better would think Yi Tianzong was invincible. Turns out you can't even win a single match. It's hilarious. This is the first time I've ever seen someone bang their head against a rock." "Martial arts Grandmaster, what a load of rubbish, Yi Tianzong. I bet you just bought your so-called martial arts Grandmaster title after decades of training. All you've learned is how to bluff?" Lu Shan burst into laughter. Court death. Yi Tianzong slowly raised his head, his eyes as sinister as a hungry wolf. In particular, what Lu Shan said completely provoked his sore spot. Being a martial arts master was an achievement he was most proud of throughout his life. When did such an ordinary person dare to laugh at him? Yi Tianzong suddenly sprang up, grabbed Lu Shan by the neck, and lifted him up. He spat out a chilling voice through gritted teeth, "My Yi Tianzong has lost, but not to your commander's mansion, but to the owner of the Black Jade Withdrew medicine. Your commander's mansion has played dirty tricks on me. You've found a powerful figure to back you up. Fine, then don't blame me for fighting to the death." A master? When will the commander's office have a powerful figure backing it up? If their commander's mansion truly had a master, would they have tolerated Yi Tianzong's rampant behavior to this day? The people in the commander's mansion looked at each other, all thinking that Yi Tianzong was a sore loser and was starting to find other excuses to deny it. "Yi Tianzong, stop cheating. If you can't accept defeat, just say so what. Black Jade Withdrew medicine, I've never even heard of it. Martial arts Grandmaster, I think you're a despicable person. I see you, despise you, you vile and shameless thing. Let go of my husband." Su Yu was both shocked and furious. She pointed at Yi Tianzong and cursed him angrily. Then she rushed forward and was about to slap Yi Tianzong. Su Yu has never lost a verbal battle. But if it really came down to a fight, she wasn't even considered trash in Yi Tianzong's eyes. Yi Tianzong slapped Su Yu across the face, sending her flying several steps away. She fell to the ground and burst into tears. "Someone's been assaulted, someone's been murdered." Su Yu burst into tears and threw a tantrum. "Rubbish!" Yi Tianzong glanced at him coldly, not even bothering to acknowledge him. He merely cast a cold and ruthless glance at Su Zifeng. Su Zifeng's face also darkened, especially when she saw that her brother-in-law Lu Shan's face had turned purple from Yi Tianzong's choking, and he was almost strangled to death. She stared at Yi Tianzong and said coldly, "Yi Tianzong, you are a martial arts grandmaster. You should at least follow the rules. You proposed the competition yourself. Now you refuse to admit it. If this gets out, won't you be disgraced? Your Grandmaster's mansion will become a laughingstock in Shuzhou. Disgraced? You'd better have someone spread the word first. Yi Tianzong gave a sinister smile. What do you mean? Su Zifeng's gaze sharpened. The other 20 wealthy men from Shuzhou also changed their expressions, sensing something was wrong, and their faces turned grim. If I kill you all, then no one will spread the word, right? Yi Tianzong threw his head back and burst into wild laughter. This really terrified everyone present. The 20 wealthy men from Shuzhou went almost insane, pointing at Yi Tianzong and cursing him. Yi Tianzong, have you no shame? We've invested so much money in your Grandmaster's mansion before, have you gone mad? You really think you can kill us all by yourself? The people from the commander's mansion aren't pushovers. You bastard, you have no shame at Ali never knew you could be so heartless. Su Zifeng's face was icy. Yi Tianzong, I still have 10 Grandmaster level experts below me, all with 10 consecutive victories. You are only a Grandmaster war god at the peak. Are you sure you want to act recklessly? Ha ha ha. Yi Tianzong laughed wildly. The sound immediately resounded throughout the entire martial arts hall. 10? I have 100 of you, what can you do against me? Yi Tianzong looked at Su Zifeng and his group with a crazed expression, as if they were trash. 100 Grandmaster war gods from my Grandmaster mansion have already assembled behind the martial arts hall at my command. They will all rush in and slaughter you all. Kill them all. 10, you think you can stop them? Su Zifeng, today I'll teach you what absolute strength is, what crushing power is. Boom! Almost as soon as Yi Tianzong finished speaking, a deafening explosion came from behind the martial arts hall. Did you hear that? That's the sound of my 100 Grandmaster war gods taking action. You only have this much time left to live. Yi Tianzong's face was filled with an undisguised cruel smile. At this, the 20 wealthy men from Shuzhou present were all terrified, their faces turning ashen, filled with fear and despair. I was completely speechless. He's gone mad, this guy has completely gone mad. They're going to bury the entire city of Shuzhou. Unfortunately, Yi Tianzong's strength meant that dealing with them was nothing short of slaughter. Moreover, there are also 100 Grandmaster war gods. This time, we're completely finished. Yi Tianzong had already taken out his phone and dialed his eldest disciple Ma Hong's number. With a sinister grin on his face, he spoke in a low voice into the phone, make your move, come in, all of you, and kill. I'll kill your mother's head. On the other end of the line, Su Ming answered the phone, his voice full of mockery. 420, Chapter 420. An apology is required. Who are you? Upon hearing Su Ming's voice, Yi Tianzong was greatly alarmed. He had only met Su Ming twice, and Su Ming's voice was completely unfamiliar to him. He couldn't recognize it at all from the phone call. But if his eldest disciple's phone falls into the hands of a stranger, are those 100 Grandmasters still around? Yi Tianzong was utterly shocked. Don't worry about who I am, all I can tell you is to stop shouting. Your 100 men are a complete mess. They're either dead or wounded when I charge in, and they've all disappeared without a trace. Su Ming grinned and said, You're talking nonsense. Yi Tianzong flew into a rage. My 100 Grandmaster war gods can destroy the entire Shuzhou. Who do you think you are, driving away my men? Do you think you can scare me like that? Don't believe me, listen for yourself. In the square, Su Ming held his phone to the lips of Ma Hong, Yi Tianzong's eldest disciple. Ma Hong was pinned down by Su Ming's foot, unable to move, and could only shout hoarsely into the phone, Master, save me. Upon hearing this shout, Yi Tianzong trembled, his face turned pale instantly, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. Su Ming then picked up his phone and asked with a smile, Do you believe me now? When I get there, I'll take your life with my own hands. Who are you? Could you be the owner of the Black Jade Withdrew medicine? Yi Tianzong's voice trembled, his whole body was ice cold, and he felt a chill run through his body. He never imagined that all 100 Grandmaster war gods he had mobilized would be driven away without even seeing their faces. The other party is just one person. So what exactly is this guy's strength? He couldn't imagine it, and when he thought about it deeply, he felt a splitting headache, as if his head was about to explode. Because that was simply beyond his comprehension. Just wait, you'll find out soon enough. Su Ming hung up the phone. Yi Tianzong stared blankly at his phone, speechless for a long time. Upon hearing this, most of the 20 wealthy people present understood immediately. Wasn't this the masterpiece of the king of Kyushu? The king of the 9 provinces actually defeated 100 grandmaster war gods all by himself? Those who had previously harbored doubts about Su Ming were now utterly astonished and in awe. Su Zifeng also realized that when Su Ming said he was going to the toilet, he had already taken action and actually did it. If this story were to spread, it would have an impact no less than the one of beheading 8 bandit leaders atop Mount Tai. One person defeating 100 grandmaster war gods, unheard of, she had never even heard of it. In comparison, Yi Tianzong, who boasts of being a martial arts grandmaster and the pinnacle of martial arts, has an unparalleled reputation, yet he doesn't even know what Su Ming is like. They didn't even have a chance to fight Su Ming. They were already completely under Su Ming's control. Or, in Su Ming's eyes, so-called martial arts masters are no different from ants. No wonder Su Ming casually said that the matter of the 100 grandmaster war gods should be left to him. Now, Su Zifeng truly understands what it means to be invincible. This strength is enough for Su Ming to disregard everything. Unfortunately, Yi Tianzong was still kept in the dark even as he faced death. Now, she felt a little sorry for Yi Tianzong. Such a person, stuck in their ways, will probably never reach the true peak in their lifetime. Su Zifeng stepped forward and said to Yi Tianzong, you've already lost, and I think you know that you've lost completely. Release my brother-in-law, and we'll let you go. Yi Tianzong's legs were trembling, cold sweat was pouring down his face, and his eyes were filled with shock and anger. Suddenly, he threw Lu Shan, whom he was holding, at Su Zifeng and the others. He roared, "Fuck you, you old bastards, I'm not done with you yet." Taking advantage of the chaos, Yi Tianzong fled as fast as he could. Lu Shan's face turned purple and his lips turned black from being choked. Although he was not dead yet, he was barely hanging on by a thread. Su Zifeng immediately ordered someone to take Lu Shan to the hospital. This matter is now considered closed. After that, Yi Tianzong's grandmaster's mansion could no longer cause any trouble. With the loss of a renowned grandmaster's mansion in Shuzhou, he, as the head of the mansion, will no longer face any danger. Everyone walked outside together. At this moment, Su Mingkai arrived late, stood before everyone, and said with a smile, "Sorry, I took a while to get to the restroom. Is it over already? It's a real shame, I missed the exciting competition." "Where have you been, you beast? How dare you spread rumors?" Enraged, Su Yu rushed forward and slapped Su Ming across the face, the crisp sound echoing throughout the room. Su Yu had just been humiliated by Yi Tianzong and lost all face. In addition, her husband Lu Shan was seriously injured by being strangled. She was filled with resentment and had nowhere to vent it. Everyone present was a big shot with a name and a reputation, so she didn't dare to vent her anger on them. But with Su Ming's appearance, she had found an easy target. He unleashed all his anger on the spot, pouring it over Su Ming. But this slap stunned the 20 wealthy businessmen from Shuzhou present. This woman actually dared to attack Prince Su? If it weren't for King Su, they would all be dead today. This idiot woman, has she gone mad? Everyone was almost going crazy, their eyes wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. The entire room fell silent. Su Yu turned her head and saw a group of wealthy people staring at her in shock and horror. He thought his imposing manner had intimidated everyone. So what kind of wealthy people are they from Shuzhou? They're nothing special. With just a slight display of her power, she left these people speechless with fear. It seems the bigwigs of Shuzhou are just ordinary people, not even as capable as a woman like her. Su Yu immediately became smug, pointing at Su Ming and sneering disdainfully, "This kind of trash deserves to be beaten when we were in trouble." He hid by himself. Now that it's all over, he comes out to make sarcastic remarks. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll think he's so smart. Gentlemen, am I right? A bunch of rich people were so scared they almost vomited. His face was deathly pale. Su Yu as an ordinary person would be beaten to a pulp by them right now. But Su Yu was Su Zifeng's older sister, a member of the commander's mansion, so they could only watch helplessly and dared not do anything. But if the Prince of Su were to become angry, they would all likely be implicated. The richest man, Zhang Ling, spoke first, his voice trembling with fear. "Commander Su, that's enough for today. We have nothing more to do now. I'll take my leave. Take care." After saying that, Jiang Ling ran away without looking back. The others followed suit, bidding farewell to Su Zifeng one after another, not daring to raise their heads, and leaving with their tails between their legs. Wait until everyone has left. Suyu sneered disdainfully, a bunch of cowards. I think they ran away because they were afraid of being retaliated against by Yi Tianzong. They were afraid of being implicated. Little do they know, with Yi Tianzong's crushing defeat, our commander's mansion will be the next king of Shuzhou. Su Zifeng's face turned ashen. She knew very well what these wealthy people were afraid of. Moreover, when she looked up, she saw that Su Ming's face was gloomy. Su Zifeng's heart skipped a beat. If Su Ming had murderous intent, her older sister would be dead. Su Zifeng glared at Su Yu and said angrily, "Sister, apologize to Su Ming, now, even kneel down and apologize. You must apologize." "What did you say?" Su Yu turned her head, looking at Su Ming with disdain and indifference, as if he were trash. She sneered and said, "Does someone like him deserve it? He deserved it when I slapped him. He should feel honored to be hit by me. Apologize. He should be kneeling down and apologizing to me." "Right, you piece of trash, what are you looking at? Do you need me to apologize to you?" Su Yu looked down at Su Ming with an arrogant and condescending attitude. 421, Chapter 421. It was him all along, Zhang Chongshan. Apologize. Su Zifeng could no longer hold back and slapped Su Yu across the face. "Sister, I've been tolerant enough of you from beginning to end. You've been offending him and showing no respect for my guest. I haven't held it against you, but today, you must apologize." Su Zifeng roared angrily, her face flushed red. If it weren't for Su Ming, her commander's mansion would have been finished long ago. If it weren't for Su Ming, they would all be dead today. She couldn't understand how her sister could be so foolish as to not realize things even at a time like this. He felt deeply guilty towards Su Ming. Su Yu was slapped by Su Zifeng, and her face turned red and she looked shocked. 2 or 3 seconds later, tears of grievance burst forth like a dam breaking, and she burst into loud sobs. "This is outrageous. You dare to hit me even when your brother-in-law isn't here. I've always been so good to you since we were little. You're my own sister, and you actually hit me for an outsider, a good-for-nothing from Yunqing. I can't live like this anymore. I don't want to live anymore." Su Yu cried a few times, covered her face, and ran out in deep sorrow. Su Zifeng was completely speechless. Thump! She knelt directly in front of Su Ming and bowed to him, saying, "Prince Su, I am so sorry you saved my entire commandery, yet my sister offended you like this. I will make amends for her mistake. I will do anything you want. You can slap me 100 times, and I will never fight back." "Really?" Su Ming lowered his head and looked at Su Zifeng expressionlessly, asking the question. "Yes, I'd give you my head if you wanted it." Su Zifeng pressed her head to the ground, speaking with unwavering resolve. "Forget it." Su Ming grinned. "Do you think I don't know what kind of person your sister is? But you really should teach her a lesson. It's okay that she slapped me. After all, with her strength, she couldn't hurt me in the slightest. But if the war god army sees this, the commander's mansion will be reduced to ashes." Upon hearing this, Su Zifeng trembled, and finally realized the truth. Yes, slapping someone is a small matter. But the crime of insulting the king of the 9 provinces is serious. If the war god army were really here and saw Su Ming being humiliated like this, then her commander's mansion would probably die 1,000 times over. Just thinking about it made Su Zifeng feel terrified and covered in cold sweat. That's it. Don't let one person ruin your entire commandery. Su Ming smiled, shook his head, and turned to leave with a flourish. Su Zifeng looked up in shock and then hurriedly got up and followed him out. That afternoon, news of Yi Tianzong's Grandmaster's mansion's crushing defeat spread throughout Yun City. The commander's office once again proved the strength of the Shuzhou army, making them the undisputed kings of Shuzhou. In no time, everyone in Shuzhou knew about it. For at least the next 3 years, no one will dare to challenge the commander's office. The prestige of the commander's office was once again elevated to an unimaginable height. The Grandmaster's mansion has fallen into ruin and is now a laughingstock in Yuncheng. The Grandmaster's mansion was deserted and lifeless. In a single day, they went from being incredibly glorious to falling into an endless abyss. When Yi Tianzong returned, few people received him. Most of them ran away. Only a few loyal disciples remained in the Grandmaster's mansion. but there are very few left. The eldest disciple was severely injured by Su Ming and fell into a coma. His face was unrecognizable and all his ribs were broken. Even if he were to be healed, he would be a cripple. The other disciples, in their matches against the commander's mansion, were all injured, some more severely than others. As for the other disciples of the Grandmaster War God, they've all vanished without a trace, not a single one can be found. Yi Tianzong sat in the cold hall of the Grandmaster's mansion, his expression extremely grim. Yi Tianzong had never suffered such a blow before. All of this was thanks to the commander's office. No. It should be said that it was the expert invited by the commander's mansion, the expert who could defeat 100 of his disciples who were grandmasters and war gods, and who could produce the black jade Withdrew medicine. Who exactly is this person? Is it really that strong? Yi Tianzong was grinding his teeth so hard they were almost broken. He was unwilling to accept it. He didn't even know who the other party was, and yet he was defeated by them. This made him feel worse than if he had eaten shit. Boom! Enraged, Yi Tianzong slammed his fist on the table next to him, shattering the thick wooden table into pieces. The disciples accompanying him were so frightened that they dared not breathe and stood there trembling. No matter who you are, I will make you pay tenfold. Yi Tianzong suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with icy coldness and murderous intent. But now the Grandmaster's mansion no longer has the strength to challenge the commander's mansion. If he wants revenge, he needs more people and more funds. He couldn't have done it all by himself. Yi Tianzong thought of the wealthy people in Shuzhou who had previously flattered him, especially the two top-tier families, the Chu family and the Huang family. If he can gain the financial backing of these two families, he can make a comeback. Thinking of this, Yi Tianzong took out his phone, found Xu Kuang's number, and called him. On the other end of the line, Xu Kuang answered the phone. Hello? I am Yi Tianzong. Suppressing his immense rage, Yi Tianzong cut to the chase, saying coldly, I now need all the assets of your Chu family, as well as your men. Bring the money and your men to the Grandmaster's mansion. I will ensure the commander's mansion is utterly destroyed. Puff. Xu Kuang burst out laughing, his voice dripping with mockery, contempt, and schadenfreude. He sneered, even if you were Qin Shi Huang, it wouldn't matter. Yi Tianzong, you finally met your match. Do you remember what you said at the Grandmaster's mansion? I kindly reminded you, and you dared to slap me? Serves you right, you deserve what you got today. Now let me save you. Get lost, you idiot. Xu Kuang slammed the phone down. What did you say, you bastard? What the hell did you say? Yi Tianzong instantly flew into a rage, his face turning red as he roared hoarsely into the phone, a bruise appearing on his forehead. His muscles bulged, like a raging lion, and he almost crushed the phone in his hand. No matter how much he roared, Xu Kuang on the other end had already hung up the phone. Damn beast, don't you dare turn the tables on me, or I won't let you get away with this. After Yi Tianzong calmed down from his angry outburst, he then called Huang Chao, the head of the Huang family. But Huang Chao was even more ruthless, he didn't even answer the call and hung up immediately. Undeterred, Yi Tianzong continued to call the top 20 richest people in Yunqing one by one. But even after he used up all his phone battery, no one paid any attention to him. At this moment, Yi Tianzong finally understood what true despair meant. These dogs that used to wag their tails and beg for his mercy are now all defecating and urinating on his head. Yi Tianzong leaned back, feeling somewhat limp and powerless. At this moment, a disciple ran in through the door, knelt down in front of Yi Tianzong, and said with his head bowed, Master, we've investigated. There's no information. We haven't found out who the powerful figure behind the commander's mansion is. The only person with the highest status stationed in the commander's mansion is Jiang Chongshan. However, I've learned that Jiang Chongshan will leave the commander's mansion tonight and return to his Zichuan celestial master's mansion. Jiang Chongshan, it was him. Yi Tianzong took a deep breath, his eyes filled with gloom. If it were Jiang Chongshan, it wouldn't be surprising if he did these things. Although he is a master of military strategy, not medicine, it's reasonable that he obtained the black jade Withdrew medicine from someone else during his travels in Zhengzhou. In addition, he saw through my ambush and had his men drive away my 100 Grandmaster disciples in advance, which seems like something he would do. But he's leaving tonight, right? No matter how capable Jiang Chongshan is, can he predict what will happen next? Tonight, the commander's mansion will be the burial ground for all of Su Zifeng's people. Yi Tianzong let out a sinister laugh. For 22, chapter 422. I'm relieved to hear you say that. That evening, at the commander's mansion, Lu Shan returned from the hospital. His injuries weren't serious, he had just been nearly strangled by Yi Tianzong. After receiving treatment at the hospital and recovering, I returned to normal. But when he returned, he saw Suyu crying and was very sad. After asking, I learned what had happened in the school's martial arts hall that afternoon. Lu Shan's anger flared up instantly, and he slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang. He roared, "This is outrageous, this is utter rebellion. They say the eldest brother is like a father, and the eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. Su Zifeng lost her parents at a young age, but the two of us have always taken care of her. Now she dares to hit you. She's really gone too far. I think your second sister has grown too big for her britches. She doesn't even respect the two of us anymore. It's none of her business." Suyu's eyes were red and swollen from crying. She wiped away her tears and said, "It's all that good-for-nothing kid from Yuncheng's place. Second sister was completely deceived by him. Otherwise, second sister wouldn't have hit me. We, sisters, actually turned against each other and ruined our relationship because of some stranger. It breaks my heart just thinking about it. My heart aches terribly. I have failed our parents in heaven." Suyu spoke with great sorrow, and then burst into tears again. "If that's the case, I have a solution. We can just drive that beast away. That way, the commander's mansion will be peaceful again." Lu Shan stared wide-eyed and offered his suggestion. "If we could just get rid of him, we wouldn't need to ask. But look how protective Zifeng is of him, and she even wants me to apologize to him. It's not that easy to get rid of him either. You never seen such a disgusting person before, and my second sister is completely fooled by him." Suyu sighed, looking worried and heartbroken. At the same time, there was also hatred for Su Ming, a hatred that went straight to the heart. If it weren't for that beast, would she have taken that slap? Thinking about it, she felt an urge to tear Su Ming to pieces. "Then it's enough that Zifeng knows." Lu Shan revealed a cold smile. "How can we let her not know?" Suyu was still crying. "It's simple. I heard that our commander's mansion won a great victory in this competition, and a wealthy man from Shuzhou threw a celebratory banquet, inviting Zifeng to celebrate. Zifeng will definitely go once she leaves. We'll take this opportunity to kick that good-for-nothing out of the commander's mansion. That way, even if Zifeng comes back, she won't be able to do anything to us. This is called acting first and informing later." Lu Shan revealed a smug smile. "I see this method does work, but what if that kid goes with us? I've seen it in him these past few days. He has no self-awareness whatsoever and is extremely vain. He won't let go of any opportunity to show off," Suyu said, frowning. Lu Shan immediately fell silent, trying to think of a solution. Just then, voices could be heard coming from the courtyard. The two immediately stepped out, and Su Zifeng's voice rang out. "Prince Su, the banquet organizers have come to invite you. This is an opportunity to build a closer relationship with the top echelons of Shuzhou. I have to go. Why don't you come with me? You are the greatest contributor to the commander's office," Su Zifeng said respectfully to Su Ming. Upon hearing this, Suyu and Lu Shan felt a jolt in their hearts. Since Su Zifeng personally invited him, how could that kid not go? Now their plan has completely failed. However, the next moment, Su Ming said with a smile, "I won't go. You go by yourself. It's no fun seeing those people there all eating, drinking, and having fun. They're so noisy. Just looking at them gives me a headache." That kid. Hearing Su Ming's words, Suyu's eyes almost rolled to the sky. Those rich guys are boring, but he's putting on such a show. If it weren't for his legs holding him back, he'd be flying high. I really don't understand. What does second sister like about this kind of person? Does she like that he can brag like that? Who does this good-for-nothing think he is? Even the richest man in Shuzhou is beneath his notice. Suyu gritted her teeth, her hatred and anger towards Su Ming rising to a new level. They even forgot they were sad. Lu Shan grinned coldly, "Isn't this perfect? If he stays, we can kick him out." "That's right, he's choosing the path to heaven over the path he's chosen. This kid deserves to die." Suyu immediately revealed a cold smile. "Then I'll head over now. Prince Su, I'll pay my respects to you again after the banquet." Su Zifeng greeted Su Ming and then turned to leave. Su Ming smiled calmly and turned around. The wealthy people of Shuzhou would naturally be eager to ask him to go, but they had already met him last time. If they went immediately after being invited, it would be too much of a favor to those idiots. Let those guys make contact with Su Zifeng first, it will also help solidify the strength of the commander's mansion. He simply couldn't be bothered to get involved. However, as soon as Su Ming turned around, Su Yu and Lu Shan appeared in front of him at the same time. Su Yu picked up a bank card and threw it at Su Ming. Standing on the steps, arms crossed, looking down at Su Ming, he sneered, "Here's 5 million, take the money and get out. Get out of here right now. 5 million is enough for you to live a carefree life in a small place like Yunqing Yuri. Never allowed to come back to Shuzhouan. You're never allowed to contact my second sister again." Su Yu spoke in a sharp tone. Su Ming glanced down at his bank card and immediately smirked. 5 million? What, surprised? Never seen so much money in your life. You only got involved with my sister for money, didn't you? I'm warning you, be smart and get out of here now. You can still get 5 million otherwise, if we regret it, you won't get a penny and you'll lose your life here. Su Yu said through gritted teeth. Okay. Su Ming grinned, bent down, picked up the bank card, and said with a smile, "Then I'll take the money and I can leave, but don't regret it if I leave, and don't beg me to come back. That would only embarrass Su Zifeng." Ha, ha ha ha. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the two men laughed loudly, their laughter particularly mocking and sarcastic. "You're still begging me to come back, you're dreaming. Getting involved with my sister is the luckiest thing that's ever happened to you. Normally, I'd break your legs begging you. That's laughable. Don't ever come kneeling at my commander's mansion begging for shelter again." Su Yu laughed mockingly as she spoke, her eyes filled with contempt. "Okay, I'm relieved to hear that." Su Ming smiled slightly, then turned and left. Etc. Su Yu suddenly shouted sharply. Su Ming stopped in his tracks and turned back in confusion. "What are you doing? Before you leave, come here and stand in front of me." Su Yu stared coldly at Su Ming. After thinking for a moment, Su Ming walked up to Su Yu to see what this woman was up to. As soon as he steadied himself, Su Yu's eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp. She abruptly raised her hand and slapped Su Ming hard across the face. He wanted Su Ming to turn back so that he could get revenge for the slap he received. However, as her hand swung in the air, Su Ming easily caught it with his own. Su Ming applied slight pressure with his fingers, and Su Yu felt a sharp pain in her wrist, her face instantly contorted in agony. 423, Chapter 423. You achieve success and fame. "Let me go, you bastard!" Su Yu roared in anguish and anger. "Let go of my wife!" Lu Shan kicked out at Su Ming. After he kicked, Su Ming released his grip and turned to leave. Lu Shan, however, missed his kick and fell heavily to the ground. "Honey, are you alright?" Lu Shan patted his bottom, got up, and asked Su Yu. "That bastard, he's got no skills at all, but he's surprisingly strong. He almost crushed my bones," Su Yu said, biting her red lips slightly in pain. "Just a stray dog, and it even turned on us in the end. This only proves that this kind of person is utterly spineless and has no sense of gratitude whatsoever, but we'll never see him again." Lu Shan stared at Su Ming's retreating figure, sneering. "Prince Su, wait for me, I'll go with you." Just then, a voice rang out from the side. Su Yu and Lu Shan turned their heads and saw Jiang Chongshan. Jiang Chongshan grabbed his belongings and ran off to catch up with Su Ming. "What's going on, old Jiang? We chased that kid away, we didn't kick him out, so why is he getting so worked up?" Lu Shan asked, looking at Jiang Chongshan's figure with surprise and suspicion. "Who cares? That Jiang Chongshan is no good either. He didn't utter a single word when our commander's mansion was in trouble. He was only helped once. Does he even deserve to be second sister's teacher? I think he and that good-for-nothing are birds of a feather. They should all get out of here." Su Yu gritted her teeth and snorted coldly. "Honey, you're right as your hand. Alright, let me help you inside to rest." The two looked at each other and smiled. With Su Ming, that scourge, gone, I feel completely relieved. Today is the best day of their lives. Outside the commander's residence, Jiang Chongshan caught up with Su Ming, and Xin Luoyun and Qin Shuang also came out. "Prince Su, wait for me, I thought you really had left. I was so scared," Jiang Chongshan said breathlessly, laughing. Su Ming glanced back and smiled. "Even if I'm leaving, I'll wait for Luoyun and Qin Shuang." Xin Luoyun and Qin Shuang immediately blushed with joy. Xin Luoyun said with a smile, "Brother Su, I'll go wherever you go. Don't even think about getting rid of me. Go to my Zichuan Celestial Master's mansion. Master, I've already had my disciples on the mountain prepare a feast, and we're just waiting for you to start the meal, Jiang Chongshan said enthusiastically and excitedly. The day we've been waiting for has finally arrived. Once he reaches the Celestial Master's mansion on the mountain, he can openly and legitimately seek advice from Su Ming on military strategy. Okay. Su Ming nodded slightly. I'll drive. Shen Luoyun raised her hand voluntarily. Then the group got into the car, and as night fell, they set off under the stars and moon towards the Zichuan Celestial Master's mansion. 2 hours later. At 8 p.m., Su Zifeng returned from a banquet hosted by wealthy people in Shuzhou. Upon returning, Su Zifeng couldn't wait to report the situation to Su Ming, and at the same time expressed her gratitude to Su Ming for his great kindness to the commander's mansion. She searched the entire commander's mansion but couldn't find Su Ming anywhere. Finally, back in the side hall, Su Zifeng saw Su Yu and Lu Shan a little anxious. She asked Su Yu, "Sister, where's Su Ming? Did he go out?" "He's gone." Su Yu looked up and said with a smile. "Gone? Where did they go? Did they go back to Yuncheng?" Su Zifeng asked in surprise. Su Ming should have said goodbye before leaving, so why did he leave without a word? Su Yu smirked. "Who knows, maybe he's wandering around somewhere in Shuzhou, your brother-in-law, and I chased him away. Where he goes is none of our business anymore. Let's pretend this person never existed in our commander's mansion. If he dares to come back, I will absolutely not let him get away with it." "You drove him away?" Upon hearing this, Su Zifeng's expression changed drastically, her eyes rolled back, and she almost fainted from anger. "Sis, are you crazy? What are you doing? Are you trying to kill me? Why did you kick him out without my permission?" Su Zifeng felt her blood rushing to her head spinning, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Su Yu stood up and said with a smile, "Look at you, so excited, Zifeng. I'm not trying to be mean, but who are you? You're the commander of Shuzhou, and now that we've just crushed the Grandmaster's mansion, your reputation will resound throughout the 9 provinces. Do you know what that means? This means that countless kings, generals, wealthy young men, and the most outstanding talents in the land will line up to pursue you. You won't be able to choose from all the best men. So that kind of trash isn't even worth your attention. Is from a completely different world than us. If you force him to join, you'll only be hurting him. The prestige of the commander's mansion is too much for him to bear. So, you should look ahead. There's a bright future waiting for you." Su Yu spoke earnestly, appearing to be entirely concerned for Su Zifeng's well-being. And they were incredibly proud of the decision they made. Lu Shan chimed in, beaming, "Yes, Zifeng, you're beautiful and have achieved so much at such a young age. What woman wouldn't envy you? Even I envy you before, your sister, and I had no choice. The family made the decisions. But you've achieved great success and are soaring to new heights. I am so envious. A wonderful world awaits you. As for that piece of trash, let him get as far away as possible." The two men smiled broadly, both believing they had done something truly remarkable. After hearing these words, Su Zifeng understood and would probably be extremely grateful to them, and would kneel down to thank them on the spot. You all. However, Su Zifeng was so angry that she trembled all over and swayed unsteadily. Seeing their smug expressions, he almost vomited blood from anger. "You two are truly beyond saving. Do you think my commander's mansion was able to win today because of me? Or is it relying on the two of you? It's all thanks to him, isn't it? With Prince Su's help, the commander's mansion would have been destroyed by Yi Tianzong long ago. You two idiots, how can you still not understand? That black jade diamond medicine was also bestowed upon me by the Prince of Su." Su Zifeng slapped his forehead, feeling dizzy and disoriented. "Ah." Upon hearing this, Su Yu and Lu Shan were both stunned. Su Yu still didn't believe it, frowning as she said, "Second sister, are you confused? You're talking nonsense. The black jade Withdrew medicine, he gave it to us. You're saying he helped us defeat Yi Tianzong? How is that possible? That kind of kid doesn't have that kind of ability. If he did, would he still be stuck in a small place like Yuncheng? Wouldn't he be making a name for himself in Kyushu? Besides, I think that kid is such a show-off. He doesn't miss a single opportunity. If the black jade Withdrew medicine really was his, wouldn't he have said it out loud to show off long ago? Why would he be hiding it?" The two shook their heads, showing no disbelief whatsoever. Su Zifeng now fully understood why Su Ming could ignore her older sister's usual sarcastic remarks. Because there's simply no way to reason with these two people. No amount of reason or fact matters are of any use to them. Does Su Ming still need to make a name for himself? He was already the king of the 9 provinces, and any empty titles were like fleeting clouds to him. Su Zifeng had lost her patience and no longer wanted to try to make the two understand. She just gritted her teeth and asked, "Where did he go?" "I don't know, but I saw your master Jiang Chongshan chase after him when he left," Su Yu said blankly. "That means we're going to Master's Celestial Master's mansion." Su Zifeng made a decision immediately without the slightest hesitation. She quickly turned around, went out, and drove towards the Zichuan Celestial Master's mansion. 424, Chapter 424. No turning back. Why is Zifeng so agitated? She acted like driving that good-for-nothing away was the death of her. Could what she said be true? Was it really that kid who saved our commander's mansion? Su Yu asked with a look of surprise and confusion. How is that possible? Lu Shan smirked dismissively. You forgot, that kid went to the toilet before the competition was even over. He probably doesn't know what happened on the spot. How can he possibly save our commander's mansion? The real big shots are all surrounded by followers and have countless connections. That kid, all alone, like a stray dog, what kind of person is he? Seriously, it's only because your second sister is protecting him, otherwise I would have punched him already. Lu Shan grinned, his eyes filled with contempt for Su Ming. That's true. Su Yu immediately smiled as well. We're all worldly people, we've seen it all, the super rich and the elite. That kid, I could tell at first glance, he's got no ambition whatsoever. Is from a completely different world from us. Even after spending a few days at the commander's mansion, he was completely out of place with us, not even in the same league. Now that he's been kicked out, he's probably regretting it to death. I wonder where he's wandering now. The two laughed heartily, saying that Su Ming was like a clown, which was particularly funny. As he spoke, he sat down again in the side hall. Boom! Just then, a deafening bang came from the doorway. Before the two could even settle in, the loud noise startled them so much that they jumped up and rushed out to see what had happened. Several guards from the commander's mansion at the gate were seen being knocked backwards and sent flying into the courtyard, rolling on the ground and spitting blood. Ahead, a large group of people surged into the commander's mansion courtyard, charging straight toward the main hall, each one exuding murderous intent, like evil spirits. Upon seeing this, Su Yu and Lu Shan were horrified and turned to run away in terror. But 2 men in black rushed over and pinned the 2 of them to the ground. The man in black turned around and shouted to the back, "Master, over here." Then, Yi Tianzong, carrying a gleaming longsword, led his men toward the side hall. Su Yu and Lu Shan were instantly terrified, their faces turning deathly pale. They almost wet themselves, and looked up at Yi Tianzong with extreme fear. This guy, still harboring wicked intentions, actually stormed into the commander's mansion to seek revenge. Yi Tianzong approached Su Yu, slowly lowered his head, his gloomy eyes filled with killing intent, and pointed at Su Yu, asking, "Where is he? Let Su Zifeng come out and face his death." "You defeated opponent." Su Yu gritted her teeth and roared, her face flushed red, "You shameless bastard, you call yourself a martial arts master, you can't even accept defeat. You were clearly crushed and defeated by our commander's mansion, yet you still do this kind of thing. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the entire city of Shuzhou?" Smack! Yi Tianzong slapped Su Yu across the face, knocking out 2 of Su Yu's teeth. Yi Tianzong held the knife to Su Yu's neck and sneered, "You talk too much, don't you? I won't give you a second chance. Answer my questions, or I'll have your head chopped off. Let Su Zifeng come out and face his death." Yi Tianzong spoke each word with murderous intent in his eyes. Su Yu was completely terrified, staring blankly at Yi Tianzong, unable to utter a single sound. She had never seen anything so ruthless. She used to be sharp-tongued because she had the commander's mansion behind her and Su Zifeng backing her up. No one dared to provoke her, and no one bothered with her. But when she faced someone as ruthless as Yi Tianzong, she realized what truly terrifying things were. In front of Yi Tianzong, she was like an ant, who could crush her at any moment. "You won't talk, huh? Fine, then you two are done living today." After saying that, Yi Tianzong, expressionless, raised his knife and chopped it down at Su Yu's head. I'll talk. Lu Shan screamed in terror and writhed on the ground like a maggot. Su Zifeng has gone out. She must have gone to find her master. She's probably gone to the Sichuan Celestial Master's mansion. Lu Shan was so frightened that tears streamed down his face as he shouted. The Celestial Master's mansion, she's really lucky, she just happened to be out at this time, or maybe she knew I was coming, so she ran away in fright. Yi Tianzong sneered, but his anger was not quelled. He vowed not to rest until he killed Su Zifeng today. Master, what do we do now? The apprentice next to him asked blankly. We came to nothing, it was all for nothing. Yi Tianzong swept his cold gaze across the room, his face full of murderous intent. Then let's go all the way and take these two good-for-nothings to the Celestial Master's mansion. I want to cut off Jiang Chongshan and Su Zifeng's heads to vent my hatred. Yes. A group of his disciples responded and dragged Suyu and Lu Shan out like dead pigs. Suyu and Lu Shan were in utter despair, and even wanted to die. They knew that falling into Yi Tianzong's hands would almost certainly lead to a bad end. Suyu suddenly regretted it. She should have known better than to send Su Ming away. If Su Ming doesn't leave, Jiang Chongshan won't leave either. If Jiang Chongshan doesn't leave, Su Zifeng won't leave either. If Su Zifeng hadn't been so eager to catch up with Su Ming and Jiang Chongshan, she wouldn't have taken away a large number of troops from the commander's mansion, and Yi Tianzong wouldn't have succeeded so easily. She suddenly remembered Su Ming's words. The boy told her not to regret it before he left. Did Su Ming really hit the nail on the head? Dragged into the car, Yi Tianzong and his group set off, heading towards the Sichuan Celestial Master's mansion. Sichuan is a series of mountain gorges outside Suzhou City. The mountain roads are winding and meandering, and it takes at least 4 or 5 hours to get to the Celestial Master's mansion. Under the cover of night, along this endless mountain road, 3 different forces sped along, heading towards the Celestial Master's mansion. In Yi Tianzong's car, Suyu gritted her teeth, still somewhat resentful. When has Suyu ever fallen to such a state? After all, she was the eldest sister of the commander's mansion. She's Su Zifeng's older sister. Suyu glared at Yi Tianzong sitting in front of him and said through gritted teeth, "Old thief Yi, you'd better let us go. If my sister finds out, you'll be in big trouble. You're a stray dog now. After losing the competition, you're abandoned by everyone, and no one will support you. But my sister has 1,000,000 soldiers from Suzhou. If she knew you had captured me, she would never let you live. She could raise your grandmaster's mansion to the ground with just a word. You're just making a death throes." Smack. However, as soon as Suyu finished speaking, Yi Tianzong slapped Suyu across the face. Suyu's face was instantly bruised and bloodied, and her hair was disheveled. You! Suyu turned her head angrily and glared fiercely at Yi Tianzong. Smack! Another slap. This time it was even worse. Suyu's head was slammed against the car door, leaving him dizzy and blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. I'll fight you to the death. Suyu cried out in distress and lunged at Yi Tianzong. However, Yi Tianzong is a ruthless person. In his eyes, Suyu was as ridiculous as trash. He kicked Suyu to the ground and stomped on him. Then he raised his hand and slapped Suyu hard across the face. He was smoking and cursing at the same time. You filthy bastard, you're the most deserving of death in the commander's mansion. If you weren't still somewhat useful, I'd chop your head off right now and hang it on the roof of the carriage. Go to hell, you piece of shit. A series of slaps landed squarely on Suyu's face, until the stubborn Suyu cried out and begged for mercy. Master Yi, Grandmaster Yi, please stop hitting me, I was wrong. Suyu pleaded and shouted. But the more he shouted, the more annoyed and irritable Yi Tianzong became. Several more slaps landed, completely knocking Suyu unconscious. Lu Shan squatted to one side, watching this scene, trembling with fear, not daring to breathe, urine flowing down his trouser leg and spreading on the ground, emitting a foul stench. 425, Chapter 425. A Heart Full of Evil. Midnight. At the summit of Sichuan, the Celestial Master's mansion was still brightly lit. Su Ming, Jiang Chongshan, Shen Luoyun, and Qin Shuang arrived, and the car drove into the Tianchi Mansion Square and stopped. As soon as he got out of the car, a group of Jiang Chongshan's disciples and elders of the Celestial Master's mansion came to greet him. He knelt down before the car, saying, "Welcome back, Master." Whoosh! The car door opened, and Su Ming jumped out, standing in front of everyone. When everyone in the Celestial Master's mansion looked up, they were all dumbfounded. They greeted Jiang Chongshan, but it was Su Ming who stepped down, standing before them with an imposing air. Jiang Chongshan's eldest disciple, a handsome young man, suddenly flew into a rage, pointing at Su Ming and cursing, "You beast, get out of here." Everyone else glared angrily at Su Ming. Where did this silly boy come from, wasting their feelings? Is he tired of living? However, Jiang Chongshan then stepped out of the car, glanced at the crowd, and shouted in a deep voice, "How dare you? What are you doing? Insubordination. Don't you know how to respect your teachers? This is your ancestor. If you want to pay respects, you should pay respects to him first. Hurry up and pay respects to your ancestor." Jiang Chongshan's authoritative voice resounded throughout the entire square. Now, everyone was truly dumbfounded. They all thought Su Ming was Jiang Chongshan's newly accepted disciple or his follower, but who would have thought that he was actually the founder? Are you kidding me? The Celestial Master's mansion isn't without a founding master. Another founding master is enshrined in the main hall, yet this kid suddenly appears, claiming to be a founding master as well. The group of Celestial Master's mansion disciples all wondered if they had misheard. One of them stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "Master, are you mistaken? This kid is our ancestor?" The eldest disciple, Han Fei, stared blankly at Jiang Chongshan. "What makes this kid so special? He's younger than me. He's not even worthy to be my disciple. How could he possibly be the founder of our Celestial Master's mansion?" As he spoke, Han Fei turned his head and gave Su Ming a disdainful look. Smack! Jiang Chongshan slapped Han Fei across the face and roared, "I personally acknowledge Su Wang as my master. He is your ancestor. If you dare not acknowledge him, I will expel you from the sect right now." Seeing Jiang Chongshan's anger, everyone realized that he was not joking. Han Fei was also beaten until his face was red, but there was nothing he could do. He could only grit his teeth, kneel down on the ground with a thud, and bow down to Su Ming, shouting, "Greetings, ancestor." The crowd had no choice but to follow suit and pay their respects. "Greetings, Grandmaster." Su Ming shook his head, "I'm not your ancestor, and you, Jiang Chongshan, stop with the fancy stuff. I haven't even acknowledged you as my disciple yet, so don't flatter yourself." "Yes, yes." Jiang Chongshan hurriedly put on a fawning smile and fawned over Su Ming. Seeing Jiang Chongshan's appearance, hundreds of people in the Celestial Master's mansion were so angry they almost vomited blood. "Has Master gone mad on this trip down the mountain?" The Celestial Master's mansion held unparalleled prestige and a renowned reputation in Shuzhou. Master Jiang Chongshan was famous throughout the land, known to everyone. He actually fawned over a kid like a lapdog. If word got out, wouldn't people laugh their heads off? And most importantly, this kid is incredibly arrogant, acting as if Jiang Chongshan is unworthy to be his disciple, which is tantamount to putting the entire Celestial Master's mansion under his feet. The faces of everyone in the Celestial Master's mansion immediately turned green. "What are you all standing there for? Tell the kitchen to hurry up and serve the food. We're starving." Jiang Chongshan shouted at his eldest apprentice. Then, together with Su Ming, they entered the main hall of the Celestial Master's mansion. The crowd in the square then slowly rose, their faces ashen. "Do you think Master has gone mad? How could we possibly acknowledge such a kid as our master, and he inexplicably became our patriarch? If word gets out, how will we ever be able to face anyone? Of course, look at that kid's clothes. He looks like a vagrant. He has no presence whatsoever. He's not even as good as the sweeper in our Celestial Master's mansion. This kind of guy, calling himself a patriarch, I'm afraid even our real patriarch's spirit in heaven won't rest in peace." "Han Fei, what do you think? Say something." Everyone turned their attention to the eldest disciple, Han Fei. Han Fei slowly stood up, veins bulging on his forehead, his face contorted in a ferocious expression, his eyes dark and menacing. "I must kill him." Han Fei spat out a few words through gritted teeth with an extremely cold tone. As the eldest disciple of the Celestial Master's mansion, everyone who saw him had to give him face. When had he ever suffered such a humiliating disgrace? At this moment, he wished he could tear Su Ming to pieces. Immediately, filled with rage, Han Fei strode towards the kitchen with a fierce expression. The people of the Celestial Master's mansion are skilled in military strategy and ingenious tactics, but in terms of martial prowess, they are no different from ordinary people. Therefore, Han Fei never intended to directly attack Su Ming. Besides, with Jiang Chongshan in charge, he wouldn't have this opportunity. But he had another way to put Su Ming in a deadly situation, exposing his true colors. He went to the kitchen, opened a pot of chicken soup, took out a packet of medicine powder from his pocket, opened it, and shook it all into the chicken soup. Then he picked up a spoon and stirred it vigorously a few times. What? The chefs nearby were shocked by Han Fei's actions and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Senior brother, are you crazy? This chicken soup is for Master. What did you put in it? If Master finds out, none of us will survive. Don't worry, this is for entertaining the ancestral master. I assent. He the ancestral master, of course I'll invite him to have a good drink. I'll stop Master from letting him drink if it really comes to that, and he does drink it, he can only blame his own stupidity. Han Fei spoke with a gloomy expression, his face full of malice. No, we have to take responsibility for this too. The chefs were all in a panic. How could anyone poison the old master as soon as he returned? They would never do something so immoral. Moreover, even if they didn't administer the drug, Han Fei will still be implicated if something goes wrong. That would be terrible. Several people rushed forward, trying to stop Han Fei. Han Fei grabbed a kitchen knife from the table, pointed it at the group, and roared menacingly, anyone who dares to stop me, I'll kill them. If that kid doesn't die today, I will. Get out of my way. The chefs stood there dumbfounded, only able to watch helplessly as Han Fei carried away the chicken soup. Inside the main hall. Your eldest disciple has some wicked intentions, Su Ming said, sipping his tea and glancing at Jiang Chongshan. Logically speaking, someone who studies military strategy and cultivates himself on this mountain, detached from worldly affairs, should have a clear mind, like a mirror, untouched by dust. But your eldest disciple has cloudy eyes and is full of hostility. This is not the temperament a person who studies military strategy should have. Su Ming spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chongshan looked at Su Ming with surprise and said in astonishment, Master, this can't be. Although I sometimes scold and beat that kid, and I'm a bit harsh on him, he's my most valued disciple. I am grooming him to be my successor. You don't believe me? Su Ming grinned, his gaze deep and knowing. It's not that I don't trust your judgment, Master, but that lad was brought up the mountain by my own hands. I know his true nature inside and out. There's no way I'm wrong. Jiang Chongshan smiled confidently. Okay, then it's good that you've made up your mind. Su Ming smiled and said no more. At that moment, Han Fei also walked in from the doorway carrying chicken soup. 426, Chapter 426 Withered Soul Powder. At the entrance of the main hall of the Celestial Master's mansion, a group of disciples gathered together, peering into the hall. They already knew from the chef that their senior brother, Han Fei, had poisoned the chicken soup, and that it had already been served. But no one stopped them. Because nobody wanted the renowned Celestial Master's mansion to have a mere 20-something-year-old boy as its founder. If Han Fei succeeds, that would be a win-win situation for everyone. Even if Han Fei fails, it won't implicate them. Do you think our senior brother can succeed? Someone asked. It'll definitely work. Look at that kid, all dusty and disheveled. He probably doesn't know anything's just some country bumpkin from who knows where. It's only because Master was confused for a moment that he took that kind of person as his master. Once senior brother succeeds, that kid will show his true colors, and Master will naturally understand everything. Everyone said with laughter. That's right, let's just wait and see what happens. Our senior brother is the bravest hero. Immediately, everyone's gaze turned towards the main hall. However, the gate was tightly closed, so they couldn't see anything, only hear what was happening. Inside the main hall, Han Fei placed the chicken soup on the table and bowed to Jiang Chongshan and Su Ming, saying, Disciple Han Fei greets Master and Ancestral Master. You already know you've made a mistake, why don't you quickly apologize to the Patriarch? Jiang Chongshan glanced at Han Fei and let out a cold snort. Yes, disciple has realized his mistake. I was blind and offended the Patriarch. Han Fei bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Then he walked up to Su Ming, knelt down with a thud, and said, Disciple Han Fei deserves to die. Please forgive me, Ancestral Master. Get up. Su Ming smiled calmly. Yes. Han Fei looked up, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes, but it vanished in an instant. Then he took the initiative to serve Su Ming soup. While serving the soup, he said with a humble smile, Master, Grandmaster, the other dishes will be ready in a while. Please have some chicken soup to warm your stomachs first. This soup has been simmered in the kitchen with ginseng for a long time. It's incredibly nourishing. Then Han Fei served a bowl to Su Ming, Shen Luoyun, and Qin Shuang each. When Han Fei was about to give the gift to Jiang Chongshan, he paused slightly, smiled, and said, Master, in Shuzhou down the mountain, many wealthy people, as well as some military districts in the surrounding areas, have personally sent gifts to invite me to be their strategist. Do you think I should go? Where are you going? Jiang Chongshan raised an eyebrow and said in a deep voice with a stern expression, How much have you learned? You haven't even learned to walk yet, and you're already thinking about flying. Have you finished reading all the military strategies in the military strategy pavilion? You've only learned a little bit, yet you're already aiming too high. First, get your footing firmly. Don't be so shameless. Jiang Chongshan knew very well that although his disciple was highly valued and cultivated, he was still in a difficult situation. However, he lacks comprehension, and what he has learned so far is only half-baked. In other words, he is still in charge of the Celestial Master's mansion and his prestige remains, which is why the wealthy people down the mountain offered him lavish gifts to invite him down. But if he were to pass away one day, Han Fei would lose his usefulness and would only be someone else's plaything. Han Fei is still far from being a good fit, both in terms of knowledge and mindset. Going down the mountain is even more of a pipe dream. However, upon hearing this, Han Fei's eyes instantly turned venomous. But she quickly regained her composure, ladled a bowl of chicken soup and handed it to Jiang Chongshan, smiling as she said, Master is right, I was too ignorant of the situation. There's chicken soup, that's great. Smelling the fragrant chicken soup, Shen Luoyun couldn't resist picking it up and wanting to drink it. Su Ming held down Shen Luoyun's hand and grinned, Look at you, have you never had chicken soup before? This is someone else's place, the host hasn't even touched it yet, how can you have no manners at all? Shen Luoyun stuck out her tongue, lowered her hand, and smiled, It was my fault for being rude, Elder Jiang, please. When Qin Shuang saw Su Ming's action, she immediately realized something and didn't touch the chicken soup bowl. Jiang Chongshan laughed heartily, It's all our own place, so why distinguish between big and small? I'll drink first then, I haven't eaten all afternoon. After saying that, Jiang Chongshan picked up the chicken soup and drank it all in one gulp. Han Fei stared at him with a gloomy expression, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It's so delicious. Jiang Chongshan put down the soup bowl, looking relaxed and satisfied. Then he said to Su Ming, Master, please, don't be shy. Su Ming shook his head slightly, his gaze falling on Han Fei as he smiled and said, Brother Han, it's your turn. Han Fei was taken aback, glanced at Su Ming, and chuckled, Grandmaster, what are you saying? In terms of seniority, I'm far inferior in front of you. I'm nothing. How could I drink first? That would be disrespectful. Grandmaster, please go first. Jiang Chongshan nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that Han Fei was teachable and not as wicked as Su Ming had described. My judgment of people is never wrong. Moreover, he was the eldest disciple whom he had personally trained. Although Su Ming is highly skilled in all aspects, he is still too young and lacks the ability to judge character. After all, he is older and has more life experience than Su Ming, who is in his 20s. However, Su Ming's expression suddenly turned cold, and he stared at Han Fei with a sneer. I've already said I'm your grandmaster, so if I tell you to drink it, do you dare not? Or is there something wrong with this chicken soup? Upon hearing this, Han Fei's expression froze completely. Shen Luoyun and Qin Shuang also understood what was going on. Han Fei shook his head awkwardly. This is the rule of our sect. We cannot disobey our superiors. Please don't make things difficult for me, Grandmaster. Drink, you son of a bitch. Su Ming flew into a rage and slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang. This gave Jiang Chongshan and Han Fei a huge fright. Jiang Chongshan was even more shocked and confused, wondering why Su Ming had suddenly become so angry. Is it because of what just happened? But Han Fei has already apologized and made amends. Jiang Chongshan paused slightly, then looked at Han Fei and said, Then you should drink it. Have a bowl of chicken soup. It's not poison. If Prince Su tells you to drink it, then drink it. Okay, I'll drink it. Han Fei gritted his teeth, picked up the chicken soup in front of him, his face terribly gloomy. Just as the chicken soup was about to reach his lips, he suddenly splashed it at Su Ming, stood up and sneered, "Drink your ass. I didn't expect you to be so cautious. My master drank it, but you didn't. Yuri, really something. I underestimated you. Yuri, not as stupid as Jiang Chongshan." Su Ming grinned. This idiot finally couldn't hold back anymore. If this guy were ruthless enough to actually drink the chicken soup, he really wouldn't stand by and watch him die. Because it's impossible to determine whether Han Fei knew beforehand that the soup was poisoned. But now it seems that this guy clearly knows everything. Jiang Chongshan was also shocked and stood up abruptly, staring intently at Han Fei. "What do you mean? What do you mean? You've really gone senile, Yuri, not even as good as a young boy. No wonder you'd take someone like this as your master." "Jiang Chongshan, I think you're suffering from dementia." Han Fei sneered. Su Ming said calmly, "He put soul-draining powder in the soup." "Soul-slaying powder?" Jiang Chongshan's expression changed drastically. For 27, Chapter 427, there is always a higher heaven. This medicine is a potent poison, even more potent than rat poison. If ingested, one will bleed from all 7 orifices and die within 10 minutes. "You beast." Jiang Chongshan was so angry that his whole body trembled. Upon hearing this, Shen Luoyun also lowered her head and smelled the chicken soup. Sure enough, amidst the strong aroma of the chicken soup, there was a strange smell. However, you can't smell it at all unless you smell it carefully. If Su Ming hadn't stopped her, she probably would have already drunk it. It's a shame that she, as the eldest daughter of a renowned medical family in Zhengzhou, didn't even realize this. But this guy is too vicious. He didn't even spare his own master. Who could have predicted that? Han Fei smiled sinisterly, then looked up and stared coldly at Su Ming. "It seems you do have some ability, but how did you know I used the soul-drying powder?" He had already acted very convincingly, and immediately apologized. They showered Su Ming with compliments, even fooling Jiang Chongshan, but this kid didn't fall for it. Su Ming chuckled mockingly, "If you're going to study military strategy, then study it properly. As for poisons, you're still a long way off. I've been playing with things like soul-draining powder since I was 10. Having understood everything, Jiang Chongshan flew into a rage and raised his hand to strike Han Fei. "You beast, I'll kill you." However, after taking only 2 steps, his blood and qi surged, and he coughed violently, so much so that he couldn't straighten his back. Han Fei laughed loudly. "Come on, don't you like to beat and scold me? Come on. I'll stand here and let you hit me. If you can even walk up to me, I'll consider you capable, you old good-for-nothing." Then he raised his head again, looked at Su Ming with a sinister smile, and said, "Kid, I admit you do have some skills, but not much. If you really had a brain, you should have stopped Jiang Chongshan before he drank it. But now, it's too late. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Chongshan will be dead, and I will be in charge of the entire Celestial Master's mansion. When the time comes, if I want you dead, you'll die. None of you will make it down the mountain alive." This shows that Han Fei's plan to poison Jiang Chongshan was premeditated, otherwise, he wouldn't have carried such a highly toxic drug as the soul-slaying powder with him. It wasn't Su Ming's appearance that angered the other party. The reason should be that Jiang Chongshan's strictness towards Han Fei made this guy suppress his deep resentment. You can tell from the few questions he asked Jiang Chongshan just now. Han Fei already felt that as long as Jiang Chongshan lived, he would never have a chance to rise in the world, which is why he decided to kill him. "So kid, it's not too late to kneel down and beg for mercy now." Han Fei looked at Su Ming with a smug expression. "Yeah?" Su Ming grinned, walked behind Jiang Chongshan, and slapped Jiang Chongshan on the back twice. "Wow." Jiang Chongshan felt a turbulent surge in his stomach, and he opened his mouth and vomited up all the chicken soup he had just drunk, along with his stomach acid. Su Ming raised his hand and handed Jiang Chongshan a dragon roar pill. "Take this and you'll be fine." "Thank you, master." Jiang Chongshan recognized the dragon roar pill at a glance. It was a 6th grade divine medicine, and its detoxification effect was top-notch. He quickly took it, and immediately his complexion began to warm up. "What have you done, you bastard?" Han Fei was filled with doubt and surprise as he watched this scene unfold. Su Ming laughed and said, "I've already told you, this is something I've been playing with since I was 10. Do you think I wouldn't know how to detoxify your master? If I don't let him die, he won't die. The Celestial Master's mansion isn't for trash like you to call the shots." "You?" Han Fei was completely shocked, his eyes widening instantly as he stared at Su Ming in disbelief. I was deeply shocked. Who exactly is this bastard? How could it possibly be an antidote for such a highly poisonous drug as the soul-slaying powder? Who exactly are you? Han Fei took 2 steps back, looking at Su Ming with extreme fear. Shen Luoyun slowly stepped forward, smiling as she said, "Your master isn't stupid, you are. If my brother Su really had no skills, Elder Jiang would have taken him as his master. You can't even understand this, yet you dared to use poison. It's like showing off your skills in front of Guan Yu. Listen carefully, my brother Su is the king of the 9 provinces. The king of the 9 provinces? Impossible. Han Fei sneered, if he's the king of the 9 provinces, then I'm the heavenly king himself. You can die. With a roar, Han Fei, enraged, pulled a dagger from his pocket, rushed towards Su Ming, and plunged the dagger into Su Ming's chest. Su Ming smiled and shook his head, looking at Han Fei with a pitiful expression. He didn't even need to lift a finger. Jin Xuan leaped out from behind, kicked Han Fei to the ground, drew her knife, and slashed it fiercely at Han Fei's neck. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. Han Fei's head rolled several times on the ground, his eyes wide open, still unable to close even in death, filled with resentment and disbelief. How could he believe that after planning something for over a decade and finally making up his mind, he would run into Su Ming? How can one accept that he, full of ambition, died so simply? Why? Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Chongshan sighed heavily, heartbroken. He seemed to have aged several years in an instant. Although Han Fei deserved to die, and his death was not a pity at all. But this is the only person in his celestial master's mansion who can inherit his mantle. Someone come here. Jiang Chongshan waved to the servants on the side. The servants ran up tremblingly. Clean up the body and don't spread the news for now, lest the disciples of the celestial master's mansion feel disheartened. Jiang Chongshan sighed. Yes, master. Several servants cleaned up the body. Jiang Chongshan knelt heavily before Su Ming, bowing and saying, "Thank you, Prince Su, for saving my life before. You refused to acknowledge me as your disciple, and I was somewhat resentful now. I understand I was indeed old and blind, unable to even recognize my own disciple. I am truly unworthy to be your disciple, Prince Su." Su Ming waved his hand, sat down again, and said calmly, "You've got it wrong. It's not that I don't want to take you as my disciple, it's that you're not qualified. It's that I simply don't want to take any disciples. Even with Shen Luoyun, I only agreed to teach her some medical skills, but I will not take her as my apprentice. So, you won't be an exception." Jiang Chongshan revealed a hint of joy, looked up at Su Mingxin and asked happily, "Does Prince Su think I'm too stupid?" Su Ming smirked, "If you were stupid, you wouldn't have achieved the status of a master strategist. You have your path, and I have mine. Since our paths are different, we cannot work together, so what's the point of talking about master and disciple? Besides, stop sighing. Your eldest disciple's comprehension is far inferior. There's no way he can inherit your mantle. I think Su Zifeng is much better than him." I see. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chongshan suddenly understood and respectfully bowed to Su Ming again, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, King Sui. Have completely comprehended it. The king of the 9 provinces is unparalleled in the world." Jiang Chongshan was completely convinced. It turns out that all along the way, even when I was by Su Ming's side and witnessed him display countless amazing skills, it was only the tip of the iceberg. His temperament is far superior to his. Su Ming's few words seem to have opened the door to a new world for him. He understands what it means to climb high and see far, that there are always higher levels to reach, and that he still has a long way to go. An old steed in its stall may still aspire to gallop 1,000 miles, the hero, though old, still cherishes lofty ambitions. 428, Chapter 428 Junior Sister. After finishing his meal, Su Ming returned to his room to rest. After all, I haven't slept for a whole day and night. But then, Jiang Chongshan came running over, carrying the 8 trigrams formation in his arms, and entered Su Ming's room. He also instructed his disciples to guard the entrance and not allow anyone to enter. Upon arriving before Su Ming, Jiang Chongshan placed the 8 trigrams formation on the table, knelt respectfully before Su Ming, and earnestly requested, "Please, Your Highness, offer your guidance." Su Ming glanced down and frowned, "Are you sure you don't want to rest? Although I helped you expel the soul-drying powder and gave you the dragon's roar pill, a small amount of the toxins entered your bloodstream. bloodstream during that brief delay. You'd better lie down and rest now, and wait for the dragon's roar pill to expel the toxins. Overworking is not good for you. However, Jiang Chongshan was determined. He raised his head and said with unwavering resolve, if I cannot get Su Wang to point out the weaknesses of the long serpent formation, I will not be able to rest peacefully, and I will not be able to die in peace. Since returning from Zhangzhou, I have been waiting for this day, almost day and night, dreaming of it, wanting to know exactly where I went wrong. I beg King Su to grant my request. Jiang Chongshan bowed respectfully once again. You. Su Ming sighed helplessly, at your age, you're more stubborn than a young punk. No wonder you were able to teach your eldest disciple who murdered his master. He probably learned his character from you. Fine, since that's how it is, I'll just give it to you and put my mind at ease. Su Ming shook his head and said. Thank you for your kindness, Prince Su. Jiang Chongshan was overjoyed and hurriedly got up from the ground coughing. He walked forward and took out the long snake formation from several volumes of military strategy books and the 8 trigrams formation, spreading it out in front of Su Ming. Prince Su, I have studied this formation for at least 30 years, and thus deduced the remaining fragments of the later formation. For this, I consulted countless military books, and I believe that this is the only possible route of change. I don't know where I went wrong. Jiang Chongshan stood next to Su Ming, looking at him with a serious expression, as if he were being taught a lesson. Su Ming grinned, your thinking is too rigid. Why must the evolution of military strategy be based on other military strategies? As the saying goes, there are no constant formations in warfare, just as water has no constant shape. Moreover, the 8 trigrams formation of Master Zhuge Liang is not that simple. Watch closely, I'll finish one volume for you to see first. Immediately, Su Ming picked up a pen and began to work out the composition for Jiang Chongshan. The two of them were so engrossed in the room that they seemed to have entered another world, forgetting to eat and sleep, staying up all night. They are oblivious to everything around them, completely absorbed in their own world. Outside the room, in the courtyard, a group of senior disciples and elders from the Celestial Master's mansion gathered together. There are about 7 or 8. Has Master really fallen into demonic possession? I just saw him carrying our Celestial Master's mansion's ancestral treasure, the 8 trigrams formation, into that kid's room. Could he be planning to give the 8 trigrams formation to that kid? If that's the case, our entire Celestial Master's mansion is doomed. One of the disciples said with a grim expression. I don't think Master is that senile yet, he's probably just selling it to that kid. Another disciple chimed in. Fart. The Grand Elder clenched his fists and snorted angrily, selling it is out of the question, and giving it away is even more out of the question. Everyone knows that the 8 trigrams formation diagram is the most precious treasure of our Celestial Master's mansion. Countless people would kill for something like that, and you want to sell it? Are you kidding me? If we lose the 8 trigrams formation diagram, what achievements can the disciples of the Celestial Master's mansion make in the future? What's infuriating is, where did that bastard Han Fei go? Wasn't he so determined to kill that kid? How come he's vanished without a trace? Have you already run away in fear, you bastard? The elder was so angry that he cursed loudly, and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. What can we do then, without our senior brother, who will be the first to suffer? We can only watch helplessly, the disciple said awkwardly. With me here, I will absolutely not let that brat bring the 8 trigrams formation down the mountain. He thinks he can get something for nothing by entering our Celestial Master's mansion. Does he think we're all fools? He can fool our master, but he can't fool us. The elder said through gritted teeth. The Grand Elder is truly mighty, we are all indebted to the Grand Elder. A group of disciples offered their compliments. Just then, someone ran over quickly and shouted to the elders and the others with a nervous expression, Junior sister has come up the mountain. Elder, you should go and see her quickly. What junior sister? How many female disciples does our Celestial Master's mansion have? Why are you so flustered? The elder turned his head and glanced at it, then scolded him in an annoyed tone. Junior sister, it's Su Zifeng, the commander of Shuzhou. She's already arrived at the main hall, and she's been clamoring to see Master ever since we couldn't stop her. The disciple hurriedly replied. Su Zifeng? The Grand Elder raised an eyebrow and led the others, hurrying towards the main hall. Inside the main hall, Su Zifeng, holding a sword in one hand and flanking several disciples of the Celestial Master's mansion, shouted fiercely, You lot, stop stammering and tell me the truth. Where is Master? Otherwise, I'll chop off your heads. The disciples were terrified, their faces pale, staring at Su Zifeng in horror, too scared to even breathe. Master is resting. At this moment, the Grand Elder came out with his men and sighed helplessly to Su Zifeng, "Junior sister, don't start brandishing swords as soon as you come up the mountain. We all know you have a big presence as the commander at Shuzhou, but don't take your own people out with you." The Grand Elder was in a real bind. This junior sister is the most troublesome one in their Celestial Master's mansion. Back when she was learning skills on the mountain, she almost turned the entire Celestial Master's mansion upside down. She's a notorious little devil. I wonder if my master was out of his mind to think of taking such a little devil as a disciple. Su Zifeng snorted coldly, "You are all a bunch of hypocrites and moral guardians. I won't get the truth out of you unless I draw my sword, that's what I'm saying." "Oh, junior sister, please have some compassion. Even if you don't consider that we're fellow disciples, you should at least think about our master's getting old, and the journey has been tiring. Can he really take it? Now that he's back, he should naturally go and rest, unlike you, a young person, who can keep pushing yourself like this," the first elder sighed. "Alright, don't give me that crap. I'll just sit here and wait until master wakes up." Su Zifeng kicked several disciples aside, walked to a chair next to him, and swaggered down to sit down. The elder's eyes darted around, and he said to the disciple behind him, "Go and serve tea to junior sister." Then he walked over and sat down next to Su Zifeng, smiling as he said, "Junior sister, I happen to have a question I'd like to ask you." "Spit it out." Su Zifeng didn't even bother to glance at the Grand Elder. He had absolutely no goodwill towards the people of the Celestial Master's mansion. When she first became Jiang Chongshan's disciple, she studied military strategy on the mountain for nearly 10 years. During this time, she came to understand that the people in the Celestial Master's mansion, who considered themselves noble but were all talk and no action, had all developed a sanctimonious image, but in reality, they were all full of evil intentions and were extremely wicked. Especially the eldest brother, Han Fei. He is a typical example. On the surface, he appears to be charming and pleasing to everyone, but in reality, he knows exactly what kind of hatred he has for each person. Even the smallest thing will make them plot revenge. However, I didn't see that annoying guy on this trip. As the commander of Shuzhou, she couldn't stand these empty and superficial things. For 29, Chapter 429, they're all scared crazy. The Grand Elder chuckled and said, "Junior sister, it's like this. I wanted to inquire about what happened when Master went to Zhongzhou with you. Why did his mood change so drastically after he returned? He even brought a young brat along and made him pay homage to our Celestial Master's mansion's ancestor. Are you kidding me? Our Celestial Master's mansion's ancestor is the famous Zhang Daoling, who in the 9 provinces doesn't know him. How could a mere boy possibly take the blame for such an offense? If word gets out, the reputation of our Celestial Master's mansion will be utterly ruined. Junior sister, you are also a member of the Celestial Master's mansion. You can't just stand by and watch something so humiliating happen." The elder spoke with a hidden meaning, patiently guiding the disciple. It's clear they want to use Su Zifeng to get back at Su Ming. After all, given Su Zifeng's position as the commander of Shuzhou, dealing with a mere youth would be a piece of cake. This is much more reliable than having a group of disciples from the Celestial Master's mansion attack Su Ming. But Su Zifeng was secretly delighted when she heard this. They knew that the Grand Elder was referring to Su Ming. I reckon Su Ming's arrival on the mountain must have put a lot of pressure on these moral guardians. Su Zifeng glanced at the Grand Elder with a playful smile and asked, "Then what do you intend for me to do, Grand Elder?" "It's very simple." Seeing that Su Zifeng had taken the bait, the Grand Elder raised an eyebrow and said excitedly, "All you need to do is drag that kid out, beat him up, make him reveal his background in public, and then kowtow to the entire Celestial Master's mansion to admit his mistake. In this way, outsiders will know that not just any petty thief can sneak into our Celestial Master's mansion. This will surely make the Celestial Master's mansion famous far and wide, and take it to the next level." Su Zifeng asked with a smile, "Don't you know anything about his background, Elder?" The Grand Elder rolled his eyes and sneered, "What could that brat possibly have? I can tell what kind of person he is at a glance. I reckon he's just one of those city scoundrels who only know how to talk big and spout nonsense. Our Celestial Master's mansion is isolated from the world and rarely has any contact with the outside world. He didn't receive much information. His master hadn't been down the mountain for many years and couldn't keep up with the times, which is why he was deceived by that kid. In reality, he's nothing but an ant." The elder became increasingly disdainful as he spoke, and he scoffed at Su Ming. Su Zifeng looked at the Grand Elder as if he were a joke. Since he is so worthless, why don't you take action yourself, Grand Elder? With your abilities, teaching a piece of trash a lesson would be a piece of cake. Look at what you're saying. How can the Grand Elder personally discipline an outsider? Isn't that setting a bad example? And it's too much of a bully if others find out. They'll think that our Celestial Master's mansion is bullying the weak and doesn't know how to treat guests. But you're different, junior sister Yuri's still young. Even if you teach him a lesson, no one will say anything. Instead, they'll praise you for being young, brave, and dashing. The elder stood up, stroking his severed beard, looking like a wise and righteous immortal. Go to hell. Su Zifeng cursed inwardly. He wished he could trample the elder's ugly face under his feet right now, and make that hypocritical mask come into close contact with the sole of his shoe. But since she hadn't met her master yet, Su Zifeng didn't want to make a big fuss. Suppressing his anger, he sneered, so that's how it is. Fine, then leave it to me. When he comes out, we'll see who teaches whom a lesson. Su Zifeng sneered and stared coldly at the Grand Elder. When King Su comes out, this good-for-nothing will probably be so scared that he'll kneel down. Who's lecturing whom? That idiot will probably regret it so much he'll want to beat himself to death. However, the Grand Elder was still unaware of the truth, basking in his own cleverness and wit. He laughed heartily at Su Zifeng. Junior sister, you truly are the most promising disciple of our Celestial Master's mansion. You are indeed worthy of being our most favored disciple. With your words, I am relieved. You must teach that good-for-nothing a lesson and restore the prestige of our Celestial Master's mansion. Okay. Su Zifeng said good 3 times in a heavy tone, and sipped her tea with a cold laugh. This wait lasted for 3 or 4 hours. Until the sky brightened and the first rays of sunlight appeared, the sky was filled with purple clouds. Su Zifeng was getting sleepy from waiting, leaning back in her chair with her eyelids drooping. But just then, panicked shouts rang out from the plaza outside the main hall. Something's wrong, something's wrong. Someone stormed up the mountain, they're even threatening Master's head. Help! The shouts echoed throughout the entire Celestial Master's mansion. Su Zifeng suddenly opened her eyes, stood up abruptly, and walked out of the main hall. Disciples from the Celestial Master's mansion also emerged from the surrounding area, looking bewildered. Who dares to cause trouble at the gate of my Celestial Master's mansion? The Grand Elder led his men out, roaring angrily. I don't know, they look fierce and menacing, like demons, standing guard at the door. Elder, you should go out and take a look. The disciple said in a panic. What's the panic? I'll keep an eye on things even if the sky falls. What kind of petty thief dares to act so presumptuously? Look at your spineless faces, all of you come with me. The Grand Elder, looking imposing, led the group toward the main gate. Su Zifeng quickly followed. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Celestial Master's mansion, Su Zifeng looked up and his gaze immediately sharpened, his face instantly darkening. On the hillside near the entrance, Yi Tianzong, with 20 or 30 disciples, held a knife in one hand and pressed down on Su Yu and Lu Shan with the other, placing the knife against their necks. Su Yu and Lu Shan were so frightened that they turned pale and knelt on the ground, trembling. Second sister, save us! Su Yu cried out in a pitiful voice. People from the Celestial Master's mansion poured out, and upon seeing this scene, they were all instantly horrified. They were so frightened by Yi Tianzong that they couldn't speak. Yi Tianzong was a burly man, like a demon king, wearing a black robe, standing majestically on the hillside, exuding a murderous aura. With overwhelming momentum, it soars into the sky. It was terrifying. Just one glance was like seeing a ferocious tiger, and one dared not look directly into the other's eyes. The sheer aura alone was enough to make everyone in the Celestial Master's mansion tremble uncontrollably. This is the domineering power of a martial arts master. The elder, who had been so arrogant just moments before, now turned pale and involuntarily took 2 steps back, already considering retreating. Yi Tianzong's imposing presence. Anyone who isn't a fool can tell at a glance that he's no ordinary person. Yi Tianzong raised the Dao in his hand, pointing it at the entire gate of the Celestial Master's mansion. You bastards of the Celestial Master's mansion, bring out your master Jiang Chongshan to face his death. If you don't want to die, you'd better come and kowtow to me 800 times, otherwise today, I will massacre the Celestial Master's mansion. And you, Su Zifeng, come here and face your death. If you don't come, I'll chop down your sister and your brother-in-law first. Zifeng, save us. Su Yu and Lu Shan immediately burst into tears, wailing and crying. This I think I should go and inform master first. The elder was terrified, his legs were trembling, and he turned to leave. Can't you even be a little bit promising? Su Zifeng's face was full of anger. She reached out and grabbed the Grand Elder, preventing him from leaving. Then, grabbing the Grand Elder and stepping forward, he glared at Yi Tianzong and roared, Yi Tianzong, if you dare touch a single hair on my sister's head, I guarantee you won't leave this mountain with a whole corpse today. Hundreds of disciples from the entire Celestial Master's mansion are here, along with 800 men from my commander's mansion, weary more than enough to annihilate you. Puff! The disciples of the Celestial Master's mansion, who were already terrified, turned even more frantic when they heard Su Zifeng forcibly drag them into the mess. What business is it of theirs? They're just there to watch the show. This is a completely undeserved disaster. Everyone's going crazy. Chapter 430. What is the pinnacle of martial arts? That's Yi Tianzong. Even if the Celestial Master's mansion is isolated from news, everyone knows that there is a martial arts master named Yi Tianzong in Shuzhou, whose combat power is unparalleled and who is invincible. How could I possibly go against such a terrifying guy? All of their heavenly master's mansion combined probably wouldn't be enough to kill them. The first elder, forcibly dragged out by Su Zifeng, looked extremely pale. He turned to Su Zifeng with an awkward, bitter smile and said, Junior sister, please don't drag us into your feud with him. I am innocent too. Why don't you let me go first, and I'll go and inform master to help you handle this, okay? The Grand Elder was so frightened that his legs were trembling, fearing that Yi Tianzong had also set his sights on him. What did you say? Su Zifeng glared angrily at the Grand Elder and roared, You call yourself the Grand Elder of the Celestial Master's mansion? Now that trouble is at our doorstep, you still want to run away? You said before that Su Ming would bring shame to the Celestial Master's mansion. Now that others have come to our doorstep, are you saying we won't be humiliated? Where is your previous wisdom and righteousness? Where is your passion and enthusiasm? And that's my sister. If anything happens to her, none of you will escape. I'll make you all pay with your lives. Su Zifeng's face was filled with murderous intent. This? The Grand Elder was utterly speechless. With wolves in front and tigers behind, this Su Zifeng is no good either. They actually took their anger out on him. What was he supposed to do? If we back down, we'll die anyway. Thinking this, the Grand Elder gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and put on a sanctimonious expression, saying, I understand, let me go and talk to him. You are a fellow disciple of our Celestial Master's mansion, so your family is our family. I will not stand idly by. Fine, you said it yourself. If you try to run, I'll cut off your legs. Su Zifeng said coldly. No problem. The Grand Elder nodded firmly. Su Zifeng then released her grip on the Elder's collar. The Grand Elder straightened his clothes, his expression solemn and stern. He looked at Yi Tianzong in front of him and slowly walked up to him. He finally understood, running away meant certain death, and not running meant certain death too. Since that's the case, it's better to pretend to be wise and powerful and talk to Yi Tianzong that way. You can gain a good reputation and win over the hundreds of disciples of the Celestial Master's mansion. As long as I survive this trip, my reputation and prestige will greatly increase in the future. Moreover, he firmly believed that Yi Tianzong would not kill him. After all, he had no grudge against Yi Tianzong. Even if Yi Tianzong is ruthless and insane, he wouldn't go so far as to target him. Besides, he represents the entire Grandmaster's mansion. Yi Tianzong should at least give him this much face, right? Thinking this way, the Grand Elder felt even more confident. Approaching Yi Tianzong, the Grand Elder, his face solemn, coughed twice and smiled, saying, Grandmaster Yi, I've heard of your great name. Why don't we have a talk? Kneel down. However, before he could finish speaking, Yi Tianzong uttered two cold words. What? The Grand Elder paused, looking at Yi Tianzong with a surprised expression. Yi Tianzong, I am the Grand Elder of the Celestial Master's mansion. You've heard of the name of our Celestial Master's mansion. Are you sure you won't accept this face I'm giving you? I'll tell you to kneel down. Yi Tianzong let out a roar, like a fierce tiger. At that moment, the Grand Elder felt a chill run through his body, as if he were being stared at by a ferocious beast, and his soul trembled with fear. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tianzong swung his sword and slashed directly at his shoulder. Like chopping melons and vegetables, they chopped off his right arm. Its power and speed are as great as lightning. The elder didn't even feel any pain. He stood there for 2 or 3 seconds, then turned his head and saw that his shoulder was a bloody mess with blood flowing everywhere. Only then did he realize what had happened. Immediately afterwards, a heart-wrenching pain spread throughout my body. Ah! The elder let out a scream and fell to his knees with a thud, clutching his shoulder and wailing incessantly. When Suyu saw this bloody scene, with blood splattered on her face, her gaze instantly became unfocused, and she fainted on the spot from fright. Lu Shan was covered in excrement and urine, lying on the ground, too afraid to move. That's so brutal. The hundreds of people in the Celestial Master's mansion witnessed this firsthand, and they were all nearly driven mad with fear. They scattered and fled, all hiding inside the Celestial Master's mansion. They had never seen such a brutal and ruthless scene. Although the Celestial Master's mansion has a high reputation, those who come here to cultivate are like domesticated animals, who have never seen the dangers of the outside world. Let alone someone like Yi Tianzong, who was like a wild beast. Those who were timid were too scared to even show their heads. Even the boldest among them could only peek out from the gate, looking out in terror. The once grand mountain gate was now empty except for Su Zifeng, who stood guard alone at the entrance. It was unusually deserted. A bunch of cowards. Yi Tianzong curled his lips into a disdainful smile, then raised the knife in his hand, patted the head of the elder who was in pain and terrified, and looked at the other party as if he were trash. Your master Jiang Chongshan is not qualified to talk to me, and you think you can talk to me? I think you didn't understand. I already said, let Jiang Chongshan come out and die. What, do you want to die in his place? Upon hearing this, the first elder burst into tears, knelt before Yi Tianzong, and kowtowed repeatedly. He wailed and cried, I was wrong, I'm a piece of trash, in front of Master Yi, I'm nothing but garbage. Master Yi, please, don't kill me, it has nothing to do with me, I know nothing about the feud between Jiang Chongshan and you. Please, spare my life. The elder cried out incessantly, his head bleeding from the impact. Waste. Yi Tianzong kicked the grand elder aside, then his gaze fell on Su Zifeng in front of him. He grinned and sneered, you have no chance anymore, and I've lost my patience too. You're not coming to die, are you? Okay, then I'll take your sister there first. They're heading towards the underworld. After saying that, Yi Tianzong's eyes revealed a ruthless and violent look. He raised the knife in his hand and slashed it down fiercely at Suyu's neck. Don't even think about touching my sister, I'll kill you. Su Zifeng's eyes widened in fury. Her gaze almost bursting with rage, she raised her long sword and charged forward. With a sweeping slash, he deflected Yi Tianzong's blade, saving Suyu's life. Then he thrust the knife straight at Yi Tianzong's heart. Yi Tianzong merely raised an eyebrow, a mocking sneer on his face, and slammed his knife into Su Zifeng's wrist. Bang! It directly smashed the knife in Su Zifeng's hand, sending it flying more than 10 meters away. Su Zifeng looked down and saw that her wrist was covered in blood. My entire arm was numb and trembling. That's incredible. Yi Tianzong's strength, at the peak of Grandmaster War God, is no exaggeration. With just this one clash, she could already feel the difference between them, like an insurmountable chasm between heaven and earth. Su Zifeng clutched her arm and took 2 steps back, her face filled with horror. Supreme War God, 9th level, dares to challenge me, Grandmaster War God peak, you actually dare to make a move, Su Zifeng, you haven't seen my strength before, have you? Fine, today I'll show you what's what, and I'll let you die knowing why. After saying that, Yi Tianzong domineeringly planted the knife in his hand into the ground and laughed fiercely, come on, let's fight barehanded. I'll teach you what the pinnacle of martial arts is. 431, Chapter 431 Sword pierces finger. Even if you're unarmed, it's not impossible to fight. Su Zifeng gritted her teeth and stared intently at Yi Tianzong. Although she listened to Su Ming's advice and did not use the black jade Withdrew medicine. But in the past few days, she has vaguely touched the threshold of the Grandmaster War God, especially after witnessing the competition of 10 Grandmaster War Gods in the school's martial arts hall, which allowed her to feel that aura up close. If the pinnacle of the Supreme God of War is the ultimate in martial prowess and physical strength, then it is the ultimate in the realm of martial arts. That Grandmaster War God made better use of Qi, thus achieving effortless mastery and entering a new realm. He is now only a step away from becoming a Grandmaster War God, just a thin line between them. Yi Tianzong is only a Grandmaster War God, he is still human and cannot be without flaws. She stared intently at Yi Tianzong's every move, trying to find the best route of attack. Now! Su Zifeng's eyes sharpened. He seized the moment when Yi Tianzong raised his hand, gathered all his strength, and struck out with a powerful punch, his fist like a cannonball, aimed at Yi Tianzong's armpit. Yi Tianzong raised an eyebrow, glanced at it, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. The hand raised in the air suddenly dropped sharply, as if it could split a mountain, and an elbow slammed into Su Zifeng's arm. Bang! Su Zifeng felt an immense force slam into her arm, causing it to droop and feel as if the bones were about to shatter, causing excruciating pain. But that wasn't all. Yi Tianzong took a step forward, and his fingers, as sharp as swords, struck Su Zifeng's shoulder in the blink of an eye. With the force of a single finger, it almost pierced through Su Zifeng's entire shoulder. Ah! Su Zifeng let out a scream and staggered back more than 10 steps. Her face turned deathly pale, devoid of any color. His arm was limp and hanging down, and he couldn't lift it anymore. She looked up, staring at Yi Tianzong in disbelief. Is this the difference? She had clearly grasped Yi Tianzong's weakness, but she couldn't even touch his clothes in just an instant. All her fighting power was crippled. Is the peak Grandmaster War God really this terrifying? Su Zifeng felt a deep sense of powerlessness and despair. Not bad, not bad. You actually managed to exploit the weakness of my raised hand. He must say, you little girl, you have some talent at such a young age. You've already grasped the art of close-range combat. Give you a few more years, and you too can reach the Grandmaster War God level and achieve remarkable success. It's a pity you've angered me. You dare to challenge me, you will have no more chances. No matter how great your talent, I will destroy it. What a pity, Commander of Shuzhou, you're going to die by my hand like this. Yi Tianzong laughed wildly, his face suddenly turning fierce. He rushed out in a few steps and arrived in front of Su Zifeng in the blink of an eye. Su Zifeng was taken aback and wanted to retaliate, but Yi Tianzong had already slapped her across the face. Bang! Bang! Su Zifeng was sent flying more than 10 meters away, landing on the ground covered in dust and coughing up blood. Yi Tianzong walked up and stomped Su Zifeng's head hard on the ground. Commander of Shuzhou, you dare to say that? From now on, I will be the commander of Shuzhou. A person like you is not worthy of being the commander of Shuzhou. After saying that, Yi Tianzong raised his foot and stomped down hard again. This kick will surely smash Su Zifeng's head open, killing him instantly. Just then, a dark shadow flashed before his eyes, and a figure appeared in front of Yi Tianzong, throwing a punch at Yi Tianzong's head. Yi Tianzong only felt a blur before his eyes and didn't even see how the other party came over. This punch caused his expression to change drastically. Before the fist even landed, the immense aura pressed down on him like a mountain. Yi Tianzong was shocked and hurriedly raised his hands to defend himself. Boom! With a loud bang, Yi Tianzong was knocked to his knees sinking deep into the mud. However, before he could even catch his breath, his opponent kicked him in the chest, sending him flying backward and rolling several times on the hillside before coming to a stop. Only then did everyone realize that the person standing at the entrance of the Celestial Master's mansion was none other than Su Ming. Su, King Su? Su Zifeng's face turned pale. She looked up at Su Ming and gave a miserable smile. Su Ming picked up Su Zifeng and walked back. Don't say anything, leave the rest to me. They carried Su Zifeng back inside the Celestial Master's mansion and handed her over to other disciples to have her injuries treated. Then Su Ming turned around, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he stared directly at Yi Tianzong in front of him. The surrounding disciples of the Celestial Master's mansion were dumbfounded and said nervously, "Kid, don't be impulsive, that's Yi Tianzong, the martial arts grandmaster of Shuzhou. No one in Shuzhou can match him. Why don't you come in first, we'll close the door, and then have the master contact people from Shuzhou for support. That guy shouldn't be able to break through anytime soon. That's right, don't throw your life away in vain." Although none of them considered Su Ming their ancestor. But at this moment, they had already witnessed how terrifying Yi Tianzong was. No one can rival him. If Su Ming goes up there, he'll only be throwing his life away. We are not afraid to make sacrifices in vain. But Su Ming seemed not to hear them at all, and without even glancing at them, he strode towards Yi Tianzong outside. We're doomed, this kid won't listen to us at all. He succeeded just now because it was a complete sneak attack. Yi Tianzong didn't even have time to react. Going up there openly now, what is that if not suicide? Even Su Zifeng was no match for him. How could this kid be stronger than Su Zifeng? The disciples shook their heads with regret and disappointment. Another life wasted. Yi Tianzong stood up ahead of them. But Yi Tianzong's expression was not good. That punch and that kick just now were definitely a sneak attack. But he truly felt that power. It was terrifying. He couldn't withstand it even with all his strength and energy. Just how strong is this guy? Is it really more than he's even stronger? Could it be that this kid is the one who drove away the 100 Grandmaster War Gods of his Grandmaster mansion? Impossible. Yi Tianzong immediately dismissed the idea. It's laughable to even think about it. Who could possibly defeat 100 Grandmaster War Gods? That incident was probably an ambush set up by the commander's mansion. To defeat 100 Grandmaster War Gods single-handedly is something probably no one in the 9 provinces has ever accomplished. Thinking of this, Yi Tianzong sneered, "Not bad, you have some strength in the entire commander's mansion, only you are qualified to fight me. However, it's clear that you don't have much internal energy in your attacks. Obviously, you're still far from it. Apart from 1 or 2 unexpected moves, you probably don't have any other skills, right?" Su Ming grinned, said nothing, and walked straight toward Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong also stepped forward, his fists clenched, his aura surging. "Once I kill you, no one in Shuzhou should be able to stop me." As they spoke, the distance between them was no more than 5 steps. Yi Tianzong suddenly leaped up and slammed his right fist into Su Ming's head in midair. "Go to hell!" Yi Tianzong let out a wild roar. Su Ming's eyes widened in surprise, and he raised his hand to strike Yi Tianzong's right hand. "We've been tricked." Yi Tianzong's lips curled into a sinister and cunning smile. Immediately, his left hand shot out, his fingers like swords, and he thrust them sharply towards Su Ming's vital point on his chest. Just like how we dealt with Su Zifeng. The right hand appears to be delivering a full force strike, but it's actually just a feint. The real killing blow is from the left hand. His sword-thrusting finger technique has never failed. Besides, he's just a young man in his early 20s, someone he's probably never even seen before. This kid is already dead. Yi Tianzong's smile blossomed wildly. 432, Chapter 432. Do you think you still have a chance? Sword-piercing finger technique is a superior skill. By cultivating both fingers to be like swords, one can pierce through stone. In addition, Yi Tianzong made his own improvements, focusing on striking the opponent's vital points with a single finger strike. He could instantly cripple 90% of the opponent's combat power. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be severely injured. Therefore, Su Zifeng was hit by a finger and had no ability to resist or fight back. At this moment, Yi Tianzong's hidden finger strike was even more insidious. In his eyes, Su Ming was no different from a dead man. Just as his 2 fingers were about to land on Su Ming, Yi Tianzong's face was filled with madness, already anticipating victory. But the next moment, he suddenly felt that he couldn't move his 2 fingers any further, as if they were being held tightly by something. He was startled. He hurriedly looked down and saw that, without him noticing, Su Ming had already grabbed his finger. "You?" Yi Tianzong suddenly looked up, his face full of shock, and his heart instantly turned cold. How could this kid be so capable? How did you detect and prevent it? He had already used his right hand to launch a fierce attack while concealing his left hand. Combined with his peak Grandmaster War God strength, his attacks were as fast as lightning. Let alone those weaker than him, even those at the peak of the Grandmaster War God level might not be able to defend against him. Could this kid be stronger than him? Snap! Just as Yi Tianzong was in shock, Su Ming broke off 2 of Yi Tianzong's fingers. Ah! Yi Tianzong let out a shrill, miserable cry, his face contorted in pain. Su Ming's eyes were icy cold. He grabbed Yi Tianzong's severed finger with one hand and raised his fist with the other, slamming it heavily into Yi Tianzong's chest like a hammer. Yi Tianzong's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly used all his internal energy to block the punch. But when that fist landed, it easily destroyed and dispersed all his energy, striking his chest with unstoppable force. Boom! Yi Tianzong's ribs were broken 4 or 5 times on the spot, and blood gushed from his mouth. Yi Tianzong was completely terrified, enduring intense pain, and staring at Su Ming with disbelief in his eyes. Could this guy be at the Earth Profound Realm? How could that be? Yi Tianzong was left with nothing but shock and despair. Within the 9 provinces, how many people at the Earthly Profound Realm can be found? He spent 4 or 5 years and still couldn't even touch the threshold of the Earth Profound Realm. How could such a young boy possibly enter the Earth Profound Realm at such a young age? In his entire life, he had never met more than 3 experts at the Earth Profound Realm. And this doesn't even include Su Ming. Yi Tianzong was so shocked his heart and lungs felt like they were about to explode. Su Ming remained expressionless, his eyes filled with indifference, his entire being radiating an imposing aura. He raised his fist once more, this time aiming it at Su Ming's head. He'll definitely die if that punch lands. Yi Tianzong was so frightened that his eyes turned red and his face was full of terror. He knelt on the ground with a thud and stared blankly at Su Ming, saying, "Don't kill me if you have the ability, spare my life. After I return to the Grandmaster's mansion to rest, we will fight again." Yi Tianzong was unwilling to lose to Su Ming so easily. He believed that if he were given another chance, he would definitely be able to make a comeback when he returned to the Grandmaster's mansion. As long as he makes sufficient preparations and avoids underestimating his opponent, he cannot possibly lose. Su Ming's fist froze in midair, his gaze sharpening as he looked at Yi Tianzong as if he were trash. He sneered, "Do you think you still have a chance? In the martial arts hall, I have 100 ways to kill you, but a fool like you seems determined to die at all costs. Grandmaster's mansion, do you think you can ever go back?" "What?" Yi Tianzong looked up, his face blank, and didn't react for a long time. "Did you give him a chance? What's the meaning? Could it be that the person who answered the phone at the martial arts school was Su Ming? That's impossible. Could this kid really be the expert who defeated 100 of his grandmasters?" Just as Yi Tianzong was in shock, his disciple stepped forward, glanced at Su Ming with fear, then looked at Yi Tianzong and said desperately, "Master, I just received a call. Our Grandmaster's mansion has been razed to the ground. We have nowhere to go." "What?" Upon hearing this news, Yi Tianzong, who had already been severely injured by Su Ming, coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood and almost fainted. Even the dumbest man would understand now. This kid is no ordinary person. Everything about me is being controlled by the other party. Whether it was through direct confrontation or strategic maneuvering, he lost every time. Yi Tianzong looked up at Su Ming with despair. "Who exactly are you?" Su Ming smiled coldly and did not answer. At this moment, Jiang Chongshan ran out from the entrance of the Celestial Master's mansion and asked excitedly, "Prince Su, is everything settled?" Then Jiang Chongshan saw Yi Tianzong being held in Su Ming's hands and couldn't help but chuckle. "Yi Tianzong, you really don't know what's good for you. Don't you know that you're only alive now because King Su spared your life? If King Su wanted to kill you, he could have had the War God army raise your Grandmaster's mansion to the ground when you challenged the Commander's mansion. You dare to provoke the king of the 9 provinces? You're really living a foolish life. A martial arts master, have you practiced so much that you've made your brain go mad? The War God army? The king of the 9 provinces? Upon hearing these words, Yi Tianzong felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his head about to explode. Fear and shock remained in his bloodshot eyes. So, there really is a master. Moreover, this kid whom he had always disregarded was actually an extraordinary master. King of the 9 provinces. No wonder even the 100 grandmasters he gathered couldn't withstand it and were all driven away. Now he believed it. If he were the king of the 9 provinces, defeating his 100 grandmaster war gods would be as easy as drinking water or eating. Yi Tianzong was so frightened that he trembled like a leaf, his internal energy collapsed, and waves of pain washed over him. Cold sweat poured down my face like rain. Yi Tianzong first let out a painful groan, then kowtowed repeatedly to Su Ming. King of the 9 provinces, King Su, I was wrong, I was an idiot, I shouldn't have challenged you, please, spare my life, I beg you, I don't want to die. When all his pretenses were shattered by Su Minga martial arts master, he was actually just an ordinary person who was afraid of death. What an idiot! Jiang Chongshan crossed his arms and shook his head with extreme sarcasm. In your next life, be a better person. The worst thing you could have done was to repeatedly test my limits. After saying that, Su Ming slammed his fist into Yi Tianzong's head. They smashed the other person's entire head into the mud, and blood spurted out, staining the ground around them red. Jiang Chongshan was so frightened by this scene that he took several steps back, his face turning pale. That's so brutal. He knew that, given Su Ming's personality, he would never let Yi Tianzong off the hook again. But to his surprise, it was so simple and crude that it made him feel physically uncomfortable for a while. Yi Tianzong's disciples were terrified and scattered in all directions. Inside the Celestial Master's mansion, many of the disciples who had been peering at the scene were so frightened that they knelt on the ground, their faces filled with shock and disbelief, their mouths agape, unable to utter a sound. So, he is the king of the 9 provinces. No wonder our master told us to worship him as our patriarch. Oh my God! Countless disciples of the Celestial Master's mansion were filled with immense regret. If they had known earlier, they would have been more than happy to worship Su Ming as their ancestor, let alone the patriarch. 433, Chapter 433, respectfully sending off the king of the 9 provinces. Half a day has passed since Su Ming killed Yi Tianzong, the martial arts master of Shuzhou. Inside the Grandmaster's mansion, the first elder, who had lost his arm and was unconscious, suddenly awoke with a start, sitting up abruptly, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. His eyes were wide open, and sweat streamed down his face like rain. He felt as if he had just had an incredibly terrifying nightmare. In my dream, Yi Tianzong severed my arm. If no one saves him, he will surely die. But thankfully, I'm still alive, so it must all have been a dream. The elder let out a heavy breath and suddenly felt a stinging pain in his shoulder. He turned his head and was immediately horrified to see that his right arm had been severed at the shoulder, his right hand was gone. This is not a dream. Ah! A scream echoed throughout the room. 2 disciples pushed open the door with a bang and rushed into the room, exclaiming in surprise, "Elder, you're awake, we were so scared, we thought you weren't going to wake up." Damn it, this isn't a dream, I really did have Yi Tianzong cut off my arm, that damn thing, I will definitely kill him. The first elder gritted his teeth, his bloodshot eyes seeming to drip blood. 2 disciples rushed forward to support the elder, comforting him, "Elder, don't get agitated, Yuri injured Yi Tianzong is already dead." Dead? Who killed him? The Grand Elder asked in shock. He then remembered that when his arm was cut off and Yi Tianzong kicked him away, he immediately lost consciousness. He had no idea what happened after that. But looking back, Yi Tianzong was domineering and vicious like a ghost in the entire Celestial Master's mansion. Who could be his opponent? Who can kill that terrifying, demonic guy? The 2 disciples exchanged a glance and smiled. That person is extraordinary, a truly remarkable figure. We never imagined our Celestial Master's mansion would welcome such a shrew. It's such a pity we were both so foolish we didn't recognize him immediately. Otherwise, if we could have become his disciples, even just as his lackeys, our lives would have been incredibly glamorous. When the big shot was mentioned, both of them looked on with immense admiration. Who exactly is it? The elder listened with even greater astonishment and doubt. When did such an extraordinary big shot arrive at their Celestial Master's mansion? Could he be a top-tier reclusive tycoon from Shuzhou? The 2 disciples immediately smiled and said, "He's about to leave now's probably in the square getting ready to drive down the mountain. Elder, if you go now, you can still make it and maybe catch a glimpse of him." The 2 wanted to give the Grand Elder a surprise, and also wanted to see how excited he would be when he learned of the king of the 9 provinces' identity. "Really, quickly help me up so I can go and pay my respects to this great Mani. Want to thank him for saving my life," the Grand Elder said impatiently. So the 2 disciples helped the elder up. The Grand Elder didn't even have time to put on his clothes before being helped by 2 disciples to quickly arrive at the square. In the square, Su Zifeng, Su Yu, Lu Shan, Shen Luoyun and others had already boarded the car. Only Su Ming remained outside, as Jiang Chongshan led hundreds of disciples from the Celestial Master's mansion to personally see him off. Jiang Chongshan gratefully took Su Ming's hand and said with great respect, "Thank you, King Su, for bestowing upon me the complete long serpent formation. I will not personally escort you down to Shuzhou. I will go into seclusion to study it, and I may not be able to come down the mountain for the next 2 or 3 years. However, if Prince Su needs anything, just a piece of paper or a word, and my Celestial Master's mansion will immediately mobilize its entire force to serve you." Su Ming completed the long snake formation in just 2 or 3 hours. However, Jiang Chongshan might not fully comprehend its profound meaning even after 2 or 3 years. This immense favor is enough to make everyone in the Celestial Master's mansion do anything for Su Ming. "Alright." Su Ming shook his head calmly. "I'll let you know when I needed Yuri getting on in years, no need to see me off." "Yes, thank you for your understanding, Prince Su." Jiang Chongshan admired Su Ming even more and bowed his head in heartfelt gratitude. At this moment, the Grand Elder, supported by his body, walked over, his eyes darting around in a panic. He asked in surprise, "Where is he? Where is the boss? Where is my savior?" Apart from Su Ming, there wasn't a single unfamiliar face at the scene. The Grand Elder didn't think of Su Ming as his savior at all, and thought that the big shot had already left. He was immediately filled with regret and remorse. Su Ming didn't even bother to glance at the Grand Elder, and waved to Jiang Chongshan, saying, "Then I'll be leaving now," etc. The Grand Elder suddenly flew into a rage, raising his only left hand to grab Su Ming by the collar, roaring, "You brat, you think you can just leave like that? You think it's that simple, trying to steal my Celestial Master's mansion's 8 trigrams formation and take it down the mountain? Let me tell you, no way. Hand over the 8 trigrams formation right now, or I won't let you go today." However, the Grand Elder's action terrified countless disciples of the Celestial Master's mansion. They all looked at the Grand Elder with utter terror. It's like seeing a ghost. Is this guy crazy? How dare they attack the king of the 9 provinces? He was just seriously injured, and now he wants to die again. Wanting to die is not important, but don't drag the entire Celestial Master's mansion down with you. Seeing the panicked expressions on everyone's faces, the Grand Elder thought that the entire Celestial Master's mansion was intimidated by his courage to step forward, and he became even more smug. He stared at Su Ming with a ferocious sneer. "Did you hear that, kid? You think your fancy moves can fool me? In my eyes, you're just a piece of trash, no different from those ordinary people in Shuzhou City. No, you're not even as good. Yuri just trash. Only ordinary mortals wouldn't dare to come to my Celestial Master's mansion to swindle and cheat. Hand over the 8 trigrams formation right now, or the hundreds of disciples of the Celestial Master's mansion will drown you with their spittle." Ah! Countless disciples of the Celestial Master's mansion witnessed this scene and immediately covered their heads and clutched their hands. Mad. What an idiot! It's over, they're really finished. What kind of impression will this leave on King Su? Would King Su really think they were all fools like the Grand Elder? Presumptuous! Jiang Chongshan shouted loudly. He raised his hand and slapped the Grand Elder hard across the face, his expression full of violence as he roared, "What are you doing? Are you crazy? How dare you disrespect Prince Su?" The first elder was a little dazed from the slap, then turned to Jiang Chongshan with a wronged and dissatisfied look. "Master, are you crazy? This kid just wanted to trick you into giving him the 8 trigrams formation, didn't he? I saw it with my own eyes. I was standing up for the Celestial Master's mansion, for the sake of the entire Celestial Master's mansion. You beast." Jiang Chongshan was almost driven mad by the Grand Elder. Su Ming shook his head speechlessly. "Alright, Elder Jiang, farewell. You can resolve your internal issues yourselves. Please take care, Prince Sui will not see you off any further." Jiang Chongshan hurriedly knelt on the ground. Hundreds of disciples from the Celestial Master's mansion also knelt down and performed a grand ceremony. They shouted together in unison, respectfully bidding farewell to the king of the 9 provinces. A deafening sound reverberated throughout the entire Tianzhi mansion square, booming like thunder. The Grand Elder stood in the crowd, his face blank, completely dumbfounded. "Elder, you've made a mistake. He is the big shot we were talking about, the leader of the 8 million war god army, and the king of the 9 provinces. It was because he killed Yi Tianzong with one punch that you survived, and our celestial master's mansion was spared. The two disciples who helped the elder out, covered in cold sweat, said to him. If they had known the Grand Elder was so stupid, they wouldn't have kept it a secret, they should have explained the situation to him beforehand. Ah! The elder's expression changed drastically, looking as if he had eaten shit, his face filled with endless regret. I was so angry I wanted to beat myself to death. He scrambled after him, crying, Prince Su, wait, I'm so sorry, wait for me, I'll kowtow and beg for forgiveness. I am your dog, Prince Su. The entire square was filled with the Grand Elder's remorseful wails. 434, Chapter 434. What are you pretending for? Why hasn't that good-for-nothing Su Ming come out yet? Outside the gate of the Celestial Master's mansion, Su Yu and Lu Shan leaned against the car. The two had woken up from their unconsciousness, but their injuries had not yet healed, and they were leaning against the car like cripples. But Su Yu still looked arrogant. She glanced out the car window and became very impatient when she saw that Su Ming was not coming out for a long time. Su Zifeng, sitting in the driver's seat, sighed, Sis, don't talk like that, be polite to Su Ming later, he saved your life, after all. Saved my life? Hearing this, Su Yu smirked. What can he possibly use to save me? Don't I know how capable he is? If Yi Tianzong stood in front of him, he'd probably wet his pants in fear. What makes him think he can save me? Second sister. Su Yu looked at Su Zifeng and said earnestly, I know you have a soft spot for that kid, but you can't just speak up for him like this. It must have been you who, at the crucial moment, called up hundreds of people from the commander's mansion to the mountain to besiege Yi Tianzong, which is why we survived. But you don't need to put credit on that kiddo. You think that will make me look at him differently? A piece of trash is a piece of trash for life, rotten to the core. No matter how many good words you say for him, it won't change anything. During their standoff on the hillside, Su Yu and Lu Shan were so terrified by Yi Tianzong's brutality that they fainted before Su Zifeng could even make a move. Now, when Su Yu thinks back, the only people present at the time were Su Zifeng and the people from the Celestial Master's mansion. Besides Su Zifeng, who else could save her? Those guys from the Celestial Master's mansion are all made of paper, useless trash, there's absolutely no chance for them. As for Su Ming, don't even mention that Kai's the first person to hide when there's danger. What use is he? Lu Shan chimed in, yes, Zifeng, your sister is right. You should face reality. Capable people don't need your sweet talk, they'll prove themselves incapable people. No matter how much you say, it won't change the facts. Now you should understand that he and we are from completely different worlds. Helping him like this will only harm him and make him lose sight of himself. You too. Su Zifeng was so angry she almost vomited blood. She was also injured and had no strength to argue with the two of them, so she could only say definitively, he killed Yi Tianzong, saved you, and saved me. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. At this point, Su Ming slowly walked out from the entrance of the Celestial Master's mansion. Arriving at the car, Su Ming opened the door and got in. You're really putting on airs, making the entire commander's mansion wait for you. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were some big shot from Shuzhou. Su Yu's gaze fell on Su Ming, and she said sarcastically. Su Ming glanced at Su Yu, his gaze icy. When I was treating the injuries of the others, why didn't I think of silencing Su Yu? Now that I think about it, I suddenly feel a little regretful. Let's drive. Su Ming said to Su Zifeng. At this moment, the Grand Elder chased after Su Ming to the entrance of the Celestial Master's mansion and shouted, Prince Su, get out of the carriage, I have something to say to you. This? Su Zifeng turned her head and glanced at it. Ignore him, drive. Su Ming said in a deep voice. Yes. The car started and rumbled down the mountain. No. The Grand Elder watched the car drive away, then knelt at the door in despair, filled with regret and wishing he could die. How could he be so foolish as to do so many rebellious things in front of the king of the 9 provinces? I'm afraid I'll never see this renowned border king again in my lifetime. The elder knelt at the door, watching the car disappear from his sight, unable to forgive himself for a long time. Inside the car, Su Yu let out a cold laugh. Look, even the Grand Elder of the Celestial Master's Mansion has come out probably here to try and stop us after all. If it weren't for Zifeng's intervention, the entire Celestial Master's Mansion would have been in deep trouble and would have been slaughtered by Yi Tianzong. Suyu said with a smug smile. He chased after me to apologize and make amends, but that kind of person doesn't even deserve to apologize to me. Su Ming sat in the passenger seat and said calmly. Puff. Suyu burst out laughing, looking at Su Ming with a mocking expression. You really know how to imagine things. Why don't you say he's begging to become your disciple and wants to be your lackey? He doesn't deserve it. Su Ming replied indifferently, even Jiang Chongshan isn't qualified to be my disciple, let alone him. Even if he knelt down to his death in front of me, he still wouldn't be qualified. You're really something. Suyu rolled her eyes in anger, looking at Su Ming with an expression as if he were an idiot. You take advantage of my kindness and you take it all for granted. Can't you tell I'm mocking you, and you're even trying to act tough? You're hopeless. Then Suyu turned to Su Zifeng and said, Second sister, you saw it, now you know how stupid the person you're protecting is. I suggest that when we get back, we immediately kick this idiot out of the commander's mansion, otherwise who knows what trouble he'll cause. Suyu absolutely loathed Su Ming. She was afraid that dealing with this kind of person again would give her a heart attack. What my brother Su said is true. If it weren't for him, you two would be dead long ago. Do you think someone like Yi Tianzong would show mercy and spare your dog lives? Shen Luoyun couldn't stand it and said coldly. Shut up, little girl, what do you know? You've probably never even been with a man before. You think you're a treasure following a piece of trash like this. I bet you and this kid are birds of a feather. Suyu sneered. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's gaze sharpened, and he slowly came back to his senses. His cold eyes fell on Suyu, revealing a chilling killing intent. You can say whatever you want, but don't insult Luoyun. Compared to her, you're nothing. Suyu originally wanted to make a few sarcastic remarks. But when she met Su Ming's sharp gaze, she immediately felt a chill run down her spine and her whole body went cold. This kid has no skills, yet his eyes are so sharp. Suyu was so frightened that she couldn't speak for a long time. After regaining his senses, he silently cursed Su Ming in his heart. You little brat, what are you pretending for? She wasn't scared, she was just worried that she would drive Su Ming crazy and make him recklessly trade one for one with her. After all, those who have nothing to lose are not afraid of those who have something to lose. Su Ming is a worthless person, but as the eldest sister of the commander's mansion, she is very precious. There is no need to exchange her life for this kind of trash, that would be a loss. Once her injuries heal, she'll have plenty of ways to deal with Su Ming. 4 hours later, the car returned to the governor's residence. Then they all went back to their rooms to rest. That evening, Jiang Ling, the richest man in Shuzhou, came to Su Zifeng's door with a respectful expression to present her with a congratulatory gift. Richest man, what are you doing? Su Zifeng sat in the hall and saw Jiang Ling bring her large and small packages, which were piled up in front of her. They were quite valuable, with the cheaper items worth at least several million. Not to mention the gold and jewelry, which add up to at least several hundred million. Such a generous gift would surely overwhelm Su Zifeng with gratitude. After all, before dealing with the Grandmaster's mansion, these wealthy people in Shuzhou looked down on her. 435, Chapter 435 Presentation. I've heard about it. Jiang Ling spoke mysteriously, with a smile on his face. What did you hear? Su Zifeng was even more puzzled. The matter of Yi Tianzong being beaten to death. That guy was ungrateful. Prince Su spared his life, but he didn't know how to live. He even dared to challenge the Celestial Master's mansion. Was he just courting death? This must have been done by Prince Su, right? Jiang Ling leaned closer and asked in a low voice. Su Zifeng nodded slightly. That's right. Just as I guessed. Jiang Ling straightened up, his face full of admiration. The king of the 9 provinces, unparalleled in the world, truly lives up to his reputation. He has rid our Shuzhou of such a great scourge. King Su is simply a great hero of our Shuzhou, a benefactor who has saved us. Therefore, all the wealthy people in Shuzhou have joined together tonight to present our congratulatory gifts to the commander's mansion, as a way of expressing our respect and gratitude to King Su. By the way, is Prince Su still here? Yes, it's still there. Su Zifeng nodded again. I understood immediately. It turns out that these wealthy people came because of King Su's reputation. That makes perfect sense, otherwise she would have wanted to return the gift. Since that's the case, there's no need for that. After all, Su Ming had indeed done a great favor for the entire Shuzhou. That's good, that's good. Jiang Ling smiled happily. Then I'll go back and inform the other wealthy people to make preparations in 2 hours. We'll all come to present gifts to Prince Su. But Jiang Ling seemed to remember something and said with a smile, however, I'm afraid Prince Su wouldn't even look at the gifts we mere mortals offer, so, Commander Su, I'll trouble you to accept them for now, and then you can pass them on to Prince Su. How does that sound? Do as you say. Su Zifeng nodded. Thank you, thank you. Jiang Ling immediately beamed with joy and turned to leave, only to bump into Su Yu as he entered the hall at the door. Jiang Ling was in high spirits and treated Su Yu with great politeness. This humble one is Jiang Ling. Greetings to Sister Su Yu. Hope you are well. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. The richest man? Su Yu was taken aback at first, then her face lit up with delight. Mr. Richest Man, please sit down and have a cup of tea. No, I have something to do. Jiang Ling smiled, waved his hand, and quickly went out. Upon arriving outside the commander's residence, Jiang Ling got into his car, took out his phone, and began calling and messaging other wealthy individuals in Shuzhou. It's all taken care of. The commander's mansion is willing to accept our gifts. You should quickly prepare your things and come to pay your respects to King Su. As long as we can establish a relationship with King Su, our Shuzhou will be under the protection of the war god army. In that case, who would dare to invade our Shuzhou? Moreover, with this relationship, when we need something from Prince Su in the future, he will be more lenient with us. Don't delay. Anyone who misses the deadline can only blame their own bad luck. After making the call, Jiang Ling went back to make preparations with a beaming smile. Inside the main hall of the commander's mansion, Su Yu was overjoyed. Second sister, did you see that? The richest man's attitude towards me just now. What did he call me? He called me big sister. I'm completely famous now. Su Yu was so happy she almost jumped for joy. Then, seeing the pile of valuable gifts on the ground, he was even more astonished and asked, could these gifts have been sent to us by the richest man? Yes. Su Zifeng nodded calmly. She guessed that these billionaires were there to curry favor with Su Ming by presenting their gifts. Su Ming needed to be informed of this, so he immediately summoned servants and had the gifts carried to the back room. Incredible, absolutely incredible, Zifeng, we've really struck it rich this time. Even the richest man is trying to curry favor with us. You'd better treat him well, and these things, quickly hide them. Don't let that kid Su Ming see them, otherwise, that kind of person probably has never seen such expensive things before. He might get the idea to steal them. Su Yu couldn't stop smiling. She could already imagine the glory of being revered by everyone in Shuzhou City. Su Zifeng rolled her eyes in exasperation. These things were originally given to Su Ming by wealthy people in Shuzhou, and Su Ming might not even be interested in them. Steal my foot. Alright, sis, stop acting crazy here. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Go back to your room and rest. I have things to do. Su Zifeng got up and headed towards the back room. You little brat, how dare you talk to me like that? What do you mean by going crazy? I'm just overjoyed. Su Yu complained, but thinking about the glory to come, all her resentment disappeared, and she happily went to share the news with Lu Shan. Su Zifeng went to the back room and had the servants move all the things into Su Ming's room. Su Ming glanced at it and asked in confusion, what's this for? Su Zifeng entered and said respectfully, Prince Su, these are gifts from the richest man in Shuzhou. Other wealthy people from Shuzhou will also come to present you with gifts. What do you think we should do with them? Su Ming sneered, immediately guessing what these Shuzhou tycoons were up to. He grinned and said, since you're offering me a gift, why didn't you come to pay your respects? Su Zifeng thought for a moment and replied, I think they were probably afraid you wouldn't accept it, so they sent me to give it to you. They asked my command post to receive it on your behalf. Su Ming smirked, since that's the case, then you can keep it, but this has nothing to do with me. Won't attend if they come again. Don't let them bother me. A bunch of opportunists, they're quick to curry favor. If he accepts these things, people will come to him for every little thing in the future. I'll just ignore it and leave it to Su Zifeng to handle. Yes, I understand. Su Zifeng immediately understood Su Ming's meaning and had the gifts carried out again. Inside the Shuzhou International Hotel. Ever since being refused a meeting by Jiang Ling, the richest man in China, Wan Shirin has been trying to contact other wealthy people. However, all attempts were rejected, and they were turned away. Nobody wanted to associate with or cooperate with her. After making the last call, Wan Shirin put down her phone, sighed heavily, and felt utterly disheartened. Is this first time representing the Black Gold Business Alliance to negotiate business destined to end in failure? At this moment, Wan Hua opened the door and walked in with a face full of excitement. Sis, guess what I found out? What did you find out? Wan Shirin asked listlessly. I found out that tonight, all the wealthy people in Shuzhou will be going to the commander's mansion to present gifts and offer congratulations. This is a golden opportunity for us, your business can be done. Wan Hua was overjoyed. What does this have to do with me? They're going to give gifts, but I'm not going. Wan Shirin frowned, still not understanding. Sister, why don't you understand? We entertained the Shuzhou army before, and they still owe us a favor this time. As long as we can get into the commander's mansion and find an opportunity to propose cooperation, won't the commander's mansion help us? The wealthy people of Shuzhou know about our relationship with the commander's office, so wouldn't they be begging to cooperate with us? Wan Hua spoke excitedly, spittle flying everywhere. 436, Chapter 436 Cheap Goods. I see. Wan Shirin then suddenly realized what was going on. This is indeed a tremendous opportunity. But... Wan Hua paused again, a troubled look on his face. Speak your mind. Wan Shirin was starting to lose her patience. However, since everyone is going to deliver gifts to congratulate the commander's mansion, if we go empty-handed, we probably won't even be able to get through the gates. If only we had some valuable gifts. Wan Hua said with a troubled expression. Gift? Wan Shirin frowned. There were only 2 hours left until evening, and it would be too late to buy a gift at this time, plus she didn't have that much money on her. Transferring money from Wanzhou would be even slower. But this incredible opportunity is right in front of us. If we miss it, we'll never have another chance. Wan Shirin thought anxiously. Suddenly, he thought of something, took out a crescent-shaped jade pendant from his chest, and asked Wan Hua with shining eyes, Wan Hua, what do you think of this as a gift? What is this thing? Wan Hua asked in surprise. This was a gift from your brother-in-law when I got married, Wan Huayan said with a smile. Brother-in-law? Wan Hua frowned. It's Su Ming. Wan Shirin explained. But Wan Hua immediately flew into a rage upon hearing this, standing up abruptly and saying irritably, Sis, are you out of your mind? Why are you still bringing up that kid? What brother-in-law? That kind of person has never been worthy of being my brother-in-law. Besides, now that the Wan family has such a high status in Yun City, it's not someone that good for nothing like him can even dream of marrying. If I ever see him again, I'll beat the shit out of him. Besides, what value could such an idiot have given you? Wan Hua's eyes were gloomy, his face full of disdain. Wan Shirin blared at Wan Hua, don't talk nonsense. Su Ming was a bit embarrassed, but the gifts he gave him were still very valuable, especially this jade pendant, which I had appraised. It's worth several $100 million. Real? Wan Hua stared wide-eyed with disbelief, then grinned and sneered, if that's really the case, then let's take this thing as a gift anyway. That kid owes the Wan family. Using his things to exchange for our future is his way of repaying the Wan family's debt. That's right. So Wan Shirin immediately took off the jade pendant, bought a gift box, wrapped it up, and used it as a gift to enter the commander's mansion. Use this thing to unlock the door to wealth and glory. That evening, Wan Shirin and Wan Hua arrived outside the commander's mansion. The wealthy in Shuzhou have already begun presenting their gifts. The main hall of the commander's mansion was already packed with people, and the commotion could be heard from outside. The entrance was guarded by officers from the commander's mansion, and no outsiders were allowed to set foot inside except for wealthy people from Shuzhou. Wan Shirin arrived at the door, peeked inside, and cautiously led Wan Hua forward. Stop! The guard shouted sternly, where did these lackeys come from? Do you even know where you are? How dare you barge in like this? We're here to offer a gift. Wan Shirin quickly put on a smile and said, "Isn't today a celebratory event for the commander's office? A gift?" The guard sneered at Wan Shirin. "Presenting gifts depends on who it is. Do you know who those who go in to present gifts are? They're all top tycoons in Shuzhou, each one a big shot. Do you think just any nobody can come to our commander's mansion to present gifts? Even if you're willing to give, the commander's mansion won't even look at you." This. Wan Shirin's face immediately turned extremely ugly. Unexpectedly, the conditions of the commander's mansion were so strict that it refused all gifts from anyone except the wealthy people of Shuzhou. Wan Hua hurriedly whispered, "Sister, quickly take out the gift and let them see it. Maybe if they see the gift, they'll let us in." Wan Hua believed that the guards at the commander's mansion wouldn't let them pass because they thought they couldn't produce valuable gifts. But Wan Shirin said that the jade pendant is worth hundreds of millions. As long as they see the jade pendant, these guys will definitely be shocked and look at them with new respect. "You're right." Wan Shirin immediately realized what was happening, hurriedly took out the gift, opened it, and handed it to the guards, saying, "Gentlemen, take a look, this is the gift I prepared. It should be quite substantial, right?" The guards' eyes immediately fell on the jade pendant. After glancing at it, the group looked up and burst into laughter. The items Su Ming gave to Wan Shirin were all rare treasures, which not ordinary people could recognize. Unless you are an expert in appraising antiques, with extensive experience and a keen eye, you won't be able to spot any clues. Normal people, even the wealthiest individuals, would not recognize the value of such items. That's why they were treated as trash by everyone. The guards couldn't see the difference. They just thought the gifts Wan Shirin brought were no different from cheap goods that you could pick up for 10 yuan at a roadside stall. The group burst into laughter, looking at Wan Shirin with contempt and disdain. "This kind of trash dares to offer gifts, trying to swindle people in our commander's mansion with such a cheap item. You're too naive, aren't you? Roll." The head guard flew into a rage, let out a cold shout, and slapped Wan Shirin's hand, knocking the jade pendant out of his hand. Wan Shirin was shocked and rushed out to catch it, otherwise the jade pendant would have been completely shattered. Wan Shirin turned around in shock and looked at the group of guards. The crowd's faces were grim as they pointed at Wan Shirin and Wan Hua and shouted, "Get out of here. If you keep pestering us, don't blame us for being rude." A chilling murderous intent immediately appeared in their eyes. Wan Shirin was so frightened that she trembled all over. "Sis, are you alright?" Wan Hua stepped forward to help Wan Shirin, his face grim, and said, "I knew it. What good could that good thing Su Ming gave you be? The people from the commander's mansion saw right through it. Now not only can we not get in, but he was treated like a troublemaker and a piece of trash. You shouldn't have trusted someone like Su Ming. You can't have even the slightest bit of trust in him. I think we should leave. If someone sees us, we'll lose face big time." "Why?" Wan Shirin's face was extremely pale. "I was filled with regret. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have gone for the convenience and would have tried to prepare other gifts instead. I never expected that Su Ming would even lie to her." In the side courtyard of the commander's mansion, Su Ming was sitting at a stone table drinking tea when he happened to see this scene at the entrance. He frowned slightly at that moment. Wan Shirin also came to Shuzhou? They want to join the commander's office. What are they here for? Su Ming, puzzled, beckoned to the head of the guards in the commander's mansion next to him. The commander hurriedly ran to Su Ming's side, knelt respectfully before him with a thud, and asked, "King Su, what are your orders?" Su Ming pointed to the door and said in a deep voice, "Those two are my friends, let them in." "Ah?" The head of the guards was also taken aback. He had seen what had just happened, but he didn't take Wan Shirin and Wan Hua seriously. After all, these two were not from Shuzhou, let alone of any status or position, so he ignored the guards at the door trying to drive them away. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a friend of King Su. The head of the guards was instantly terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. 437, Chapter 437 The Gap. "What? It won't work." Su Ming's gaze suddenly turned cold and sharp. The guard trembled with fear and hurriedly apologized. No, Your Highness, please wait a moment, I'll go and take care of it right away. I'll go and invite them in." The head guard, terrified, rushed toward the door. Outside the door, Wan Shirin, disheartened after being driven away, was preparing to leave with Wan Hua. Just then, a shout came from behind. "Please wait a moment, gentlemen. The head of the guards ran and shouted, extremely anxious. Wan Shireen stopped and turned around. The head guard had already rushed up to her and said to Wan Shireen and Wan Hua, "Gentlemen, I'm so sorry, I really didn't expect that you two are friends of Suthad Big Shot. I apologize for not being able to receive you immediately. On behalf of the commander's office, I warmly welcome you, please." The head guard bowed apologetically, then extended a respectful invitation. This completely baffled Wan Shireen. Staring in disbelief, his face filled with astonishment. What are they doing? They just chased her and Wan Hua away like trash, but now they're welcoming her back. A friend of a big shot? Who is this big shot? Wan Shireen was extremely confused. This was her first time in Shuzhou, and she had no idea who these big shots were. Wan Hua's eyes darted around, and he whispered in Wan Shireen's ear, "Sister, I think this guy recognized us. He knows we hosted a banquet for their Shuzhou army in Yinshan, so he came to greet you. As for the big shot he mentioned, he's probably Su Zifeng, the commander of Shuzhou." Upon hearing this, Wan Shireen suddenly understood and wholeheartedly agreed. He hurriedly nodded to the head guard and said, "There's no need for such formality, we didn't mind at all. May we go in now?" "Please, please." The head guard, covered in sweat, nodded repeatedly. They welcomed Wan Shireen and Wan Hua into the commander's mansion. The guards who had been mocking and ridiculing Wan Shireen just moments before were now dumbfounded, staring blankly without daring to utter a single word. What is the leader doing? They were absolutely certain that Wan Shireen and Wan Hua were not among the wealthy people in Shuzhou. Why did the leader greet him so respectfully? Amidst the shocked gazes of the others, Wan Shireen and Wan Hua entered the commander's mansion and headed towards the main hall. The head guard stood at the door, respectfully watching the two go inside. "Leader, who are these two? Why are you so respectful? Where in Shuzhou are there such people? How could such trash be allowed to enter the gates of our commander's mansion?" The guard beside him asked in surprise. "Presumptuous." The head guard flew into a rage, turned around and slapped the guard who had spoken across the face, shouting angrily, "You bunch of idiots, what do you know? Those two are friends of Prince Su. How dare you drive away Prince Su's friends? Don't you want to live? If I hadn't arrived in time, you would all be beheaded today." Ah! Upon hearing this, the guards at the door nearly went crazy with fright. Their faces turned pale instantly, and those with weaker mental fortitude almost wet themselves in fear. Those two people were actually friends of King Su? They were immediately filled with remorse, and even wanted to raise their hands and slap themselves to death. They almost made a terrible mistake. If these two were really driven away, losing their heads would be the least of their worries. The consequences are unimaginable. The guards were stunned, not daring to utter another word. "Next, open your eyes, you idiots." The head guard gave a cold shout, glanced at the group, turned around, and quickly walked to Su Ming, kneeling down and saying, "Prince Su, it's all taken care of." Su Ming nodded slightly, seeing that the head guard was quite clever, and said, "You will stay by my side tonight and be ready to obey my orders at any time." "Yes." The head guard was so overjoyed he almost fainted. What an honor it was to be able to follow Su Ming. If word gets out that he served the king of the 9 provinces, his entire family will be honored. The head guard bowed with immense joy. "Thank you, Prince Su." "All right, get up," Su Ming said calmly and continued drinking his tea. Inside the main hall of the commander's mansion, a group of renowned wealthy men from Shuzhou were already seated, and one after another, they presented gifts to Su Zifeng amidst their laughter and conversation. Although it was said to be a gift for the commander's office, everyone knew in their hearts that these lavish gifts were actually intended for Prince Su. They were trying to make an impression on the king of Kyushu and establish a connection with him. Therefore, the gifts they gave were increasingly extravagant, almost like emptying their own coffers. Chu Kuang from the Chu family, a leading family, stepped forward and respectfully said to Su Zifeng, "My Chu family is offering 10 luxury mansions worth 2 billion. Please accept them, Commander Su." Huang Chao followed suit. "My Huang family presents 50 antiques, valued at 15 billion, for Commander Su to review." 15 billion. 2 billion. The Chu and Huang families have really gone all out. A group of wealthy people listened and clicked their tongues in amazement. Some even deeply regretted not making sufficient preparations, lamenting their lack of funds. If they had known these guys were this crazy, they should have emptied their pockets too. Even if it's just to leave a name in the hands of the king of Kyushu, it would be worth it. Upon hearing about these lavish gifts, Wan Shireen was immediately shocked, and her face grew even more grim. In this top-tier venue in Shuzhou, she and Wan Hua seemed so insignificant. Even when she walked in, no one glanced at her. Wan Shireen could only lead Wan Hua to a corner and sit down humbly. Next, everyone continued to present gifts one by one, and each gift they offered was of immense value, eliciting gasps of astonishment. At the very least, it starts at 1 billion. Especially Jiang Ling, the richest man in the country, who gave away bonds worth tens of billions of dollars to the commander's mansion. This caused the entire scene to erupt in excitement. The richest man is the richest man, he directly overshadows everyone else, and no one can surpass him. This left the other wealthy people from Shuzhou speechless with awe and disbelief. Wan Shireen clenched her fists, only to find that her palms were covered in sweat. Tens of billions. The contract she was representing the Black Gold Business Alliance to renew with the wealthy businessman in Shuzhou was only worth a few hundred billion. The business deal she was desperately trying to secure was easily given away by the richest man without him even blinking. Now she finally understood why Jiang Ling, the richest man in the country, couldn't be bothered to even acknowledge her request for a meeting. Because of this small amount of benefit, others don't even care about it. She then realized just how big the gap was between herself and these so-called top figures. The jade pendant she had prepared as a gift would now be impossible to give away. Let's not even mention that the guards of the commander's mansion immediately identified this thing as fake. Even if it's true, it's only a few 100 million. How can it compare to others? If this were given away, she and Wan Hua would probably become the laughingstock of the banquet. Not to mention the renewal of the Black Gold Alliance, there's probably no chance at all. Su Ming, you've really gotten me into trouble. How could I have believed that the things you gave me would make these wealthy people look at me with new respect? I really fell for your trick. Wan Shireen was filled with immense regret. She was so remorseful she felt like her guts were about to burst. 438, Chapter 438 Moon Jade. We're rich, we've struck it rich. Suyu was so excited as he looked at the piles of lavish gifts presented by the wealthy people of Shuzhou that he danced around like a madman, his eyes filled with greed. Each person gave away tens or hundreds of billions, and with 20 or 30 wealthy people present, that's several hundred billion. Suyu could hardly believe what she was seeing. It felt like a dream. Although the commander's mansion was not bad in terms of resources, and its reputation was no less than that of these wealthy people. As the military command headquarters, it could never compare to the wealth earned by these legitimate business tycoons. Moreover, almost 80% or 90% of the chief's office's income is used to train the Shuzhou army. Very few remain. It can be said that the commander's office has been living in poverty all these years. Although it has strong military power, in terms of wealth and lifestyle, it is no different from ordinary people. Suyu had never seen so much money in her life, so it was hard not to be excited. Calm down, aren't you just making a fool of yourself in front of everyone? Lu Shan was also very excited, trying his best to suppress his inner joy, and said to Suyu, I'm still not calm. So much money, aren't you excited? If I weren't calm, I would have popped open champagne to celebrate. Suyu smiled so broadly that her eyebrows disappeared from her eyes. His gaze slowly swept over the group of wealthy people present, his mouth agape, as if he were looking at gods of wealth and gold ingots. She'll have to learn to deal with these wealthy people better from now on. As long as you maintain good relationships with these gods of wealth, you'll have no trouble accumulating wealth. Just then, she saw Wan Shireen and Wan Hua sitting in the corner. He couldn't help but frown. Are these two also wealthy people from Shuzhou? Why didn't they give gifts? Everyone who came in gave a gift, so it would be really unreasonable for these two not to. Suyu raised an eyebrow, picked up a pot of tea from the side, and walked towards Wan Shireen and Wan Hua. Wan Shireen didn't dare to lift her head at that moment. She was secretly relieved that no one had noticed her in Wan Hua. As long as she could hold out until the banquet ended and leave with everyone else, everything would be over and she wouldn't have to lose face. But she never imagined that Suyu, who was obsessed with money, would be at this lavish banquet. Suyu brought the tea to Wan Shireen with a smile and poured a cup of tea for Wan Shireen and Wan Hua. Then, smiling, he asked, "Gentlemen, are you satisfied with the meal prepared by our commander's mansion?" "Satisfied, of course I'm satisfied." Wan Shireen picked up her teacup, took a sip, and nodded hurriedly. How could she dare to say she was dissatisfied? Being able to sit at the same table and enjoy a meal with these top wealthy people in Shuzhou was already the luckiest thing she had ever experienced in her life. She dared not utter a word because the gift she had prepared was something she couldn't show to others. "That's good." Suyu smiled and nodded, then said, "Since you're satisfied, why did everyone else go up to present their gifts, but you didn't?" "Of course, I'm not forcing you to give a gift. After all, whether or not to give one is a personal choice. But you must understand, this celebratory banquet is to celebrate our commander's mansion's destruction of the Grandmaster's mansion, the killing of Yi Tianzong, and the elimination of a major scourge from Shuzhou. This is a momentous occasion that everyone should celebrate. Aren't you too happy about this?" Suyu has completely put Wan Shireen in a difficult position. If Wan Shireen dares to express her displeasure, it would be tantamount to going against the entire Shuzhou. But if you're going to be happy, then you have to give gifts. Otherwise, what's there to be happy about? What a disappointment. Moreover, countless famous and wealthy people present gave gifts, so how could Wan Shireen not give one? Once she steps outside, there will likely be nowhere for Wan Shireen to stay in the entire city of Shuzhou. Sure enough, the 20 or 30 wealthy people present all fell silent, their attention drawn to Wan Shireen. Why is it this woman? How did a nobody from the Cloud City Black Gold Merchant Alliance manage to get in? Zhang Ling, the richest man in the country, recognized Wan Shireen at a glance and couldn't help but frown. Su Zifeng also recognized Wan Shireen, but remained silent. Wan Shireen's face turned extremely ugly. "If I don't give a gift today, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave. There's no way out." "Don't tell me you didn't prepare anything. If not, you can call and have someone send the gift over," Suyu said with a playful smile. "Yes, I'm ready." Wan Shireen gritted her teeth. If she didn't send him, she would definitely die. She had no other choice. Clinging to a last shred of hope, Wan Shireen took out the gift box containing the jade pendant from her bosom, handed it to Suyu, and said with a pale face, "This is the gift I prepared." "That's it?" Suyu looked down at the palm-sized gift box, her eyes filled with surprise and doubt. "What is this thing? How much could something this big be worth?" However, it cannot be ruled out that some rare treasures, though small, are priceless. Those present are all top-tier billionaires, they shouldn't be underestimated. Suyu then took the gift box, opened it, and a crescent-shaped jade pendant appeared before everyone's eyes. "What is this thing?" One of the wealthy men immediately burst out laughing, spitting out the tea in his mouth. The others also burst into laughter. There was no one present who was blind to the jade's quality. Anyone could tell that the jade pendant was made of the same rough-edged jade found on the roadside, and it wasn't worth much, at most a few hundred yuan. "How dare you bring something like this to the commander's mansion and make a fool of yourself? Isn't this treating the commander's mansion and all the wealthy people of Shuzhou like idiots?" Seeing everyone's reaction, Suyu immediately realized it was trash. His face darkened instantly, and he stared coldly at Wan Shireen, asking, "What is this thing? How much is it worth? Please give me an answer." Wan Shireen blushed deeply, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Overwhelmed with shame, she said, "This is called Moonstone Jade. My ex-husband gave it to me as a wedding gift. He said it was very valuable. I thought it was the only valuable thing I had, so I took it. Come and give it as a gift." "Your ex-husband? Who is your ex-husband?" Suyu was starting to lose her composure. She felt that this woman was a clown, someone who was just there to make a fool of herself, and more like she was being played by a fool. If this woman can't give a coherent explanation, she will definitely break Wan Shireen's legs today. "His name is Su." Wan Shireen, her face flushed, was about to say Su Ming's name. But he could only utter the word Su. Wanhua, who was standing nearby, couldn't hold back any longer. He stood up abruptly, gritted his teeth, and said, "Sister, stop talking." I assented. "Embarrassing enough, so what if you say that piece of trash's name? None of these big shots here have ever heard of that kind of trash. This is just a piece of junk jade pendant. I've said it before." Upon hearing this, Suyu understood, and immediately revealed a disdainful sneer. "So what do you mean by bringing a piece of junk as a gift? Are you here to make fun of our commander's mansion?" The other wealthy people grinned, looking on with amusement. However, at that moment, the head guard of the commander's mansion strode into the banquet hall, approached the richest man, Jiang Ling, and whispered in his ear, "My lord, Prince Su wishes to see you. He is in the room behind the screen." "This?" Jiang Ling almost cried out in surprise. She hurriedly covered her mouth and asked in a shocked whisper, "You mean Prince Su wants to see me?" "Yes, you should go there right away." Okay. Jiang Ling was flattered and nodded repeatedly. He quickly turned around and hurried towards Su Ming's room. Inside the room, Su Ming leaned back in his chair with a calm expression. Although he wasn't planning to attend the banquet, he still wanted to see what Wan Shirin was up to when she entered the commander's mansion. And that's what I witnessed. If we don't do something, Wan Shirin will probably be completely disgraced today and will never be able to hold her head up again. Moreover, Suyu is a woman who's really good at playing tricks on people. It's possible that Wan Shirin won't even make it out alive. 439, Chapter 439. Shameless. Smack. Jiang Ling pushed open the door and entered. Sure enough, he saw Su Ming sitting in a chair, facing him. Jiang Ling hurriedly went to Su Ming and knelt down with a thud, saying in a trembling voice, "This humble one, Jiang Ling, pays his respects to King Su." Su Ming glanced down at Jiang Ling and asked, "What's that woman doing in Shuzhou? Is she here to see you Shuzhou tycoons?" Jiang Ling's eyes darted around, and he immediately realized that Su Ming was referring to Wan Shirin. He hurriedly and respectfully replied, "She is from the Black Gold Business Alliance of Yunqing. She is here on behalf of the Black Gold Business Alliance to discuss the renewal of our cooperation agreement with the wealthy people of Shuzhou. But the Black Gold Business Alliance is declining year by year now. They are sending such an inexperienced woman. They don't take me seriously at all. That's why I rejected her before, and I don't plan to renew the contract." Other wealthy people in Shuzhou basically share the same thoughts as me. I never expected this woman to be like a leech, clinging on, and now she's showing up at this banquet again. I bet she's just trying to take this opportunity to talk to us about the contract. She deserves to end up like this. She had no manners or sense of propriety whatsoever. Jiang Ling became increasingly disdainful as he spoke, scoffing, and completely disregarding Wan Shirin. That kind of woman is incredibly stupid. How dare she cause trouble at the grand banquet where King Su presents his gifts? If she doesn't die, who will? However, after listening, Su Ming smiled faintly and said, "She is my ex-wife. I arranged for her to join the Black Gold Business Alliance." Boom! Upon hearing this news, Jiang Ling felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his head almost exploding. I almost fainted. He stiffened, slowly raised his head, and stared at Su Ming in horror and confusion. "That woman, no, Miss Wan, is your ex-wife, Prince Su?" The people of Jiangling were dumbfounded. I never dreamed I would hear such news from Su Ming. That's right. Su Ming smiled slightly. Back then, I was seriously injured and ended up in Yunqing. I was married to her for 3 years. Although we are divorced now, she will always be my first wife. This. Jiang Ling was completely unable to process this information. Cold sweat instantly poured down his forehead, soaking his clothes. Thinking about how he had previously beaten Wan Hua and humiliated Wan Shirin, and how he had just said such things in front of Su Ming, Jiang Ling felt his scalp tingle. My whole body is ice cold. Terrified, he hurriedly kowtowed repeatedly to Su Ming, pleading, "Your Highness, I'm so sorry, I didn't know, I was so foolish, I didn't investigate Miss Wan's background before making this conclusion. I am such an idiot, please, give me a chance." Jiang Ling kowtowed repeatedly, his forehead instantly becoming red and swollen. All right. Su Ming waved his hand and said coldly, "I didn't call you in to punish you." The moon jade in her hand was a wedding gift I gave her. It's a 1,000-year-old jade that emits an aura when illuminated by moonlight at night, capable of dispelling all illnesses and evil spirits. That's why it's called moon jade. I just didn't expect that she would give away even the things I gave her for the sake of business. What I need you to do is go out and buy that piece of moon jade and bring it to me. Jiang Ling breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Su Ming wasn't trying to punish him. Then, filled with shock, he exclaimed, "That hat's the legendary 1,000-year coal jade, the moon jade, my god." Jiang Ling was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. No wonder no one at the scene recognized the value of that jade. That's something unique. With a history spanning 1,000 years, who but a seasoned expert in antique appraisal could recognize it? Moreover, this belongs to the king of Su. How could ordinary people possibly recognize it? Jiang Ling hurriedly buried his head and agreed, "Okay, Prince Su, I will definitely do as you say no matter how much it costs, even if it means spending all my family fortune, I will buy it for you." "Don't worry, she wouldn't dare take your money if she does, I'll compensate you for whatever amount it is," Su Ming said calmly. "Not at all money lost can be regained. To be able to give my entire fortune to Prince Su is the greatest honor of my life." And Jiang Ling said in a panic, "Go!" Su Ming waved his hand. Jiang Ling carefully withdrew from the room, closed the door, and was still a little dazed. Oh my god! It turns out that Wan Shireen was the ex-wife of the Prince of Su. No wonder Wan Shireen mentioned the word Su when she was talking about her ex-husband, but she was interrupted. Otherwise, the whole scene would be thrown into chaos. I have to get this done properly, no matter how much it costs. Even if you spend all your money serving the king of Kyushu, you won't have to worry about your future livelihood. Jiang Ling can tell which is more important and which is less important. Jiang Ling immediately took a deep breath, composed himself, and walked towards the banquet hall. The situation in the hall was getting out of control. Faced with the humiliation and embarrassment of being humiliated by Su Yu, Wan Shireen was so upset that she couldn't lift her head. Wan Hua walked directly into the banquet hall, knelt before Su Zifeng, and said righteously and solemnly, "Commander Su, my sister and I were completely unprepared and truly have no presentable gifts. This is our fault. However, back in Yunqing, our Wan family extended the utmost hospitality, hosting tens of thousands of soldiers from Shuzhou. We urge Commander Su to consider our past relationship and show us leniency." Su Zifeng raised his head, glanced coldly at Wan Hua, and sneered, "What does your Wan family's hospitality for the Shuzhou army have to do with my commander's mansion?" "You?" Wan Hua stared in shock, his eyes wide. He hadn't expected Su Zifeng to be so ruthless. In fact, Su Zifeng was well aware of the strained relationship between the Wan family and Su Ming. Moreover, Wan Hua is now using her to back down, which is simply courting death. Su Yu stepped forward, a disdainful sneer on her face. "You really have no shame. Sure enough, people from Yunqing are all cut from the same cloth, all the same trash, just like that good for nothing from Yunqing in my commander's mansion, just as laughable as a little brat. This is a banquet held by our commander's mansion, not by the Shuzhou army. Yet you're bringing up old grievances. Besides, the Shuzhou army's willingness to be hosted by your Wan family is an opportunity you'd crave your whole life. Instead of being grateful, you're bringing up old grudges. Do you really think your Wan family has done the commander's mansion a favor?" These words were met with laughter from all the wealthy people from Shuzhou at the banquet. What an idiot! To be able to entertain the Shuzhou army is such a great honor. Having already taken advantage, they still come here to ask for more benefits. I've never seen such shameless people. People from small towns are really trash. The waves of mockery made Wan Shireen so ashamed and angry that she wanted to kill herself. Sure enough, deciding to come here from the very beginning was a huge mistake. She made one mistake after another, even taking out the jade pendant Su Ming had given her as a gift, which only made the mistake worse and irreversible. Today, she's completely finished. You Wan family are shameless, and you two are disgustingly stupid. You dare come to the commander's mansion with this garbage? Go to hell. Su Yu cursed angrily and picked up the moon jade in her hand, about to smash it on the ground. Stop. At this moment, Jiang Ling, the richest man in the country, strode out, and his expression changed drastically when he saw Su Yu's actions. He pointed at Su Yu and shouted. The entire scene was immediately stunned, and everyone looked at Jiang Ling in astonishment. Chapter 440. A piece of jade worth 800 billion. That's an incredibly precious treasure, it can't be dropped. Jiang Ling's heart was pounding with anxiety, just like the moon jade in Su Yu's hand. If this thing gets smashed, how will he explain it to Su Ming? If King Su gets angry, not only him, but probably none of those present today will be able to leave. Jiang Ling rushed forward in a panic to stop him, forcefully snatching the moonjade from Suyu's hands. Suyu looked at Jiang Ling with a surprised expression. The numerous wealthy people present also turned their surprised and suspicious gazes to Jiang Ling. "Richest man, what are you doing? What treasure? Didn't you say before that this was trash, just ordinary street jade?" Suyu asked, puzzled and surprised. Jiang Ling felt relieved after holding the moonjade. He looked up at Suyu and sneered disdainfully. "When did I say that? Trash, that's what you call trash. I am not as blind as you. This is a 1,000-year-old cold jade, which can calm the mind, nourish the body, ward off evil, cure diseases, preserve youth, slow aging, and prolong life. This is an extraordinary treasure." "Trash, you mortals can't tell." Jiang Ling sneered. Upon hearing this, everyone present was shocked, and a group of wealthy people stood up, their faces filled with excitement. "Richest man, are you sure you're not mistaken? You mean this is the legendary moonstone jade? Oh my god. I thought it was just a coincidence of names, but it's actually true. This is incredible. This thing is priceless." Everyone was amazed. I'm also very annoyed. How could they be so blind and not see it sooner? If I had noticed it earlier and secretly bought it, I would have made a fortune. Now that it's in Jiang Ling's hands, even if there are dozens of billionaires present, they won't be able to take it away. Suyu was also stunned for a moment. This piece of junk is priceless? Suyu nearly bit her tongue, and slowly turned around in utter shock to look at Wan Shirin in the corner. Could it be that what this woman said is true? Her ex-husband was truly an extraordinary figure. Otherwise, how could I possibly present something like this? Wan Shirin was also stunned at this moment, staring blankly. Anti-aging and slowing down the aging process, prolonging life? If what Jiang Ling, the richest man in the country, said is true, then this piece of jade must be an immense treasure. If other people knew this, wouldn't they go crazy fighting over it? She thought Su Ming had given her a piece of trash, but it turned out to be a precious jade. No wonder I haven't even caught a cold since marrying Su Ming, and I've always been full of energy and haven't aged at all. Thinking of all this, Wan Shirin immediately regretted it. If she had known, she wouldn't have sent it away. This is something that money can't buy. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Ling approached Wan Shirin with the jade, a smile on his face, and politely asked, "Miss Wan, can you sell me this jade? Name your price." This was the first time he had ever seen the richest man come up and talk to him. Wan Shirin immediately stood up awkwardly and nervously, forcing a humble and respectful smile. "What are you saying, Tycoon? It was originally intended as a gift. If the Tycoon wants it, please take it." Although she felt a little regretful, she had already given it away, and it would be petty of her to ask for money back. Moreover, being able to exchange this jade for a contract with the Black Gold Alliance would be a great thing, and well worth the money. It's better to give it away, so she won't keep wearing it, and if Su Ming sees it later, he'll think she still has feelings for him. Wan Shirin thought to herself. Take what? However, at this moment, Suyu walked up with red eyes, her eyes filled with greed, staring intently at the moonjade in Jiang Ling's hand. Looking up at Jiang Ling, he said, "Richest man, you need our permission to have this. Miss Wan presented this to us as a gift. Logically speaking, it already belongs to the commander's mansion. If you're going to ask, you should ask me if I agree." Suyu's eyes were red with jealousy. Once she understood the value of the moonjade, she realized that this piece of jade was worth more than the lavish gifts given by the 20 or 30 wealthy men combined. How could we let Jiang Ling take it for nothing? This thing truly made her rich once it fell into her hands. It's my own fault for being so blind. I immediately treated this thing as trash. Oh? Jiang Ling slowly turned his head, his mocking and cold gaze falling on Suyu. He grinned and said, "So, you mean you want to take him from me? It's not robbery." Suyu chuckled, "This is a gift, it should be mine anyway." Richest man, you're being unreasonable, you're the one robbing. If you want it, you can buy it with money. Just take out double the price of all your gifts, and this jade is yours. Double? Everyone was shocked and their expressions changed. All the wealthy individuals present went to great lengths to present their gifts. The gifts here add up to at least 30 to 40 billion. Double, that's 80 billion. This woman is really greedy. They really know how to ask for an exorbitant amount. If they're offering this price, are we even going to rob them? Who would spend 80 billion to buy a piece of jade? Immediately, countless wealthy people shook their heads in frustration, losing all interest in the moon jade. Seeing everyone's expressions, Suyu looked smugly at Jiang Ling and said with a smile, "Well, richest man, can you produce it? If not, this jade will be mine." Go to hell. Jiang Ling flew into a rage, slapping Suyu hard across the face. His expression contorted with rage. He roared at Suyu, "I've really been too lenient with you. Don't you know your place? Who do you think you are, daring to bargain with me? We respect the commander's mansion, that's true, but not a woman like you dare to step on my head?" Jiang Ling is now full of confidence. He probably wouldn't have dared to lay a hand on Suyu if it were before. But now Su Ming is backing him up. He was working for the king of Kyushu. It's like acting on orders. How dare Suyu, a mere nobody, take advantage of this? He's practically asking for death. Suyu's face was half red from the slap, and she fell to the ground, completely stunned. Everyone at the banquet was also shocked. I don't know why Jiang Ling suddenly became so irritable. This is tantamount to provoking the commander's mansion. The commander's mansion could even destroy Etienzone. Isn't Jiang Ling's behavior just courting death? However, Jiang Ling, holding the moonjade, calmly approached Su Zifeng, bowed respectfully, and said, "Commander Su, I respect you as the commander of Shuzhou. You have brought unprecedented glory to our Shuzhou. If you need money, just ask, and I will take the lead. We, the wealthy, will sell our pots and pans to raise the money for you. But if someone wants it, I won't give her a single penny." At this point, Jiang Ling turned his head and gave Suyu a fierce look. Suyu's face was flushed red with anger. Pointing at the richest man, she roared, "You bastard, how dare you hit me and say such things? This is the commander's mansion, not your home. You won't leave here alive. Second sister, do it, kill him. Are you going to stand by and watch your sister get beaten?" Suyu roared wildly, and the atmosphere at the scene immediately became tense. Everyone watched Su Zifeng nervously, waiting for her to make a decision. 441, Chapter 441 Pigs. Only then did Su Zifeng slowly stand up, shake her head and sigh, then turn to Lushan and say, "Brother-in-law, take my elder sister back to her room to treat her injuries. Don't leave her here." "Okay, yes." Lushan rushed up in a panic and dragged Suyu away. As if she had lost her mind, Suyu continued to curse loudly while being dragged away. Suyu's face was extremely ugly. It seems that Prince Su's instructions were entirely correct. If this older sister is not strictly disciplined, she will eventually cause the commander's mansion to lose face. Su Zifeng's gaze returned to Jiang Ling, and she said helplessly, "Richest man, this was my sister's fault. She's not very sensible, so please don't take it to heart. Thank you all for your gifts tonight. My commander's mansion will remember them, but let's leave it at that for today. Everyone go your separate ways." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and their eyes looked at Su Zifeng with even more admiration and respect. A woman who can clearly distinguish between gratitude and resentment, and who prioritizes reason over kinship. He truly lives up to his title as the commander of Shuzhou. Su Zifeng's ability to achieve this was no accident. The commander's office deserves its current status. Everyone held Su Zifeng in extremely high regard. Jiang Ling also bowed respectfully and said, "Commander Su is very wise and righteous. We are willing to follow Commander Su's lead from now on. Well then, we'll take our leave tonight." Su Zifeng nodded calmly. Jiang Ling then turned around and stood in front of Wan Shirin, smiling at her. "Miss Wan, didn't you want to discuss the Black Gold Alliance contract with us? Let's continue our discussion somewhere else. I'll have someone book the most luxurious hotel in Shuzhou. Let's go." Okay. Su Zifeng was flattered and quickly agreed, then turned and left with Wan Hua. A group of wealthy people also followed them out. Upon arriving outside the commander's mansion, Su Zifeng and Wan Hua had already driven off ahead. But a group of still confused wealthy people from Shuzhou hurriedly grabbed the richest man, Jiang Ling. Tonight's events have left them completely baffled. Let's not talk about the Moonjade for now. They had all agreed to stop cooperating with the Black Gold Alliance, so why did Jiang Ling suddenly change his mind? This caught everyone completely off guard. "Richest man, what's wrong with you tonight? Did you take the wrong medicine? You're acting like a completely different person. Your attitude changed so quickly. Don't you know who that woman is? A small-time CEO in Yinqing. she probably doesn't even understand what business is. How can you cooperate with someone like that? How could you agree to this? Yes, richest man, you need to give me an explanation. If you don't explain yourself clearly, none of us are going tonight. If we're going to cooperate, you can go alone. The crowd was extremely dissatisfied. They had almost been implicated by Jiang Ling and made enemies of the commander's mansion. Now they were all filled with resentment. Jiang Ling rolled his eyes, clearly annoyed, and coldly swept his gaze across the crowd. You bunch of idiots, if it weren't for me, you'd all be dead tonight and you're still here, ungrateful. Do you know whose Moonjade is? Do you know whose woman Wan Shirin is? If you don't cooperate, I guarantee that all your family businesses will vanish overnight. What? Everyone stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief, all thinking that Jiang Ling must have gone mad. Otherwise, how could someone say something like that? Someone sneered sarcastically, richest man Jiang, you'd better explain yourself clearly. Who is this person, who in Shuzhou could possibly have such great abilities? And you wiped out our entire family overnight. Do you think he's a god? Even if you're trying to convince us, you don't need to go to such extremes. Everyone here has weathered many storms, they won't be so easily intimidated by you. The crowd sneered, all thinking that Jiang Ling was spouting nonsense. Yeah. Jiang Ling grinned, looking at the group of wealthy people from Shuzhou as if they were idiots. For the first time, he realized how foolish these wealthy people who were on par with him were. Like pigs, they are slow to realize things and lack even the ability to anticipate opportunities. He felt ashamed to be ranked alongside these people as wealthy tycoons in Shuzhou. He stared at the crowd and sneered, this moon jade belongs to the king of the 9 provinces, King Su and Wan Shirin is King Su's ex-wife. She and King Su were husband and wife for 3 years tonight. King Su personally instructed me to buy this moon jade and give it to him now. Do you bunch of pig brains understand? Whoosh. These words shocked everyone present. Countless people were so shocked they almost fell to their knees. The once arrogant Shuzhou tycoon was now terrified, his face pale and his body trembling. Su, King Su? That woman, is Su Wang's ex-wife? Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide open, frozen in place, unable to recover for a long time. That's right. During the banquet just now, Prince Su was sitting in the room on the right side of the hall. He witnessed the whole process, including what you did. Jiang Ling said with a mocking, cold laugh. Ah. Oh my god. Oh no, richest man, why didn't you say so sooner? You're really going to get us killed. Ah, Prince Su saw our attitude towards Miss Wan. My god, how stupid of me. In front of the entire commander's mansion, there was a chorus of wails, with countless wealthy people from Shuzhou screaming as if they were dying, and the scene was filled with screams of regret. The atmosphere was incredibly gloomy and depressing. One by one, they beat their chests in frustration, lamenting the foolish things they had done, wishing they could just smash their heads against the ground and die. Jiang Ling sneered, if I told you beforehand, would you have believed me? Weren't you all questioning me just now, a bunch of idiots? Now, are you willing to cooperate with Wan Shirin? How could we not be willing? This is our only chance to make amends. Quickly, get in the car. Don't neglect Su Wang's ex-wife. Hurry up, you bastard, what are you standing there for? Drive. A group of people went crazy, climbing into their cars and kicking and punching the driver to urge him to drive. One vehicle, the luxury car, sped towards Shuzhou's most luxurious hotel like a mad beast. Jiang Ling smiled, feeling incredibly pleased with himself. Seeing everyone's panicked expressions, he was about to burst out laughing. This feeling was even better than when he first became successful. So Jiang Ling got into the car and headed to the hotel he had booked. On Wan Shirin's car. Wan Hua was still a bit confused. He turned to Wan Shirin with a blank look and asked, Sister, what's going on? Those are all big shots from Shuzhou. Before this, they treated us like trash. They wouldn't even look at us. Why did they all suddenly change their attitude? Could it be that some powerful figure is secretly helping us? Wan Hua really couldn't understand it. After all, the change before and after was simply too unbelievable and too sudden. This kind of thing is terrifying if it gets out. Wan Shirin was also puzzled, her face full of confusion. While driving, she said, I don't know either, maybe they have some ulterior motive. Even though it's for business, we should still be careful. We'll ask them when we get to the hotel. Yes, you're right, these are all cunning old foxes who eat people without spitting out the bones. Wan Hua wholeheartedly agreed. 442, Chapter 442 Heroes of the Nine Provinces. Wan Shireen and Wan Hua arrived at the hotel. Following closely behind, 20 or 30 wealthy people from Shuzhou also flocked to the hotel and welcomed Wan Shireen to the hotel's most luxurious private room. The hotel manager and owner were quite startled. Even the most luxurious hotel in Shuzhou, accustomed to grand occasions, when had they ever seen anything like this? All of Shuzhou's top billionaires have come, including the richest man in the city, Jiang Ling. The last time we had a gathering like this was many years ago. The entire hotel staff sprang into action, immediately taking orders and providing meticulous care, for fear of offending even one of them, as they could not afford to do so. Inside the private room, a group of wealthy people gathered together, all trying to curry favor with Wan Shireen, offering her drinks, compliments, and gifts. This completely baffled Wan Shireen. When she arrived, she was still wondering what these big shots' purpose was. Given their current state, let alone their purpose, if they didn't explain it clearly, she would suspect that these people were going to devour her. After all, given her status, she shouldn't deserve such respect. Wan Hua adapted quite quickly, and in a short time he started acting arrogantly, bossing around a group of wealthy people from Shuzhou and treating them like his underlings. And no one got angry, they all obediently flattered her. This shocked Wan Shireen even more. "Miss Wan, you know that big shot, you should have said so earlier. If you had said so earlier, why wouldn't we have arranged to meet with you? We would have even made us travel all the way to Yunqing to talk to you. Contracts are nothing we can renew for as many years as you want, even a lifetime contract. We'll pay you, all you need to do is put in a good word for us with that big shot, and we'll keep giving you generous gifts from now on. Miss Wan, you'll be our goddess." "Of course, Miss Wan, you've been hiding your true intentions too well. I know you want to rely on yourself, but sometimes you have to say what needs to be said. If you don't speak up, how will anyone know?" "No, relying on yourself also depends on the situation. You almost got us all into serious trouble." Everyone chuckled and came up to drink several cups with Wan Shireen. However, having learned her lesson in Yunqing before, Wan Shireen now only drinks in moderation and never dares to drink too much until she has a clear understanding of the situation. Big shot? Could it be that a powerful figure is actually helping him? But what top figures did she know in Shuzhou? She was a newcomer, and the only person she knew, the commander's mansion, wasn't on her side. This left her even more confused. Wan Shireen's gaze fell on Jiang Ling, the richest man in the country. Holding her wineglass, she stepped forward and respectfully said to Jiang Ling, "Rich man, please don't hide anything from me." "Wan Shireen, know my own limitations. You must tell me what's going on, otherwise, I won't be able to sleep for the rest of my life." "Who exactly is this big shot you're talking about?" Jiang Ling, the richest man in the country, couldn't help but grin. How could Miss Wan not even know who her bedmate is? This is probably a test to see if he will reveal the identity of the Prince of Su. The king of the 9 provinces is unparalleled in the world, known to all, but at the same time, he is also the highest taboo secret of the 9 provinces. If he were to be revealed casually, it would be a grave crime. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to mention it. This is probably what Ms. Wan was after. Jiang Ling didn't think he was that stupid, so he smiled meaningfully and said, "Miss Wan, how could you not know? You're testing me, aren't you? That's the person closest to you." "The people closest to me?" Wan Shireen's brows were almost furrowed into a deep frown. He quickly went through everyone he knew in his mind, but couldn't think of anyone who could interfere with the entire Shuzhou tycoon community. Of all the people she filtered through her mind, Su Ming was the only one not among them. Because Su Ming was ruled out by her immediately. That kind of guy probably can't even afford to eat now, let alone have any dealings with these Shuzhou tycoons. Just as Wan Shireen was racking her brains trying to figure it out, the phone rang. Wan Shireen hurriedly answered the phone, only to hear the voices of the 2 elders, "Hey, and bye," coming from the other end. "Shireen, has the contract renewal been finalized? Tomorrow, a top-tier figure will be passing through Shuzhou on his way to Yunqing. If you've sorted things out, please go and receive him, and also pay a proper respect to this important figure on behalf of our Black Gold Merchant Alliance." Chief Bai spoke slowly in a deep voice. Wan Shireen was still completely confused. Upon hearing the words of the 2 elders, Bai and Hey, he raised an eyebrow, realizing something, and hurriedly asked, "Chief Bai, is this top figure from Shuzhou?" "Of course, she is originally from Shuzhou, but she went out to learn martial arts at a young age. Now that she has mastered her skills, she is a well-known and influential figure in the entire 9 provinces. A prominent figure in the 9 provinces, and also from Suzhou. Wan Shirin finally understood that the group of top tycoons in Suzhou were probably wary of this big shot. After all, the implication in the words of the 2 old men, black and white, was that they had already contacted this big shot. The Black Gold Business Alliance has established this connection, which is why these top tycoons in Suzhou are so panicked and have changed their attitude. That's settled then. I'll send that big shot's photo and information to your phone later. Remember to pay him a visit and greet him when you return tomorrow. After saying that, the 2 old men hung up the phone. Wan Shirin also let out a heavy sigh of relief, finally understanding everything. He put away his phone, smiled, and looked at Jiang Ling, saying, "Mr. Richest Man, the big shot you mentioned, is he a top-tier villain in Kyushu?" "Yes." Jiang Ling nodded hurriedly. "Of course, the king of the 9 provinces is the absolute best." Wan Shirin knew from the beginning that she was testing him. "Okay, I understand. I'll be meeting with this top expert tomorrow, and there's an opportunity if I do, I'll put in a good word for you," Wan Shirin said confidently. It seems that in the end, it all comes down to the strength of the Black Gold Alliance. There are indeed big shots, but they were recruited through the Black Gold Business Alliance. She even thought she had struck it lucky and had really made the acquaintance of some important figure in Suzhou. It now seems that the truly powerful ones are her and the Black Gold Business Alliance behind her, not anyone else. That's wonderful. Everyone was overjoyed and extremely grateful. "Thank you so much, Miss Wan, you were so kind, gentle, and compassionate. You're practically a goddess. No wonder you won the admiration and affection of that big shot. You're a match made in heaven." Everyone immediately showered Wan Shirin with praise. A match made in heaven? What kind of adjective is that? It seems these people are just rich, but their actual level of education isn't very high. Wan Shirin smiled and shook her head, took out the documents from her bag, and asked with a smile, "So, gentlemen, can we sign the contracts now?" "Of course, you can sign for as long as you like." "I'll go first, don't fight." "I'll do it." Everyone rushed forward, eager to sign the contract, afraid of being left behind. Wan Shirin looked on with a confident smile and let out a heavy breath. Thanks to that important figure from Kyushu, it's finally all settled. I'll have to thank them properly in person when I see them tomorrow. 443, Chapter 443 Reluctance to Part. Damn it, I didn't expect Zifeng to be on our side. It's all that kid's fault. He tricked Zifeng like this. If we don't do something, we're all doomed. If that kid takes over our place, won't he kick us out? In the side hall, Suyu, who had been slapped by Jiang Ling, was tending to her injuries, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She slammed her fist on the chair and cursed through gritted teeth. Lu Shan treated Suyu's injuries and nodded, saying, "You're right, but what can we do? Zifeng isn't on our side anymore. Even if we wanted to do something to that kid, we probably couldn't." "I have a plan." Suyu raised an eyebrow and said with a gloomy look in his eyes. "What method?" Lu Shan asked curiously. "It's simple. The reason we can't touch that kid is because we're broke and powerless, right? But now, we have a large sum of money right in front of us. As long as we have money, that kind of trash is nothing to us," Suyu said with a sneer. "Where did the money come from?" Lu Shan looked puzzled. "Their combined savings don't even amount to 5 million, not even enough to hire 2 thugs, so what can they possibly do?" "You're so stupid. Didn't those rich people from Suzhou give so many lavish gifts today, a total of 300 or 400 billion, all of which is real gold and silver? It's a pity that the moonjade didn't fall into our hands, otherwise we could have as much money as we wanted," Suyu smiled. "As long as we secretly take those gifts out and sell them, we can make a fortune. Why would we be afraid of dealing with that piece of trash from Yun City?" Suyu said with a cold laugh. "Yeah, how come I didn't think of that? But then, wouldn't we be considered thieves?" Lu Shan hesitated. "Stealing, that doesn't sound good if word gets out." "Are you an idiot?" Suyu rolled her eyes. "Those gifts were originally intended for our commander's mansion. How can taking our own things be considered stealing? Steal my foot. Are you going or not? If you're not going, I'll go myself." Suyu stood up abruptly and strode out. Go, if you're going, why shouldn't I go? Lu Shan hurriedly followed, his eyes shining. That's 300 or 400 billion, who wouldn't be tempted? Even if it means stealing, he has to do it. The two sneaked into the backyard and found the room where Su Zifeng kept the gifts. There were 3 or 4 guards from the commander's mansion guarding the door. But that doesn't matter. As Suyu said, these things originally belonged to the commander's mansion. As the eldest sister of the commander's mansion, what's wrong with her coming over to check the gifts? So, Suyu led Lu Shan and swaggered up to them. Upon seeing Suyu, the 4 guards hurriedly and respectfully bowed, "Elder sister." "Alright, that's all for you. Go down, I'll take stock of the gifts I received today," Suyu said with an air of authority, waving her hand. "No." However, the 4 guards remained indifferent, their eyes resolute. "Commander Su has ordered that no one except her and Prince Su are allowed to enter this place." Look. Hearing this, Suyu nearly fainted from anger. She turned to Lu Shan and said, "Look, Zifeng has really changed her mind. She's refusing entry to anyone except her and that kid. Not even the 2 of us. Doesn't she consider us outsiders too? My God, how can this continue? At this rate, the commander's mansion will have to be handed over to that brat Yunqing. That's outrageous." Lu Shan was also furious and gritted his teeth. Suyu stepped forward angrily, raised her hand and slapped the guard across the face, roaring, "Open your dog eyes and look carefully. Who am I? I'm your Commander Su's own sister. I've taken care of her since she was little. If I can't go in, then who can? Have you all lost your minds? If you dare to stop me, I'll accuse you guards of insubordination and humiliation. Let's see if Su Zifeng will let you off the hook." Upon hearing this, the 4 guards were instantly horrified. Who would have thought Suyu would go to such extremes? They absolutely cannot bear this charge. They exchanged glances, and the guards could see fear in each other's eyes. They immediately stepped aside and apologized to Suyu, saying, "Sister, we're sorry, we didn't know the rules. Please go ahead." "That's more like it. What a bunch of useless trash. They won't improve unless you scold them, idiots." Suyu sneered and led Lu Shan away from the room. In the other side of the hall, Su Zifeng is facing Su Ming. "Prince Su, are you really going back to Yun City?" Su Zifeng asked with a complicated expression. Su Ming's visit not only saved her, but also the commander's mansion and even her master's celestial master's mansion. Su Zifeng could probably never repay such a great debt of gratitude in her lifetime. Hearing that Su Mingming is leaving tomorrow, he felt an indescribable mix of emotions. Despite trying to keep her tone calm, the reluctance in her eyes was still deeply evident. Su Ming smiled calmly. "It's time to go. I still have matters to attend to in Yun City. I came here to deal with Yi Tianzong. Now that the matter is settled, I should head back." Su Ming was always worried about Lin Shoyun's situation before leaving. Xu Qingqing brought back an uninvited guest, who looked like a bad guy. I don't know if the Chu family listened to him or did as he instructed. I need to go back and check. However, I've already touched the threshold of the Grandmaster War God realm, and I'm just half a step away from entering it. I would like to ask you, King Su, for some guidance." Su Zifeng said reluctantly. Su Ming glanced at it and immediately smiled. From the aura emanating from Su Zifeng, he could tell that Su Zifeng had already stepped into the Grandmaster War God realm since the battle between the Celestial Master's Mansion and Yi Tianzong. Further improvements are only a matter of time. Su Zifeng deliberately said she hadn't stepped inside yet, in an attempt to persuade him to stay. "This woman, you've hidden your feelings quite well." However, as the commander of Shuzhou, he was used to being bold and unrestrained, so it's normal that he couldn't bring himself to say it. Su Ming didn't say much, but simply took Su Zifeng's hand, took out a prescription from his pocket, and placed it in Su Zifeng's hand. "This is a prescription I specially made for you. It's called Qi Xian Dan Refine, and take it according to the prescription, and I guarantee that you will reach the peak of Grandmaster War God within a year." When Su Ming grabbed Su Zifeng's hand, she felt a tremor in her heart, and a shy pink blush immediately spread across her fair face. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, she realized that her lie had been exposed. Feeling both shy and guilty, Su Zifeng hurriedly stood up and knelt down in front of Su Ming with a thud, bowing down gratefully. "Thank you, ancestor. If I can't repay this kindness in this lifetime, I will be willing to serve you like a cow or a horse for all eternity." "Alright, there's no need for such formalities between us." Su Ming waved his hand with a smile. Shen Luoyun sat to the side, watching everything unfold. This woman's lustful expression was impossible to hide. She's clearly fallen for Sugij. Fortunately, we're about to return to Yunqing, and whether we'll see each other again is still uncertain, so I don't have to worry about having another rival in love. Something terrible has happened. Just then, a guard rushed in, knelt down, and said anxiously to Su Zifeng, "Commander Su, your elder sister and brother-in-law forced their way into the room where the gifts are kept. They want to take the gifts out and sell them. We couldn't stop them." Are those two really going crazy? Su Zifeng, who was just feeling a little reluctant to part with Eni, was instantly enraged upon hearing this news. All emotions were swept away. Filled with rage, he jumped up and stormed off to the backyard. Su Ming shook his head in frustration and got up to follow. Those two idiots just won't stop. 444, Chapter 444. Your second sister is going to be scammed. Sis, what exactly are you trying to do? Su Zifeng and Su Ming arrived at the backyard and saw Su Yu and Lu Shan directing the guards to load boxes of gifts onto the car. Su Zifeng was so angry she was almost going crazy. Even when she participated in the Three Armies Grand Competition and faced the powerful troops of the 9 provinces, she had never been this frustrated. Hearing the shout, Su Yu turned around and saw Su Zifeng standing with Su Ming, which made her angry. She then sneered, "Can't you see, your sister is short of money, so I'm taking these gifts out to sell and get some cash to spend." After speaking, Su Yu gave Su Ming a cold look, her eyes filled with hatred. Not for sale? Are you kidding me? If we don't sell these things, won't they all end up in this kid's hands? This kid really fooled Zifeng quite a bit, but he could never escape Su Yu's sharp eyes. Are you really crazy? Su Zifeng stepped forward and pressed down the gifts that had been brought out, and also ordered a group of guards to stop. Then, looking at Su Yu and Lu Shan, he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Aren't these things ours? If you take them and sell them, can you two take responsibility if something goes wrong later?" Su Zifeng was so angry she wanted to kill someone. If anyone else in the commander's office had done this, they would have been beheaded on the spot. Unfortunately, these two people turned out to be his own sister and brother-in-law. These lavish gifts, though tempting, were all presented to Su Ming by wealthy people from Shuzhou. The commander's office was merely acting as an intermediary. If Su Yu were to sell them all, what difference would that make from being a thief? How could she possibly bear this responsibility? Why isn't it ours? Su Yu glared at Su Zifeng with a sarcastic expression. At the banquet this evening, the richest man in Shuzhou specifically named someone to present a gift to the commander's mansion. What responsibility should I bear for selling my own things? Zifeng, what are you thinking? Even if you want to make an excuse, at least come up with a reasonable one. Su Yu, on the contrary, thought Su Zifeng had gone mad. Otherwise, how could someone say something like that? You? Su Zifeng finally couldn't hold back any longer. She glanced at Su Ming and said loudly, "These things were all given to Su Ming by them to the commander's mansion. Do you think our commander's mansion has that much influence? Yi Tianzong just died, and they come to our door to deliver gifts. Do you think these wealthy people in Shuzhou are fools? If there wasn't an incredibly important figure in charge, would they obediently come to deliver gifts?" Su Yu, please use your brain to think things through before you do anything, okay? Su Zifeng's face turned bright red. She was so angry she felt like she was going to vomit blood. Upon hearing these words, Su Yu and Lu Shan were both stunned. The two looked at each other, and both could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. An incredibly important person, who is it? Su Yu asked blankly. Who else could it be but Su Ming, King Su, the king of the 9 provinces? Su Zifeng said angrily. Is he the king of the 9 provinces? Su Yu and Lu Shan suddenly turned their heads and their gazes fell on Su Ming. Su Ming stood there calmly, his face devoid of any emotion, his eyes seemingly vacant, like a wooden stake. Su Ming was somewhat lost in thought at the moment, and he didn't care about these gifts at all. I'm just standing here to watch how Su Zifeng teaches these two short-sighted guys a lesson. Is he the king of the 9 provinces? Su Yu grinned, his smile wide and uncontrollable, looking at Su Ming as if he were an idiot. Someone like him, the king of the 9 provinces, He's not even worthy to carry the king of the 9 provinces shoes. Zifeng, I think you're really deeply poisoned by his ideas. Even if you want to help him, you don't need to use such a grand title for him. Don't you even know what kind of person he is? Can he even bear that responsibility? At this point, Suyu and Lu Shan both burst into mocking laughter. King of the 9 provinces. It's this kind of kid again, he's just ridiculous. If it were someone else, the two of them would have to think twice. But this piece of trash from Yunqing has absolutely no connection to the king of Kyushu. My little sister is just adorably silly. Could it be that they were deceived by Su Ming's utterly false lies? Smack! However, the next moment, Su Zifeng slapped Suyu across the face. Su Zifeng's eyes were bloodshot as she stared intently at Suyu. Sister, I've spoiled you too much. No matter what I say, it's useless. I don't care if you believe me or not, none of you are allowed to touch these things today. Anyone who does, I'll chop off their hand. After saying that, Su Zifeng swiftly drew her knife and placed it directly against Lu Shan's neck. Lu Shan's expression changed instantly, and he knelt down on the spot in fright, looking at Su Zifeng in terror. Zifeng, don't do anything rash, I'm your brother-in-law, swords don't have eyes. Besides, this has nothing to do with me, I was only instigated by your sister. Suyu was slapped again and was completely stunned. She stood there stunned for several seconds before reacting, her eyes instantly turning red and tears streaming down her face. She yelled at Su Zifeng, you beast, you've really done it, you dare to lay a hand on your sister again and again, I've been too lenient with you, come on, kill me. If you've got the guts, kill me, right here in this commander's mansion, in front of countless ancestors and the spirits of your parents in heaven, kill me, let's see how you face them in the afterlife. Even if I die, I will not rest in peace. Even if I become a ghost, I will haunt you too. Suyu went berserk on the spot, unleashing a torrent of heart-wrenching curses, and even deliberately ran into Su Zifeng's knife. Su Zifeng's face turned ashen, and she shoved Suyu away. Then he turned to the guards around him and said, take her away and lock her in the storeroom without orders, she is not to be released. And you too. Su Zifeng's icy gaze fell on Lu Shan, and she said sternly, from now on, without my permission, neither of you are allowed to step out of the commander's mansion. Otherwise, don't blame me for punishing you. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Shan was so frightened that he wet himself and hurriedly kowtowed and agreed. Then, amidst a series of piercing screams, several guards forcibly dragged Suyu away to the storeroom and locked him up. Su Zifeng then turned around, looking at Su Ming with a guilty expression, her head almost hanging up. Su Ming waved his hand, forget it, I wasn't planning on keeping these things anyway. I am leaving tomorrow. What you do with them is your business. Get some rest. After saying that, Su Ming turned and went back to his room. Why? Su Zifeng sighed heavily. Suyu really ruined her life. She had finally managed to leave a good impression on Su Ming, but now she didn't know how she had come to be remembered by him. The storage room was pitch black. In the darkness, Suyu wiped away her tears as she took out her phone, dialed a number, and then held the phone to her ear. The call was quickly connected, and a clear, childlike voice came from the other end. Hey, sis? Su Fanghua, you brat, are you coming back or not? If you don't come back soon, your second sister will be tricked and run away, and your eldest sister will be dead too. 445, Chapter 445. Arms around arms. Suyu, in a fit of rage, cried and shouted into the phone. What's wrong, sis? Who bullied you? The clear, melodious voice on the other end immediately asked anxiously. Who else could it be? Your second sister turned against me for some good-for-nothing from Yun City. She even said he was the king of the 9 provinces. I should ask you that too. Didn't you master your skills at the peerless sect of the 9 provinces? You should know all the famous people in the 9 provinces. Do you know if there really is a king of the 9 provinces? That kid's name is Su Ming. He's from Yun City. Is he the king of the 9 provinces? Suyu asked, her voice filled with anger. There is indeed a king of the 9 provinces, the leader of the million-strong war god army. He is my idol, but the king of the 9 provinces is not in Yun City. He is a border king who handles the top military affairs of the 9 provinces. How could he be in a small Yun City? Su Fanghua said in a deep voice. Of course, that's what I thought too, but your second sister doesn't believe me. Judging from her expression, she's probably already planning to marry that guy and have kids. If you don't do something, you're doomed. Suyu said angrily. Oh, I see. Don't worry, I'll call my second sister right away and get to the bottom of this. If it's really what you're saying, I'll have her apologize to you," Su Fanghua said affirmatively. "Hurry up, the storage room stinks." Su Yu grumbled and hung up the phone. He wiped away his tears, his eyes turning cold again. "You brat, you're bullying me because I'm weak, but do you think my Su family only has 2 sisters? My Su family has 3 sisters, and my beloved younger sister is countless times stronger than Su Zifeng. You're going to die." Su Yu cursed through gritted teeth in the darkness. Putting aside all her worries, Su Zifeng took a shower and prepared to go to sleep when her phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was a call from her third sister, Su Fanghua. This third sister, whom I haven't contacted in a long time, is a bit younger, but she went to the Kyushu Wushuang sect to learn martial arts from a young age and has now achieved great success. Recalling her younger sister's innocent appearance when she was little, Su Zifeng couldn't help but smile. She answered the phone, her voice gentle as she asked, "Hello, third sister, are you back?" "Not yet, second sister. I'm still on my way and I'm planning to go to Yunqing. I heard that a lot of good things have come out of Yunqing, including several top-grade medicine prescriptions. I plan to go and take a look, so I might be back a little late," Su Fanghua replied. "It's alright, go ahead. I'll oversee things at the commander's mansion. You can stay as long as you like now. Now that you've mastered your skills, it's good for you to relax." Su Zifeng smiled indulgently as she spoke. "Second sister, I heard you're going to marry some random man?" Su Fanghua suddenly asked a sly question. "What are you saying?" Su Zifeng was both angry and anxious, her face turning bright red. Fortunately, Su Fanghua couldn't see it through the phone. But Su Zifeng still asked angrily, "Who told you that? What wild man, you little brat? Where did you learn such bad talk?" "No, sister, my eldest sister just called me and told me herself. She said you fell out with that other man. Because of him she sounded heartbroken and devastated on the phone. Even if I were second sister, you're the commander of Shuzhou, what man couldn't you have? Is it worth turning against your older sister over a man? She raised us from childhood, her kindness is immeasurable. How could you lock her up?" Alright. Su Zifeng immediately understood and said irritably, "Your older sister is a gossip, and you know what kind of person she is. I didn't intend to do anything, just teach her a lesson so she wouldn't act recklessly. Don't worry about this, I know what I'm doing. By the way, my friend is going back to Yunqing tomorrow. Yuri also going to Yunqing, so you might run into him. If you do, please take good care of him, it'll be good for you. His name is Su Ming." "Su Ming?" Upon hearing the name, Su Zifeng let out a meaningful laugh and replied with a smile, "Alright, second sister, I understand. I'll definitely take care of him. Just you wait." On a high-speed train speeding through Shuzhou towards Yunqing, a girl with an oval face, flawless skin, outstanding temperament, and bright, intelligent eyes slowly hung up the phone. It was Su Fanghua. Su Fanghua looked out the window, a meaningful smile on her face. "Su Ming. That's really interesting. Are the eldest and second sisters talking about the same person? This boy deceived my second sister, causing discord between the sisters. She wanted to see what kind of man he was, and just how peculiar he was. It's best if they don't fall into her hands, otherwise she'll show this penniless man from such a small place what Su Fanghua's methods are like." The next day, Su Ming went to the station to prepare to return to Yunqing. Su Zifeng personally drove it over. The news of Su Ming's departure had already spread among the top wealthy people in Shuzhou, and led by the richest man Jian Ling, they all came to the station to see him off. At Shuzhou railway station, Wan Shirin and Wan Hua were about to enter the station when they saw a group of wealthy people arriving. Wan Hua immediately became beaming with pride and smugness. "Sister, look how prestigious we are. It seems that joining the Black Gold Business Alliance has made us famous far and wide. Even the top tycoons from Shuzhou came to see us off. Who else gets this kind of treatment? You wait here, I'll go and send them away. Tell them not to see me off anymore, they're being too enthusiastic." Wan Hua laughed heartily and headed towards the group of wealthy people from Shuzhou. "Wan Hua, the train is almost here, don't waste any more time." Wan Shirin tried to call out, but to no avail. Wan Hua strode up to Jiang Ling, the richest man in the country, and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. "Mr. Jiang, there's no need to be so reluctant to part. Look at you, you've made my sister and me feel embarrassed. Don't worry, when we get back, we'll definitely put in a good word for you with the Black Gold Alliance. You didn't need to come all this way to see us off." "Ah." Jiang Ling was taken aback and looked up at Wan Hua as if he were an idiot. In particular, Wan Hua's disrespectful pat on the shoulder instantly ignited a nameless anger within him. Since he became a wealthy man in Shuzhou, who has dared to pat him on the shoulder like that? Not to mention he's still the richest man in Shuzhou. But remembering that Wan Shirin was the ex-wife of the king of Kyushu, Jiang Ling held back, gritting his teeth and saying in a deep voice, "Yes, we have other matters to attend to. If you have nothing else to do, you should leave now." "Is there anything else?" Wan Hua casually put his arm around Jiang Ling's shoulder and chuckled, "Stop making excuses. What could be more important than getting me and my sister here? I know what you're thinking. You want to ask us for a favor, right? Just tell us what you want, and I'll agree on behalf of my sister at most. You just need to give us some money." "Fuck you." Jiang Ling was furious and could no longer hold back. Looking at Wan Hua's smug and despicable appearance, his anger almost made him lose his mind. He pushed Wan Hua away, slapped him twice so hard that Wan Hua squatted on the ground, and then proceeded to beat him mercilessly. "I'm begging you, what am I begging you for? You patted my shoulder. Put your arm around me, you beast. If it weren't for your sister's sake, I would have killed you today." Wan Hua's screams immediately echoed throughout the entire station entrance. 446, Chapter 446. The weak raise their swords against the weaker. Good, well done. That was a great play. That was awesome. A group of wealthy people from Shuzhou stood by and cheered loudly when they saw Jiang Ling make his move. They couldn't have been happier. This kid was arrogant and domineering at the hotel, treating them, a group of well-known wealthy people from Shuzhou, like his underlings. They were furious at the time. If it weren't for the fear of the king of Kyushu's name, Wan Hua would have died countless times already. Now that the richest man in the country, Jiang Ling, is doing things for them, they are all extremely happy. They were all itching to get their hands on Wan Hua, eager to beat him up and kick him a couple of times. Wan Shirin, who was standing at the entrance of the station not far away, was terrified when she saw this scene. He rushed over in a panic, blocking Wan Hua's path, and cried out in terror, "Stop hitting him, sir, stop hitting him. What did he do to offend you? If you keep hitting him like this, you'll kill him." Jiang Ling straightened up, drenched in sweat. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, glanced at Wan Hua with disdain, spat in disgust, and snorted coldly, "This brat, he came over and put his arm around my shoulder. That's one thing, but he even made me beg him. Tell me, shouldn't I be beaten? I've never seen such a suicidal person in my life. Miss Wan, I only did this personally because of you. Otherwise, I would have had my bodyguards do it. The Grandmaster War God has already thrown his body into the ditch." Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin was terrified and felt a chill run down her spine. "Damn it, I, the richest man in Shuzhou, have never suffered such an insult. You bastard, you expect me to beg you? Do you even deserve it? Miss Wan, you'd better go back and teach your brother a lesson. Otherwise, even if we let him go, he'll take someone's life sooner or later." Jiang Ling gritted his teeth and said angrily, Yes, it's about the richest man's lesson. I'll definitely give him a good talking to when I get back." Wan Shirin was covered in cold sweat and hurriedly nodded in agreement. Then he turned to look at Wan Hua and shouted, "You idiot, why aren't you apologizing to the richest man? Don't you want to live anymore?" Wan Hua was beaten until his mouth was full of blood, and only then did he finally realize his true identity. He's nothing compared to these wealthy people from Shuzhou. He was even seen with his arm around someone's shoulder. It's incredibly lucky that the richest man didn't take his life. Wan Hua scrambled to his feet, his eyes now clear. He knelt before Jiang Ling, saying in a terrified voice, "Your Excellency, I'm so sorry, I was so rude. I am kowtowing to you here to apologize. I hope you'll forgive me." "Get lost, I hate seeing you." Jiang Ling snorted coldly. At the same time, the presidential palace's car also drove up from the plaza below. Upon seeing this, Jiang Ling knew it was Su Ming and sternly shouted at Wan Hua, "Get out of here, don't get in the way, otherwise, things won't be so easy to talk to later." Wan Shirin hurriedly helped Wan Hua up and quickly went to the station. Just as Wan Shirin entered the station, the train doors opened with a whoosh in the square, and Su Ming stepped off the train. A group of wealthy people immediately rushed to greet them. On the platform, Wan Shirin looked back, her face full of surprise. It turns out that these wealthy people didn't come because of her and Wan Hua, it was another important figure who came. But who is this big shot? The way so many wealthy people from Shuzhou flocked here is completely different from their attitude just now. Could it be that Shuzhou has truly produced an extraordinary master? Unfortunately, the distance was too far, and she could no longer see clearly, so she could only help Wan Hua continue walking inside. In the square, Jiang Ling, the richest man in China, was bowing and scraping, his face full of obsequious smiles. If he had a tail, he would be wagging it happily right now. With a fawning expression, he pulled out the moon jade from his pocket and handed it to Su Ming, saying, "Prince Su, this is the moon jade I took back from your ex-wife. I am returning it to you now." Su Ming reached out and took the moon jade, casually putting it into his pocket. He nodded approvingly, patted Jiang Ling on the shoulder, and smiled. "Well done, as expected of the richest man. You are reliable. I'll have the Tianming Chamber of Commerce transfer the money to you." It's the same as patting someone on the shoulder. Wan Hua patted Jiang Ling on the shoulder and was beaten up, almost losing his life. But when Su Ming patted Jiang Ling on the shoulder, Jiang Ling couldn't stop smiling, as if he had received a great reward, and was extremely happy. If Wan Hua saw this, he'd probably die of anger on the spot. Jiang Ling, the richest man in the country, chuckled and said, "What are you saying, Prince Su? This thing was originally yours. There's no need for you to spend money on it. It's just a pity." "What's a pity?" Su Ming asked with a smile. "It's a pity that we wanted to keep Prince Su a little longer, to let him experience the beauty of Shuzhou, but we didn't expect him to leave so soon. We, the wealthy people of Shuzhou, haven't even had a chance to fulfill our duties as hosts. We are truly ashamed before Prince Su," Jiang Ling said with a face full of regret and sorrow. "All right." Su Ming waved his hand. "Don't be so sentimental here. It's not like I won't come again. Yes, all of Kyushu is King Su's territory. If all else fails, we can go to Yun City to pay our respects to you. As long as King Su gives the order, no matter how far away, we will rush there immediately," Jiang Ling said with utmost sincerity. Su Ming smiled, turned around and waved to Su Zifeng, whose expression was complicated, saying, "Let's go." Su Zifeng opened her mouth, and finally whispered 4 words, "Take care on your journey." Su Ming had already led Shen Luoyun and Qin Shuang into the station. A group of Shuzhou's top tycoons and the governor of Shuzhou watched them go from afar, and did not leave for a long time. The passengers who came to board the bus were quite frightened. How come so many big shots are gathered at one train station? Rumble. The train from Yunqing pulled into the station, and Su Ming boarded and found a seat. I had barely settled down when I heard a familiar voice. "You're the same. I told you not to go, but you insisted on going and chatting with that richest man. He told you before, last night at the hotel. He was in front of the bigwigs of Kyushu. It's not that we have a lot of faith, you just never learn your lesson. You really think you're someone important. You deserve to get beaten up." Right next to Su Ming, in the window seat to his right, Wan Shirin was scolding Wan Hua while treating his injuries. Wan Hua's eyes were filled with hatred as he gritted his teeth and said, "How was I supposed to know that old bastard would be so heartless, turning his back on me after just one night? Don't let him become a big shot. The day I become a big shot in the 9 provinces, I will definitely come back and settle accounts with these guys. I'll slap them hard across the face." "Alright, that's all the ambition you've got. With ambition like that, what kind of big shot can you become? You got a beating, and it's good that you didn't ruin the business, otherwise, I would have been dragged down with you." Wan Shirin gave him a few words of scolding without any patience. At that moment, Wan Hua felt someone was watching him. He looked up and met Su Ming's gaze. "It's that kid." Wan Hua, who was already full of resentment, got angry as soon as he saw Su Ming and got up to cause trouble for Su Ming. The weak wield their knives against the even weaker. In Wan Hua Su Ming's eyes, Su Ming was the guy who was even weaker than him. He was going to take out his anger on Su Ming after he had been wronged by the wealthy man in Shuzhou. "Who?" Wan Shirin also turned her head in surprise and doubt, her gaze falling on Su Ming, and she was immediately stunned. What's Su Ming doing here? Has Su Ming really come to Shuzhou? Was that figure she saw in the school's martial arts hall really Su Ming? Was she not mistaken? Wan Shirin was immediately filled with doubt and uncertainty. 447, Chapter 447. A benefactor. Su Ming, you dare to stare at me. You think you're so great. If you stare at me again, I'll gouge your eyes out. Sis, don't block me. Let me out. I told you, if I ever see that kid again, I'll beat the shit out of him. Wan Hua pointed at Su Ming, extremely arrogant. If it weren't for the car roof blocking him, he probably would have pounced on Su Ming. Su Ming? Just then, upon hearing Su Ming's name, a girl with an oval face and exquisite features, sitting 3 seats behind, slowly raised her head, a playful look flashing in her eyes. However, he happened to be sitting right behind Su Ming, so he couldn't see what Su Ming looked like. All that could be seen was the arrogant Wan Hua and the bewildered Wan Shireen. These two know that kid? Interesting. Su Fenghua smiled. Sit down. Wan Shireen gave Wan Hua a low shout. What do you want, sis? Tell me to go teach that kid a lesson. At this moment, Wan Hua wished he could trample Su Ming under his feet to vent his anger. I told you to sit down. Wan Shireen let out another low shout. If you don't listen to me, you can stop following me when we get back, Wan Shireen said coldly. Wan Hua then glared fiercely at Su Ming. Consider yourself lucky, kid. Su Ming grinned, looking at Wan Hua as if he were an idiot. Wan Hua sat down again, but his expression was extremely displeased. He clenched his fists and asked, Sis, why did you stop me? Didn't you see that kid's expression? He's laughing at me. I'll beat him 10 times worse than me, and then let's see if he can still laugh. Are you out of your mind? Wan Shireen turned her head and glared at Wan Hua. I just warned you not to cause trouble. Don't you forget how to learn from your mistakes? No. Wan Hua was incredibly frustrated and said indignantly, It's one thing for the richest man in Shuzhou to hit me, but who is this kid, daring to laugh at me? Do you think I'll let him get away with it? So you're destined for greatness. What are we now? We represent the Black Gold Business Alliance. He's no longer in our world. If you cause trouble for him here, who will suffer more, him or us? Can't you use your brain a little more? Wan Shireen said angrily. Wan Hua calmed down and, after thinking about it carefully, realized that it made sense. Su Ming, being barefoot, could easily run away if something happened, but he and Wan Shireen have the reputation of the Black Gold Business Alliance and the Wan family behind them, so it would be a losing proposition. Sister, you're right. I acted impulsively. I'll deal with him when we get back to Yuncheng. Wan Hua said through gritted teeth. That's more like it. After speaking, Wan Shireen glanced in Su Ming's direction again. But at that moment, Su Ming looked out the window and ignored her completely. Wan Shireen shook her head. I'm probably overthinking it. Su Ming's appearance here is probably just a coincidence and has nothing to do with what happened to her in Shuzhou. After all, she had never heard of Su Ming in Shuzhou, and she almost lost her life because of Su Ming's jade pendant. Fortunately, that jade pendant has already been given to the richest man in Shuzhou, and we probably won't see it again. This kind of guy is on a completely different level from her, and there's no way they could have any interaction with her. However, what Wan Shireen didn't know was that the moon jade that had caused a sensation among the richest man in Shuzhou was now safely kept in Su Ming's pocket. Just then, another young man walked over from the aisle of the carriage, came up to Su Ming, raised one foot and put it on Su Ming's seat, grinned at Su Ming and said, Kid, you're sitting in the wrong seat, aren't you? No, I don't think so. Su Ming snapped out of his daze, smiled, took out his ticket, looked at it carefully again, and said with a smile, B24, it's correct. Check if you made a mistake with yours. The young man grinned arrogantly and patted Su Ming on the head. If I, young Master Yi, say you're sitting in the wrong seat, then you're sitting in the wrong seat. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Do I have to slap you a couple of times before you realize you're sitting in the wrong seat? Su Ming smiled and shook his head. Even if you slap me twice, my seat won't change. You little rascal. The young man was immediately amused by Su Ming's antics. He pulled out his wallet, took out 1,000 yuan, threw it at Su Ming, and sneered, now you know you sat in the wrong seat, right? Su Ming glanced down at the wad of banknotes, then his face broke into a wide smile. You really want this seat? You'd better not regret it. I regret it, my foot. Do you think I, young Master Yi, would regret what I've done? Get lost. Su Ming smiled, took the money, gave up his seat, and got up to find a seat in front of him. The young man immediately looked smug, swaggered down, then turned his head and raised an eyebrow at Wan Shireen. He chose Su Ming's seat because it would allow him to be close to Wan Shireen. To put it more bluntly, he has his eye on Wan Shireen. Young Master Yi doesn't have many women in his sights, and among them, only Wan Shireen in this car has caught his eye. That's why they came up to take Su Ming's seat. I thought it would take some effort, but it turned out this kid was a coward who was easily appeased with 1,000 yuan. Wan Shirin witnessed this scene and was filled with disappointment. Su Ming is still the same Su Ming. He really has no ambition whatsoever. No matter where she was a lowly, worthless person who was bullied and dared not utter a sound. She could not imagine how she had spent 3 years with this man as husband and wife. It was like a nightmare. This is so disappointing. Su Ming followed the aisle to Shen Luoyun's side and plopped down on the floor. Shen Luoyun's face lit up with surprise and delight. She asked excitedly, "Brother Su, weren't you sitting in the front? Why did you come over? Did you miss me?" "I was forced to come here. A kid used 1,000 yuan to coerce and bribe me into taking my seat," Su Ming said with a faint smile. Court death. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang, who was sitting next to her, immediately turned cold. Shuang got up to settle the accounts. Su Ming held Qin Shuang down. "Don't get agitated. I gave it to him, otherwise, how would he have the right to take my seat? Someone will teach him a lesson." Su Ming smiled knowingly. "While I was sitting there, I felt a pair of sharp eyes staring at me from behind. Even though I don't know what the other person looks like. However, he could clearly feel the powerful aura emanating from the other party even from several seats away. That person's strength is probably no weaker than Yi Tianzong's. Since that kid's surname Ji took the seat, he could take this opportunity to see who was eyeing him. Handsome, this seat." At this moment, a middle-aged man who looked honest came over and looked at Su Ming with an embarrassed expression. Su Ming obviously ran over and sat in the man's seat. Su Ming smiled, took out 100,000 yuan in cash from his pocket, handed it to the man, and said, "Here's 100,000 yuan, plus this 1,000 yuan. Take it and buy a luxury ticket up ahead. If they don't give you the ticket, just mention Jianling's name." This. Looking at the thick 100,000 yuan. The middle-aged man's eyes nearly popped out. 100,000 could buy so many tickets. No, with 100,000, what can't he do? Why would he need to buy tickets? The middle-aged man hurriedly took the ticket, exclaiming with delight, thank you so much, you're such a benefactor. I'll handle it myself. If I can't get a ticket, I can just not take the train. I'll take the next one. Thank you so much." The middle-aged man, as if he had won the lottery, turned and left excitedly. 448, Chapter 448, Scumbag. Rumble. The train sped along at high speed, heading towards Yuncheng. "We should arrive in Cloud City in about 2 hours. On the train, young Master Yi kept winking at Wan Shirin, but Wan Shirin didn't even glance at him once. This made young Master Yi somewhat annoyed. What kind of reaction is this? Are you really unmoved by such an outstanding man like him? Or perhaps Wan Shirin had no idea of his identity, which is why she didn't respond at all. With that in mind, young Master Yi decided to take the initiative to reveal his identity to Wan Shirin. When this woman hears about his astonishing background, she'll probably be so shocked she won't be able to close her mouth and will throw herself into his arms. Young Master Yi smiled smugly, eagerly anticipating Wan Shirin's expression. He stood up and prepared to approach. But just then, a figure flashed before her eyes and sat down directly in front of Wan Shirin. It disrupted his plans. Young Master Yi was taken aback. He sat down again after lifting his buttocks, and when he looked closely, his eyes lit up. My goodness, another stunning beauty has arrived. Young Master Yi was utterly shocked. The woman who suddenly sat down had delicate features, fair skin, and a beautiful face, like a porcelain doll, so tender it seemed to drip with moisture. Moreover, her overall demeanor was refined and outstanding. She was the kind of beauty who would stand out at a glance even among thousands of people. If Wan Shirin's mature charm and perfect figure could be rated 90 points, the beautiful woman who just sat down is at least a 92 out of 100. She's youthful, beautiful, and captivating. Young Master Yi was immediately filled with excitement. Unexpectedly, this small train had 2 such stunningly beautiful women on board. He was incredibly lucky today. These 2 beauties could easily rank in the top 10 on the list of fairy maidens in the 9 provinces. Young Master Yi stared intently, his saliva practically dripping down his face. Wan Shirin and Wan Hua were also shocked when the beautiful woman suddenly sat down next to them. They looked up and were both astonished, never expecting such a youthful beauty. Wan Hua was overjoyed, forgetting even the injury on his face, and stared blankly at the other person. The person who sat down was none other than Su Fanghua. Su Fanghua ignored Wan Hua and looked at Wan Shirin, asking with a smile, "Do you two know Su Ming?" Su Ming? Wan Shirin was surprised and looked at Su Fanghua with astonishment. Such a beauty must have a high status, right? Why did she bring up Su Ming right away? Could it be that Su Ming has some connection with such a beauty? Wan Shirin nodded. "You know each other? What's your relationship?" Su Fanghua asked with a smile. Wan Shirin fell silent for a moment, then calmly said, "What relationship do you have? It's none of your business. We've only just met, and you're already asking about my privacy. That's not very polite." Wan Shirin was unaware of Su Fanhua's identity and remained cautious and wary. Although her relationship with Su Ming was common knowledge in Yuncheng, outsiders didn't know she was afraid that some malicious people would use this to cause her trouble, which would be very disadvantageous for her. But in reality, Su Fanhua just wanted to find out Su Ming's background from Wan Shirin. As for Wan Shirin and Wan Hua's identities, she didn't care at all. She just wanted to see what kind of man her second sister had her eye on, the man her eldest sister said she would trick her into marrying, and whether he could meet her standards. Wan Hua hadn't thought that far ahead. He was overjoyed to be struck up a conversation with such a beautiful woman as Su Fanghua. He seized the opportunity to say, "Sister, why are you still hiding that good-for-nothing? Just tell this beauty directly that Su Ming is a piece of trash in our Yun city. He married into my Wan family and had a 3-year marriage with my sister, but that good-for-nothing divorced my sister a long time ago and was kicked out of the Wan family. Everyone in Yuncheng knows that kid is a useless stray dog." 3-year marriage, or was it an arranged marriage? Su Fanhua's eyes widened instantly, a mocking sneer curling at the corner of her lips. "So he's a scumbag. No wonder he's so good at lying. It seems my older sister was right. This kind of person is definitely up to no good." Now Su Fanghua understood completely. What kind of person is Su Ming? He's probably just a scumbag who cheats people out of money and sex. Although the second sister was the commander of Shuzhou and was incredibly powerful, she had little contact with men since childhood, so it was understandable that she was deceived by this smooth-talking scoundrel. Since that's the case, then there's no need to be polite. She would never allow her second sister to have any further contact with someone like that. Let this kind of trash disappear from Cloud City forever. A cold glint appeared in Su Fanghua's eyes. She had already made up her mind. Just then, young Master Yi couldn't hold back any longer and took the initiative to walk over and chat up the two beauties, Wan Shirin and Su Fanghua. "Ladies, let me introduce myself. My name is..." Smack! However, before he could finish speaking, Su Fanghua slapped him hard across the face. Su Fanghua looked up, staring coldly at young Master Yi, and said in a cold voice, "Scumbag, kneel down." "Ah!" Young Master Yi was completely stunned, standing there dumbfounded, staring at Su Fanghua. Even Wan Shirin and Wan Hua showed shocked expressions. What are they doing? They simply can't understand it. Young Master Yi was stunned for a long time. Scumbag? How did this woman figure out his identity so quickly? Does she have supernatural eyes? It was our first time meeting. Young Master Yi looked at Su Fanghua in shock and said, "Beautiful lady, I won't hold it against you for slapping me, but I think you've misunderstood me. Let me explain. I am not a scumbag. I'm from the Yi family of Shuzhou. I'll make you kneel down." Su Fanghua let out a sharp shout. Her eyes were as sharp as knives, and her whole body exuded a powerful aura. Young Master Yi was shocked and terrified. Take 2 steps back. That's when I realized that this beautiful woman doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, "I am the eldest young master of the Yi family. My name is Yiling. Since you don't like me, I won't talk to you anymore. I won't hold it against you for hitting me." Yiling was already feeling fear and wanted to back down. However, the next moment, Su Fanghua suddenly sprang up, grabbed Yiling's arm with one hand, twisted it violently, broke Yiling's arm, and then forced Yiling to kneel on the ground. "Still dare to play dumb with me? You think changing your name will work? Su Ming, you fooled my second sister. But you can't fool me. You are indeed very cunning. But today you've fallen into my hands. I'll break all your limbs, and you'll never be able to enter Shuzhou again." Su Fanghua's face was fierce, and her eyes were full of killing intent. Su Ming? Now Wan Shirin and Wan Hua understood, this woman had come for revenge. But this guy isn't Su Ming, is he? Not to mention Yi Ling, who felt so wronged he wanted to die. Who the hell is Su Ming? I don't even know him. Help, someone help me. Despite the excruciating pain, Yi Ling let out several shrill screams, and immediately several of her bodyguards rushed over. 4 or 5 people blocked Su Fanghua in the middle from both sides of the aisle. He roared at Su Fanghua, "Release our young master at once." 449, Chapter 449 The Real Boss. Seeing his bodyguard arrive, Yi Ling instantly felt more confident. Despite the excruciating pain from his severed arm, he looked up, his eyes bloodshot, and glared fiercely at Su Fanghua. He gritted his teeth and hissed, "You bitch, let me go, you slapped me and broke my arm today. You either kneel down and apologize, or I'll cripple you and throw you out of the car. Let go of our young master." The 5 bodyguards trembled, their imposing auras radiating from them, each staring fiercely at Su Fanghua. Wan Shirin and Wan Hua, sitting next to each other, were too frightened to speak. This woman has gotten herself into big trouble. This person is not Su Ming at all. If it were Su Ming, he'd probably beg for mercy on his knees. But this guy is clearly a nobleman from Zuz who's been humiliated by Su Fanghua like this. Su Fanghua probably won't be able to get off the bus safely today. However, Su Fanghua glanced at the group and grinned, "Cripple me, with your abilities? Come on, open your eyes and see what this is." After speaking, Su Fanghua took out a black token from her pocket and held it up in front of the several fierce-looking bodyguards. On the black token, 2 large characters, "Peerless," were engraved in bold, powerful strokes. Upon seeing the token, the bodyguards' expressions changed, their faces filled with shock. Peerless? The Peerless sect of the 9 provinces? You're from the Wushuang sect, my god. The bodyguards were immediately stunned, as if they had seen a ghost. They knelt down with a thud and bowed to Su Fanghua, saying, "Greetings, Lord of Wushuang sect." This time, it was Yi Ling's turn to be shocked. The ferocity he had shown moments before instantly froze on his face, and he looked at Su Fanghua with eyes full of terror. Wushuangman? That is the Peerless sect, famous throughout the 9 provinces and on par with the 9 provinces medical academy. It is known as a martial arts paradise. Those who emerge from the Peerless sect are all top-tier experts, surpassing even the Grandmaster and War God levels. Yi Ling was completely terrified. How could such a beauty be a member of the Wushuang sect? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have dared to approach her even if I had 10 times the courage. Today, I really hit a brick wall. I thought I had struck it lucky, but this is not luck at all, it's the worst luck imaginable. A bunch of useless trash. Su Fanghua sneered, put away the token, and then looked at Yi Ling, asking with a cold laugh, "Now, who can save you? Now you know who will be thrown off the train." "Don't want." Yi Ling screamed in terror, his face drained of color. He hurriedly kowtowed repeatedly to Su Fanghua, pleading, "Sister, boss, I was wrong. I really didn't know you were from the Wushuang sect. If I had known earlier, I would never have provoked you. I, Yi Ling, am an idiot. I am kowtowing to you to apologize. Please let me go." The bodyguard beside him chimed in, "Yes, Lord Wushuang sect, our young master only went out today. If he has offended you in any way, please be lenient. Our Yi family has no grudges against Wushuang sect. Keep acting, and how many of you are acting together? You don't even want your own name anymore. You've changed your surname to Yi, you cowardly piece of trash. I want to twist your head off right now." Su Fanghua was extremely fierce. Wan Shirin finally understood. He hurriedly said, "Miss, he really isn't Su Ming. I can vouch for that. Su Ming doesn't look like him." Although Su Ming was somewhat useless, he was still not as despicable as Yi Ling. Moreover, Su Ming's social status was vastly different. If Su Ming were a young master from a noble family in Shuzhou, he wouldn't have divorced her in the first place. Oh? Su Fanghua then raised her eyebrows slightly. Could it be that I made a mistake? I'm really not Su Ming, my surname is Yi. How many times do I have to explain? Su Ming, he's not even worthy to carry my Shuzhou. I see there was a kid sitting in this seat just now. I gave him 1,000 yuan to buy his seat. If I had known he was your enemy, I would never have traded seats with him. Yi Ling cried out, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, I remembered what Su Ming had said before, telling him not to regret it. Could it be that the kid already knew someone would retaliate and made him the scapegoat? Yi Ling is now filled with regret and anger. He hopes he won't run into Su Ming again, or he'll have to break both of Su Ming's hands. You're really despicable. You deserve to be punished for stealing other people's seats. Su Fanhua angrily slapped Yi Ling across the face. Then he yelled at Yi Ling's bodyguards, "Get back to your seats, or I'll break this kid's neck." The bodyguards, their faces filled with terror, hurriedly retreated. "Let it go, young lady, everything has been explained, it has nothing to do with me," Yi Ling said with a mournful face. Su Fanhua snorted coldly. "Who said it has nothing to do with you? You were just exchanging seats with someone else, who knew you were teaming up with that kid to deceive everyone. You'll stay here kneeling until the train reaches Yuncheng." Su Fanhua sat down again angrily, her face full of displeasure. "I feel like I've been played for a fool. What exactly happened? Could it be that the kid had already noticed him, which is why he deliberately switched places with someone else? That's impossible. If what Wan Shirin said is true, how could such a useless piece of trash possibly detect his presence? Where exactly did we go wrong?" Su Fanghua's gaze fell on Wan Shirin, and she said in a deep voice, "Are you hiding something? Is that Su Ming really the kind of person you described? Tell me the whole story from beginning to end. If you give me anything less, don't blame me for not letting you off the hook." Wan Shirin's face immediately turned pale, unsure whether she should speak. "Let me tell you, I know that kid's background very well." Wan Hua then began to tell Su Fanhua what kind of person Su Ming was. Wan Hua, on the other hand, hated Su Ming to the core. When talking about Su Ming, she would exaggerate and make her words as unpleasant as possible. The Su Ming mentioned in those words was a piece of trash who deserved to be torn to pieces and killed in several lifetimes. Su Fanhua had initially harbored doubts, but after Wan Hua's explanation, she also felt that such a person deserved to die 1,000 times wouldn't be enough. Especially when she thought of her second sister, her hatred for Su Ming deepened even further. Not far away, Su Ming leaned back in his chair, taking in the entire scene. "Smile. I understand completely now. So this is the third woman in the commander's mansion. She's probably been bewitched by Su Yu and is here to take revenge." Su Ming smiled and shook his head, not taking it to heart. What he cared more about was Su Fanghua's identity as a member of the Wushuang sect. Why would someone from the Wushuang sect come to Yuncheng? Do they intend to seize control of Yuncheng? The Wushuang sect really doesn't take him seriously at all. However, we'll have to wait until we get to Yuncheng to find out the specifics. Right now, besides revealing her purpose of causing trouble for him, Su Fanhua hasn't shown any other intentions. It wouldn't be good to cause trouble for the Wushuang sect over something like this. As I pondered this, the train rumbled and pulled into Yuncheng Station. "So you two are from the Black Gold Alliance? What a coincidence. You should have said so earlier. The Black Gold Alliance had already spoken to me." After a conversation, Su Fanhua not only learned about Su Ming's identity, but also about Wan Shirin and Wan Hua's identities. "So you're the big shot from Kyushu who helped me so much?" Wan Shirin also realized what was happening and her face was full of gratitude. He respectfully said to Su Fanhua, "Miss Su, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you. If it weren't for your influence, I probably wouldn't have been able to secure this contract in Shuzhou. I wouldn't know how to face the Black Gold Alliance when I got back. You simply saved my life. Thank you so much." Wan Shirin stood up and bowed deeply to Su Fanhua. Su Fanhua was puzzled before this. She didn't even know who Wan Shirin was. What had she done to help her? However, I didn't think about it too much. I guessed that the news of my return had alarmed the wealthy people in Shuzhou. He nodded and smiled, saying, "These are minor issues, don't worry about them. This is a true master." Wan Shirin immediately felt great respect for Su Fanhua. He inadvertently terrified the wealthy people of Shuzhou, while remaining calm and unconcerned. With such momentum, who in Kyushu can compare? 450, Chapter 450 Num. The train is arriving at the station. The doors opened, and countless passengers poured off the train like a tidal wave. Su Ming also got up and prepared to get out of the car with Shen Luoyun and Qin Shuang. As they reached the door, a figure suddenly rushed up from behind, grabbed Su Ming, and roared angrily, "It really was you, you brat! I wasn't wrong. You've ruined me like this, and you think you can just walk away? You're too naive. Did you really think I, Yi Ling, am so easy to fool?" Su Ming turned around and saw that it was Yi Ling, whose arm had been broken by Su Fanhua. Su Fanghua and Wan Shirin, Wan Hua had already gotten off the bus. Although Su Fanghua had let Yiling off the hook, he couldn't swallow his anger. He didn't get the beauty, and he even lost an arm. After thinking it over, it all comes down to Su Ming being the culprit. If he hadn't switched seats with Su Ming, he wouldn't have ended up like this. It's impossible for him to take revenge on Su Fanghua. Even if the entire Yi family were to come out, they wouldn't be a match for the Wushuang sect. But Su Fanghua couldn't handle it. Dealing with Su Ming, a kid with no background, would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Upon seeing Su Ming, Yiling rushed forward like a madwoman, grabbing Su Ming's collar tightly with one hand. Let go! Qin Shuang, standing to the side, gave a cold shout and stared at Yiling with a sharp gaze. Oh! Yiling turned his head and saw Shen Luoyun and Qin Shuang. The two were also quite beautiful. Although they couldn't compare to Su Fanghua, they were not inferior. Each had their own unique charm and were breathtakingly beautiful. How come this guy has so many beautiful women around him? Looks like this guy has no real skills, but he's got a knack for fooling women. Yiling was filled with jealousy and anger. He vowed to trample Su Ming underfoot today and show all these beauties what a real man is. Let it go. Su Ming turned his head and glanced at Yiling indifferently, then said calmly, "You still have one arm. If you don't let go, you might lose even that arm later." "I'll let you go, my ass." Yiling flew into a rage, slapped Su Ming on the head, and sneered viciously, "I can't handle Su Fanghua, and I can't handle you. What are you, trash? Get out of here. I want you to kneel down and apologize to me in front of everyone on the platform." "Are you sure?" Su Ming asked with a smile. "Walk." Yiling blared angrily, shoved Su Ming in the back, and pushed him out of the car. Qin Shuang could no longer hold back, her hand was already on the dagger at her waist. But Su Ming shook his head at Qin Shuang, and Qin Shuang could only suppress her anger and follow him off the train. Once he stood on the platform, Yiling's bodyguards immediately surrounded him and asked, "Young Master Yi, are you alright?" Yiling sneered, pointed at Su Ming and said, "It's this piece of trash who made me humiliated by Su Fanghua today. I will break his hands and feet." Then Yiling slapped Su Ming's face again and said fiercely, "Kid, kneel down now, call me grandpa, and beg for mercy while you still can. Otherwise, it will be too late for you to regret it once my men take action." Su Ming grinned, "You're such an idiot. Still dare to talk back, huh? Then attack." Yiling took a step back, his eyes sharp, and roared. Immediately, 4 or 5 bodyguards surrounded Su Ming, ready to attack him. "Who dares?" Just then, a loud shout rang out from ahead. Yiling and the others were startled and looked up abruptly. They immediately discovered that there were more than a dozen people standing on the platform in front of them, and these were all well-known tycoons in Yun City. Luo Hong, Chen Fengyu, the Chen brothers. The top ranks of the Yunqing rich list, all the well-known tycoons, are gathered here. Yiling's eyes widened, revealing a look of shock. Why are all these people here? Who are we here to greet? Although these people in Yunqing are wealthy, he is not afraid of any of them at all, since each of them is far inferior to the Yi family of Shuzhou. But if a dozen or so people are together, it's a different story. Their wealth and power would be more than 10 times that of the Yi family. Luo Hong stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Su Ming, saying, "Welcome back to Yun City, Prince Su." A dozen or so wealthy men followed suit, bowing and greeting him, "Welcome back, Prince Su." The sound was like thunder, echoing throughout the entire platform. Yiling and his bodyguards were stunned, staring in disbelief. This kid? What's going on? How could all the top tycoons in Yunqing come to greet us? Yiling's scalp tingled instantly, his face filled with terror, his mouth gaped open, unable to utter a sound. Luohan looked up, his gaze falling on Yiling. He frowned and asked, "Prince Su, what's wrong with this kid? How dare he lay a hand on you?" Su Ming smiled slightly and said, "He bought my seat on the bus for 1,000 yuan, and now he says I harmed him and wants to break my legs and feet. Presumptuous." Upon hearing this, more than a dozen wealthy people in Yunqing were shocked and enraged. That bastard! Do you want to die? Do they treat the people of Yunqing like trash? They dared to take Prince Su's seat and even tried to cause trouble. Luo Hong immediately rushed forward, slapping Yiling across the face and roaring, "How dare you do such a thing? Do you think the people of Yunqing are all dead? Kneel down." If you don't kneel, neither you nor your people will leave this platform today. Thump! Yiling covered her face, which was red from the beating, and knelt straight on the ground. She swallowed hard, feeling her mouth dry and her body ice cold. He stared blankly at Luo Hang and said, "Rich Luo, I know your name, but you should have heard of mine too. I am Yiling, the eldest young master of the Yi family in Shuzhou. I've come to Yunqing on behalf of the Yi family to do business. I hope you'll give me face, Rich Luo, and give the Yi family face as well. I will always remember this great kindness of." The reputation of the Yi family is still widespread. He believed that as long as he revealed his identity, these wealthy people would not dare to completely disrespect him. However, the next moment, Luo Hong kicked Yiling to the ground. "The Yi family? What are the Yi family compared to this? Do you know who you've offended? The leader of the 8 million war god army, the king of the 9 provinces. You fool, you're about to die and you still don't realize it. The Yi family, with just one order from Prince Su, your Yi family will be wiped out before sunrise tomorrow." Ah! Yiling suddenly looked up, her gaze filled with shock and disbelief as she looked at Su Ming, her whole body trembling instantly. He's the king of the 9 provinces? The king of the 9 provinces? Hearing this name, Yiling's bodyguards were instantly so frightened that they knelt on the ground, their heads pressed to the ground, not daring to breathe. I'm numb. Yiling's brain was completely numb. How could he have imagined that the seat he randomly grabbed on the train was the seat of the king of Kyushu? Who would have thought that such an unremarkable fellow would be the king of Kyushu? No wonder all the top tycoons in Yunqing came to greet us. At that moment, Yiling felt like dying. This is really the end. 451, Chapter 451. A plunge. Yiling knelt on the ground, his face ashen. He originally thought that with his status, he would be making a big splash in Yunqing and completely crushing the people in this small place. They must be treated like emperors. He can act with impunity. Unexpectedly, before even stepping out of the door, he was already being taught a lesson by Su Fanghua from the Wushuang sect. Then, having just arrived in Yunqing, he offended the king of the 9 provinces. On this trip out, he ran into the toughest iron plates in Kyushu. This is truly the worst luck imaginable. Moreover, when he was in Shuzhou, he had heard that the entire Yi Tianzong sect's headquarters in Shuzhou was destroyed, which was the work of the king of the 9 provinces. Even Yi Tianzong ended up like that, let alone himself. Yiling had never felt so desperate. If this gets back to the Yi family, they'll definitely kill me. Prince Su, what should we do with this kid? Luo Hong turned to Su Ming and asked. Let him slap himself 100 times, and he can't stop until he's done. Su Ming said indifferently, turned around and left, not even bothering to look at Yiling. Did you hear that? Hurry up and slap yourself. If one of you is missing, even without King Su's intervention, any one of us here could wipe you out. Luo Hong blared fiercely at Yiling. I'll fan myself. Yiling was terrified. She hurriedly raised one hand and slapped herself hard across the face. The loud slapping sound echoed throughout the entire platform. Su Ming had already exited the station outside. A group of luxury cars belonging to wealthy people from Yunqing were lined up side by side, waiting for Su Ming to get in. Luo Hong and others followed closely behind, crowding around him. Su Ming didn't even glance at them. He simply hailed a taxi, then turned to Shen Luo Yun and Qin Shuang and said, You two go back to the Cloud Palace first. I need to go back to the Chu family. Okay, Brother Su, we'll be going now. Please let us know if you need anything. Shen Luo Yun said something and got into a taxi with Qin Shuang and left. Luo Hang and the others rushed up from behind, vying to be first. Prince Su, ride in my car, I'll give you a ride. Get in my car. Su Ming glanced around and rolled his eyes. I won't ride in anyone's car, and you guys don't need to follow me, lest we make a spectacle of ourselves. I could walk around Yunqing with my eyes closed. Why would I need you to escort me? You'd be better off using this time to investigate what the Wushuang sect is doing in Yunqing. Otherwise, once the peerless sect swallows up all your businesses, it will be too late for you to realize it. Huh, Wushuang sect? Upon hearing this, Luo Hang and the others were shocked and hurriedly said, Prince Su, we will investigate immediately. We will report back to you as soon as we find out. Okay. Su Ming responded and got into the car and left. Su-Ming arrived at the Chu family's house by car, went straight upstairs, and looked up at the door. He saw that the Chu family's door was tightly closed and sealed with a seal. Su-Ming raised an eyebrow, thinking he had come to the wrong place. I took 2 steps back and looked closely. This is definitely the Chu family. How did it become like this? Su-Ming frowned instantly, took out his phone, and called Chu Qingqing. But when the call went through, no one answered. Su-Ming called Lin Xiaoyun again. It rang for a long time before being answered. Lin Xiaoyun's weak voice came through the phone. Hello, is this Xiaoming? Aunt Lin, are you alright? Where are you? Su-Ming hurriedly inquired. It's nothing, don't worry, have fun in Suzhou, everything's fine here, I'll pick you up when you come back. Lin Xiaoyun tried to make her tone light and cheerful. Lin Xiaoyun probably still thought he was in Suzhou, so she deliberately said these things to avoid making him worry. But Su-Ming is already standing at the Chu family's door. Su-Ming said in a deep voice, Aunt Lin, you don't need to lie to me anymore, I am right here at the Chu family's door, your door has been sealed off, what's going on, tell me your address, and I'll come right away. Lin Xiaoyun was taken aback, realizing she couldn't hide it any longer, and gave Su-Ming an address. Su-Ming hurriedly went downstairs and headed towards the address. Half an hour later, Su-Ming arrived at an old district of Yunqing. Following the address, he walked forward little by little until he finally stopped in front of a dilapidated old building. His face instantly turned gloomy. Su-Ming stepped forward and knocked on the door. Lin Xiaoyun opened the door. Lin Xiaoyun smiled when she saw Su-Ming, but her expression was slightly awkward, and she looked much more haggard than before. The Chu family wasn't exactly living a good life before, but they were better off than most, and their clothing was considered decent. Now, he has changed into coarse linen clothes and looks as if he has aged several years. Su-Ming walked into the room with a sullen face and saw Lin Xiaoyun and Chu Yingkai preparing to eat. The table was set with simple dishes such as stir-fried vegetables and meat, mostly vegetarian dishes. Their standard of living suddenly dropped to a level below that of ordinary people. Chu Yingkai looked up and saw that it was Su-Ming. He turned his face away, ate his meal, and didn't say anything. Lin Xiaoyun said with a smile, Xiaoming, have you eaten? I'll get you a bowl. No. Su-Ming interrupted in a deep voice, then asked coldly, Aunt Lin, what exactly happened? Why was your house sealed off? It's only been a little over 10 days. How could such a big change have occurred? Why? Mentioning this, Lin Xiaoyun sighed, sat down at the table, and said with a worried expression, It's my fault. It's my fault for not listening to you and not keeping Qingqing in check after you left. Qingqing and Qifei grew closer and closer. Qifei often came up to fawn over her. Of course, I still believed you and insisted on not showing him the original prescription. But later, it seems Qingqing signed a contract with him, instantly owing Qifei over 1 billion yuan. Qingqing can't come up with this money, neither can my Chu family. Having no other choice, I had to agree to. We gave him the original prescription, but that guy wasn't satisfied with just the prescription. He wanted to forcibly seize all of the Chu family's assets. Afterwards, the law enforcement team was notified to carry out the operation, and we were evicted from our home. The Chu family's property was also sealed off as a result. Xiaoming, it's all my fault. If I had believed you, things might not have turned out this way. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoyun's eyes reddened, filled with regret. Even though Su-Ming explained everything clearly, she was too soft-hearted and thought Qifei wasn't so bad, so she didn't stop Chu Qingqing from seeing Qifei, which resulted in such a big mistake. This has caused the entire Chu family to plummet in status. It's all her fault, she couldn't see through people. Su-Ming shook his head in frustration and said in a deep voice, Even so, Aunt Lin, don't you still have shares in the Su family? The Su family's shares shouldn't have brought you to this state. This was also the insurance that Su-Ming had originally provided for Lin Xiaoyun. Thinking that even if something really happened one day, the income from cashing out those shares would be enough for Lin Xiaoyun to live a worry-free life for the rest of her life. Lin Xiaoyun said with a grim expression, Unless the shares are sold, it's not so easy to sell them in a short time. So Su Tianhai didn't care about you? You're a shareholder of the Su family, after all? Su-Ming asked again. If Su Tianhai knew about this trivial matter, he could easily resolve it with a simple action. How could I dare say that? The Su family has already done me a great favor. This is our own fault, and I can't bring myself to trouble Master Su again, Lin Xiaoyun said with a sorrowful expression. All right. After understanding, Su Ming took out his phone and dialed Su Tianhai's number. He roared at Su Tianhai, "Su Tianhai, I'm giving you half an hour to get to building 78 in the old town of Yunqing. If you're even a minute late, don't blame me for not letting you off the hook." Upon hearing Su Ming's call, Xu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun both looked up in shock, staring at Su Ming in disbelief. "How dare you yell at Master Su, kid, the Chu family may be down on its luck, but that doesn't mean we're fools. Don't cause any more trouble, or we won't be able to save you now," Xu Yingkai said with a look of shock and fear. 452, Chapter 452. You smoke tea. The Chu family can no longer withstand any more hardship. Moreover, it was a big shot like Su Tianhai. Xu Yingkai immediately panicked. Putting aside the consequences of offending Su Tianhai, the current predicament of the Chu family is shameful to behold. "You brat, if you were really capable, you should have come back and given us some material things or money to improve our lives, but you came back empty-handed and even dared to boss Master Su around. Do you really wish for the Chu family to die?" Xu Yingkai was so angry that he stood up and glared at Su Ming, cursing him. "Alright, Yingkai, don't get agitated." Lin Xiaoyun quickly explained for Su Ming, "Xiao Ming just wanted to help, he was just a little anxious." "He's trying to help us, I think he's trying to kill us," Xu Yingkai said, his face turning red with anger. "Tell him to get lost. I am scared, okay? Our Chu family is struggling to make ends meet right now, let alone support this godlike figure." Lin Xiaoyun turned around and sighed as she said to Su Ming, "Xiao Ming, what your Uncle Chu said was a bit harsh, but it made some sense. Our situation is different now, so why don't you go first, come back when this trouble is resolved." Su Ming smiled helplessly and shook his head. "Aunt Lin, if we rely on you, when will we be able to solve this huge mess? I called Su Tianhai over to help you solve this problem. Don't worry, leave everything else to me." This. Lin Xiaoyun was at a loss for words. It's not that she doesn't trust Su Ming. But this matter is not so simple. We are facing Qi Fei, who is now famous in Yunqing. Ever since that guy obtained the Toad Spring Dew antidote formula, he has been ruthlessly monopolizing it, taking back all rights to use the formula in Yun City. Even copies are not allowed. Of those who were poisoned by Toad Dew, most of the toxins have not yet been completely relieved, except for a small number of people. The fact that the prescription has been discontinued means they will have to pay an even higher price. Using this trick, Qi Fei left the Luo family group and amassed over 10 billion yuan in just 1 week. He became a well-known figure in Yunqing, and even the richest people on the rich list were wary of him. Su Ming just returned from Shuzhou alone and doesn't know anything about the situation. How could he possibly deal with someone like this? Su Tianhai's matter is a minor one. If Qi Fei is alerted by this, they might not even have a place to live in their dilapidated house and would have to wander the streets begging for food. Lin Xiaoyun was worried, but she didn't want to discourage Su Ming, and she didn't know what to do. A moment later, the rumble of cars could be heard outside the old building. Su Tianhai and his men rushed over without stopping. Then he rushed into the room and saw Su Ming. Su Tianhai looked at Su Ming in a panic. "Prince Su, what happened? I'm sorry, I didn't know you were back and didn't come to greet you." Su Ming's icy gaze fell on Su Tianhai. "What kind of person are you, the patriarch of the Su family? Have you forgotten what I told you, or have you been making too much money with the prescription for the cold medicine and have completely ignored what I said? I don't think you're worthy of having the prescription for the jade medicine for colds." Su Ming's tone was icy. When he was at the Su family home, he clearly instructed Su Tianhai to give Lin Xiaoyun special treatment. Now that the Chu family has encountered such a problem, Su Tianhai is completely indifferent and doesn't care about it at all. Upon hearing this, Su Tianhai felt as if struck by lightning. He instantly broke out in a cold sweat and knelt on the ground with a thud. He said to Su Ming in utter terror, "Your Highness Su, I am truly sorry if I have done anything wrong. I, Su Tianhai, on behalf of the Su family, apologize to you, but please, Your Highness, tell me clearly, I really don't know what I have done wrong." Upon seeing this, Xu Yingcai's eyes widened in shock, and his eyebrows twitched. Master Su actually knelt down and apologized to this kid? Could this kid really have some extraordinary background? Judging from the tone of his voice on the phone just now, it seems that Su Ming had Su Tianhai completely under his control from the very beginning. But how is that possible? Thanks to the jade medicine for colds, the Su family has become a well-known and powerful family in Yunqing. Lin Xiaoyun quickly stepped forward and explained to Su Ming, "Xiao Ming, it's really not Master Su's fault, it's my fault for not telling him. I am too ashamed to mention this to anyone. Su Ming turned his head and calmly looked at Lin Shoyun, saying, Aunt Lin, please sit down, this matter has nothing to do with whether you told me or not. I refuse to believe that you, Su Tianhai, could have gotten absolutely no word of it. I think you simply don't want to get involved. Upon hearing this, Su Tianhai broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes filled with shock. He did receive it. He received the news on the very day the Chu family was in trouble. However, he really didn't take it seriously. Because of the booming sales of the cold medicine and the numerous high-level business meetings he was scheduled to attend, he didn't take this trivial matter to heart. Thinking it was just a minor incident, he figured he could compensate the Chu family later when he had some free time, and it wouldn't be a big deal. But I never expected that Chi Fei would be so inhuman. They forced the Chu family members to come to the old city area. Now, Su Tianhai's face turned extremely ugly, and he was filled with regret for not taking the matter seriously. He immediately kowtowed deeply to Su Ming, saying, Prince Su, it was my fault, I was so foolish, I will make amends immediately. Then he turned to his men and roared, What are you bunch of useless trash standing there for? Hurry up and go to the market to buy the best furniture. I want this place back to its top-class living standards within 2 hours. Then notify the Su family to immediately find the best residential buildings and villas and report back to me as soon as possible. Yes. A group of subordinates hurriedly responded and turned to make the arrangements. Then Su Tianhai raised his head, looking at Su Ming with fear, and asked, Prince Su, what else? Is there anything I can do for you? Su Ming's gaze was icy. Don't you understand yet? Chi Fei is the root of all trouble, but I'll deal with him myself. I'll be here for a while, just wait for my news. Yes, I am ready to obey your orders at any time. Su Tianhai wiped his sweat and hurriedly agreed. Get out. Su Ming waved his hand. Then I shall take my leave. Su Tianhai retreated cautiously. Once outside, Su Tianhai was soaked to the bone. He beckoned to his 2 remaining men and said, Pass down the order, immediately investigate Chi Fei's background, dig up his ancestral graves. If he dares to do such a thing, I'll make him wish he were dead. Yes. The last 2 subordinates also received their orders and went off. Su Tianhai breathed a heavy sigh of relief and drove away temporarily. Chi Fei, no matter who you are, you dare to drag me down like this, I'll show you that Yunqing isn't a place for trash like you to survive. Su Tianhai cursed through gritted teeth as the car drove away. For the next hour or so, Su's men went in and out of the old building, replacing all of Chu's furniture. Whether it's appliances, furniture, or household goods, they are all top-tier brands, exuding the ultimate in luxury. It was even many times more luxurious than the previous Chu family. Chu Yingkai was stunned by what he saw. He sat in the living room, speechless, wondering if he was dreaming. Enough, enough! Lin Shoyun followed along, feeling flattered and overwhelmed. Who would have thought that wealth and fortune would come so quickly? Chu Yingkai turned to look at Su Ming again, his expression now incredibly complicated. He smiled and approached Su Ming, saying with a fawning smile, Lilia, no, brother Ming, you have such abilities, you should have said so earlier. You made me misunderstand you. What I said earlier was just said in anger. Please don't take it to heart. Your return to the Chu family is a great honor for our Chu family. It is truly a blessing that our Chu family has been blessed to know you. Come on, you have some tea? No, you have some cigarettes? No, look at my broken mouth. 453, Chapter 453 International Integration. Chu Yingkai was completely speechless, both surprised and delighted. He looked at Su Ming as if he were a god of wealth. His previous demeanor completely changed, and he became extremely respectful. If he didn't still have some principles, he would have knelt down and polished Su Ming's shoes. It turns out that Su Ming was the greatest benefactor of the Chu family. And it was only today that he realized it. If only we had known sooner, the Chu family would have been incredibly wealthy and powerful long ago. Chu Yingkai was filled with regret. Such a powerful benefactor had been living in their home all along, and he hadn't even noticed. If they had realized this sooner and treated Su Ming better, wouldn't the Chu family be thriving by now? Why did we have to fall into this predicament, eating radishes and vegetables here? Chu Yingkai carefully served Su Ming and asked, Brother Ming, you must have some amazing background, right? Otherwise, Master Su wouldn't be so respectful and afraid of you, doing whatever you ask. Shuinkai thought to himself, if Su Ming can do this much, his status is probably higher than that of all the wealthy people in Yunqing. But Su Ming simply said calmly, I'm just an ordinary person. He lived as an ordinary person in Yunqing, and he wasn't lying about that. But then why is Master Su so kind to you? Shuinkai asked, puzzled. That's because I'm the one who gave the Su family the prescription for their cold medicine, Su Ming replied. This? Shuinkai was shocked, even more so than when he heard about Su Ming's so-called identity. The prescription that created billions in wealth and was inexhaustible was actually given by Su Ming? How is that possible? That single prescription could make someone richer than a country. How much power and status would it take to easily give away such a prescription? Shuinkai was so shocked that he couldn't speak. However, what shocked him even more was what came next. Su Ming's next words almost made him faint from shock. Su Ming smiled faintly, a slight smirk playing on his lips. This prescription is the one I gave Aunt Lin when I went to Zhongzhou originally. I was thinking of giving you this cold medicine prescription, enough for you to take for a lifetime. It would be a way of repaying Aunt Lin for saving my life. But clearly, you didn't take it seriously and threw it away. Then the Jin brothers picked it up. The Jin brothers became the number one in Yunqing with this prescription after the Jin family fell from power. The prescription returned to me, so I handed it over to Su Tianhai. If you have anyone to blame, it's your own bad luck. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. If Shuinkai had a broader perspective, or even if Chu Qingqing had been smarter, or if Lin Xiaoyun had been more assertive, none of this mess would have happened. But clearly, no one from the Chu family could step forward. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Shuinkai's eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted. I felt my blood churning inside my body, and in that instant, I almost suffocated, unable to catch my breath. The prescription that made countless people rich, like a treasure, was actually the same prescription he had thrown out onto the street back then. It turns out that wealth and status were already in his hands. At this moment, Shuinkai was truly filled with remorse. He had never felt so regretful and heartbroken. It's like Su Ming stuffed all the meat into their mouths, and they didn't even know how to chew it before spitting it out. Shuinkai felt dizzy and unsteady on his feet. Only then did he realize how foolish he and Chu Qingqing had been. Then, can I still get that prescription back? Shuinkai asked, his face pale and filled with regret and resentment. Su Ming sneered, do you think that's possible? People chew up and swallow the food you don't eat, and you expect to go up their throats to eat it? Shuinkai let out a scream, clutched his chest, and collapsed into a chair next to him, feeling as if his heart disease and high blood pressure were about to flare up at the same time. What's wrong? What's wrong? Lin Xiaoyun, who was busy inside the house, rushed out upon hearing the screams and saw Shuinkai lying on a chair, his face pale. Lin Xiaoyun rushed over to help him up, then looked at Su Ming. You two had another fight, Xiaoming, you two. Your Uncle Chu is getting old. Even if he's wrong, don't take it to heart. He might just have a seizure. No. Only then did Shuinkai shakily raise his hand, his face contorted with pain and regret, and say, it has nothing to do with him. He is a great benefactor to our Chu family. If anyone is to blame, it is myself for being so foolish. I, Shuinkai, have lived most of my life and still haven't figured things out. I really wish I could just die already. I have no face to live with now. What exactly happened? Lin Xiaoyun looked anxious. It's alright, go prepare dinner. He hasn't eaten yet. Make something substantial, don't skimp on Su Ming. Shuinkai said, clutching his chest. However, he did not mention the medicine for colds that Su Ming had just mentioned. He was so regretful and heartbroken. I don't want Lin Xiaoyun to suffer any longer. Okay, then you should rest for a bit. Be sure to tell me if you feel unwell. Lin Xiaoyun then turned around and went back to her work. My God! Is this my home? Just then, Chu Qingqing's shocked voice rang out from the doorway. Chu Qingqing stood at the door, looking completely bewildered. She thought she had entered the wrong door, so she took a few steps back and looked carefully before walking back in. The expression on his face could no longer be described as simply shocked. Looking at the luxurious furniture in her home, she wondered if she was dreaming. This refrigerator, this air conditioner, this coffee table, they're all designer brands. My goodness, each of these must cost hundreds of thousands. Dad, you've struck it rich? Chu Qingqing turned around blankly and looked at Chu Yingkai in disbelief. These were all brought back by your brother Xiaoming. Come over here and say hello to him. Having understood everything, Chu Yingkai now had nothing to do with Su Ming. He was extremely respectful, but even towards Chu Qingqing, he no longer showed any leniency or consideration. What? He brought it back. Chu Qingqing then realized that Su Ming had already returned. His gaze fell on Su Ming, and he immediately gave a disdainful sneer. If it's him, then it's not surprising he probably went to Shuzhou and did some petty theft, making a little money. Dad, don't take it to heart. Our Chu family has taken him in for so long, and he knows how to repay us. Still a decent person, but don't be too happy. He might have offended some enemies or creditors who will come knocking on our door soon. We'll have to return these things to them later. Chu Qingqing looked at Su Ming with disdain, not taking him seriously at all. Because in her view, Su Ming hadn't changed at all. Although he got back these luxurious pieces of furniture, Su Ming was still wearing the same few cheap clothes. Does this person look like a wealthy person? This probably doesn't even qualify as a nouveau riche. With a little money, I immediately came back to use it as a showpiece. I bet Su Ming is secretly hoping to see her shocked and fawning over him right now. She had seen through his meager abilities and scheming long ago. Presumptuous. Chu Yingkai flew into a rage, slammed his hand on the table, and shouted, "How dare you speak to your brother Ming like that? Come over here and apologize to him right now." No way. Chu Qingqing raised an eyebrow and chuckled coldly. Dad, let me tell you, you can't trust this kind of person at all. You'd be better off trusting me. Chi Fei's business is almost on track. Once his company goes public and connects with the international market, I'll be the chairman too. Money is just a piece of paper. Chu Qingqing was beaming with pride, lost in her sweet dream. She felt no remorse or guilt whatsoever. Because of her, the entire Chu family had fallen to the point where they could only afford to eat plain porridge and live in dilapidated buildings. If Su Ming hadn't returned, Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun's miserable days would have gone on indefinitely. 454, Chapter 454. What a sin. Upon hearing this, Su Ming slowly raised his head. Judging from this, even though the Chu family has fallen to this state, Chu Qingqing and Chi Fei have not lost contact. This matter seems to be more complex than just Chi Fei deceiving people to obtain the prescription. You brat! Chu Yingkai immediately became anxious, stood up abruptly, pointed at Chu Qingqing with a face full of anger, and said, "You keep saying that Chi Fei is a good kid, but what happened? In the end, our house fell into his hands. And have you seen any return? Now your mother and I are almost homeless, and you still say such things? I think Chi Fei is even worse than Su Ming. You still haven't realized your mistake." Chu Yingkai grew angrier as he spoke, and picked up the teacup next to him and smashed it on the ground with a loud bang. Su Ming rolled his eyes. What kind of talk is that? Does that kind of person even deserve to be compared to him? Chu Qingqing glanced at it and laughed sarcastically. I see now, Dad, you're siding with Su Ming just because he got some things back. I think you're the one who doesn't understand these little things are nothing. Chi Fei is rich now. He can have as much money as he wants, then you'll see who's wrong. And you brat. Chu Qingqing's cold gaze fell on Su Ming. You just wait and see, soon I'll show you just how big the gap is between you and me. When you see me, then, don't beg for my forgiveness on your knees. After saying that, Chu Qingqing smiled, turned around and strode away, leaving the Chu family directly. That brat, she's driving me crazy. Chu Qingqing sat down, clutching her chest, panting heavily, her face turning green with anger. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyun came out carrying vegetables and asked with a puzzled look, I just heard Qingqing's voice. Where is she? What happened to her this time? It's alright, don't mention that brat, she won't listen to you. Let's eat. She'll regret it sooner or later. Chu Yingkai said through gritted teeth. Even though Chu Yingkai used to be on Chu Qingqing's side, he can now see that Chi Fei has a problem. But Chu Qingqing remained stubbornly obstinate, which infuriated Chu Yingkai. Why? Lin Xiaoyun sighed helplessly, then finished serving the food, and the three of them sat down together again. Su Ming sat down and said calmly, Aunt Lin, this matter doesn't seem so simple. Why does Chu Qingqing still trust Chi Fei so much? What happened? Tell me about it. Lin Xiaoyun glanced at Chu Yingkai, sighed, and then spoke. Here's what happened originally. I didn't agree to hand over the original prescription. However, Chu Qingqing got closer and closer to Chi Fei, and even took out loans with him to set up a company independently. Then, the loan agreement was actually fraudulently signed by Chi Fei, and Chu Qingqing was the only person listed as the person in charge of the debt. In other words, Chi Fei can abandon us at any time, and all the debts will fall on our Chu family. That debt is as high as over $1 billion. So Chi Fei threatened us with the debt contract, saying that if we didn't hand over the original prescription, we would have to bear the debt alone. We really had no choice. I thought that once I gave him the prescription, the debt would be wiped clean. But that's not the case. Chi Fei is holding onto that contract, and he's using it to force us to move out of our old home and take our house away. As Lin Xiaoyun spoke, she became increasingly heartbroken, and tears streamed down her face like a broken string. Su Ming frowned deeply. If that's the case, any woman who isn't an idiot like Chu Qingqing would know what kind of person Chi Fei is, right? How could she still trust him so much? Xiaoming, you have no idea, that kid is incredibly cunning. He says one thing to us and another to Qingqing. He's all sweet talk, he'll say anything even now. Qingqing firmly believes that the money she borrowed with Chi Fei will definitely help them make a fortune, build a company, and achieve great success. She's completely absorbed in this beautiful dream and doesn't even realize it. They certainly made money. Chi Fei amassed billions through his monopoly on the medicine formula, but the debt remains, and Qingqing didn't receive a single penny. Chu Yingkai continued, and as he spoke, he got angry again, so angry that he wanted to smash things. But now there's nothing left for him to smash at home. Su Ming brought all expensive luxury items, and he couldn't bear to break them. Now Su Ming understood. It seems that Chu Qingqing has been deceived beyond redemption. The only way to make Chu Qingqing understand is to expose that kid in front of her and let him say it himself. Besides, no one would believe Chu Qingqing. In the end, it's all our fault. We spoiled her too much. Xiaoming, if things really get too bad, you should leave too, so you don't get dragged down with us. We'll think of something else slowly, and hopefully she'll come to her senses in time. Lin Xiaoyun said, wiping away her tears. Su Ming smiled slightly and remained silent. The next day, Chi Fei brought Chu Qingqing directly to their door. Chi Fei, dressed in a suit and tie, was indeed completely different from before. He was now more arrogant and conceited. If Chi Fei had at least put on a facade when he met Su Ming and the Chu family back then, he's now completely exposed for who he really is. In front of Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun, Chi Fei slammed the property transfer contract on the table and said to Chu Yingkai, Uncle Chu, and Lin, don't hesitate, sign the contract quickly. I'm short of money to raise for an IPO, and your house is worth about $1 million, which can help me with this. Chi Fei smiled smugly. You? Chu Yingkai's face instantly turned red, and he roared, get out, this is outrageous. You took the prescription, and now you want the house too. Do you really want to drive our Chu family to our deaths? Listen to this, what kind of talk is this? Qingqing, you saw it, I'm not making this up. Your parents are just too stubborn. They don't even know how to make money. What do you mean by forced to death? They have no idea how much no money is. Some people are just destined to be poor. Chi Fei sighed, looking regretful for Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun. Hearing this, Chu Qingqing also became anxious. She took 2 steps forward and stared at Chu Yingkai anxiously, saying, Dad, don't be stubborn. We're just one last step away. As long as we sell the house and successfully raise funds, you two can both sit back and count money. Why turn down money? Right, Mom, you should talk to Dad. Can we live in that dilapidated house forever? We're here to make big money. $1 million or so is nothing. Chu Qingqing believed Chi Fei's words without a doubt. You. Chu Yingkai raised his hand and slapped Chu Qingqing across the face. You really are beyond saving. Making money. Do you even have the ability? You've already been expelled from the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Don't you realize your own limitations? You couldn't even make money in the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. How are you going to make money relying on a kid like this? Chu Yingkai trembled with anger, his face turning pale. Lin Xiaoyun's eyes were red from crying. She never imagined in her life that the Chu family would become like this, torn apart and reduced to this state. Chu Qingqing covered her face and stood up, now even more convinced of Chi Fei's words that her parents had absolutely no sense of judgment. But no one can stop her from becoming successful. She gritted her teeth and said coldly, I don't care. I also have a share in this house today. You must transfer the house. You must sign the contract. What a tragedy. Chu Yingkai nearly fainted from anger. I'll sign it. At this moment, Su Ming walked out with a smile. You'll sign it? Immediately, Chi Fei, Chu Qingqing, and the others' gazes fell on Su Ming. 455, Chapter 455 Unexpected Wealth. What are you signing? My Chu family's house has absolutely nothing to do with you. Do you even own a house? If you do, why are you freeloading off my Chu family? Chu Qingqing's face was full of anger. Chi Fei sneered, what's the use of your signature? It's worthless. Su Ming smiled slightly and said calmly, I own a top-tier villa in the Cloud Palace, worth over $1 billion. It's 100 times more expensive than the Chu family's house. You want money, right? I'll sign the contract, and this house will be yours, but I must remind you of one thing. After you get the house, you absolutely mustn't regret it. Ha! Chi Fei smiled. Chu Qingqing smiled too. The two looked at Su Ming as if he were an idiot. You have a top-tier villa in the heavenly palace on the clouds. Who the hell are you trying to fool? You just spout nonsense, saying you have one and then it's real. If you don't believe me, just call the Yunding Tiangong Property Management and ask if I'm a homeowner. That'll tell you. Su Ming said with a smile. Chi Fei was stunned. Su Ming's words sounded very serious and actually made sense. But where would he get the phone number for the Yunding Tiangong Property Management? Those top-tier luxury mansions aren't something you can buy just because you have money. Only important people can stay there. Could it be that this kid knows he can't contact the heavenly palace on the cloud top, so he's deliberately saying such big words to scare him? Oh, by the way, you probably don't have the phone number for the Cloud Palace Property Management, right? I'll call it for you. Su Ming smiled, took out his phone, called the Yunding Tiangong Property Management, and then handed the phone to Chi Fei. Chi Fei took the phone with a suspicious look on his face and put it to his ear. A sweet voice came from the other end of the phone and asked, Mr. Su, is there anything I can help you with, or is there anything you need me to tell you? Mr. Su. Is this the kid in front of me? Chi Fei asked in a deep voice, I would like to inquire about my property management fees for this month. Oh, Mr. Su, you don't need to worry about that. Your villa is top of the line, so you don't need to pay property management fees. But since you asked, I checked for you for a villa of your caliber. The monthly property management fee would be around 50,000 yuan, the other party replied with a smile. 50,000? Chi Fei was instantly speechless. The monthly property management fee for an ordinary house is only 200 or 300 yuan, and for a more luxurious one, it's at most 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. That's 50,000 a month. That's more than just a luxury house. It seems that what Su Ming said was absolutely true. He's made a fortune. Chi Fei was overjoyed and quickly hung up the phone, his eyes shining as he looked at Su Ming. Now you believe me, right? Su Ming said with a smile. I believe you. Why didn't you say so sooner? With such a top-notch house, why would I even look at the Chu family's property? You can't go back on your word you said you were going to sign. Chi Fei stared at Su Ming, speaking impatiently. Su Ming grinned, of course I won't go back on my word. I am afraid you'll be the one who does as long as you don't regret it. I'll have someone send you the property certificate right away. You can go and complete the transfer procedures immediately. My God, you're amazing, hurry up and sign it. I'll treat you to dinner after the transfer is complete. Chi Fei was shocked by Su Ming. This is incredibly extravagant. Is this person a fool? This guy just throws away a house worth billions so easily. Is he really that generous, or is this idiot just trying to show off? But regardless, this is like a windfall. He came here for the Chu family's $1 million house, but now that house is nothing to him, he wouldn't even take it if it were given to him for free. With this top-tier villa worth over $1 billion, how glamorous they'll be in the future. Besides, it's a house in the Cloud Palace, something even the richest people on the rich list might not be able to buy. Chi Fei was so happy he almost fainted. Su Ming smiled, stepped forward, picked up a pen, and decisively signed his name on the transfer contract. Then he took out his phone and called Shin Luoyun, saying, Luoyun, come with Qin Shuang and bring the property certificate for Yunding Tiangong. I transferred that house to someone else, so you shouldn't stay there for the time being. Is what that kid said true? Chu Qingqing and Chi Fei stood to one side, staring at Su Ming with expressions of surprise and uncertainty. Su Ming has lived in her Chu family's house for so long, but she has never heard of Su Ming having a house in the Cloud Palace. It's true, I confirmed it on the phone just now. Besides, if it were fake, he would dare to sign anything. That would be commercial fraud, and I could send him straight to jail. Chi Fei grinned and said with a cold laugh. I never expected him. Chu Qingqing glanced at Su Ming with a complicated expression. This guy actually has such wealth, but he's never said anything's kept it a secret for too long. And it seems like they're deliberately hiding it from her. This made Chu Qingqing very unhappy. But even if it exists, it will soon be gone, and it will soon belong to her and Chi Fei. You brat, you've given away your only fortune to someone else. He likes to put on airs, he deserves to be poor his whole life. Half an hour later, Shen Luoyun and Qin Shuang arrived and brought the property certificate. Su Ming handed the property certificate to Chi Fei, grinning, satisfied now, but I have one condition after you take this house, you're not allowed to bother Aunt Lin anymore, you can only take it if you agree otherwise, this house doesn't belong to you. No problem. Chi Fei was overjoyed, looking at the property certificate as if it were a treasure, no longer caring about the Chu family's meager assets. With a broad smile, he said, brother, forget about the Chu family house. Even if you beg me to come, I wouldn't come. Do you have any other conditions? For example, that loan agreement. If you're willing, I'll tear it up right now. From now on, the Chu family will have nothing to do with debts. Need not. Su Ming waved his hand with a smile and said, that's your debt contract with Chu Qingqing. It has nothing to do with the Chu family. How you handle it is your business. Clear, brother. If you have any good opportunities like this in the future, remember to contact me. How many houses do you have that you don't want? I'll take them all. Chi Fei laughed heartily, then quickly left with Chu Qingqing, looking as if he couldn't wait to complete the transfer of ownership. Su Ming stood at the door with a smile, his gaze deep and cold. Behind him, Lin Xiaoyan walked up, wiping away tears, and said to Su Ming with a face full of guilt and heartache, Xiao Ming, we're so sorry we made you lose the house, one debt to pay off another, and our Chu family's house will be yours from now on. You can take it anytime you want. Although it's not as good as your villa, at least you'll have a place to live. If it were in the past, Chu Enkai would probably have jumped up on the spot and fought Su Ming to the death upon hearing such words. But now, after witnessing Chu Qingqing's rebelliousness and Chi Fei's viciousness and ruthlessness, Chu Enkai also realized the reality. If Su Ming didn't help, their family would really be finished. He sat to one side, his face ashen, unable to utter a single word. Brother Su, what exactly happened? A house worth over $1 billion was just given away like that. Shen Luoyun asked in confusion. Don't worry, he can't take it. Even if I hand it to him, he won't dare take it soon. He'll be begging to return it to me. He's not qualified to take my things. Su Ming grinned, his smile particularly amusing. 456, Chapter 456 shocks the Yunqing real estate industry. Chi Fei and Chu Qingqing arrived at the real estate transaction center in Yunqing. Chu Qingqing was overjoyed the whole way. Even if they don't live in this house, they can sell it and make 1 billion or 2 billion yuan, they'll be rich. All the debts from loans can be wiped clean. Chu Qingqing couldn't help but say to Chi Fei, Brother Chi, with this Cloud Palace villa, we're set for life. Let's contact the auction house right away and resell it. That way we can make a fortune. We'll be able to pay off all our debts. Fart. However, Chi Fei suddenly turned around, gave Chu Qingqing a cold look, and then grinned, saying, Qingqing, why don't you understand? That's the most luxurious villa in the Cloud Palace. Even if others have money, they can't afford to live there. How could it be sold? 1 billion or so is nothing. If we could live in it, that would be the ultimate honor. If other people find out about this, they'll be begging to see us and handing over money to us. This villa is a money-making machine. You can't be so short-sighted, just like your parents who have no vision. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingqing finally understood and immediately blushed with shame. Indeed, my vision was too limited. I was actually thinking of reselling it for money. Those who are truly capable should all try to leverage the name of the heavenly palace on the clouds to elevate their own status and then amass a fortune. No wonder I've never been able to make a lot of money compared to Chi Fei. I'm still far behind. As they spoke, the two went to the counter to complete the formalities. Chi Fei handed the transfer contract and property certificate to the customer service staff, smiling as he said, I want to transfer this villa to my name. Please process it as soon as possible. Okay. When the customer service staff opened the property certificate for inspection, they saw that the property to be transferred was the most luxurious villa in the Yunding Tiangong complex. The customer service staff was immediately startled, and their hands trembled so much that the property certificate almost fell to the ground. She'd never encountered such a large-scale business opportunity in all her years of work. A property worth billions can only be transferred to someone else's name if it was purchased with cash in full. If it's a purchase, the transfer can be completed on the spot, so there's no need to go to the real estate center to handle it. The customer service representative was completely taken aback. She looked up at Chi Fei and Chu Qingqing in a daze and asked, "Are you sure that the transfer you want to process is for this house? Isn't that obvious? Can you do it or not? If you can't, call your manager, call your boss, whatever you want, just don't waste my time." Chi Fei seemed very impatient, afraid that the fat meat he was about to eat would fly away. "That's possible, but I do need to contact our general manager. Please wait a moment." So the customer service representative turned around and went to call the manager. Soon, the manager of the real estate center came down, and seeing the situation, he was also shocked and immediately called the chairman. When the chairman received the call informing him that the most luxurious villa in Yunding Tiangong was going to be transferred, he was even more shocked. Because their real estate center is affiliated with Luo Hong, the largest real estate developer in Yuncheng. He had never heard of any houses in the Cloud Palace being transferred, let alone the most luxurious mansions. So they contacted Luo Hong directly to inquire. When Luo Hong heard this, he was even more shocked. Luo Hong immediately understood that the house was specially arranged for Su Ming, so how could it be transferred? It was probably someone trying to swindle him. The entire Yuncheng real estate market was immediately alarmed. Luo Hong immediately led his men to this location. Inside the property center, I've been going around in circles, receiving one notification after another. 3 or 4 hours have passed, and the transfer of ownership still hasn't started. Chi Fei was furious, smashing things in the lobby and roaring, "What the hell are you all good for? A real estate center, you bunch of useless cowards, just loafing around and waiting to die. You can't even handle such a small matter. If you can't handle it, just say so. Are you wasting my time? Believe me, I'll have someone tear down your entire real estate center." A bunch of trash. Chi Fei pointed at the people at the real estate center and started cursing. The manager, standing nearby with a forced smile, said, "Mr. Chi, it's like this for such a large transaction. A property certificate alone isn't enough. The property owner must also be present. Then we need to know the reason for the transfer and that both parties have reached an agreement before we can process the transaction." "Fuck you." Chi Fei raised his hand and slapped the manager across the face, roaring, "I'm handling a property transfer, or you'd think I'm getting a divorce. Both parties need to be present. This is the handwritten transfer contract, and the property certificate. Can't you see them? Do you want me to slap you?" Chi Fei was furious, his face contorted with rage, and said, "I'm giving you half an hour. If the property isn't transferred to my name by then, I'd say your real estate center is out of business tomorrow. I'll bankrupt you all and make you all unemployed. I'm so angry. Who is it who dares to make my real estate center go bankrupt?" Just then, a sound came from the doorway. Chi Fei and Chu Qingqing suddenly turned their heads and saw the chairman of the real estate center's certification committee leading his people in. Chi Fei's expression changed. The chairman's position is quite different. Moreover, it is a property certificate issued by Yuncheng, which means that any house sale or purchase transaction must go through the other party's hands. Even if he's made a lot of money now, he shouldn't offend this kind of person. But that's not all. Immediately afterwards, another large group of people entered through the door. The one leading them was none other than Luo Hang, and the top executives of the entire Yuncheng real estate industry. "Who is it that wants to transfer ownership of my house?" Luo Han let out a sharp shout. Chi Fei and Chu Qingqing were immediately startled. "What's going on? It's just a property transfer procedure. Why did the entire real estate industry in Yuncheng come? Especially Luo Hong. Just over 10 days ago, Chi Fei was still a nobody in the Luo group. Luo Hong is his immediate superior." Upon seeing Luo Hong, Chi Fei was so frightened that his legs trembled uncontrollably. "Mr. Luo, the chairman, and all the bigwigs in the real estate industry, it's him. This Mr. Chi wants us to process the transfer of ownership of the top-tier villas in Cloud Top Palace." The manager ran up, pointed at Chi Fei, and said to Luo Hong and the others, "Presumptuous!" Luo Hong roared, his voice booming like thunder. Chi Fei trembled with fear and immediately knelt down. Luo Hong stepped forward, his gaze landing on Chi Fei. He sneered, "So it's you, you traitor. What? You defected from my group, and now you even want to steal my property. Do you know who owns this villa? You dare to transfer the title, you bastard. Luo Feng raised his hand and slapped Chi Fei across the face. Chi Fei's face changed drastically in fright. He knelt on the ground with a thud, saying in a terrified voice, Mr. Luo, I was wrong. I didn't know that the transfer of this villa required your permission. That kid had already agreed to give me the house. I didn't know anything else. Chi Fei was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. But he gradually realized that this was probably a trap set by Su Ming for him. Knowing full well that the house in the heavenly palace on the clouds could not be easily transferred, she deliberately pretended to be generous and gave it to him. He was unfairly blamed for this. Damn dog. How insidious. Chi Fei gritted his teeth in hatred, planning to take revenge on Su Ming once he returned. 457, Chapter 457. We have young Master Yi. I can testify that Su Ming personally signed this transfer contract. He also gave us the property certificate. We didn't commit fraud, Mr. Luo. What we did was perfectly reasonable. Chu Qingqing stood up and spoke up for Chi Fei. Shut up. Luo Hong glared fiercely at Chu Qingqing. Don't you know whether this is reasonable or not? Luo Hong sneered, his gaze falling on Chi Fei. I'm warning you, you're not a member of my Luo group, and I can't control what you do outside, but if you try to mess with me again, I guarantee you won't see the sun tomorrow. Roll. Yes, yes. Chi Fei was covered in sweat. He hurriedly got up, turned around, and took a deep look at the property certificate. He was extremely reluctant to part with it. That's a house worth over $1 billion. Just a moment ago, it was safely tucked away in her pocket. He reached out to take back the property certificate. As a result, Luo Hong kicked him to the ground. You're really insatiable, aren't you? Huh, this thing isn't for you to touch. Didn't you understand what I just said? This house doesn't belong to you. You dare touch it, beat him up. Luo Hong roared. Immediately, the people behind him, along with the security guards from the real estate center, rushed towards Chi Fei with fierce expressions. Don't want. Chi Fei let out a scream, his face filled with terror. What followed was being surrounded and brutally beaten by a group of burly men. A dozen minutes later, Chi Fei, covered in injuries, was helped out of the real estate center by Chu Qingqing. Chi Fei's eyes were so gloomy they could drip water. We were all tricked by that kid. He said he'd give me the house, but then he pulled this stunt. He made me offend Luo Hang and get beaten up like this. I will never let him get away with this. I'll make him suffer 10 times more than I do. Chi Fei was so angry that he almost ground his teeth to powder. Chu Qingqing, her face also grim, said, I think he might not even own the house. He's just playing this trick to fool us. Otherwise, who would be stupid enough to give away a house worth billions? If he really owned the house, why wouldn't he treasure it and keep it hidden away, instead of giving it away to us? You're right, that kid isn't a good person. I underestimated him. Chi Fei snorted coldly. Let's go, brother Chi, let's go back and settle the score with him. Let's see how he tries to deny it. Chu Qingqing said coldly. However, just then, Chi Fei's phone rang. Chi Fei answered the phone. It was his assistant on the other end, who said, Boss Chi, our client has arrived. Young Master Yi from the Yi family of Shuzhou is already at our company. Shouldn't you come back and greet him as soon as possible? Young Master Yi? Chi Fei immediately raised an eyebrow, beaming with excitement. Young Master Yi is here. You all hurry up and serve him while I'll be right back. Chi Fei hung up the phone, overjoyed, and said to Chu Qingqing with a face full of surprise, You go back first. Young Master Yi is here now. I'm really rich. I'll settle the score with that kid about the house later. He can't get away with it. Young Master Yi, who is that? Chu Qingqing asked in surprise. Young Master Yi, you have no idea. You're the eldest son of a top-tier family in Shuzhou. You should know Shuzhou, right? The Yi family's wealth surpasses that of the 2 richest men in Yunqing combined. If I can cooperate with young Master Yi, becoming the number 1 in Yunqing will be just around the corner, Chi Fei said smugly. So that's how it is. Chu Qingqing was also speechless with surprise and joy. You should go quickly, and you must treat young Master Yi well. He is our benefactor. He's my benefactor. You don't need to worry about that. Chi Fei glanced at Chu Qingqing with a mocking expression. Chu Qingqing was slightly taken aback. The company we started together, your benefactor, isn't he also mine? Alright, it doesn't matter whose it is. I am going now. You can go back by yourself. Chi Fei waved his hand impatiently, hailed a taxi, and went back. Chu Qingqing also had a happy smile on her face. Young Master Yi of Shuzhou, if you can climb such a high tree, isn't your rise to prominence just around the corner? I never expected this day to come so soon. Now they've really struck it rich. Qingqing couldn't help but laugh just thinking about it. Then they took a car back to the Chu family home. Back at the Chu family home, Qingqing was in a good mood, humming brother to herself when she saw Su Ming. She only gave him a disdainful look and didn't say anything. Didn't you say you wouldn't come back until you were rich? Let us see what you look like when you're rich. Su Ming looked up at Qingqing and asked with a smile. It'll be soon, just wait in a few days. You'll see how I become a top figure in Yun City at that time. You'll be nothing but an ant in my eyes. I won't even give you a second glance. Qingqing was overjoyed. Oh? Su Ming smiled slightly. Where do you get your confidence from? The house I gave you, have the transfer procedures been completed? It would have been better if we hadn't brought this up. Qingqing was in a great mood and didn't bother to settle scores with Su Ming. But Su Ming brought it up himself, which ignited Qingqing's fuse. She turned her head sharply, staring at Su Ming with a cold expression. You still dare to say that? You've played a pretty good trick. You clearly don't own a house, but you pretended to. Pretending to sign it caused us to anger Master Luo at the real estate center, get a scolding, and Brother Qi even got beaten up. You brat, you used to be nothing but disgusting in my eyes, but at least you had some semblance of humanity. Now I see it clearly, you're not only disgusting, you're also despicable. You think you're so smart, you've made a huge mistake. Once Brother Qi settles things, it won't be enough for you to beg for mercy on your knees. You're dead. Qingqing gritted her teeth and said fiercely. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. What are you saying? I gave you a house worth over $1 billion for free, and instead of thanking me, you come here to blame me? You yourselves, if you don't have the ability to hold it properly, why blame others for giving you a gift that's too heavy? You? Qingqing's face darkened. Stop pretending. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. Once Qi Fei and young Master Yi finalize their cooperation, you're as good as dead. Young Master Yi? Upon hearing this name, Su Ming's eyebrows twitched. How about that? Surprised, didn't you just go to Shuzhou? You should know about the famous young Master Yi of the Yi family in Shuzhou, right? And that young Master Yi has already chosen to cooperate with us. You brat, it's too late to regret it now. You've missed your chance. Enjoy the feeling of fear. Qingqing laughed triumphantly. Su Ming smiled knowingly. Unexpectedly, Yiling, after being taught a lesson, did not flee back to Shuzhou. Do you still want to make a name for yourself in Yuncheng? Otherwise, they wouldn't have sought cooperation with Qi Fei and Qingqing again. That kid probably knew he'd lost face in front of all the wealthy people in Yuncheng and had no face to seek cooperation with other tycoons. They decided to start with Qi Fei, a guy who was neither good nor bad. And just like that, it fell right into his hands again. Looks like the lesson I taught that good for nothing last time wasn't enough. Su Ming grinned. For 58, Chapter 458. The hard times are over. This humble servant greets young Master Yi. Qi Fei rushed back to the company and saw the extraordinary Yi Ling. He immediately knelt down on the ground. As expected of the young master of a prominent family in Shuzhou, his demeanor and presence clearly indicate that he is no ordinary person. What happened to the injury on your face? Yi Ling sat in the chair and looked down to see Yi Ling's face covered in injuries, making his face look like a pig's head. Mentioning this, Qi Fei recalled being tricked by Su Ming, and his face immediately filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, Young Master Yi, this is a long story. However, I was just about to ask you for a favor. A young man from the Chu family said he had a top-tier apartment in the Cloud Palace and wanted to transfer it to me, and I fell for it. Not only did I not get the house, but I also alarmed Luo Hang, the real estate tycoon of Yuncheng, so I got beaten up. I'd like to ask you, young Master Yi, to intervene and make that brat kneel down and hand over the house if he really has it. We'll be rich if he doesn't. In front of you, young Master Yi, even if he doesn't die, you'll cripple him. Qi Fei said fiercely. Oh, the most luxurious suite in the heavenly palace on the cloud top, that's a real gem. I've heard that only royalty and nobility can afford to live in the Cloud City Heavenly Palace. Even big shots from the Central Plains come here to buy property. If I could get my hands on it, it would be an immense source of pride. Yi Ling was instantly overcome with greed. He came to Yunqing from Suzhou, wanting to do something big to prove himself. How can I achieve my goal as quickly as possible? Then the most luxurious villa in the heavenly palace on the clouds is the best proof. Once he gets this house, he can send a message back to the Yi family, and the entire Yi family will be proud of him. Of course. Shi Fei quickly chimed in, that house, that kid said it was worth over $1 billion, but I think that's too low. The top-tier villa in Cloud Palace brings endless fame and fortune. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's worth billions, or even tens of billions. Interesting. Yi Ling smiled broadly and asked, so, how do you plan to help you? That's easy. I'll prepare a lavish banquet for you right away, young Master Yi. To welcome you back and celebrate your return, I'll invite all the famous tycoons of Yun City, and I'll also invite that kid. That kind of person is just a good-for-nothing from the bottom of society. He's probably never seen such a grand occasion before. When he gets here, he'll probably wet himself in fear, and if he comes before you, young Master Yi, wouldn't a few words from you be enough to make him kneel and beg for mercy? Shi Fei said with a cold smile. Okay, then let's do it your way. Yi Ling nodded with a smile. This way, he can also let other people in Yunqing get to know him, improve his reputation, and in the future, Yi Ling will be able to gain a foothold in Yunqing. No problem, I'll arrange it right away. I'll have someone book the most luxurious room at Tianxiang Tower right now. Upon seeing Yi Ling's agreement, Shi Fei beamed with joy and immediately got up to make phone calls to arrange things. After booking the room and informing the guests, Shi Fei immediately called Chu Qingqing again. Qingqing, I've already reached an agreement with young Master Yi and we've established a cooperative relationship tonight. We'll be hosting a banquet at Tianxiang Restaurant to celebrate and welcome young Master Yi. Dress up nicely and get ready to attend the banquet. Also, you should invite your whole family, your parents, and that kid too. They all have to come, otherwise, they'll keep saying I'm cheating them out of their money. Let them see what I'm capable of today. After saying that, Shi Fei hung up the phone, his face full of a sinister smile. Kid, don't be too scared to come. I'll show you the ultimate feast in Yunqing, a level you'll never reach in your entire life. I'll scare you to death. On the other end, Chu Qingqing received the call and was so overjoyed she almost fainted. My God, it really happened. Shi Fei really reached a cooperation agreement with young Master Yi. Chu Qingqing was right about Shi Fei. His abilities are unparalleled. No one can compare to him. Once we establish a cooperative relationship with young Master Yi, my company and his company will take off completely. Chu Qingqing lowered her head and looked at Su Ming with a cold, disdainful smile. Compared to Shi Fei, Su Ming is utterly trash. This kid will probably never meet someone like young Master Yi in his entire life. However, she couldn't understand why Shi Fei insisted on inviting this kid along, even though he wanted to invite her parents. If young Master Yi saw that her Chu family was associating with someone like Su Ming, wouldn't that be incredibly embarrassing? Consider yourself lucky, you piece of trash. Chu Qingqing stared at Su Ming and snorted coldly, thanks to me, Brother Chi asked me to take you with me to Tianxiang Tower to see young Master Yi. You'd better dress up nicely if you embarrass me in front of young Master Yi. Don't blame me for not letting you off the hook. Real? Hearing Chu Qingqing's words, Su Ming smiled and asked a question. Yi Ling is incredibly bold to invite him over. Is he really not afraid of death? Look at you, so excited and pathetic. You've never had such a good thing in your life, have you? It's disgusting. Hurry up and get ready, or you'll never have the chance to meet someone as important as young Master Yi in your entire life. Chu Qingqing gave a disdainful laugh and turned to change her clothes. That evening, Chu Qingqing also told Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun about it. The two were also greatly surprised when they heard this. They never expected that Shi Fei would actually surprise them. Now they're being invited to Tianxianglu, the most prestigious restaurant in Yunqing, and to meet with the young master of a top family in Suzhou. This honor is one in 100 years. If they relied solely on themselves, they might never have the opportunity to meet such noble figures in their lifetime. This made Chu Yingkai begin to doubt whether his previous prejudice against Shi Fei was wrong. I never expected Shi Fei to actually amount to something. What he said before, then it wasn't a lie. I was so short-sighted to treat him so badly. Qingqing's dad, isn't this what he should do? For his and Qingqing's company, we gave him the prescription and the money. We're just one step away from giving him the house. Now that he knows how to repay kindness, it shows he still has some conscience. Qingqing didn't misjudge him. Lin Xiaoyun said with a smile. The couple were immediately filled with pride and joy. Living in a dilapidated building is only temporary. Now that Chi Fei and Chu Qingqing have achieved great success, their hard times are finally over. Chu Qingqing walked out wearing a pure white long dress, looking exceptionally beautiful and adding a touch of maturity. Her two long legs were faintly visible, perfectly highlighting her slender figure. Chu Qingqing tossed her long hair and said proudly, "Dad, now you know who's right, right?" Chi Fei stepped forward and immediately reported back to you. "Did I say anything wrong? You even doubted me before. My judgment of people has never been wrong. Like some people, if I called them trash from the beginning, they'll always be trash." At this point, Chu Qingqing's cold gaze fell on Su Ming. Su Ming sat calmly with a smile on his face, offering no rebuttal. 459, Chapter 459, Paying Homage to Young Master Yi. You think you're something special just because you brought back some furniture. That only exposes your ignorance and lack of ambition. Capable people think about doing great things, not showing off over these trivial matters. Now you should know the difference between you and Chi Fei. Chu Qingqing looked at Su Ming with nothing but contempt and disdain. Xu Yingkai nodded in agreement, also finding Chu Qingqing's words to be very reasonable. Capable people all have grand ambitions, while those who are petty and calculating in small matters will find it difficult to achieve great things. In this respect, the gap between Su Ming and Chi Fei is truly enormous. Speaking of which, why haven't you changed your clothes yet, you piece of trash? Didn't you hear what I just said? If you go over there and embarrass our Chu family, I will never let you off the hook. Chu Qingqing said with an icy expression. I have no clothes to change into. Su Ming said calmly. He really had no clothes to change into. He didn't have much left at the Chu family home, and besides, the Chu family had been forced to move to this old town. It was so late at night, and he didn't even know where to buy clothes. If you want to change clothes, you'll have to call the Tianming Chamber of Commerce and have them send some over. But for a mere banquet hosted by Yi Ling, requiring him to change clothes and bathe in such a grand manner, Yi Ling is not worthy of it. Listen to what this kid is saying. He doesn't even have clothes on, yet he acts all high and mighty. You idiot, is this really how you'll be for the rest of your life? Chu Qingqing scoffed, her disgust for Su Ming reaching its very core. Alright, Qingqing, let's leave it at that. Xiao Ming's outfit is acceptable anyway, it's just a banquet, he'll be back in a bit. Lin Xiaoyun tried to smooth things over. You little rascal, you're lucky. If Brother Qi hadn't told me, I wouldn't have taken you. Come on, what are you waiting for? Chu Qingqing snorted coldly and headed out the door first. Su Ming smiled, got up, and walked out as well. Once outside, we hailed a taxi and headed straight for Tianxianglu. When the group arrived at Tianxiang Tower, they saw a constant stream of guests at the entrance. Those coming and going are all prominent and wealthy people in Yuncheng. Apart from the top 10 richest people in Yuncheng who didn't come, almost all the familiar faces were there. My goodness, I didn't expect it to turn into such a big deal. We should have dressed up more elaborately. Xu Yingkai was amazed by the dazzling lights and revelry inside Tianxiang Tower. Tianxianglu is the most upscale restaurant in Yuncheng. A banquet hosted by a famous chef can cost tens or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. If it weren't for Chi Fei's invitation, Xu Yingkai would probably never have seen what Tianxianglu looked like. Lin Xiaoyun had come here with Su Ming before. But after so long, it all feels a bit unfamiliar now. Seeing the extravagance of Tianxianglu again now, I am still amazed. Chu Qingqing's nose practically twitched up in pride as she grinned and said, this is the kind of pomp and circumstance Brother Qi has, and young Master Yi too. We were invited by Brother Qi, so let's go in. Maybe these tycoons even recognize us. After saying that, Chu Qingqing took the lead and stepped into Tianxiang Tower. As soon as the group entered, the Tianxiang Tower, which had been filled with laughter and conversation, fell silent instantly. Countless people turned their heads and cast surprised glances at the Chu family. Is that Prince Su? Prince Su is back? My God, why didn't anyone inform me that Prince Su would also be coming to Tianxiang Tower? Everyone's eyes were filled with shock when they saw Su Ming. Su Ming arrived in Suzhou yesterday. Apart from the dozen or so wealthy people in Yuncheng who received the news and personally greeted him, no one else had been notified. When they saw Su Ming appear, they were all shocked. However, when Chu Qingqing saw the shocked looks on the faces of the wealthy people present, she assumed that they already knew about her relationship with Chi Fei, which was why they had such expressions. This gave her an even stronger sense of pride and superiority. Indeed, my decision from the very beginning was the right one. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the person he is today. Qingqing, over here. Just then, Qi Fei came down the stairs and waved to Chu Qingqing. Brother Qi. Chu Qingqing immediately pounced on him excitedly. Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun followed as well. However, Qi Fei gave Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun a cold and disdainful look. Don't follow, may have something to say to Qingqing alone, find a place to sit. Oh, by the way, these seats are for the important and wealthy people here, you're not qualified, so go find a stool in the corner and squat. Qi Fei sneered, then led Chu Qingqing upstairs. Brother Qi, you didn't arrange seats for my parents, that's not very nice of you. Chu Qingqing was proud of her success today. But his parents didn't even have a seat, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Qi Fei sneered, what nonsense are you talking about? All these wealthy tycoons here are here for young Master Yi, not for your Yi family. Even I wouldn't dare offend them, so what if they suffer a little? This is all for the future of our company. You should at least understand the bigger picture. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingqing was speechless and was once again persuaded by Qi Fei. That's absolutely true. How could we possibly offend these wealthy and powerful figures in Yunqing? Each of them represents a potential source of connections and benefits for them in the future. They might even be benefactors. But at that moment, Chu Qingqing saw that the wealthy people below were all rushing in the same direction. She turned her head and was immediately shocked. In the entire Tianxiang Tower Hall, a group of prominent and wealthy people from Yunqing were seen lining up to bow and pay their respects to Su Ming, who was standing in a corner. What's going on? Chu Qingqing was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. Qi Fei looked down and was also shocked. However, he quickly realized what was happening and grinned, saying, I'm afraid these wealthy people already know about your relationship with me. They're scrambling to curry favor with your Chu family, trying to build relationships with us beforehand. I see. Chu Qingqing suddenly realized and was overjoyed. Then he grinned sarcastically and said, that kid got another good deal, he must be thrilled. Don't worry, his happiness won't last long, he'll have nowhere to cry later. Come on, I'll take you to see young Master Yi first. Qi Fei glanced in Su Ming's direction and let out a sinister laugh. The two went upstairs and arrived at the door of the no-one private room. Pushing open the door, Yi Ling was already sitting inside. Young Master Yi, we've arrived. This is my partner, Chu Qingqing. Qi Fei respectfully stepped forward and poured Yi Ling a cup of tea. Chu Qingqing's gaze also instantly fell on Yi Ling. Looking him up and down, he was extremely surprised. As expected of the renowned young Master Yi from Shuzhou, he is imposing and dignified, exuding an aura of grandeur. Every gesture he makes carries the air of a master. The phrase "a dragon among men" perfectly describes a young master like Yi Ling. Compared to him, even Qi Fei paled in comparison, looking like a servant standing next to him. Not to mention Su Ming, in front of young Master Yi, he would probably be as insignificant as an ant. It would be a real honor to be able to associate with someone like Yi Ling. Chu Qingqing hurriedly went up to pay her respects. Chu Qingqing greets young Master Yi. Yi Ling slowly raised his head, looked at Chu Qingqing and chuckled, partner, I bet she's your girlfriend. Girlfriend? Qi Fei's girlfriend? You're lucky, kid, to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Hearing this, Chu Qingqing was overjoyed, and a smile involuntarily appeared on her face. She was happier to receive such praise from young Master Yi than if she had won the lottery. 460, Chapter 460. Startled to the point of brain hemorrhage. Qi Fei chuckled, young Master Yi, what are you saying? If you like it, I'll have Chu Qingqing accompany and serve you from now on. Qi Fei betrayed Chu Qingqing with just one sentence. But Chu Qingqing wasn't angry, instead, she was secretly looking forward to it. Being able to follow Yi Ling around means that everyone who sees her will have to bow down to her. That would be incredibly prestigious. However, Yi Ling waved his hand and smiled, no, I don't like to steal other people's things. By the way, where's that kid? Why didn't he come? Hurry up and call him here, and get the house in the Cloud Palace as soon as possible. That's my main purpose for this trip. Right. Qi Fei nodded hurriedly and said with a smile, that's why I called Chu Qingqing up. If I went to call that kid, he would probably become suspicious on the spot and run away, but Qingqing is very familiar with that good-for-nothing, so letting her go alone will guarantee success. I see, then what are you waiting for? Get on with the arrangements. Yi Ling urged impatiently. These trashy idiots from Yunqing, if he hadn't offended the king of Kyushu and Yunqing's top tycoons, would he have bothered to associate with someone like Qi Fei? He even wanted to push Chu Qingqing onto him, but what kind of person is Yi Ling? How could he possibly be interested in a woman like Chu Qingqing? They're all idiots. Yi Ling was extremely impatient. Qi Fei immediately said to Chu Qingqing, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and bring that good-for-nothing boy from your Chu family up here. Let him pay his respects to young Master Yi." "Who is it?" Chu Qingqing then came to her senses and asked blankly. Who else could it be but that good-for-nothing who brags about owning a top-tier villa in the Cloud Palace? Today, I must make him kneel here and kowtow to apologize. Qi Fei gritted his teeth and said coldly. Oh. Chu Qingqing realized that they were talking about Su Ming. He hurriedly replied, "Okay, I'll go and bring him up right away." Chu Qingqing turned around, went out, and went downstairs. Xu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun sat awkwardly in the corner. A group of wealthy people came up to pay their respects, but they all greeted Su Ming and had nothing to do with them. Xu Yingkai then realized that Qi Fei doesn't seem to treat us like family at all. His attitude just now was so dismissive of yous. It's not like he invited us here to be glamorous. Could it be that we've been tricked by him again? Lin Xiaoyun's expression was complicated, and her face was grim as she said, Qi Fei might lie to us, but Qingqing wouldn't lie to us, would she? Who knows, it's a small matter to be sitting on the sidelines in the corner. If Qi Fei makes fun of us later, in front of so many rich people, we'll be completely too ashamed to face anyone afterward. Thinking of the consequences, Xu Yingcai's face turned deathly pale. I thought I was coming here to be glamorous, but I never expected to be treated like this. Su Ming smiled and said, Aunt Lin, don't worry, that kid is here for me. Just treat it as a stroll and a show. Coming for you? Xu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun both looked surprised and suspicious. At this moment, Chu Qingqing quickly came down and stood in front of the three of them. She said to Su Ming in a deep voice, Come with me. Where to? Su Ming asked with a smile. Go and pay your respects to young Master Yi. Young Master Yi wants to see you. You've really used up all your luck in this lifetime. Hurry up and go. Chu Qingqing said irritably. I see, then I really have a lot of influence. Su Ming grinned and followed Chu Qingqing upstairs. Xiao Ming was right, they really came for him. What's going on? Is he in danger? Should we call the police? Lin Xiaoyun said with a face full of tension and worry. Xu Yingkai shook his head. Didn't he just tell us to watch the show? I think Su Ming is very confident, so let's not get involved. But, this. Lin Xiaoyun looked worried. That young Master Yi seems to be a very important person. How could Su Ming possibly handle it if he went up there? On the stairs, Su Ming asked with a smile, What does young Master Yi want with me? What else could I do? I'm only giving you this opportunity because of me and Qi Fei. When you see young Master Yi later, you must greet him respectfully, otherwise, if you offend him, not even a god can save you. Xu Qingqing said in a cold voice. Actually, Xu Qingqing has realized it now. Yi Ling wants to see Su Ming, probably because he wants that apartment in the Cloud Palace. Once inside the private room, if Su Ming obediently kowtows, confesses his guilt, and hands over the house, he should be safe. This also provides an opportunity to dampen Su Ming's arrogance and let him see what a truly important person he is. This way, Su Ming won't dare to talk big anymore. This is actually a good thing. Xu Qingqing thought to herself. Upon arriving at the private room, I pushed the door open and entered. Qi Fei was still talking with Yi Ling when he saw Su Ming enter. Qi Fei's thick eyebrows immediately furrowed, his face turned fierce, and he pointed at Su Ming and shouted, kneel down and pay your respects to young Master Yi. Su Ming looked up at Yi Ling with a big smile on his face. It really was that kid. Su Ming said with a smile, he is not worthy of my respect. If anyone should pay respects, it should be him kneeling before me. You? Upon hearing this, both Qi Fei and Chu Qingqing were greatly shocked. Is this brat crazy? How dare they say such a thing in front of Yi Ling? Are they really tired of living? Yi Ling sneered and slowly raised his head, what arrogance, there are still ignorant people like you, and Yunqing, you probably haven't even heard of the name of young Master Yi Ling. However, when he looked up and saw Su Ming's appearance clearly, he was instantly horrified, as if he had seen a ghost, and his mouth gaped open. His pupils dilated wildly in that instant, and the shock and terror on his face continued to spread and increase. King of the 9 provinces. How could that be? Yi Ling is going crazy. Little did he know that the person Shi Fei wanted to teach a lesson to, the one who owned the top-tier villa in the Cloud Palace, was none other than Su Ming. In that instant, Yi Ling felt as if his brain was churning and his head was about to explode. You. Well. Yi Ling let out a mournful whimper and fainted on the spot, her head hitting the table hard, bleeding profusely from her head. This? Shi Fei and Chu Qingqing were also shocked, their faces changed color, and they were in a panic. Young Master Yi! Young Master Yi! Shi Fei shouted in shock several times, but Yi Ling had already fainted completely and showed no reaction whatsoever. Su Ming glanced at him, then shook his head with a smile. What a piece of trash, he doesn't even have this much mental fortitude, he still dares to stay in Yancheng's so scared he's had a heart attack and a brain hemorrhage, call a doctor right away, if he's not in the hospital within half an hour, he's finished. When Yi Ling dies, it will be up to you, Shi Fei and Chu Qingqing, to bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, Shi Fei turned deathly pale with fright. He hurriedly pulled out his phone to make a call, shouting in alarm and anger, quickly call an ambulance. Then he roared at Chu Qingqing, what are you standing there for, hurry up and help me carry young Master Yi away. Chu Qingqing was completely terrified. Startled by the shout, he rushed forward and, together with Shi Fei, frantically lifted the person. Shi Fei is going crazy. How could young Master Yi have such a problem? If something really happens, even 10 of Shi Fei's lives wouldn't be enough to compensate for it. And he was frightened. Why would Yi Ling be frightened when everything was fine? What scared you? Shi Fei was on the verge of tears, unable to understand it at all. 461, Chapter 461. Go beg him. Young Master Yi was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Shi Fei and Chu Qingqing were terrified, their faces pale, and they stood to the side watching with tense fear and despair. Yi Ling, please don't die. If Yi Ling dies, how can they bear the blame? If the Yi family of Shuzhou gets angry, let alone Shi Fei, his entire clan will probably be dragged out and buried with him. However, what I feared most came to pass. After all the doctors in the hospital came to see him, they all said they were helpless and left shaking their heads. No one dared to treat Yi Ling. The last doctor to leave spoke a few more words to Shi Fei. Young Master Yi's condition is not optimistic. He has suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and can only be treated with surgery, but the chances of survival after brain surgery are less than 20%. Our hospital's technology is not up to the task. Nobody dares to perform this surgery. Upon hearing this, Shi Fei nearly collapsed to the ground, having never been so terrified before. He gripped the doctor's hand tightly, his eyes wide with terror. Doctor, please think of something. This is the eldest young master of the Yi family in Shuzhou. If we can't cure him, we're all finished. Is it about money? How much do you want? Just name your price. 10 billion, 20 billion, just name it, and I'll have it delivered to you immediately. This isn't about money. Even if we had the money, we wouldn't dare risk human lives. Let's leave it at that. The doctor waved his hand and turned to leave. How so? Shi Fei was terrified. He leaned weakly against the door, feeling his hands and feet were ice cold and his whole body was freezing, as if he had fallen into an abyss. Mingming, he had just seen hope, and thought he was about to rise to prominence. Now he's burdened with such a serious crime. What can we do now? Just then, loud footsteps sounded at the door. Yi Ling's bodyguards had all rushed over after hearing the news and burst into the ward. Upon seeing the unconscious Yi Ling, the bodyguards turned around angrily, their fierce eyes fixed on Shi Fei and Chu Qingqing with murderous intent. They roared, what exactly happened? These bodyguards are all at the Grandmaster level. With that one word, an immense aura pressed down like a mountain. Chu Qingqing was dumbfounded and dared not utter a word. Shi Fei forced himself to stay calm and went forward to explain, I don't know why this is happening either. Has young Master Yi always had this problem of easily fainting? Bullshit. The lead bodyguard slapped Shi Fei across the face, making Shi Fei's mouth and eyes crooked, and almost sent him flying. The bodyguard, his face contorted with murderous intent, coldly retorted, "My young master has been healthy since childhood, without a single ailment. He hasn't even caught a cold in over a decade. You're telling me he has a problem? You'd better tell me what happened, or you two will both die in the hospital today." I. Chi-Fei was so frightened that tears streamed down his face. He knelt on the ground with a thud and said tremblingly, "Brothers, I really didn't know. I just hosted a banquet for young Master Yi at Tianxiang restaurant to welcome him back. I also wanted him to help me deal with a good-for-nothing named Su Ming who knew that as soon as young Master Yi saw that kid, he screamed and fainted on the spot. I'm innocent." Chi-Fei felt like dying. If he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have bothered with Yiling even if he had 100 lives. Su Ming? However, upon hearing the name, the bodyguards' eyes sharpened and their bodies trembled. They remembered that when they arrived in Yunqing, the king of the 9 provinces they had offended was named Su Ming. If that's the case, then it makes sense. They understood completely. It's likely that young Master Yi encountered the king of the 9 provinces again, which is why he fainted from fright. The bodyguards were completely speechless. Who would have thought they'd be so unlucky, running into Su Ming one after another? However, if anyone is to blame, it's this kid in front of us. Why hold a banquet when everything is fine, and why make Yiling show up? Otherwise, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. Thinking of this, the bodyguard's face filled with murderous intent. He stepped forward, grabbed Chi-Fei, and stared at him fiercely, saying, "Let me tell you, the only one who can save young Master Yi right now is that Su Ming you mentioned. I don't care what you've done. I want you to go and bring Su Ming here. Only he can save young Master Yi's life. I don't care if you beg or pray. I am giving you one night. If you can't get him, tomorrow, you'd better prepare your own coffin." After saying that, the menacing bodyguard shoved Chi-Fei aside. Chi-Fei took a few steps back in terror, completely dumbfounded. Is Su Ming the only one who can save young Master Yi? Has this guy gone mad? How could that be? That kid isn't a doctor. Do you expect him to beg? Brother, are you mistaken? I know that kid's background very well. What ability could someone like that have to save young Master Yi? Why don't we go and invite a famous doctor? I'm willing to spend any amount of money. Chi-Fei said blankly. However, the bodyguard didn't respond further, only coldly uttering, "You have 4 hours until dawn. If you can't get anyone here in 4 hours, you might as well wash your neck and wait to die." Chi-Fei dared not speak again. He could only agree repeatedly, Okay, I'll go and invite them right away." Chi-Fei turned around in alarm and walked out, taking Chu Qingqing with him as they left the hospital. What to do? Chu Qingqing was still in a daze, staring blankly at Chi-Fei and asking, "What else can we do? If we don't want to die, we can only ask that good-for-nothing of yours." I don't understand. Have the Yi family gone mad? They actually want us to beg that kid. But now, there is no other way to go but this one. If the Yi family wants to wipe us out, it's just a matter of a word. Chi-Fei gritted his teeth, his face turning an indescribably greenish blue. But given our previous attitude towards Su Ming, if we invite him now, will he be willing to come? Why don't we bring some men and just kidnap him? Once we bring him here and hand him over to the Yi family, our mission will be complete. Chu Qingqing looked up and said hastily, "Are you an idiot?" Chi-Fei was furious and glared at Chu Qingqing. "They mean to invite Su Ming to treat the illness. If you just kidnap him and he refuses to help, won't the Yi family come after us? Beg on your knees, beg him to come. Do you have any money in your card? I'm out of cash. Can you give me some money to buy him a gift?" Chi-Fei reached out his hand to Chu Qingqing and said, "There are still tens of thousands left." Chu Qingqing clutched her bag, somewhat unwilling. Why should she have to pay for things at a time like this? It wasn't her who harmed young Master Yi. Moreover, Chi-Fei just boasted that he could come up with 1 billion or 2 billion, so why did he ask for tens of thousands of hers? Enough! Anyway, that kid hasn't seen much of the world, so a gift worth tens of thousands of yuan is enough to make him excited. Why are you hiding it? Give it to Meido. You think the Yi family is only going after me? You can't escape either. Chi-Fei angrily shouted, snatched Chu Qingqing's bag, took out his bank card, and drove off to buy a gift. 462, Chapter 462. Who made you stand up? The Chu family. It's past 1 a.m. Xu Yingkai and Lin Xiuyun sat with Su Ming in the living room watching TV. But at this point, The two of them couldn't stay awake any longer. They kept getting sleepy, their eyelids drooping as they tried to stay awake. Lin Xiaoyun stood up and said, Xiaoming, it's too late, we really can't stay up any longer. Aren't you going to sleep, or should we go to bed first? Xu Yingkai yawned as well. Yeah, it's too late, let's get some rest. A lot happened today, let's talk about everything tomorrow. Su Ming, however, made himself a cup of tea and said with a smile, Aunt Lin, don't worry, the real show is just beginning. Let's hold on a little longer. Just 1 more hour. If they still haven't arrived, you can go to sleep. Someone's coming. Who would come? Xu Yingkai asked in surprise and doubt. Shi Fei. Su Ming said with a smile. Shi Fei? Upon hearing Shi Fei's name, Xu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun were both startled. They exchanged glances, both seeing deep confusion in each other's eyes, completely unaware of what Su Ming meant by those words. How could Shi Fei possibly come? After what happened at Tiangxianglu, Shi Fei and Chu Qingqing should still be in the hospital. How could I possibly have the mind to come here? What's he doing here? Xu Yingkai was very puzzled. Are they here to cause trouble? Xu Yingkai was secretly alarmed. Could it be that after what happened to young Master Yi, Shi Fei, driven to desperation, had come back to settle scores with them? What should we do then? No, he's here to beg me. I'll make him pay back everything he owes you, and he'll have to kneel down and apologize to you. Just wait. Su Ming said with a faint smile. This? Xu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun were stunned and speechless. Since Su Ming had already said that, they had no choice but to sit down again and wait quietly. After Su Ming said that, their drowsiness actually lessened. Time passed second by second. About half an hour later, there was a loud bang at the door. Shi Fei had just bought the gifts and brought Chu Qingqing back. When Xu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun saw the two figures, they were both so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Su Ming was absolutely right. That kid actually came. Uncle Chu, Aunt Lin, you're still awake, that's wonderful. Shi Fei walked into the living room with a big smile on his face, as if he had become a different person. He was as polite and courteous as when they first met. Placed the gifts he had bought on the table and said to Xu Yingkai with a respectful expression, Uncle Chu, I know you like to drink. This is a rare bottle of baijiu that I specially went to the top wine shop in Yunqing to buy for you. It costs tens of thousands of yuan a bottle. And these earrings are for you, Aunt Lin. They'll look beautiful on you. That's right, that's right. Shi Fei's eyes darted around, landing on Su Ming. He pulled a watch from his pocket, handed it to Su Ming, and said with a smile, Brother Ming, this is yours, a designer watch. It's worth over 20,000 yuan. You should wear it, it'll definitely make you look cool. Su Ming grinned, not even glancing at me, and asked mockingly, what are you doing here again? Still want my house? You're really persistent, aren't you? The house is yours, I've already said it, take it if you want it, and it should be yours anyway, since I've already signed the contract. After saying that, Su Ming took out the property certificate that Luo Hong had returned to him and casually tossed it in front of Shi Fei. Shi Fei and Chu Qingqing were both shocked when they saw the property certificate. Wasn't this thing taken away by Luo Hong? How did it end up back in Su Ming's hands? Could it be that Su Ming created another fake one? This is a trap. Shi Fei dared not touch the house again. Ever since he touched the property certificate, bad luck has been piling up, and now he's even facing the risk of his life. How could I dare to even think about such a thing? Even if you have money, you might not live to enjoy it. Moreover, Su Ming pulling out the property certificate seemed like he was mocking him. Shi Fei's face immediately turned bright red, but he forced himself to hold it in and said with a forced smile, Brother Ming, what are you saying? I don't want the house anymore. I've thought about it. I was too greedy before. How could I possibly take your house? I don't have the ability to do so. I will never touch this house again. And if you like it, Mingji, I can give you another seat as long as you do me a favor. Anything is negotiable. Shi Fei's attitude left Xu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun dumbfounded. This kid changed way too fast. The attitude was completely different a few hours ago compared to now. This face changing is as easy as turning the pages of a book. What is it? Speak. Su Ming leaned back lazily, smiling teasingly. It's like this, something happened to young Master Yi, and I'd like to ask you, Brother Ming, to come to the hospital with me, Shi Fei said cautiously, bending down beside Su Ming. I'm not going. Without even thinking, Su Ming refused outright. This? Shi Fei and Xu Qingqing were stunned. They never expected Su Ming to refuse so readily. Why, there are benefits to it. Just name your price. Whatever you need, 10,000, 100,000, as long as you come with me, you can name your price. Shi Fei said anxiously. Su Ming sneered, picked up the watch on the table and threw it into the nearby trash can, saying dismissively, do you think I care about your little gift? Besides, are you asking me for something? Is this how you beg? If you want something from me, kneel down first, kowtow 3 times to me, then kowtow 3 times to Uncle Chu and Aunt Lin, and apologize to them one by one. You do these things first, then I'll consider it. You? Shi Fei's eyes widened instantly, filled with rage. This kid is such a show-off. They actually expect him to kneel and kowtow. What do they take Shi Fei for? To treat someone like a dog? Xu Qingqing couldn't stand it anymore either, pointing at Su Ming and shouting angrily, you brat, don't push your luck. I've given you a taste of your own medicine, and you're still acting all high and mighty. Why don't you just fly to the moon? Do you expect Brother Chi to kneel before you? Do you deserve it? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? If it weren't for that accident, you wouldn't even be considered trash in our eyes. If you don't want to, then get out. Su Ming sneered, waved his hand, and ignored the two of them. You bastard. Xu Qingqing was so angry that she wanted to slap Su Ming. I'll kowtow. However, Shi Fei gritted his teeth and said with a livid face. No way, Brother Chi, this kid doesn't deserve your kowtow. If word gets out, how will you ever face anyone again? Xu Qingqing said in shock. Please shut up, it's me who's kowtowing, not you. Just shut your mouth. Shi Fei glared at Xu Qingqing with a flushed face, then knelt down in front of Su Ming with a thud and kowtowed 3 times to Su Ming. She raised her head and pleaded, Ming Ji, I was wrong, is it okay now? Not loud enough. Su Ming said expressionlessly. Shi Fei's face was contorted in a grimace, his teeth grinding together. He kowtowed 3 more times, and when he looked up, his forehead was red and swollen. This time was alright, let's keep kowtowing to Uncle Chu and Aunt Lin. Su Ming sneered. Shi Fei knelt and turned around, crawling to Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun, and kowtowed 3 times to each of them. Uncle Chu, I was wrong. Aunt Lin, I was wrong. Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun were both shocked and dared not utter a sound. After finishing kowtowing, Shi Fei stood up, returned to Su Ming, and asked with a cold gaze, is it alright now? Who told you to stand up, kneel down? Su Ming gave a sharp shout. You're going too far. Even Shi Fei, who was usually very patient, had reached his limit. His murderous eyes were fixed on Su Ming. Fine, you don't have to kneel, but if young Master Yi dies, how many lives do you, Shi Fei, have to pay for it? Su Ming smiled jokingly, looked up, and gave Shi Fei a meaningful look. Shi Fei immediately felt a chill run down his spine. This kid, so he already knew all along. This is simply a joke on him. At this moment, Shi Fei's anger had reached its limit, his eyes were bloodshot, and veins bulged on his forehead. 463, Chapter 463 Understanding. But if Yi Ling dies, Shi Fei simply cannot bear the responsibility. He had finally gotten this chance to turn his life around. He was worth billions and was about to make a comeback. How could he be willing to let all his wealth and fame vanish into thin air? Everything just vanished. Despite wanting to kill Su Ming, Shi Fei knelt on the ground again. He stared intently at Su Ming and asked, What exactly do you want me to do? Xu Qingqing stood by and watched this scene with a complicated expression. This is the man she considers a chosen one, the young talent she has her eye on. They believed that Shi Fei was a talented individual, a dragon among men, and that given time, he would surely become famous and renowned throughout the land. But now, he was kneeling in front of Su Ming, looking like a stray dog, dejected and crestfallen. Such a contrast was hard for Xu Qingqing to accept. She stood there blankly, her whole body numb. She had looked down on Su Ming from beginning to end, but now she was able to step on Shi Fei's head. Could it be that she really saw it wrong? At this moment, Xu Qingqing began to deeply doubt herself. Su Ming slowly sat up, looking at Shi Fei with a half-smile. There's one last thing. If you do as I ask, I'll consider going to the hospital with you. What's up? Upon hearing that there was hope, Shi Fei's anger immediately dissipated, and his eyes lit up. It's very simple in front of everyone. Tell me everything about how you tricked the Chu family out of their medicine formula, how you tricked Chu Qingqing into taking out a loan with you, and all your other actions. If there's anything untrue, I won't agree to it. Su Ming said with a sneer. You are insolent. Shi Fei was greatly alarmed. How could I possibly talk about something like that? If this were to be said, it would truly be the end of us. If you ruin your own character, you'll lose everything. Shi Fei was suddenly filled with hesitation, fear, and remained kneeling blankly for a long time without making a sound. Su Ming glanced at the time and said with a smile, let's hurry, it's almost dawn, time waits for no one. The word time became the final straw that broke Shi Fei's back. He has everything now, except time. Yiling's life or death is hanging by a thread. If Yiling dies, he will never have the chance to enjoy any of his money. Time. These two words were deeply etched into his mind at this moment. Yiling suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He seemed to have a clear understanding. All the things that had made him anxious and angry just now became clear at this moment. Yes, what I lack most is time, not anything else. If I can bring Su Ming there and rescue Yiling, then I'll have everything, right? At that time, he might even become Yiling's savior and the Yi family's benefactor. Then, his long-desired cooperation with the Yi family would be a natural progression, and his status could rise rapidly, making him a big shot in Yunqing. He might even be able to get his hands on Shuzhou. At that time, the Chu family, Chu Qingqing, and Su Ming will be nothing. He could have the entire Chu family wiped out at any time if he wanted to. Compared to this, what is my little bit of reputation worth? He understood, he completely understood. Shi Fei understood everything and couldn't help but want to burst into laughter. Su Ming, what good is your shrewdness? You're still short-sighted, only interested in the small gains and benefits right in front of you. Shi Fei, on the other hand, could see further, encompassing the Yi family, Yunqing, Shuzhou, and other grander strategic areas. Such a situation is probably something someone like Su Ming would never see in his entire life. Su Ming lost because of this. How can someone from the lower class possibly outsmart a seasoned veteran like him? Shi Fei was already laughing inwardly, and when he looked at Su Ming, it was as if he were looking at a dead man. Let this kid be arrogant for a while longer. In the end, the entire Chu family will pay a bloody price. A barely perceptible, sharp smile flashed in Shi Fei's eyes, but his face showed regret. He raised his hand and slapped himself twice, then said to Su Ming with guilt and remorse, I'll tell you everything. It was me who had my eye on the Chu family's medicine formula from the very beginning. Then I schemed to win over Chu Qingqing and make her believe meth, and I lied to her that I would make a fortune and used her to borrow money. Used the debt from the loan to threaten Uncle Chu and Aunt Lin, forcing them to give me the original prescription. Later, I was afraid they would tell others and ruin my reputation, so I forced them to hand over the house and move to this old town. It was all my fault. I deserve to die. I'm a beast. Shi Fei wept bitterly, like a prodigal son returning home, and slammed his head heavily on the ground, wailing loudly. Please, give me a chance, please, Mingji, come to the hospital with me. Hearing these words, Chu Qingqing was completely dumbfounded. Pale and desperate, he staggered back several steps, his body collapsing weakly onto the table. He felt dizzy and his vision went black. It felt like the sky had fallen. Is she the clown who's been kept in the dark all along? The Chu family has fallen to its current state, and my parents have fallen to this point, all because she trusted Shi Fei. She caused it all by herself. Alas, what a misfortune for our family. Xu Engkai sighed helplessly. Lin Xiaoyun couldn't help but shed tears of sadness. You've been lying to me from beginning to end. You said we'd start a company together, rise to prominence together, and I'd become the chairman. You've been lying to me all along? Chu Qingqing shook her head, tears streaming down her face like a burst dam. I didn't want to either, but if I didn't do this, you wouldn't give me the original prescription. I had no choice but to resort to this. Shi Fei looked up, still feigning innocence as he tried to justify himself. Go to hell. You beast. Chu Qingqing was furious and rushed forward to slap Shi Fei. But Shi Fei shoved her away violently, angrily saying, You brat, don't go crazy here. Why don't you think about why I can't fool others, but you fall for it so easily? Isn't it because you're stupid, not even caring about your own parents? Isn't it all just wishful thinking on your part, believing you can make it big? Who do you think you are, Do you think you're so capable, or do you think I'd even look at you? I've disliked you for a long time. If you weren't still of any use to me, I would have kicked you to the curb long ago. You're someone who despises and disregards even your own parents, so how are you any better than me? Anyone else can insult me, but you don't deserve it. Chi Fei's face was full of malice, and he sneered, looking down on Chu Qingqing with utter contempt. Ah! Chu Qingqing let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Because although Chi Fei's insults were harsh, every word he said was true at that moment, she realized how foolish she had been. Being made a fool of like a clown, without even realizing it. Idiot woman, still dreaming, let me tell you the truth. I've already made billions with that prescription, but I won't give you a single penny. You don't even have 10,000 yuan left in your account. Aren't you ridiculous? Chi Fei sneered incessantly, then turned to Su Ming with a smug look and said, Brother Ming, I've wanted to teach this woman a lesson for a long time. You don't like her either, right? Now that I've said everything, can you come with me? Roll. However, Su Ming slapped Chi Fei across the face, sneering contemptuously, You're right, she doesn't deserve it, but you don't deserve it either. Trash like you isn't worthy of my request. Get lost, or I'll kill you. You? Chi Fei covered his face, completely stunned by Su Ming's beating. However, he realized at this moment that he had been tricked by Su Ming once again. Fine, you've got some nerve, kid. You'll remember this slap and what happened tonight. You better pray I don't make it through this. If I, Chi Fei, survive, I'll make everyone in this room pay the price. I'll take your lives. Chi Fei let out a ferocious roar, then slammed the door and left. Once outside, Chi Fei received a call from his colleagues at the hospital. Hello, Brother Qi, young Master Yi has been rescued. The Yi family has invited the eldest young master of the Chang family, a renowned medical family in Yuncheng. Chang Qingyun, the 13 Ghostly Needles. 464, Chapter 464 Shameless. This young master of the Chang family is truly remarkable. Have you ever heard of the 13 Needles of the Ghost God? He pulled young Master Yi back from the brink of death. Real? Chi Fei laughed, and then burst into laughter. I laughed heartily, looking up at the sky. His gloomy gaze fell upon the old Chu family building, his face full of sinister and wicked smiles. The Chu family, Su Ming, Chu Qingqing, you're all finished. I told you, I'm going to take your lives. Chi Fei's loud laughter echoed throughout the old town. Chi Fei rushed back to the hospital in high spirits. At the hospital, Yi Ling's bodyguards surrounded Chang Qingyun, showering him with praise and compliments. On the hospital bed, Yi Ling had been pulled back from the brink of death by Chang Qingyun. His face had regained its color and he was in no way different from an ordinary person, except that he had not yet woken up. The Yi family bodyguards were utterly shocked. Young Master Chang's medical skills are truly remarkable. You just used the 13 ghost needles, didn't you? My goodness, I've heard that this medical technique has been lost for a long time. If you know even a few of these needles, you can bring the dead back to life. Young Master Chang, with your medical skills, why worry about not achieving great things? Once word gets out, you'll be renowned throughout the land. That's amazing. I never imagined that Yuncheng had a medical prodigy like you. Young Master Chan, your future is limitless. The bodyguard showered Chang Qingyun with compliments, showing him both respect and admiration. What does it mean to have a unique skill? It goes without saying. Fame and fortune are secondary. What matters is future achievements, which will surely shake the entire land. This means that Chang Qingyun will eventually rise above all others and reach the pinnacle of the 9 provinces. It's just a matter of time. Chang Qingyun was a little embarrassed by the praise and could only chuckle. In reality, it wasn't as exaggerated as some people had made it out to be. When Su Ming used the 13 needles of the ghost god, he could only rely on his memory and forcibly memorize 30% afterwards. He forgot some of it. However, through this period of exploration and my own understanding, I have managed to learn 2 needles with some difficulty. Although it was only 2 needles, it was enough to save Yi Ling's life. Chang Qingyun chuckled awkwardly. You flatter me too much. I am quite dull-witted. When the king of the 9 provinces passed on his medical skills to me, he personally demonstrated the 13 ghost needles. Unfortunately, I'm too stupid. I could only learn 1 or 2 moves. If I were smarter, perhaps it would really be as you say. Was it passed down to you by the king of the 9 provinces? The group was immediately shocked. No wonder the lost 13 needles of the gods and demons can be reproduced. So young Master Master Chang is the esteemed disciple of the king of Kyushu. Ah, what a pity we dealt with Su Ming before, but compared to young Master Chang, we're truly foolish, we're simply not worthy of his attention. The group felt a pang of regret when they thought about it. If that incident hadn't happened and they hadn't offended Su Ming, perhaps they would have had the chance to receive some guidance from him. Even if we don't say much, even a tiny fraction of it would be enough for them to benefit from for a lifetime. If Chang Qingyun is stupid, then they are the ones who are beyond redemption. Su Ming, what Su Ming? At this moment, Chi Fei rushed back and strode into the ward, asking excitedly, young Master Yi has been saved, that's wonderful, it was worth the trip, it seems that heaven is on our side. Chi Fei was overjoyed. Yi Ling is alright, which means his cooperation with the Yi family can continue. Thus, his glory in Yuncheng had only just begun. What's it to you? Several bodyguards slowly turned their heads, their icy gazes falling on Chi Fei. They coldly sneered, where are the people you asked us to invite? We haven't seen them. Young Master Yi was saved because we begged the Chang family. What does it have to do with trash like you? Chi Fei was stunned. He never expected that even though Yi Ling had been rescued, these people still didn't give him a friendly look. But he had already anticipated this, and immediately laughed shamelessly, saying, if I hadn't found someone, you wouldn't have had the chance to beg the Chang family. It was thanks to my efforts and the blessings of heaven that young Master Yi was spared. My contribution is truly the greatest. You fucking shameless bastard. Even though the bodyguards had seen all sorts of people, they had never seen anyone as shameless as Chi Fei. This immediately made the group so angry that they wanted to take it out on Chi Fei. Cough cough cough. At this moment, Yi Ling, who was lying on the hospital bed, coughed violently. Yi Ling had woken up, clutching her chest and sitting up slowly from the hospital bed with a pained expression. Everyone else is just watching. But Chi Fei immediately pounced on it like a dog smelling the scent, more excited and attentive than anyone else. She helped Yi Ling up, asking with great concern, young Master Yi, are you alright? I'm so glad you're alright. You scared me to death. You should have told me you weren't feeling well earlier. I would have gone to great lengths to hire a renowned doctor to treat you. You were unconscious for half the night, and you have no idea how worried I was. Shameless. That's utterly shameless. Several bodyguards glared angrily at Chi Fei, so angry they wanted to curse. That beast did absolutely nothing all night, yet he still hasn't managed to invite the king of the 9 provinces. But they say the nicest things to anyone. Now they're rushing in to steal the credit, looking like they'd treat Yi Ling like their own father. The most frustrating thing is that Yi Ling has just come from Shuzhou and is inexperienced in the ways of the world. He might be fooled by Chi Fei's words. However, Yi Ling turned to look at Chi Fei, then slapped him across the face, gritting his teeth and shouting, get out of here, you piece of trash. Chi Fei was so badly beaten that he landed hard on his backside. Completely dumbfounded. He covered his face, staring at Yi Ling in astonishment and disbelief. Young Master Yi, what do you mean by this? We were just having a good talk before. Why did you suddenly turn your back on me? I admit I didn't take good care of you, but it wasn't me who caused you to end up like this. Chi Fei was still unaware of what had happened. But from the moment Yi Ling saw Su Ming, he already knew everything. He will lie here, but it's all thanks to Chi Fei by imperial decree. This time, he suddenly fainted. If he hadn't fainted, he might not have even survived in front of Su Ming. The more he looks at Chi Fei, the angrier he gets. It's that beast who almost killed him. Yi Ling, his face filled with murderous intent, said to his bodyguards, I never want to see this kind of trash in front of me again. What you do with him is your business, but throw him out. Alright. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards' faces lit up with immense excitement. Looking at Chi Fei was like looking at delicious prey. They'd been waiting for this moment for ages. Chi Fei was terrified, shrinking back in fear, his eyes wide with terror. You stay away, what do you want? Chi Fei turned around and tried to run away. Trying to leave? The bodyguard let out a wild laugh, rushed forward, and kicked Chi Fei in the thigh, breaking Chi Fei's bone with a crack. Chi Fei let out a scream and collapsed to the ground. The others rushed forward and started punching and kicking Chi Fei. These are all true grandmasters and war gods. Dealing with an ordinary person like Chi Fei is as easy as crushing an ant. After a brutal beating, cries of agony echoed throughout the hospital. Although Chi Fei was not killed in the end, his injuries left him crippled even after recovery. It just so happened that they were in the hospital after beating Chi Fei to the point of being on the verge of death. They casually handed him over to the hospital doctor for treatment. The bodyguard specifically instructed the doctor not to cure the patient too quickly. Let Chi Fei experience the pain properly. Chi Fei, who was barely hanging on, fainted from fright upon hearing this. 465, Chapter 465 Good intentions lead to bad results. This is Chang Qingyun, the eldest son of the Chang family, a renowned medical family in Yunqing. He is the one who saved you. He personally performed the 13 needles of the gods and demons. He is a descendant of the king of the 9 provinces. Young Master Yi, you were able to escape with your life entirely thanks to young Master Chang's treatment. Several bodyguards returned to the ward and introduced themselves to Yi Ling. The 13 needles of the ghosts and gods? He's still a descendant of King Su. My goodness, with this background, young Master Chang, you're sure to become a renowned figure on the 9 provinces divine physician ranking in time. Yi Ling was shocked, partly out of gratitude and partly out of astonishment at Chang Chun's abilities. He got up and wanted to get out of bed to pay his respects to Chang Qingyun. Chang Qingyun quickly stopped him, saying calmly, "Don't move around, your injuries haven't fully healed yet, lie down first. Besides, it's not as exaggerated as you all say. I only learned a little bit from Prince Su. With just that little understanding, I probably wouldn't even pass the selection competition of the 9 provinces medical academy. You don't need to flatter me anymore." Although these compliments made Chang Qingyun feel somewhat smug. But after experiencing Su Ming's perception of him, he has learned to be humble and modest, and will not easily elevate himself to a high position. The 9 provinces medical academy selection competition? Upon hearing this, the group looked somewhat surprised. As a prominent family in Shuzhou, they had heard about this event. It is said that the Kyushu Medical Academy opened its doors wide to hold a selection competition within Kyushu, and any famous doctor outside the Kyushu Medical Academy could sign up to participate. Those who rank in the top 10 in the selection competition will be recruited into the Kyushu Medical Academy and become a member. The intensity of this competition is extremely high. That is equivalent to selecting 10 people from tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. It truly is 1 in a million. With the 13 needles of the gods and demons, is this kind of competition something that you, young Master Chang, are absolutely certain of winning? Several Yi family bodyguards asked in astonishment. If I could learn even 50%, then perhaps I would have a chance. Unfortunately, I'm too dull, and I've only learned less than 30%. I'm still far from it. Chang Qingyun sighed. Moreover, the competition is about to begin, and our Cloud City will host the first nights only 10 days from now, and there's no more time for me to comprehend it. At this point, Chang Qingyun sounded somewhat disheartened. Yi Ling slowly raised his head and said meaningfully, "Young Master Chang, you are not a disciple of Prince Su. In that case, why don't you ask Prince Su to teach you again?" Hearing this, Chang Qingyun laughed self-deprecatingly. "How could I possibly have such good fortune? I'm simply not worthy of Prince Su's attention. Our Chang family is here to cultivate medicinal herbs for Prince Su. Last time, it was just a coincidence. Prince Su also said he would only teach me once. I don't think I'll ever have that chance in this lifetime." I see. Hearing this, Yi Ling and the others suddenly understood. At this moment, Yi Ling was also quickly making calculations in his mind. He came to Yunqing to help the Yi family expand their market and achieve some success. But as soon as he stepped outside, he was brutally beaten and almost lost his life. After experiencing so much, he finally understood that no matter who you oppose, never oppose Su Ming. Going against the king of the 9 provinces would mean certain death for him sooner or later. It was also the first time he realized how weak and insignificant he was in the face of a true powerhouse. Su Ming didn't even have to lift a finger, and he almost died. Now, he suddenly had an idea. Since we can no longer afford to offend Su Ming, why not choose to stand on the same side as him? Chang Qingyun is Su Ming's apprentice, so Su Ming's choice to help Chang Qingyun in order to achieve results is ultimately the right path, isn't it? Thinking of this, Yi Ling suddenly felt enlightened, as if the doors of life had been opened. Yi Ling made up her mind. Looking up again, his eyes were now incredibly firm as he gazed at Chang Qingyun, his face filled with gratitude and sincerity. He said, "Young Master Chang, you are my savior. If it weren't for you today, I would already be meeting the King of Hell, so your affairs are my affairs. I, Yi Ling, hereby declare that from this day forward, My Yi family will fully support you and help you become the champion of the Kyushu Medical Academy selection competition. This? Chang Qingyun was shocked and looked at Yi Ling with surprise and doubt. Young Master Yi, what's going on? It's true that he's trying to save a life, but is it really necessary for Yi Ling to make such a big decision? Yi Ling grinned and said, don't worry, although I, Yi Ling, am a bit of a playboy, I will never go back on my word. Although my Yi family doesn't understand medicine, we are not short of funds, just ask for the money, and I guarantee I will fully support you. As long as he can make Chang Qingyun the number one in the medical competition. How could the man behind Chang Qingyun not have such a glorious achievement that would be renowned throughout the land? The Yi family's reputation also rose accordingly, becoming known to everyone. This is what he should be doing. Moreover, I happen to have an idea. My Yi family will take the lead in acquiring the top-tier medicinal formulas on the market for you, young Master Chang. To conduct your research, this includes the famous cold medicines of Yunqing, such as Toad Spring Dew and Bright Moon Pill. We'll buy them all. Once you've seen these formulas in person, young Master Chang, they'll surely be of great help to you. Yi Ling said, her eyes shining. At that moment, he seemed to be doing something extraordinary. If I could obtain these top-tier prescriptions and witness the master's skill, it might indeed be possible for me to comprehend the third acupuncture technique, Chang Qingyun said thoughtfully. That's good, let's do it that way. Yi Ling slapped his thigh, making up his mind, and then said to the bodyguards, tomorrow, you guys spread the word that whoever can get these top-tier pharmacies' medicines will be bought at double the original price. A generous reward awaits. Yes. The bodyguards responded in unison, their expressions showing some shock. Young Master Yi seems to be really about to do something big. The news, after being deliberately spread by Yi Ling the next day, quickly spread throughout Yun City, causing a sensation throughout the city. Countless rich and poor was shocked, wondering what the Yi family was up to. Is this an attempt to monopolize all the top-tier medicinal formulas in Yuncheng? Do they want to monopolize the pharmaceutical industry in Yuncheng? The Yi family's methods are too ruthless. What Yi Ling didn't know was that almost all the top-tier pharmacies in Yuncheng, except for Minghuadan, were made by Su Ming. As soon as this news came out, countless people started eyeing Su Ming's belongings. This undoubtedly made Su Ming the target of public criticism once again. He clearly wanted to help Chang Qingyun and chose to stand on Su Ming's side, but his good intentions backfired, and he ended up on the opposite side of Su Ming. Su Ming sat in the Chu family's living room and saw the widely circulated news in Yunqing about the Yi family's acquisition early in the morning. Every news report on TV is broadcasting it. Su Ming was completely speechless. What kind of trouble is this kid up to now? Clang! At this moment, Chu Qingqing opened the door and walked out of the room. At this moment, Chu Qingqing had changed into a short-skirt business suit. She had a slender figure and looked much better, although her eyes were still a little red and swollen. Chu Qingqing suffered a huge blow last night after Qi Fei turned against her. She cried almost until dawn, until she was speechless. And then, after a few hours, it actually recovered? This girl adjusted her emotions so quickly? Are you all right? Su Ming looked at Chu Qingqing with some surprise and asked. Chu Qingqing originally didn't want to pay attention to Su Ming, but when she heard Su Ming ask, she immediately turned her head and walked straight towards Su Ming with a fierce look. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. What are they trying to do? Do you want to fight him? Could it be that she's holding a grudge against him because of what happened last night? 466, Chapter 466. Teach her how to be a woman. Chu Qingqing came to Su Ming, bent down, and faced him face to face, their faces less than 20 centimeters apart. Su Ming could see the lines on Chu Qingqing's red lips, the fine pores on her face, and her delicate skin. Su Ming, a seasoned veteran, remained remarkably calm, though he had no idea what Chu Qingqing was planning. Chu Qingqing stared coldly at Su Ming. Don't think that just because you helped me last night, I'll be grateful to you. Yes, you helped me see the true nature of that scumbag Qi Fei beforehand, but do you think that counts as helping me? If I had stayed in the dark, maybe one day he would have actually given me some money. But your actions last night had no meaning other than shattering my dream. I know what you're thinking. Chu Qingqing smiled coldly, as if she saw right through Su Ming, and sneered, "You want to use Chi Fei to defeat me, to drag me down to your level, to the same starting line that way? I'll take a liking to you and stop looking down on you, but let me tell you, no way, no matter what you do, you're still a piece of trash. Even if I can't rise to the top by starting a company, I'm still the manager of the Luohan Group. My status is never on the same level as yours. Even if I'm deceived and defeated, it's because Chi Fei is capable, not you. First, learn to understand yourself." Chu Qingqing sneered, got up, and strode away to work. Su Ming was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. He touched his nose where Chu Qingqing had spat on him and looked annoyed. "Are you crazy?" He exposed Chi Fei not for Chu Qingqing's sake. Chu Qingqing was foolish enough to be deceived. What does that have to do with him? However, the prescription belonged to him, and he didn't want Lin Shouyun to be forced to hand over the house and have nowhere to live. Something's wrong. What exactly is Chu Qingqing so superior about? Su Ming was utterly speechless. Chu Qingqing started working at the Luo family group and entered her office. Thinking about what Su Ming had done, she found it laughable and foolish. He actually thought that this would make her look at him in a new light. He has absolutely no self-awareness. That kind of person, from beginning to end, from top to bottom, what about him is worthy of Chu Qingqing? The men Chu Qingqing sets her sights on are all top-notch, exceptional talents. Chi Fei is bad. But that doesn't mean she was wrong. She acknowledged Chi Fei's abilities, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deceive her. On the contrary, Su Ming is arrogant and thinks he's all that with a little cleverness. In reality, he's not even a tenth as good as Chi Fei. At that moment, Zhang Yang, the publicity manager from the next department, knocked on the door and came in. Seeing Chu Qingqing's red and swollen eyes, Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile and ask, "Manager Chu, what happened? Were you bullied by your boyfriend, Boss Chi, last night?" Annoyed by Zhang Yang's lewd joke, Chu Qingqing rolled her eyes at him and said, "What's it to you? What are you doing here, trying to make a scene?" Zhang Yang chuckled and said with a smile, "I have something good to offer you. If you don't want to hear it, then forget it. It's not my loss anyway." Chu Qingqing took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Manager Zhang, we're all colleagues. Can't we even joke around? What's the good news? Tell me." Zhang Yang then smiled smugly and sat down next to Chu Qingqing, saying with a grin, "Did you see the news? Did you hear the news? The Yi family just announced to the entire Yin City that they're going to buy all the top-tier medicinal formulas in Yin City, and at double the price. This is a golden opportunity to make a fortune. As long as we seize it, we'll never have to worry about not making money." "Is this all the good news you wanted to tell me? What does it have to do with me?" Chu Qingqing's face darkened. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. "Chu Qingqing, you really can't understand anything. Your Chu family has a top-tier medicine formula, right? The one to cure toad dew poison. So many wealthy people are begging for it. I sent that top tier. If you just give that formula to the Yi family, you can't ask for any amount of money." "So that's how it is." Chu Qingqing then suddenly realized what was going on. But this news came way too slowly. Chi Fei took the prescription a long time ago, and now nobody knows where he put it. Having just fallen out with Chi Fei last night, how could he possibly get the prescription back? Chu Qingqing said with a grim expression, "It's still no use. Chi Fei took the prescription a long time ago. I don't even know where it is now. It's not in my hands at all." "Are you an idiot? Chi Fei isn't your boyfriend. If you ask him for it, do you think he won't give it to you?" Zhang Yang said anxiously. "This woman has such a great opportunity to make money. How could she not seize it?" "What did you say?" Chu Qingqing blared angrily. Zhang Yang grinned and said ingratiatingly, "Miss Chu, what I mean is, why don't you find a way to get the prescription yourself?" "Okay, I'll give it a try." Chu Qingqing immediately took out her phone and called Chi Fei. If Chi Fei had any conscience at all, he would probably return the prescription to her. However, when the call was connected, it was a woman's voice that answered. "You're my son's girlfriend, you shameless woman. Do you have no conscience? My son is seriously injured and hospitalized, and you haven't even come to visit someone like you wants to join the Chi family? You're tired of living." A shrill voice cursed at Chu Qingqing. "What?" Chu Qingqing was also immediately shocked. "You said Chi Fei is seriously injured and hospitalized?" Chu Qingqing's face was filled with shock. "Chi Fei was fine when he left last night, and I heard this morning that young Master Yi is alright." She thought Chi Fei had already befriended Yi Ling and was about to achieve great success. That's why she felt regretful and vented her anger on Su Ming earlier. Unexpectedly, Chi Fei was hospitalized? Of course, you didn't know, did you? What are you pretending for, with your attitude? You don't need to come anymore. My son will completely sever ties with you from now on. Get lost. After saying that, the other party got angry. He hung up the phone in a panic. Etc. Chu Qingqing was getting a little anxious. He stood up abruptly. Whether Chi Fei is hospitalized or not is not important, but she needs to get the prescription back. It seems I absolutely have to go there. Chu Qingqing said to Zhang Yang, I'm going out for a bit. Where are we going? Do you agree to what I told you? Zhang Yang asked anxiously. But Chu Qingqing didn't answer and was already heading towards the hospital. In the hospital ward, a woman dressed in a mink coat, exuding an air of luxury, with her face covered in powder, stood with a menacing expression. That wretched woman was dating my son, and she didn't even know Chi Fei was in the hospital. Chi Fei mentioned her to me, saying she was a vain woman. Now I see, she was absolutely right. If she doesn't come, fine, but if she dares to come, I'll definitely teach her a lesson. I'll show her how to be a woman. The woman's expression was sinister. Chi Fei made billions using the prescription, and the entire Chi family rose to prominence in Yuncheng. They can't compare to top-tier families like the Wan family or the Luo family. But at least it's top-tier in the second tier. Chi Fei's mother, Chen Xiaomei, was even more hot-tempered, arrogant, and thought she was invincible in Yuncheng. Seeing Chi Fei seriously injured, he was even more furious. In addition to finding the murderer, the first thing he had to do was to take down Chu Qingqing, that heartless and unjust woman. 467, Chapter 467. I'm in trouble. Chu Qingqing arrived at the hospital and entered Chi Fei's ward. Upon entering, one sees Chi Fei lying unconscious on the hospital bed, with 5 or 6 people standing in front of him, the one in the lead being Chen Xiaomei in the mink coat. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Chu Qingqing. Chu Qingqing slowly walked in, looked at Chi Fei on the hospital bed, and cautiously asked, what happened to him? Is he alright? He's alright. He broke 7 or 8 ribs, and all the bones in his limbs were broken. It's a miracle he's still alive. How could you be my son's girlfriend? I'm giving you a chance to answer me. Who beat him up like this? If you tell me, I'll give you a way out. Chen Xiaomei's eyes were filled with anger as she stared at Chu Qingqing and asked. Chu Qingqing shook her head, her face pale, and replied, I don't know. She truly didn't know that she had been at home all night. After Chi Fei turned against the Chu family, he broke out on his own. Who knows what happened? You do not know? Chen Xiaomei snorted coldly, her gaze suddenly turning sharp and icy. She stepped forward and slapped Chu Qingqing hard across the face, sneering fiercely, you dare say you don't know? Who did you offend by walking with my son? Don't you have any idea? You won't tell, huh? Then I'll make you look like him, lying in this hospital with him. Chen Xiaomei gave a signal, and immediately 5 or 6 people rushed up behind her, surrounding Chu Qingqing and blocking the doorway, giving Chu Qingqing no chance to escape. Chu Qingqing was terrified. She had no idea this would happen. This family is unreasonable. She only came to check on Chi Fei's injuries, fearing that if Chi Fei died, she wouldn't be able to get the prescription back. If I were more ruthless, she wouldn't even come. Now she regrets it. I should have known better than to listen to that arrogant and enticement person and come to get the prescription. For a little money, you might risk your life. Chu Qingqing turned pale with fright, her face drained of all color. She shook her head in terror, saying, Auntie, I really don't know, and I'm not his girlfriend. I am just his business partner. When the company was established, we borrowed billions, and I was the one who found ways to borrow them. Oh, so you mean my son cheated you out of money? Chen Xiaomei laughed, looking at Chu Qingqing as if she were an idiot. She raised her hand and slapped Chu Qingqing twice more on the head, coldly snorting, do you know that my son earned over 10 billion in just over a week, and he even cheated you out of your money? Who do you think you are? Do you even deserve to know? You're such a despicable person, trying to distance yourself at a time like this? Do you really think my Chi family is a pushover? Come on, give her some real stuff. Let's break both her legs first and see if she tells the truth. Chen Xiaomei gave a cold shout, then stepped aside, lit a cigarette, and waited to see Chu Qingqing's legs be broken. The bodyguards immediately turned fierce, their eyes glaring at Chu Qingqing like those of jackals. Chen Xiaomei has spoken. They can act with impunity. So far, we haven't encountered anyone who dares to oppose the Qi family. Wait. Chu Qingqing was so frightened that she knelt on the ground, raised her hands, and said with a pale face, "Auntie, I'm telling the truth, I don't know anything. I came here just to ask him to take back my Chu family's medicine formula. He can earn hundreds of millions because of my Chu family's medicine formula, but now I understand. I don't want the medicine formula anymore. Please let me go. I promise I'll never look for Qi Fei again, please." Chu Qingqing burst into tears and knelt down on the ground to kowtow to Chen Xiaomei. But it would have been better if he hadn't said that. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaomei immediately understood. As Qi Fei's mother, she was naturally aware of Qi Fei's methods of making money, which indeed relied on prescriptions. I never expected that this prescription was actually from this woman. Now, it's even less likely that we'll let Chu Qingqing go. He immediately sneered, "Beat them." Yes. Several bodyguards shouted in agreement and raised their fists to attack Chu Qingqing. Chu Qingqing's expression changed drastically, and she shouted, I know who the murderer is, please, give me another chance." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaomei's expression changed slightly. "Stop." At Chen Xiaomei's command, she stepped forward again, grabbed Chu Qingqing's hair, and made Chu Qingqing raise her head. Then he sneered, "You woman, if I don't teach you a lesson, you really won't know how to tell the truth. Fine, this is your last chance. Tell me, who is the murderer?" "The murderer is Su Ming," Chu Qingqing said, her face covered in tears. This was the only thing she could think of. After all, the only person she knew who had a grudge against Qi Fei was Su Ming. Besides, she had long disliked Su Ming, so now that she was using him as a shield, she felt no resentment at all. Su Ming? Who is it? Chen Xiaomei frowned, her face full of doubt. She'd never even heard of it. They thought their son had offended some important person. To her surprise, the name Chu Qingqing uttered was so unfamiliar that it caught her completely off guard. "It's a kid who's staying at my place last night. He's the one who had the fight with Qi Fei. He even forced Qi Fei to kneel down, so I think he's the only one who would take revenge on Qi Fei," Chu Qingqing said, her voice trembling. "How dare such a piece of trash hurt my son like this? It really is related to your Chu family, you woman. I knew I wasn't wrong to hit you. Call him right now and tell him to come over. If he doesn't come, you'll be the one who dies," Chen Xiaomei said with icy coldness. Okay, I'll hit." Chu Qingqing's trembling hand reached for her phone. I silently said it to myself. "Su Ming, don't blame me. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself. Who told you to mess with Qi Fei and the Qi family? It's better for you to die than for me to die." Then Chu Qingqing, the call went through. Soon, Su Ming answered the call. "Miss Chu, aren't you at work? Why are you calling me? You don't want me to bring you lunch, do you? You look down on me so much, you can't accept anything I bring you, can you?" At this moment, Su Ming was helping Chu Yingkai and Lin Shouyun move. Now that the house has been taken back, there's no need to live in the old town anymore, so we're going to have someone move all the furniture back to the old house. Upon seeing the call from Chu Qingqing, Su Ming chuckled and made a couple of teasing remarks. "I'm in the hospital now." Chu Qingqing glanced at Chen Xiaomei cautiously and whispered to Su Ming. "What are you doing at the hospital? Is someone as important as you going to inspect the hospital?" Su Ming asked with a smile. "Stop talking nonsense, come to the hospital right now. Something's happened to me, okay? Come here right now, or I won't let you get away with this," Chu Qingqing said angrily into her phone. But in reality, she had already given Su Ming a strong hint. Although she used Su Ming as a shield, she didn't really want Su Ming to come and die at Chen Xiaomei's hands. If Su Ming were any smarter, he would have understood what she meant and immediately called the police. However, Su Ming chuckled dismissively. "So what if something happened? Why are you making such a fuss? Everyone has their own things to do. Handle them yourselves, I don't have time." After saying that, Su Ming hung up the phone. "You bastard!" Chu Qingqing was furious. Under Chen Xiaomei's icy gaze, he was almost driven mad. Is this idiot really that stupid? You can't even understand what she's saying? Chu Qingqing was absolutely furious. For 68, chapter 468. Fortunately, we didn't offend any big shots. What's wrong, Xiaoming? Who called you? I think I heard Qingqing's voice. As Lin Xiaoyun moved the things, she asked in confusion. Su Ming smiled, put away his phone, and nodded, saying, "It was Chu Qingqing. She called to tell me she was in the hospital and that something had happened to her, asking me to come and rescue her. He even hinted to me over the phone that he was probably being threatened by someone." Su Ming said with a faint smile. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyun and Chu Yingkai were both shocked and looked at Su Ming in utter astonishment. Then why are you still so calm? Let's call the police. Chu Yingkai asked in alarm. Su Ming calmly smiled and said, "Don't panic. The fact that she called means her life isn't in danger yet. Besides, she only called me and asked me to come over. This means this matter is related to me, and it's aimed at me. I'll ignore her, and they won't make things difficult for her." Su Ming calmly explained. But Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun were far from calm after hearing this. "Xiaoming, this is no laughing matter. I know Qingqing is usually quite strict with you, but when it comes to a life-threatening situation, it's not something to be taken lightly. We can't let trivial matters escalate into a fight. If it really comes down to it, let's call the police." Lin Xiaoyun was extremely anxious. Su Ming shook his head. "I won't interfere. Doesn't Chu Qingqing think she's very capable? It's good to teach her a lesson so she won't make the same mistake again. I can save her once or twice, but I can't save her for a lifetime." Su Ming spoke in silence. If Lin Xiaoyun were in trouble, she would go to help without hesitation. But Chu Qingqing, forget it. This morning I even pointed my finger at him and yelled at him. If he were to help, wouldn't he be making a fool of himself? Moreover, he was convinced that Chu Qingqing would be alright. If he were really after Chu Qingqing, she wouldn't even have had the chance to make this call. But Chu Yingkai and his wife didn't see it that way at all. How can you just sit idly by when your own daughter is being threatened? The two were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. "You're so stingy and spineless. If you won't call, I'll call the police right now." Chu Yingkai glared at Su Ming and said angrily, then took out his phone to call the police. "It's useless." Su Ming calmly shook his head. "If you call the police, the other party isn't stupid. If you provoke them, Chu Qingqing might really not be able to come back. You'd better listen to me and ignore them. They'll come looking for me on their own." Su Ming kindly reminded him. When Chu Qingqing called, she not only gave hints but also revealed that she was in a hospital. What kidnapped person could send a message like this? This is clearly a trap set for him. He's not that stupid. Upon hearing this, Chu Yingkai was filled with despair. Holding his phone, he didn't know whether to make the call or not. "Xiaoming, I'm begging you, Aunt Lin, please save her." Lin Xiaoyun burst into tears and knelt down in front of Su Ming with a thud. "Aunt Lin, please don't do this." Su Ming stepped forward to help Lin Xiaoyun up, and sighed helplessly, "Alright, I'll have someone check it out. We should have news in half an hour at the earliest." Su Ming said helplessly. "Thank you, Xiaoming. We only have this one daughter. We just can't bear to leave her. I am so grateful." Lin Xiaoyun was moved to tears. Su Ming took out his phone and called Yi Tang. "Go to the hospital and check who's there. Also, see if Chu Qingqing is there." "Yes." Yi Tang responded. Next, Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun waited anxiously, their hearts filled with unease. They couldn't sit still or stand properly, pacing back and forth in the room with burning anxiety. Su Ming calmly sipped his tea, watching the moving company people carry their belongings out. Less than half an hour later, 10 minutes later, Yi Tang called back. Su Ming deliberately turned on speakerphone so that Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun could both hear it. "How's it going?" Su Ming asked. "Yes, we found out our people are at the hospital right now. There is indeed a group of people, led by Chi Fei's mother, Chen Xiaomei, who are threatening Chu Qingqing at the hospital, but for now, it doesn't seem too serious." Yi Tang replied. "Are you sure Chu Qingqing wasn't hurt?" Su Ming asked calmly. "No, they seem to be after you. Should we take action?" Yi Tang asked in a deep voice. "No need, let them come this way. They can bring Chu Qingqing back. Leave the rest to me." Su Ming said calmly. Yes, King Su, we await your orders at the hospital." After Yi Tang finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Su Ming then looked up at Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun. "Now you can rest assured. It's Chi Fei's mother, so that's how it is." Hearing that Chu Qingqing was alright, Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoming, it seems those people are here to get revenge on you because of what happened last night. Since they won't hurt Qingqing, you should leave quickly to avoid being caught. Lin Xiaoyun said to Su Ming with concern. No need, if I leave, Xu Qingqing will be the one who suffers. Let them come, I've been wanting to settle scores with them anyway. Su Ming said with a smile. This? Xu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun were both stunned. Although it's clear that Su Ming has changed a bit in the last couple of days, especially since he can command Su Tianhai, it's evident that Su Ming has some status. However, Su Ming's identity is limited to the Su family. But the Qi family is no pushover. Su Ming chose to confront the Qi family head-on. Wasn't that just courting death? I heard that the Qi family has become very powerful recently, and they're almost making it into the top-tier families. Ordinary people can't afford to mess with such a powerful family. Su Ming's behavior is far too arrogant. At the hospital, Xu Qingqing held her phone, her legs trembling, staring blankly at Chen Xiaomei, not daring to say a word. So, has that kid arrived yet? Chen Xiaomei asked with an icy expression. He doesn't want to come. We don't get along. Even when I told him I was in trouble, he ignored me and hung up the phone. Xu Qingqing was almost going crazy. She never expected Su Ming to be so heartless and stupid. He implied that he didn't understand and ignored her. This time, she's completely finished. You're such a useless piece of trash. Someone like you, partnering with my son to start a company. Do you really think that's possible? Come on, lead the way today. I'm going to make an example of that kid and make him suffer 10 times more than my son. Chen Xiaomei's eyebrows shot up, and she gave a cold shout with a face full of icy aura. What? Xu Qingqing stared blankly at Chen Xiaomei, completely terrified. I don't understand what that means. Are you that stupid? Lead the way to your house. Can't you even understand what I'm saying? Chen Xiaomei shouted angrily. Okay, I'll lead the way. Xu Qingqing trembled with fright and quickly turned around to lead the way. The group walked out of the ward and into the hospital lobby. Turning their heads, they saw that the previously empty hospital lobby was now full of people. There were at least 100 of them, all of them burly, sweaty, and fierce-looking. As soon as they stepped out, countless domineering gazes instantly fell upon Chen Xiaomei and her companions. Chen Xiaomei suddenly felt a chill run through her body, as if she were being stared at by a tiger. Yi Tang was among these people. Seeing such a terrifying scene, Chen Xiaomei swallowed hard and asked the person next to her in surprise, "Has some important person come to this hospital? Why are so many people sitting here?" It's very likely that some big shot was sick and brought in. It's terrifying. Luckily, we didn't offend any of those big shots. Their eyes could have swallowed us whole. Chen Xiaomei and her group were terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. They hurriedly took Xu Qingqing and left the hospital without daring to linger for even a moment. 469, Chapter 469. Endless Disappointment. Chen Xiaomei and the others walked out of the hospital covered in sweat. He secretly rejoiced. Thankfully he hadn't offended those big shots in the hospital lobby. If anyone offends those people, they'll die without even knowing how. Although the Qi family already has a net worth of billions and can be quite influential in the lower and middle classes of Yun City. But Yunqing is a small place, full of hidden talents. One wrong move and you might offend a real big shot. Fortunately, the person the Qi family is dealing with today is just a good-for-nothing with no background. Dealing with that kind of person is as easy as stepping on an ant for the Qi family. Chen Xiaomei thought smugly as she got into the car with Xu Qingqing and drove to the Chu family home in the old town. A dozen minutes later, the car stopped in front of the Chu family's house. The group helped Xu Qingqing out of the car and entered the Chu family home. Dad, Mom. Upon entering the house, Xu Qingqing let out a mournful, hoarse cry. Qingqing, you're back. Are you alright? Xu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun hurriedly came to greet them. Xiaoming said you were in trouble. It scared us to death, Lin Xiaoyun said, her eyes red. Ah. Xu Qingqing was taken aback, then realized that Su Ming had already understood her hint, but simply didn't want to save her. That bastard. Xu Qingqing was furious and quickly turned to Chen Xiaomei beside her, saying, Auntie, it's that kid. It must be that kid who injured Qi Fei. Take him away and do whatever you want with him. So it was this good-for-nothing. Chen Xiaomei's gaze fell on Su Ming, and she looked him up and down. Seeing that Su Ming's clothes and appearance were worse than those of an ordinary person, she paid even less attention to him. He waved to his men and said, "Go, and grab that kid." "Don't want." Lin Shoyun quickly stepped in front of Chen Xiaomei and said, "Sister, let's talk this out. We do have some issues with Chi Fei, but it has nothing to do with him. Don't arrest him if you want compensation. Let's discuss it properly, okay? Go to hell, who's your big sister?" Chen Xiaomei flew into a rage and slapped Lin Shoyun across the face, instantly turning half of Lin Shoyun's face red. Chen Xiaomei pointed at Lin Shoyun with a fierce expression and shouted, "Pay compensation, do you even deserve it? My son had his ribs and limbs broken, and he's in the hospital now. Even if you, the Chu family, sold yourselves, you still couldn't afford to pay for it. Pay compensation, you have no self-awareness whatsoever. That kid is the murderer, and I just want him to pay for his crime in blood. If you dare to meddle in my business, I don't mind taking your entire Chu family with me and making you all kowtow and apologize to my son at his bedside." Chen Xiaomei's face was filled with icy killing intent. Chi Fei was seriously injured? Lin Shoyun and Chu Yingkai were so frightened that they dared not speak. "I thought it was a small matter, that it was just a conflict from last night. Who would have thought it would be such a big deal? They simply cannot afford to take on such a responsibility." Chu Qingqing hurriedly stepped forward, pulled Lin Shoyun aside, and gave Su Ming a resentful, cold look, saying, "Mom, stop meddling. It has nothing to do with us. That brat brought it on himself. Whether he pays with his life or pays his debts, it's all his own doing. On the contrary, I got beaten up because of him. Why are you still speaking up for him? That's not how it is. Do you even know what you're doing?" Lin Shoyun was extremely anxious, and her eyes welled up with tears. Chu Qingqing was able to return because Su Ming had accurately predicted that Chen Xiaomei and the others were coming to cause him trouble. Moreover, Su Ming refused to leave, willingly letting these people come and take him away, in order to ensure Chu Qingqing's safety. Even if Lin Shoyun and Chu Yingkai were foolish, they could still see through Su Ming's intentions. But Chu Qingqing was still in the dark and said such things. How could the two of them not be anxious? "Mom, stop talking. This will only hurt us." Chu Qingqing forcefully pulled Lin Shoyun aside and interrupted her. "Stop arguing." At this moment, Su Ming stretched, stood up, and walked to the door. Chen Xiaomei's men immediately grabbed Su Ming's shoulder. But with a slight shrug of his shoulder, Su Ming shook off the hands of the two bodyguards. This caused a look of surprise and doubt to flash in both of their eyes. Su Ming smiled and said, "Isn't this all for me? I'll go with you. We can talk when we get to the hospital." "Good, you've got some guts, but let's hope you're still this tough when we get to the hospital. Take away." Chen Xiaomei gave a sharp shout and turned to leave. Two bodyguards came up again and grabbed Su Ming. This time, Su Ming didn't retaliate, letting the two men carry him out. Once outside, next to the car, Su Ming suddenly broke free and slapped Chen Xiaomei across the face. The slap stunned Chen Xiaomei. She turned around abruptly, glaring angrily at Su Ming, and roared in shock and fury, "Are you fucking crazy, you beast? How dare you hit me?" Su Ming grinned, "This slap is on behalf of Aunt Lin. You little brat, you're dead meat." Chen Xiaomei gritted her teeth, wishing she could devour Su Ming alive. Then they forcibly dragged Su Ming into the car, and the car roared off towards the hospital. Upon hearing Su Ming's words at the door, Lin Shoyun burst into tears, squatted on the ground, and sobbed uncontrollably. She never expected that even though Su Ming was about to be arrested, he would still stand up for her. She felt heartbroken and extremely sad. Chu Qingqing patted Lin Shoyun's back to comfort her. "Mom, don't cry, it's not your fault. That kid brought it on himself. If he hadn't insisted on picking on Chi Fei, none of this would have happened. I wouldn't have been beaten. He deserved it. I even told Chen Xiaomei myself that he was the one who seriously injured Chi Fei. I want the Chi family to arrest that kid, then we'll be safe." Chu Qingqing spoke casually. He even felt brilliant about his move. What? However, upon hearing this, Chu Yingkai and Lin Shoyun were both shocked. Lin Shoyun even stopped crying in sorrow. He turned his head and looked at Chu Qingqing in disbelief. "Really, you didn't know?" Chu Qingqing said with a smile. You beast, how could I have raised a daughter like you?" Now, not only Lin Shoyun, but even Chu Yingkai was going crazy, letting out a hoarse roar, his whole body trembling with excitement. Chu Qingqing looked completely bewildered and asked in confusion, "Dad, why did you scold me?" You. Chu Yingkai pointed at Chu Qingqing, so angry that he almost fainted. He roared angrily, "Do you know that Su Ming, in order to save you, even though he knew that the Qi family was after him, didn't leave, he deliberately waited here? Do you even know that he's targeting Qi Fei to help us get our house back and return to our old lives? It's true, Su Ming is absolutely right. I shouldn't have saved you. If you weren't my daughter, I would have killed you right now." Chu Yingkai had never felt such regret. His face was flushed with anger, and his hands and feet were out of control. Lin Xiaoyan looked at Chu Qingqing through teary eyes, saying nothing, but her eyes were filled with endless disappointment. This was the first time Chu Qingqing had ever seen her mother look so disappointed. "And it's about myself." She felt a sudden bang, as if her head was about to explode. He stood there dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. 470, Chapter 470. "Beg me, you still have a chance." It turned out that Su Ming had saved her. Su Ming understood her implication, and instead of ignoring it, he took a more prudent approach, having the Qi family personally escort her back. Then they'll be captured and exchanged. How shrewd and brilliant that is. She was so foolish as to use Su Ming as a shield, pushing him into a fire pit. They believed Su Ming deserved to die. At that moment, she finally understood everything, feeling a chill run down her spine and her mind reeling. I was filled with regret. Su Ming, you've kept this from me so well, you must be secretly gloating right now. I owe you such a huge favor." Chu Qingqing bit her red lips tightly, her eyes reddening. No, she couldn't let things continue like this. In this way, she would never be able to repay the debt of gratitude she owed Su Ming, and even if Su Ming asked her to repay him with her body, she would not be able to refuse. But that kind of person only seized the opportunity and played a little trick in terms of status and position. How could they match him? Thinking of this, Chu Qingqing became anxious and hurriedly stepped forward to her father, saying, "Dad, I know I was wrong. We can't just watch him get arrested. We have to save him." "How to save them?" Chu Yingkai glared angrily at Chu Qingqing. "If we had a way, would we have just watched him get arrested? That's the Qi family." "There's a way, there must be a way." Chu Qingqing lowered her head in thought, and after a moment, she suddenly looked up. "All right, I'll go ask my godfather, Chen Fengyu. My godfather is 100 times stronger than the Qi family. As long as my godfather is willing to help, what is the Qi family?" Thinking of this, Chu Qingqing immediately packed her things and rushed out to the Chen family. They soon arrived at the Chen family home, and Chu Qingqing relayed the news to Chen Fengyu. Upon hearing this, Chen Fengyu was immediately shocked. The king of Kyushu has been kidnapped by Chen Xiaomei of the Qi family? That would be terrible. Chen Xiaomei also shares the surname Chen and is a member of his family. If this leads to trouble, the entire Chen family of Yunqing might be wiped out. So Chen Fengyu led his men out and charged straight into the hospital. This news spread like wildfire, reaching the top dozen or so tycoons on the rich list, who were all alarmed. In an instant, all the wealthy tycoons at the top of the cloud layer mobilized and converged on the direction of the hospital. At this moment, Chen Xiaomei led Su Ming through the hospital gate. Upon entering the hospital lobby, the hundreds of people from Yitang who had been sitting there all day suddenly widened their eyes in shock when they saw Su Ming being brought in. They all stood up, their sharp and fierce gazes falling on the Qi family members, and then shouted, "King Su!" The sound was deafening, as if the entire hospital was shaken. The Qi family members were startled and stared at the scene in disbelief. "I don't know what's going on. King Su? Who is King Su?" They stared in disbelief, too stunned to take another step forward. In the crowd, Su Ming shook his head slightly at Yi Tang. Yi Tang understood and turned to the others, shouting, "Everyone sit down." Smack! In perfect unison, almost simultaneously, everyone sat back down in their chairs, their movements identical, displaying a discipline akin to that of robots. Chen Xiaomei was terrified. "That's terrifying." Chen Xiaomei's legs trembled slightly uncontrollably. Such a chilling and terrifying team, how powerful must its leader be? However, they all sat down, clearly not there for them. Even so, it still gave the Qi family a fright. Thank goodness, it must be a mistake. Thank goodness we didn't offend them. That was terrifying. Chen Xiaomei, her face pale, patted her chest as she carefully led Su Ming through the center of the 100-person crowd. The distance of a dozen or 20 steps felt as difficult and arduous as climbing to the heavens. The immense pressure was almost suffocating. After they passed by, the chief family members breathed a sigh of relief, their bodies covered in cold sweat, almost collapsing from fright. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. These guys want to arrest me, that's ridiculous. Sending Yi Tang and his men out is really bullying. Upon entering the ward, Chen Xiaomei gave Su Ming a shove from behind and said sternly, "Go over there, kowtow 3 times in front of my son first, and then apologize and beg for forgiveness, otherwise, you won't be leaving here alive today." Su Ming stepped forward, glanced down at Qi Fei on the hospital bed, shook his head with a smile, and clicked his tongue. What a pitiful sight. I never expected this kid to be beaten so badly by young Master Yi. All his ribs are broken, and his limbs are crippled. Even a god couldn't save him. He'll be a cripple even if he recovers. Young Master Yi, he's too ruthless. Although he didn't know the specifics, Su Ming could roughly guess. After Qi Fei left that night, he probably went to the hospital to meet up with Yi Ling. Yi Ling's condition is not that serious. As long as he receives timely treatment and a skilled doctor can help him improve blood circulation, he will wake up. Most importantly, Yi Ling already knows his identity, so how could she possibly choose to cooperate with Qi Fei in such a foolish way? So when Qi Fei ran back, it was like offering a warm face to a cold backside. It was entirely reasonable for Yi Ling, in his rage, to beat up Qi Fei. I just didn't expect that kid to be so ruthless, crippling Qi Fei. What, young Master Yi, you're saying my son was beaten by young Master Yi the kid? Don't try to shirk responsibility and spread rumors. You think I'll let you off the hook just because you name a young Master Yi? Young Master Yi of Shuzhou has no grudge against our Qi family. How could he possibly beat my son like this? I think it's because you, a piece of trash, knew you were doomed, that you tried to shift the blame to young Master Yi. But I, Chen Xiaomei, am not stupid. I only have one son, and you've ruined him like this. You'll be 10 times worse off than him today. Chen Xiaomei glared angrily, her face contorted with rage, and said, "If it were young Master Yi in that case, the Qi family is truly someone we can't afford to offend. But that's clearly impossible. It's obvious that Su Ming is scared and is using young Master Yi as a shield. Believe it or not." However, Su Ming just smiled slightly and said, "Regardless of who beat your son like this, there is no one in Yunqing who can cure him. Even if he recovers, he will be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. The only person who can save him is me. If you want your son to become a normal person again, then beg me now. It's not too late. I'll only give you 10 seconds. If you beg me, I will save your son. Otherwise, you won't have another chance." Su Ming smiled calmly. Whether or not Qi Fei is saved is irrelevant to him. Qi Fei is a scumbag, and he deserves to end up like this. But in his eyes, Qi Fei was nothing but an ant. Even if Qi Fei recovers and becomes a normal person, if he dares to court death, he wouldn't mind sending Qi Fei on his way. Now, it's just giving Chen Xiaomei a choice. However, upon hearing this, Chen Xiaomei immediately laughed, looking at Su Ming as if he were an idiot. "You piece of trash, you'll stop at nothing to save your life. You want me to beg you? Why don't you just die? Didn't you hear me? I told you to kneel down and kowtow to my son. 10 seconds left. If you don't kneel within 5 seconds, I'll personally make you kneel." Chen Xiaomei's face was full of murderous intent. She didn't believe Su Ming's nonsense at all. In her opinion, it was all just Su Ming's dying ramblings. 5, 4, 3. Chen Xiaomei immediately started the countdown. 1. As Chen Xiaomei finished counting down, she stared at Su Ming and said in a gloomy voice, "Kid, now you don't have a chance. Do it, break his legs, and let's see if he kneels down." 471, Chapter 471, Earth Profound Realm, Su Fanghua. A shout. Chen Xiaomei's 5 or 6 bodyguards immediately surrounded Su Ming. Su Ming simply watched calmly, shaking his head slightly. Presumptuous. Just then, a loud roar rang out from the doorway. With a loud bang, the door to the ward was almost pushed open as Chen Fengyu, with his men, stormed into the ward, his face contorted with rage. "Who dares to make Prince Su kneel?" Chen Fengyu's roar could be heard throughout the entire hospital. Chen Fengyu's howling roar sent chills down the spines of everyone in the Qi family. Chen Xiaomei turned her head and was so frightened that she almost collapsed to the ground, staring at Chen Fengyu in disbelief. "Master Chen, what brings you here?" The Chen family ranks 7th on the rich list. Even if the Qi family earned 10 times more than 10 billion, they still couldn't compare to the Chen family. But how could a big shot like Chen Fengyu end up in a hospital? In that instant, Chen Xiaomei's mind went blank, and she couldn't understand what was going on at all. Upon seeing the scene, Chen Fengyu immediately understood what had happened. Enraged, he stepped forward and slapped Chen Xiaomei hard across the face, roaring, "It was you dared to kidnap Su Wang and even make him kneel, you bitch. How could my Chen family produce such a beast?" "Kneel down!" Chen Fengyu roared. Thump! Chen Xiaomei was so frightened that she knelt straight on the ground, but her face was still full of panic and confusion. "Prince Su, who exactly is Prince Su?" she asked blankly. However, the matter was not over yet. Immediately afterwards, loud footsteps sounded outside the hospital, and a large group of people rushed over. They are all among the top 10 richest tycoons in Yuncheng. Upon entering, everyone asked in fear, "Where is Prince Su? Which bastard is so bold as to kidnap Prince Su?" This real estate tycoon, Luo Heng, and this one, third or fourth on the rich list. Looking at these top figures from Yuncheng, Chen Xiaomei felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and almost fainted on the spot. After these top wealthy people from Yuncheng entered the ward, all their eyes were focused on Su Ming. They rushed over, kicked aside all the Qi family members, and bowed to Su Ming to ask him questions. "Prince Su, are you alright? Who dares to lay a hand on you? Our Luo group will go bankrupt to kill him. Who on earth dares to be so bold?" A group of wealthy people were furious. How could such a thing be allowed to happen on their territory? Chen Xiaomei was completely numb. She was so scared that she wet her pants. She knelt on the ground, her face pale, unable to utter a single word. "King Su? This kid is actually the Su Wang that these rich tycoons are talking about? So, the terrifying 100-person team in the hospital lobby just now, the one they respectfully called King Su, is also this guy?" Chen Xiaomei turned her head blankly and stiffly towards the door, and sure enough, she saw that the burly men in black in the hospital lobby had blocked the entire exit of the ward. Yi Tang stood by the window, staring at her like the Grim Reaper. Chen Xiaomei trembled and felt utterly hopeless. "I've never felt so desperate, falling from heaven to the abyss." Moreover, does that mean that Su Ming's statement earlier that he was the only one who could save Qi Fei was also true? Upon realizing all this, regret and fear, two incredibly intense emotions, surged forth, almost driving Chen Xiaomei to madness. She knelt down, crawled to Su Ming's feet, and kowtowed repeatedly, "King Su, I was wrong. I didn't know your identity. I was blinded by hatred and eager to take revenge. I offended you. Please, give me a chance." "Bullshit." Luo Heng kicked Chen Xiaomei to the ground, letting out a fierce roar. "Revenge? You think you're worthy of seeking revenge against the king of Kyushu? Even if your son was crippled by Prince Su, he deserved it. How dare you seek revenge against Prince Su? Don't you even know if you're qualified? The king of the 9 provinces? Boom! Chen Xiaomei's head exploded again. It turns out that the so-called King Su was actually the king of the 9 provinces. Now she finally understood why so many big shots in Yuncheng had been alarmed. At that moment, Chen Xiaomei wished she could just smash her head against the ground and die. How incredibly stupid she must have been to do something like that. Chen Xiaomei lay on the ground, weeping bitterly. "Why?" Su Ming raised his hand to interrupt Luo Heng, grinning, "Don't talk nonsense. Don't wrong Mei really didn't hit his son. If I had, he wouldn't be lying here like this. Your son stole my prescription and tried to deceive the people around. Mei just exposed him. I didn't lay a hand on him. I've already told you who did it. You just didn't believe me and I gave you a chance. If you just begged me, I would heal him without holding a grudge, but you clearly didn't cherish this last chance." Su Ming's words were undoubtedly a double-edged sword. Originally, Chen Xiaomei was just terrified and on the verge of collapse. Upon hearing this, he screamed in agony, his head slumped forward, and he immediately lost consciousness. The rest of the Qi family knelt in a row, not daring to utter a sound. "Guards, throw this disgusting woman out." Seeing Chen Xiaomei unconscious on the ground, and smelling the stench of urine, Luo Han looked disgusted and raised his hand to order Chen Xiaomei to be thrown out. "Never mind." Su Ming shook his head, interrupting him directly, too lazy to argue further, as such an argument would never end. After this battle, the Qi family will probably never dare to act arrogantly in Yuncheng again. Su Ming's gaze fell on the rest of the Qi family, and he said in a deep voice, "I'm giving you 1 hour to return the prescription that Qi Fei swindled from you. If you don't see the prescription in 1 hour, I'll personally go to your Qi family, and none of you will escape." "Yes, yes." The remaining members of the Qi family were so frightened that they repeatedly kowtowed and agreed. Su Ming nodded slightly and turned to leave. "Prince Su, this way please." Luo Hong hurriedly followed Su Ming, clearing a path for him. "What are you asking for? Where are we going?" Su Ming frowned and asked. Luo Hong chuckled and said with a smile, "Prince Su, didn't you ask us to investigate the Wushuang sect? We've already found out. Please come to the hotel for a chat, and I'll personally report the news to you." "Alright, lead the way." Su Ming nodded and got into Luo Hang's car. So Luo Hang's men drove around, followed by a group of wealthy people, and they all moved to the hotel. In a private room at the hotel, we ordered a table full of delicacies from land and sea. The top 10 richest people in Yunqing sat around the table, each one as well behaved as a primary school student. Su Ming didn't move, so they didn't dare to move either, and could only sit obediently. Luo Hong reported to Su Ming, "Your Highness, this is what happened. We found out that Su Fanghua is the last disciple personally taken in by the leader of the Wushuang sect. She has now achieved great success in martial arts cultivation and is said to be only half a step away from entering the Earth Profound Realm. She is a genius who is famous throughout the 9 provinces. I guess her coming to Yun City is probably related to her breakthrough to the Earth Profound Realm." Earth Profound Realm, my God. Upon hearing this, the group of wealthy people present were all horrified. What kind of height is that? The pinnacle of martial arts? No, it's simply the pinnacle of martial arts. Only these top-tier wealthy individuals have heard of it. Ordinary people probably don't even know what the Earth Profound Realm is. Even Yi Tianzong from Shuzhou, who claims to be at the pinnacle of martial arts, is only at the peak of the Grandmaster War God realm, and hasn't even touched the threshold of the Earth Profound Realm. Not to mention a small place like Yuncheng. In Yunqing's martial arts world, only one person has ever been the strongest, Li Xiao, who was only at the peak of the Supreme War God realm. Even so, he has already become the commander of Qingzhou. The mere mention of this earthly profound realm is enough to terrify an entire army. A martial arts master has arrived in Yuncheng. We absolutely mustn't offend him. Otherwise, these wealthy people would probably be seen as ants in other people's eyes, easily crushed. That would be a serious problem. 472, Chapter 472, proving he's a waste. Su Fanhua, a cultivator at the earthly profound realm. Now even the king of the 9 provinces probably can't underestimate him, right? Although the god of war's army was renowned throughout the land. Within the war god army, there has never been a martial arts master of the earth profound realm. However, Su Ming just smiled and said, "What earthly profound realm, heavenly profound realm? They're just ordinary people who insist on dividing realms. It's like children arguing about who's better in my eyes. They're all ants." This? Everyone was so frightened that they couldn't utter a single word. Are they all ants? What a powerful spirit in tone this is. Just how strong is King Su's martial arts? They wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Because this is beyond their comprehension. Then, King Su, what should we do? Should we target Su Fanghua? Luo Hong asked, sweating profusely. Su Ming wasn't afraid, but they were all ordinary people. If they angered a powerful figure in the earth profound realm, they would all be doomed if they all joined together. Ignore her. Su Ming said calmly, since she hasn't made any moves, she's not targeting you. Don't cause trouble for yourselves. I can't be bothered to save you. By the way, besides that, what is Yiling planning to do by buying up Yunqing's top-tier medicinal formulas on such a large scale? Su Ming inquired. Oh, that's another matter. Luo Hong replied, it concerns the Kyushu Medical Academy opening its doors wide to hold a selection competition to recruit talent. Countless famous doctors throughout Kyushu are preparing to participate. As long as one can achieve a top 10 ranking in the competition, they can enter the Kyushu Medical Academy. This is a golden opportunity for countless medical professionals to change their lives. What, Yiling, a spoiled brat, wants to get into the 9 provinces medical academy? Su Ming raised his eyebrows. I don't know about that. Maybe he just wants to support someone. After all, it would be a great achievement to promote a medical genius. Luo Hong explained. I see, alright, I understand, let's call it a day then, you can continue eating if you want, I'm leaving now. Su Ming got up and left. Take care, Prince Su. A group of wealthy people hurriedly stood up and respectfully saw Su Ming off as he left. Below the hotel, on the first floor, is a shopping mall. At this moment, Wan Shirin and Su Fanghua are in the clothing store below. Wan Shirin came to make purchases and also took the opportunity to show Su Fanghua around Yuncheng. So these days she's been taking Su Fanghua around everywhere. Miss Wan, thank you so much for showing me the sights of Yuncheng. Although Yuncheng can't compare to Suzhou, it's small but complete, and it certainly has its own unique charm. Su Fanghua looked at the clothes and said with a smile. Not at all, it's my honor to be Miss Su's guide. My master instructed me to take good care of Miss Su. You are our Black Gold Merchant Alliance's most distinguished guest. Wan Shirin said with a modest smile. Excellent, excellent. Su Fanghua nodded approvingly. I have a new respect for you now. Before, on the train, I thought you were no different from other women. Now it seems that you were able to join the Black Gold Business Alliance entirely on your own merit. Your vision, humility, and understanding of the bigger picture are beyond the reach of ordinary people. This makes me like you more and more. Given time, with the help of the Black Gold Alliance, you will definitely achieve an extraordinary status, and if possible, when I return, I will speak to Suzhou to make it easier and more convenient for you to do business with Suzhou in the future. Su Fanghua said with a smile. Real? Wan Shirin was overjoyed. This time, they've really latched onto a powerful backer. She had learned about Su Fanghua's identity over the past few days. She is not only a disciple of the famous Wushuang sect, but also the younger sister of Su Tonglin, the governor of Suzhou. Any one of these identities, if brought out, would be terrifying. If I can get Su Fanghua's support, I'm not afraid of not achieving success and fame in the future. I never expected to gain so much from this trip to Suzhou. At this moment, Wan Shirin was overjoyed. Moreover, gaining Su Fanghua's approval is an affirmation of her abilities. Indeed, the Black Gold Alliance's interest in her was not due to any external force, but rather to her own extraordinary strength. But at this moment, Su Fanghua changed the subject, her gaze falling on Wan Shirin, and she frowned, saying, But I asked you to take me to meet your ex-husband Su Ming. Why haven't you made any moves? What, are you afraid I'll steal your ex-husband? I just want to see, Miss Wan, someone as outstanding as you, the man you married must also be an exceptional person, right? Wan Shirin was immediately embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. She didn't take Su Fanghua to see Su Ming because she was afraid that Su Fanghua would be disappointed in her after meeting Su Ming. They thought she was all show and no substance, but actually blind to good judgment, which was why she chose to marry a man like Su Ming. But it seems unreasonable not to bring it. What an extraordinary person! At this moment, Wan Hua interjected, his face full of disdain and contempt, Miss Su, that kid is a complete idiot and a good-for-nothing. My sister was just confused back then to have taken a liking to someone like that. Now our entire Wan family is regretting it to death. My sister just doesn't want to see that jinx again. Is that so? Su Fanghua raised an eyebrow slightly. No further words were spoken. But I still have some doubts. He was able to sense her intentions on the train and change seats in advance to avoid her, so she still hasn't seen what Su Ming looks like. Someone with such alertness and resourcefulness is not like an ordinary person. Moreover, even if my second sister, as the commander of Suzhou, had poor judgment, she wouldn't be so bad as to actually fall for a good-for-nothing. So even if Wan Hua said some very unpleasant things about Su Ming, she remained skeptical. Seeing is believing, after all. She couldn't believe it until she saw it with her own eyes. Oh, speak of the devil, and he appears. Miss Su, you don't believe it? Alright, I'll go prove it to you right now. Wan Hua suddenly pointed to the elevator in front of the hotel and said. Su Fanghua and Wan Shirin looked up and immediately saw a person standing on the elevator slowly descending on the second floor. It was Su Ming. Wan Hua immediately rubbed his hands together, his face contorted with rage as he eagerly prepared to fight. Miss Su, I'll show you how I can make this brat kneel down in front of me today, not daring to utter a single word. He's a cowardly piece of trash. After saying that, Wan Hua strode towards Su Ming. Wan Hua, don't cause trouble," Wan Shireen called out anxiously. But Su Fanhua raised her hand to stop him, and said with a meaningful smile, "Let him go. I also want to see if that guy is really that useless. Let's go take a look." So, Su Fanhua and Wan Shireen followed. In fact, when Su Fanhua learned about Su Ming, she only had two thoughts in her mind. Firstly, if Su Ming is truly a rare and exceptional talent, then she wouldn't stop him from being with her second sister, Su Zifeng. After all, my second sister is the commander of Shuzhou and she is not young anymore. She needs a man's love and care. But if Su Ming is truly a useless person, then she will eliminate him without hesitation. I promise that this kind of person will never appear in front of my second sister again, and will not disrupt the relationship between the three Su sisters. 473, Chapter 473. Are you sick? Hey beautiful, can I borrow your wallet for a moment? Wan Hua casually grabbed a passing girl and said. The girl turned her head and glanced at Wan Hua, her eyes widening in surprise. She covered her mouth, her face filled with disbelief. You are Wan Hua, the eldest young master of the Wan family. My God, it really is you. I often see you on the news. Wan Hua immediately grinned smugly. I didn't expect to run into one of my own fans, which makes things much easier now. He nodded and said, Yes, it's me. Can I borrow your wallet? Yes. The girl readily agreed, and without thinking, she took out her wallet from her pocket and handed it to Wan Hua. If it were anyone else, she would definitely be suspicious and would never lend her wallet. But Wan Hua is different. This is the young master of the Wan family and Yunqing. His daily allowance is more than her monthly salary. It's just a wallet. She could lend Wan Hua her most valuable possessions without any problem. That's good. You just need to cooperate with me. Just agree with whatever I say. Wan Hua explained this to the girl. Cooperate with what? The girl, however, remained bewildered, still caught up in the surprise of her unexpected encounter with Wan Hua. But Wan Hua didn't explain further and walked towards Su Ming, who was coming down from the elevator, with his wallet in hand. Su Fanhua and Wan Shireen watched this scene from a short distance away. Seeing Wan Hua's actions, Su Fanhua immediately understood what the kid was up to. Although this guy usually seems like a complete idiot, he can still use his brain when it comes to playing tricks on people. It turns out that the Wan family has focused all their attention on this, and only Wan Shireen is somewhat normal. But this is good too. This way, it will be clearer whether Su Ming is truly useless. Stop. Wan Hua stopped Su Ming at the elevator entrance. It's you again. Su Ming looked up at Wan Hua and said impatiently, A good dog doesn't block the way. Who are you insulting? Wan Hua flew into a rage, shoved Su Ming hard in the chest, and took the opportunity to stuff the wallet into Su Ming's pocket. Pointing at Su Ming, he roared, You thief, you stole something and you still dare to curse. You really think no one can deal with you? I, Wan Hua, will teach you a lesson today. Are you crazy? Su Ming's gaze sharpened, and he glared at Wan Hua, cursing under his breath. Didn't you notice? Upon seeing this, Wan Shireen immediately shook her head. Although his younger brother Wan Hua's behavior was despicable, Su Ming hadn't noticed it. Now Su Fanhua should see clearly that Su Ming is just an ordinary person, not even as good as a regular person. This assessment was already deeply ingrained in her mind. In reality, Wan Hua's actions were all unnecessary. This time, however, Su Ming might really be in big trouble. Fortunately, I'm here at worst. I can explain to Su Ming later and make some compensation, which will fulfill Su Fanhua's request. Su Ming, you should make a small sacrifice. You're the one who's sick. I saw you steal this girl's wallet with my own eyes. You still want to deny it. You think I'll let you off the hook just because you're trying to bully me? You've messed with the wrong person, you idiot. I, Wan Hua, am going to uphold justice today. Wan Hua spoke loudly, his voice echoing throughout the entire first-floor lobby. Immediately, passers-by in the mall gathered around, all staring at Su Ming, their eyes clearly regarding him as a thief. After all, one of them is Wan Hua, the famous eldest son of the Wan family. On one side was Su Ming, dressed in rags, unremarkable in appearance, and whom no one recognized. Anyone would choose to believe in Wan Hua. Hey girl, come here, check if your wallet is still there. Wan Hua beckoned to the girl he had instructed beforehand. The girl immediately understood Wan Hua's intention. She quickly walked over, opened her handbag, rummaged through it, and then looked shocked. Oh my god, my wallet is really gone. It was really stolen, young Master Wan. You're right. It must have been this kid who stole my wallet. Did you hear that? Wan Hua turned around and looked at Su Ming with a sneer. Now, how can you still argue? You're fucking insane. Su Ming rolled his eyes. I just came downstairs and left this elevator. I've never even seen this woman before. Even now, I'm still 10 steps away from her. How could I possibly steal from her? There are security cameras. Just check the footage, and you'll know. Wan Shireen shook her head in frustration. That's so stupid. What's the point of Su Ming's statement? To others, it just seems like sophistry. Sure enough, this guy isn't smart at all. If it were her, she would immediately cooperate with Wan Hua in this situation and then ask for a private settlement. That way, we can avoid making a fool of ourselves. As a result, Su Ming insisted on this in public. What good would it do him if this matter became a big deal? Wan Shireen was extremely disappointed and felt that it was all meaningless. Su Ming's actions had completely revealed his incompetence and ignorance. Wan Shireen turned to Su Fanghua and said, Miss Su, you see, he's from a completely different world than us. Why don't we end this here? No. However, Su Fanghua looked on with great interest, her eyes fixed on Su Ming in the room with a meaningful gaze, and said with a smile, the show is just beginning, let's continue. Wan Shireen was speechless. I actually felt a little sorry for Su Ming. Now, Su Ming has become a complete plaything for Su Fanghua and Wan Hua. Mediocrity is not a sin. Su Ming is mediocre and yet he's being made a fool of. It's truly pitiful. Wan Shireen felt a pang of pity. In the arena, Wan Hua panicked when he heard Su Ming request to check the surveillance footage. How can we check the surveillance footage? If we check the surveillance footage, won't he be completely exposed? With a quick glance, Wan Hua sneered, what surveillance footage? I think you're just trying to run away, aren't you? Feeling guilty? Since you're so confident, then do it in front of all these people. Let me search you directly. If I can't find your wallet, then I've wrongly accused you. If they find out, you're finished. Do you dare? Wan Hua looked at Su Ming with a gloomy and provocative expression. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. What right do you have to search me? What qualifications do you have? Ha 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 ha. However, Su Ming's words were exactly what Wan Hua wanted to hear. He immediately burst into laughter and turned to the crowd, saying, everyone, you see, I, Wan Hua, didn't wrong anyone, did I? This kid didn't even dare to let me search him. I assent that because he has a guilty conscience. If he were truly innocent, why wouldn't he dare to be searched? Whoosh! The entire audience erupted in uproar. Everyone looked at Su Ming with disdain. He really is a thief. That's disgusting. He's even stealing from here. I really don't know what his parents raised him to be like. You guys should check if his wallet is still there. It might have been stolen by this kid too. Young Master Wan, please don't let him get away with this. The crowd echoed loudly, determined to see Wan Hua severely punish Su Ming today. This shameless thief deserves to die. Amidst the jeers, Su Ming simply smiled at Wan Hua and said, when did I say I couldn't search you? But you're not qualified. Why don't you call the police? Let the enforcement team search you. Okay. Wan Hua laughed. He couldn't be happier. Anyway, the wallet is on Su Ming. When the law enforcement team comes and finds the wallet, it won't be that simple. Su Ming will spend his next life in jail. He was just worried about not having a chance to get Su Ming in. This is truly a blessing from heaven. Call the police, I'll call them. Wan Hua immediately pulled out his phone with a big smile on his face. Etc. Su Ming raised his hand to interrupt, pointing at Wan Hua and grinning, but if you come and don't find my wallet on me, I want you to kneel down and kowtow to me in public to apologize. How about that? No problem. Wan Hua looked relaxed and smug, not taking it to heart at all. He had personally stuffed the wallet into Su Ming's arms, so he would accept the offer of death, let alone kneel down to apologize. 474, Chapter 474. Prince Su, what brings you here? Okay. And you too. Su Ming turned his head, his cold gaze falling on the girl who was cooperating with Wan Hua, and sneered, and you, if I don't have your wallet on me, then you're colluding with Wan Hua to frame my simple, you just kneel here and slap yourself 10 times. The girl turned pale with fright at Su Ming and took a step back in terror. Wan Hua was the one who initiated this, she was just cooperating. How did she get dragged into this too? Seeing Su Ming's assertive attitude, she felt a little insecure. She was different from Wan Hua, she was just an ordinary person who had never done anything like this before. She was extremely flustered and her palms were sweaty. Wan Hua realized this, he couldn't let the girl slip up. He immediately raised his hand, patted the girl's shoulder, and said with a firm and resolute gaze, "Girl, don't be afraid, we're here to uphold justice for you. He stole your wallet, and he deserves to pay the price. Don't be afraid of his threats. If anything happens, I'll take the blame." Upon hearing this, the girl immediately relaxed completely. Yes, with the young master of the Wan family backing her up, what is there to be afraid of? No matter how you look at it, this guy who looks like a homeless person can't possibly be as good as Wan Hua. Most importantly, by helping Wan Hua, he would have crossed paths with the eldest son of the Wan family, and who knows, the other party might even take a liking to him in the future. That would truly be marrying into a wealthy family. Thinking this through, the girl nodded firmly, "I'll take it. I am sure he stole my wallet." "That's right." Wan Hua grinned smugly, turned around, pointed at Su Ming and sneered, "Kid, now you've not only stolen, I'm also going to charge you with intimidation. I, Wan Hua, am the representative of justice, and I am here to punish social scum like you." "Justice?" Su Ming smirked, "I don't care about justice. I just want to teach you two good-for-nothings a lesson so you won't keep popping up in front of me all the time. Go ahead and make the call." "You wait." Wan Hua sneered and immediately called the enforcement team. About 10 minutes later, a dozen law enforcement officers arrived at the scene. After understanding the situation at the scene, they began to search Su Ming. Wan Hua stood to the side with his arms crossed, sneering. Two law enforcement officers groped Su Ming and actually found his wallet in his shirt pocket. It's mine, that wallet is mine," the girl said excitedly. "How is this possible?" Su Ming turned his head, staring in shock and anger at the wallet in the law enforcement officer's hand, and only then did he seem to understand something. He suddenly looked at Wan Hua, his face full of anger, his eyes red. "You bastard, you ruined me? What do you mean harmed you? Don't talk nonsense. You stole someone else's things and then denied it, and now you're trying to shift the blame. Kid, too late, you'll be spending your future days in jail." Wan Hua laughed triumphantly. "Cuff him and take him away." The law enforcement officers shouted and handcuffed Su Ming. Then someone else came up and said to the girl, "Miss, please come with us to the station to make a statement." "Good." The girl gave a blank reply. "What about me? Should I go? I'll go too." Wan Hua was overjoyed and couldn't wait to go to the law enforcement team to see Su Ming's despair and heart-wrenching cries. Cool. I've never felt so good before. In the past, when I faced Su Ming, I always ended up at a disadvantage, for some reason. Today, he finally got his way. How could he let such a good opportunity slip by? He wanted to see Su Ming kneeling before him, begging for mercy. "You, forget about it, we'll notify you if anything else happens," the law enforcement officer said indifferently, glancing at Wan Hua. "Yes, please be sure to let me know." Although there was some regret, Wan Hua still couldn't stop smiling. So that's all there is to it. As the farce came to an end, Su Fanghua, standing on one side of the mall, was greatly disappointed. She shook her head listlessly, feeling that it was all utterly pointless. Just now, seeing Su Ming and Wan Hua confronting each other, she thought Su Ming really had some tricks and confidence, which piqued her interest and made her want to see how Su Ming would reverse this predicament. Unexpectedly, this kid really is just a good-for-nothing. That so-called confidence and assurance was completely due to a lack of knowledge about Wan Hua's methods of dealing with him. It was blind confidence. Su Fanghua shook her head in frustration. "What a waste of time. I have absolutely no interest in this kind of person anymore. He doesn't even deserve my help. Let's go back." Su Fanghua said to Wan Shireen. "Yes." Wan Shireen responded with a complicated expression. Seeing Wan Hua approach with a beaming smile, Wan Shireen hurriedly went up to him and said, "Go to the law enforcement team later and explain things clearly, and ask them to release Su Ming. He didn't provoke you, but you've ruined him like this. His life is over after releasing him. Apologize to Su Ming and give him some money." "No way, sis, are you crazy? Wanhua glared at him and said irritably, I'm having a great time, this kid is finally in my hands. I've never felt so good. You want me to let him go? No way. Have you forgotten how he injured me and our mother before? What's this little lesson to him? I'll have the law enforcement team step up their efforts so he can never come out again. Wanhua said with a cold laugh. You dare? Wan Shirin's eyes widened, and she said angrily, if you dare to do that, I'll turn against you, and you can forget about ever entering the Wan family again. In truth, Wan Shirin didn't hate Su Ming that much, she just felt that Su Ming lacked self-awareness and wasn't good enough for her. Moreover, I felt somewhat indebted to Su Ming for initiating the divorce. Wanhua's current actions are making her very uncomfortable. Okay. Hearing Wan Shirin's words, Wanhua had no choice but to agree. I'll have the enforcement team release him, okay, but locking him up for 2 or 3 days to teach him a lesson is acceptable, isn't it? Bullshit, he'd love for Su Ming to die. Wanhua, however, had a different thought in mind. Wanhua compromised, and Wan Shirin also backed down. It's good to teach him a lesson, so that Su Ming won't dare to go against Wanhua again in the future, otherwise only Su Ming will suffer the loss. So it was settled, and the two of them went back with Su Fanghua. Su Ming was taken into the law enforcement team. The girl was then taken into the law enforcement building. The girl was still feeling a little uneasy. She can't escape responsibility for harming a complete stranger like this. But after thinking about it, I realized it wasn't a big deal. Those penniless bastards who are like beggars will eventually do such harmful things. She is just carrying out a righteous act with the young master of the Wan family. I bet Su Ming is kneeling in the interrogation room right now, begging for mercy. And she can use this opportunity to make the eldest son of the Wan family look at her with new eyes. She was thrilled just thinking about the boundless glory that lay ahead. With that thought, the girl felt completely relieved, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Then, when she and the law enforcement officers entered the interrogation room, she was completely dumbfounded. He was stunned, as if struck by lightning. Inside the interrogation room, the captain of the law enforcement team personally served Su Ming tea and water, his face full of obsequious smiles. King Su, what brings you here? You didn't even tell me you were coming, so I drove to pick you up myself. My men are all clumsy and rough. I've already taught them a lesson, so I hope you won't take it to heart. 475, Chapter 475 Heroes of Justice. Su, King Su? The girl stood at the door of the interrogation room, completely terrified. Staring dumbfounded at everything before him, his mind reeling, he simply couldn't believe it. In the interrogation room, the law enforcement officers who had brought Su Ming in earlier stood obediently to one side, like schoolchildren who had made a mistake, not daring to even breathe loudly. The head of the law enforcement team personally accompanied Su Ming, poured him tea, and kept apologizing. This shocking scene almost shattered the girl's worldview, and she nearly fainted. Su Ming sat in the chair, crossed his legs, and smiled calmly. It's nothing, I just made a mistake, didn't I? What they did was right, so I came here to correct it. Fart. The head of the enforcement team, terrified and enraged, whirled around, glared at his men, and roared, anyone who dares say Prince Su has done something wrong, I'll lock him up right now, you bunch of good-for-nothings, get over here and kneel down to apologize to Prince Su. Everyone was startled and hurriedly bowed deeply to Su Ming, saying, I'm sorry, Your Highness Su. Su Ming waved his hand and smiled, what I said is true, you can handle it according to the law. Upon hearing this, the head of the law enforcement team broke out in a cold sweat, his body hunched over, and awkwardly laughed. Prince Su, please let me go, I was really wrong, don't joke around, I've looked into this matter. Who in the entire Yin city doesn't know who Wanhua is? Besides, Prince Su, you're incredibly wealthy, stealing? I bet even if I gave you the wallet and stuffed it into your hand, you wouldn't want it. It's obvious that Wanhua is framing you. The head of the law enforcement team was so frightened he almost knelt down before Su Ming. If Su Ming doesn't give in, their entire law enforcement team will be finished. The people here will probably all be replaced in the future. Who can bear the guilt of daring to arrest Prince Su? Su Ming then sat up straight, glanced coldly at Captain Suan, and sneered, since that's the case, why are you wasting your breath talking to me? Don't you know who to interrogate and who to punish? Do I have to teach you how to do it? Now Suank understood completely. He turned around abruptly, his face full of anger, and pointed at the terrified girl at the door, saying, bring her here, I'll interrogate her myself. I want to see if it really was Su Wang who stole your wallet." The girl was instantly terrified, her legs went weak, and she was forcibly dragged by 2 law enforcement officers to Captain Suan. Thump! The girl, who had been sitting in a chair, suddenly slid down to her knees, staring blankly and desperately at Suan. "It has nothing to do with me. I don't know anything, Captain. I really don't know anything." "You do not know?" Suan sneered, his fierce face looming closer, his icy eyes fixed on the girl. "You know nothing. How dare you say Su Wang stole your wallet? How much money do you have that Su Wang would steal from you? You know nothing. Are you framing someone? Are you trying to frame someone? Answer. Suan's deafening shout nearly scared the girl to death. The girl completely broke down, prostrated herself on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, confessing everything in one go. "Captain, I was wrong, but all of this was at the behest of that young master of the Wan family. I really didn't know anything. Please, don't put me in jail." The girl lay on the ground, crying her heart out. Suan sneered, "So you're finally talking now. Why didn't you say anything back in the mall? You wouldn't have known you were in the dark until I put a knife to your throat." Then Suan looked up and shouted at his subordinates, "Call the Wan family and tell Wan Hua to come over, but don't tell him on the phone that you're calling him to confess, lest he run away. Just tell him you're going to present him with a banner." "Yes." The subordinate responded and immediately called the Wan family. When Wan Hua received the call, he was so happy he felt like he could fly. "Sis, I got it. The law enforcement team said they're going to give me a banner from now on. Who in the whole Yunqing won't know me, Wan Hua, this righteous hero? My name will resound throughout the entire Cloud City." Wan Hua was dancing and gesturing wildly in the Wan family's hall, as happy as a monkey. Luo Hongxia immediately exclaimed happily, "My Wan Hua has really made something of himself. He's done something amazing. This is truly bringing honor to our ancestors. Then you should go quickly and take this opportunity to promote our Wan family." "Yes, Mom, I'm coming right now." Wan Hua was so excited that he didn't even have time to put on his clothes before running outside. Wan Shirin grabbed Wan Hua and said in a deep voice, "Remember what I told you. You've gained a reputation, so remember to explain clearly and release Su Ming." "I see." Wan Hua went out happily. Seeing this, Su Fanghua shook her head speechlessly. "It seems I overestimated these people in Yuncheng. Whether it's Su Ming, Wan Hua, or the Wan family, they're all a bunch of clowns." Su Fanghua walked to the side, took out her phone, and dialed her second sister, Su Zifeng. The call was connected very quickly. Su Fanghua said to Su Zifeng with disappointment, "Second sister, I met the person you asked me to meet, but I'm so disappointed. Eldest sister is right. Have you been deceived? How could you fall for such a guy? Or perhaps, second sister, you're just too lonely, and a few sweet words are enough to win you over. Someone like that isn't even worthy of being a servant in the commander's mansion. How could he possibly be worthy of you?" Su Zifeng was stunned when she heard this. He said irritably, "You brat, what are you saying? Have you got the wrong person? His name is Su Ming, he is the king of the 9 provinces. If he is not worthy, who in the world is? I know you've achieved great success in your cultivation at the Peerless sect, and you have high standards, but you look down on even him. You think you're so great." Su Zifeng was about to give herself. This younger sister is furious. The king of the 9 provinces? Hearing this, Su Fanghua chuckled, "Sister, did he really try to fool you with such lies? You are the commander of Shuzhou, how could you believe such a lie? I saw it with my own eyes today. He's almost going to jail and he's still the king of Kyushu anyway. That's Ali just called to let you know. Don't worry, you'll never see this person again." After saying that, Su Fanghua smiled and hung up the phone. My second older sister is so naive. King of the 9 provinces? You can believe even this kind of lie? This is absolutely ridiculous. What would this silly older sister do without me? Su Fanghua smiled and shook her head, then went back to the Wan family hall. Meanwhile, Wan Hua drove at breakneck speed and arrived at the law enforcement team. He rushed into the building's interrogation room as soon as he got out of the car. He burst into the interrogation room, beaming, and said with a loud laugh, "Captain, I'm here. Is the banner for me ready? Is he a hero of justice? Is he an outstanding young man? I personally prefer him to be a righteous hero, as that would better highlight my brilliance and greatness." Wan Hua laughed heartily. But the next moment, his laughter stopped abruptly. In the interrogation room, countless eyes stared at him as if he were already dead. 476, Chapter 476 Stubborn. You son of a bitch. Suan, the captain of the law enforcement team, roared, his voice echoing throughout the interrogation room. Wan Hua was startled, his gaze slowly sweeping over the scene before him. Su Ming sat in the center chair like an emperor, while Suan and the law enforcement team could only stand or kneel. The girl who had conspired with him was now lying on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, her face streaked with tears. Wan Hua's smile vanished as she immediately realized something was wrong. This doesn't look like they're awarding him a banner at all. The whole atmosphere was gloomy and desolate, just like going to the execution ground. Wan Hua's expression changed, and he turned to leave. Grab him and handcuff him. Su Onli shouted. The two law enforcement officers guarding the door immediately grabbed Wan Hua, slammed the interrogation room door shut, and handcuffed him. Wan Hua felt a sudden chill on his wrist and was unable to move. My heart sank. Wan Hua looked up angrily, staring at Suan and said coldly, Captain Su, what do you mean? Are you mistaken? Mistaken, I helped you catch a thief. I'm a hero. Why are you handcuffing me? If word gets out that your entire law enforcement team will be laughed out of the room. You, a hero, more like a coward. Suan sneered and pointed at the girl kneeling on the ground, saying, she has confessed everything. Are you still going to try to deny it? Framing someone and slandering them is a serious crime that should get you in jail for more than 3 years. How many 3-year periods do you have left? The girl looked up at Wan Hua with a pleading expression and cried out, young Master Wan, save me? Save you? Wan Hua raised an eyebrow, his face full of anger, and said, I don't know this woman at alley. Think you're the ones framing me. Suan, I'll give you a chance. Release me now. Don't you know who I am? Do you dare mess with the Wan family's status and position? And what evidence do you have? You're framing me for no reason. How will you explain this when the Wan family arrives? Wan Hua gritted his teeth. The girl was instantly filled with despair upon hearing this. Little did she know that Wan Hua would be so heartless and ungrateful, cutting all ties with her the moment things went wrong. She thought that since she had helped Wan Hua should at least save her. Unexpectedly, in Wan Hua's eyes, she was nothing at all. Suan chuckled lightly, there's plenty of evidence. The mall is full of surveillance cameras. They know exactly what you did. Besides, you dared to lay a hand on Su Wang. I think you're tired of living. What, Prince Su? Wan Hua's face was full of resentment, his gloomy eyes fixed on Su Ming and Suan. You're going to oppose me because of this kind of kid, a stray dog that was kicked out of my Wan family, and you're arresting me because of him? I think you've been kicked in the head by a donkey? You beast. Suan was furious, but he couldn't help but laugh at Wan Hua's stupidity. If this kind of person fell into his hands today, even if it weren't for Su Ming, he would still punish him severely. Stop talking nonsense. At this moment, Su Ming slowly stood up, a cold smile on his face, and walked slowly to Wan Hua. He raised his hand and patted Wan Hua's cheek, grinning as he said, Wan Hua, you don't think I didn't know you took the wallet and secretly put it in my pocket, do you? You don't think everyone is as stupid as you, do you? I told you, I don't care about justice. I just want to teach a lesson to a piece of trash like you. Do you remember our bet? Now, all you need to do is kneel down in front of me, kowtow and apologize, and I'll have them release you. You're dreaming, you're dreaming. Wan Hua sneered, his face full of disdain, and stared fiercely at Su Ming, saying, you think this place can control me? Just wait, once my sister finds out, she'll be able to get me out of here. Then I'll make sure you don't even know how you died. Kid, you probably don't even know who this big shot from the Wan family is, right? The Wushuang sect. Ever heard of them? You probably haven't either, but with that big shot here, I don't even care about the mere law enforcement team. Wan Hua's expression was ferocious and menacing. Wushuang sect? Upon hearing this, Suan immediately showed a surprised expression. So the rumors were true. The people from Wushuang sect have indeed come to Yuncheng, but unexpectedly, they have entered the Wan family's residence. This is getting a bit tricky. Every member of the peerless sect is a peerless genius renowned throughout the land. If the Wan family has connections with such a powerful figure, his enforcement team really wouldn't be able to do anything about it. However, Su Ming grinned, pointed at Wan Hua, and said coldly, fine, then you won't have a chance. Then Su Ming turned to Suan and said, "Lock him up. No one is allowed to do it without my order and no one is allowed to let him out." "Yes. Lock him up." Suan hurriedly gave the order. Although the peerless sect is quite intimidating, compared to that, the identity of the king of the 9 provinces is truly unique. What is the peerless sect compared to the king of the 9 provinces? Suan could clearly distinguish between what was more important and what was less important. "As for you." Su Ming's gaze fell on the girl whose face was filled with despair. The girl realized that Su Ming was the true king here. Even Wan Hua had no power to resist him, and the captain Suan treated Su Ming with utmost respect in front of Su Ming. She was not even an ant. The fact that she's still alive is probably because Su Ming has shown her leniency. Having figured this out, the girl crawled on her knees to Su Ming's feet, kowtowing and pleading, "Big brother, boss, please, let me go. I was really just used by Wan Hua. If I had known earlier, I would never have dared to team up with him against you. I was wrong." The girl kept kowtowing in remorse and fear. "All right." Su Ming waved his hand impatiently, "It's only because of me today. If it were an ordinary person, you two would have really gotten into trouble. You want me to let you go? No way, unless you keep your promise and slap yourself 10 times. After you finish smoking, you can get out of here." "Real?" The girl was both surprised and delighted. She quickly raised her hand and slapped herself 10 times, apologizing as she did so. 10 slaps is already a stroke of good luck amidst misfortune. She slapped herself until her face was bruised and swollen, afraid that if she was too gentle, she wouldn't get Su Ming's forgiveness. "Get out." Su Ming said something expressionlessly. Thank you so much, bossy. Promise I'll never dare to have such thoughts again, and I'll never do such a thing again." The girl repeatedly thanked them, then crawled away. "That's too lenient on her. She should have been framed by Prince Su. Prince Su, don't let her go. I can take half her life," Suan said through gritted teeth, his face full of malice. "Forget it, she's just a naive little girl. She'll learn her lesson. You should save your energy for Wan Hua. That kid's incredibly stubborn. I don't care how you discipline him, as long as you don't kill him." Su Ming sat down again and said calmly, "I see." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Suan immediately understood Su Ming's intention. No matter how tough he is, he's no match for the fists of my enforcement team. I have plenty of ways to deal with him. Don't worry, Prince Su, I'll make him beg for mercy on his knees in less than 2 days. Suan said with a cold smile. Just then, a commotion broke out outside. Su Ming opened the door and peeked inside. It turned out that Chu Qingqing and Lin Xiaoyun had come looking for him. They probably heard the news that he had been arrested. The law enforcement team rushed over and redeemed him. 477, Chapter 477. You don't think it's something to be proud of, do you? Su Ming turned to Suan and said, "Then I'll leave the rest to you. Remember my words, no matter who comes from the Wan family, do not release Wan Hua without my order. I am leaving now." "Yes." Suan hurriedly and respectfully agreed. Then he asked obsequiously, "Prince Su, how about I send your entire enforcement team to escort you?" "No need, someone's already here to pick me up." After saying that, Su Ming opened the door and walked out. In the lobby outside, Lin Xiaoyun and Chu Qingqing were still inquiring about Su Ming's situation and preparing to pay the fine. No matter how they inquired, the staff said that there was no such person as Su Ming in the law enforcement team. The moment Su Ming was brought to the enforcement team, Suan immediately ordered a lockdown, prohibiting the disclosure of any information about Su Ming's identity, not even his name. Lin Xiaoyun and Chu Qingqing couldn't find out anything about them. "Qingqing, has something really happened? Has Xiaoming already been taken to jail? What happened?" Lin Xiaoyun stamped her feet anxiously. Su Ming was taken away for saving Chu Qingqing, and then they heard that Su Ming was arrested by the law enforcement team. Upon connecting the dots, Lin Xiaoyun suspected that the Qi family had ordered the law enforcement team to arrest Su Ming and send him to prison. "That's why I'm so worried and anxious." But in fact, these two things are completely unrelated. Chu Qingqing shook her head, looking bewildered, and said, "I don't know either. Logically speaking, even if the Qi family wanted revenge, they shouldn't have sent him to prison, right? Could it be that the Qi family is pinning my debts on him?" Chu Qingqing's face immediately turned very ugly. If that's the case, then she owes Su Ming a huge debt that she can never repay in this lifetime. It's as if because of her, Su Ming's entire life was ruined. What if Su Ming comes out of jail and demands compensation from her? How will she repay it? She couldn't even imagine what that scene would be like. Xu Qingqing hurriedly said, "Mom, let's go ask around somewhere else. We have to get him out no matter what." Su Ming slowly walked out, a smile on his face. "I didn't expect you to be so worried about me. Qingqing, no need to go anywhere else. I'm fine now, let's go. We can go back now." What? Xu Qingqing and Lin Xiaoyun both turned around in shock, looking at Su Ming in disbelief. "Xiaoming, are you alright?" Lin Xiaoyun greeted him with delight, looking Su Ming up and down to see if he had been beaten. But not a single hair on Su Ming's body was lost. Xu Qingqing also looked at Su Ming in surprise. "Is that all? Is it true or false? They haven't even paid the fine yet? The Qi family didn't make things difficult for you?" Xu Qingqing asked in shock. Chen Xiaomei and her gang are no pushovers. Even she got slapped several times when Su Ming fell into Chen Xiaomei's hands. She thought Su Ming was doomed. Su Ming grinned. "I don't even consider the Qi family a threat. This has nothing to do with them. They're not even worthy of sending me here." This? Xu Qingqing was stunned. It would be fine if nothing happened, but Su Ming had just escaped a disaster, yet he hadn't learned his lesson or learned humility. Instead, he immediately started spouting nonsense again, acting all arrogant and disdainful of everyone, which made her very unhappy. Why is this kid completely unharmed? But thinking that Su Ming had just saved him, he was unhappy but didn't say anything. Lin Xiaoyun smiled and said, "It's good that you're alright. It's good that you're alright. Go back now. You've been running around all day. You probably haven't eaten yet. We've saved some food for you at home." "Aunt Lin, you're so kind." Su Ming smiled and walked out with Lin Xiaoyun and Xu Qingqing. They got into the car and returned to the Chu family home. In the car, Xu Qingqing looked at Su Ming suspiciously and asked, "How exactly did you resolve it? If the Qi family wanted to harm you, you would have no chance of resisting. Did they find out the truth and spare your life?" Even she couldn't contend with the Qi family's current strength. Is Su Ming's status even more insignificant than that of an ant? How could someone possibly survive when the Qi family was deliberately targeting them? There must be some reason for this. Su Ming smiled easily and said, "It's very simple. After the Qi family took me to the hospital, Chen Fengyu and his group arrived very quickly. Chen Xiaomei was just a bully when she saw Chen Fengyu. She was so scared that she knelt down and immediately kowtowed to me to admit her mistake. That's how the matter was resolved. As for my situation with the law enforcement team, it has nothing to do with the Qi family. Wan Hua said I stole someone's wallet, so I came along to cooperate with the investigation, but it's all cleared up now." "Ha?" Xu Qingqing's eyes widened suddenly. "So that's how it is. You brat, what are you pretending for? I thought the Qi family sent you here to go to jail. Turns out you're the one who stole something. You're shameless, you have no sense of shame at all. And you even act all high and mighty. You don't think it's something to be proud of to get caught stealing, do you?" Once she understood everything, Xu Qingqing couldn't hold back any longer, her eyes filled with endless contempt and disgust for Su Ming. I've never seen such a shameless guy. He was proud of being a thief. She almost believed it just now that Su Ming had taken care of the Qi family. Now it seems that Su Ming has absolutely nothing to do with this. It was clearly her asking her godfather for help that made things work. Otherwise, this guy would probably already be a corpse in Chen Xiaomei's hands. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and glanced at Xu Qingqing. "I don't feel honored because I didn't steal anything. Wan Hua framed me, don't you understand?" Su Ming was also very frustrated. Why does this girl change her attitude so often? Weren't you quite worried just now? Why did things suddenly return to normal? I can't keep up this act for even a few minutes. Xu Qingqing crossed her arms and sneered, "What doesn't the young master of the Wan family have? Why would he need to frame you? If the framing of you is discovered, did he get himself into trouble? Is he really that stupid? I think you should stop making excuses. You're just that kind of person. When you're broke, you think of stealing. When you first came to our Chu family, didn't you already have plans to steal our Bagua mirror?" Xu Qingqing said sarcastically. "Fine, think what you want, it's your business. I am not going to explain it to you." Su Ming rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay any attention to Xu Qingqing. I hit the nail on the head. Now you have nothing to say, right? How much difference is there between your status and that of the eldest son of the one family? Don't you know that? Isn't it obvious who's right and who's wrong? Xu Qingqing sneered, looking at Su Ming with the eyes of someone looking at a clown. Neuropathy. Su Ming really couldn't be bothered to pay any more attention to him. There's no reasoning with this crazy girl. Lin Xiaoyun quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, yes, if Xiaoming says no, then it definitely isn't true regardless of whether it's a frame-up or not. It's very likely that this is just a misunderstanding. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, he knows best. Just make sure they don't arrest him again after they've investigated this time. I'm not saving you. Xu Qingqing's face was full of mockery. 478, Chapter 478. No one can do it. What, you're saying Wan Hua was arrested by the law enforcement team? Upon hearing the news relayed by the servants in the main hall of the Wan family, Luo Hongxia was so shocked that she stood up abruptly, her expression one of shock and astonishment. Have you got this straight? Wasn't Wan Hua there to receive a banner of appreciation? How could he have been arrested? He should be a hero. Luo Hongxia even doubted that she had heard correctly. Wan Shirin, who was standing next to her, also immediately showed a look of shock. Su Fanghua raised her eyebrows slightly, but her expression remained calm. Yes, madam, young Master Wan hasn't come out since he went. I personally inquired, and the enforcement team told me that he has been detained. He may even go to jail. The servant said, his brow beaded with sweat. Oh my God. Luo Hongxia fell backward and almost fainted. How did things suddenly turn out like this again? She was still waiting for Wan Hua to return with the banner so the whole Wan family could have a proper celebration. Now, instead of receiving a banner of appreciation, we've caused a huge disaster. He'll have to go to jail? This is the only son in the Wan family. If Wan Hua goes to jail, there will be no one to carry on the family line, and the Wan family will be finished. No. Luo Hongxia hurriedly stood up and said to the person next to her, go and bring me the most valuable gift from home. I want to take it with me to the law enforcement team and rescue Wan Hua. Shirin, you should go with him too. We can't just watch your brother go to jail. He'll be finished. Good. Wan Shirin's face was grim. I just can't figure it out. But upon closer reflection, I understood a bit more. Wan Hua's attempt to frame Su Ming in the shopping mall seemed to be a great success, but his tricks were only effective against unsuspecting passers-by and the mediocre and foolish Su Ming. They were no match for the law enforcement team. Once they investigate carefully, they'll probably find out everything. Wan Hua went there and walked right into a trap, so he was arrested. She'd already told that brat to go and explain things to Wan Hua, which would save a lot of trouble. It's likely that Wan Hua didn't listen to her at all. But going alone probably wouldn't work, since her current status doesn't allow her to interfere with the law enforcement team's affairs. Wan Shirin's eyes darted around, then landed on Su Fanghua. She asked with a hint of pleading, Miss Su, why don't you come along? After all, we all saw what happened at the mall. Having more people around will make things easier to explain. Su Fanghua smiled slightly, knowing what Wan Shirin meant. As long as her identity as a member of the Wushuang sect is brought up, Wan Hua can be easily released unless he has killed someone. Even though she didn't intend to help. But it would be nice to go see a play, so he nodded and said, okay, let's go together then. So the group left Wanjia overnight and headed towards the law enforcement team. Upon arriving at the enforcement team, Luo Hongxia immediately inquired about the whereabouts of Captain Suan, and followed him upstairs to his office. Suan was drinking tea when he saw a large group of people from the Wan family flooding into his office. He wasn't surprised at all, he had expected it. Mrs. Luo, Miss Wan, what rare guests, come, please, let me pour you some tea. Suan said with a big smile. Luo Hongxia, sweating profusely, stepped forward, placed the gift in front of Suan, and said with a forced smile, wiping her sweat, Captain, you don't need to be so polite. We hear about my son, Wan Hua. Regardless of what mistake he made, he's young, and it's normal for him to make mistakes impulsively. It's also normal for you to discipline him, Captain. This little gift is something I brought especially for the Captain, as a small token of my gratitude. Captain Su, please accept it. As long as Suan accepts the gift, everything will be fine. However, Suan leisurely sipped his tea, not even glancing at it, and grinned, saying, "No need for gifts. Suan, don't accept gifts and don't interfere in Wanawa's affairs. I am just following the rules." "No." Luo Hongxia grew anxious, her face flushed, and pushed the gift forward again, saying to Suan, "Captain Su, please open it and take a look inside. Our antiques and trinkets, each worth $1 million, they're sure to suit your taste." She's not afraid of anything. I'm afraid Suan won't accept it. If they don't accept it, then things will get complicated. However, Suan still didn't look at it, but simply looked up and said, "I don't like antiques, Madame Luo, don't waste your time, go back. I won't let one Huagoi bet you don't even know who he's offended? The people he's offended, the crimes he's committed, enough to keep him in prison for the rest of his life. Don't bother worrying about him." "What?" Luo Hongxia's face turned pale instantly, she couldn't catch her breath and almost collapsed to the ground. He clutched his chest and took 2 steps back. "Will I spend my next life in prison? How serious is this? Who exactly did they offend this time? Why did they have to pay such a high price?" Luo Hongxia's mind went blank, she couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. Why did Suan refuse even the gifts from the Wan family, and why did he act so heartless, as if he were facing imminent disaster? Who exactly did Wan Hua offend? Wan Shirin hurriedly stepped forward to support Luo Hongxia, and looked at Suan with a surprised expression. "Captain Su, this isn't the first time we've met. Can you be frank? Who exactly did Wan Hua offend? We'd like to know if he can be saved." "Okay." Suan put down his teacup, sneered, and looked up. "Since Miss Wan has said so, I'll give you face. I'll make things clear to you. Has offended a very famous big shot in Kyushu, and that big shot himself said that without his orders, no one can come. Whoever comes, Wan Hua won't be leaving." "A renowned bigwig in Kyushu?" Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin was also shocked. A surge of thoughts rushed through my mind. I'm frantically thinking and recalling. Within Yuncheng, where is there such a powerful figure? Yes, but that would only be Su Fanghua. But Su Fanghua has always been with the Wan family, so how could she possibly make a move against Wan Hua? At this moment, Su Fanghua also stepped forward with a playful smile. Looking at Suan, he asked with a smile, "Can't I come instead?" "Who are you?" Suan looked at Su Fanghua with disdain. "What a big mouth a little girl like you has." "No problem, Wushuang sect, Shuzhou commander's office, Su Fanghua." Su Fanghua slowly raised her head, her face full of arrogance, looking down at Suan. His voice, once uttered, resonated powerfully. "Wushuang sect? The commander's office of Shuzhou?" Suan was so shocked that he stood up straight immediately, staring at Su Fanghua with a look of utter astonishment. "So you're the legendary big shot who came to Yun City. I've heard a little about your identity with the Wushuang sect, but what's this about the Shuzhou commander's mansion?" Suan asked, shocked and puzzled. "Su Zifeng, the commander of Shuzhou, is my second elder sister. I am from the Shuzhou commander's lineage," Su Fanghua said with a cold smile. These 2 identities should be enough to scare Suan, a mere squad leader in Yuncheng, to death. How dare they boast so arrogantly, saying that no one can do anything about it? She had never heard such a ridiculous statement before. Still calling me a big shot in Kyushu? Who among the famous bigwigs of Kyushu doesn't she know, and who could possibly catch her eye? She didn't intend to save Wan Hua, she simply wanted to give Suan a hard time. Let this narrow-minded law enforcement captain know who the real bigwig of Kyushu is. However, the next moment, Suan shook his head blankly. "Even if it's you, it's not okay. I still can't let Wan Hua go," said, "No one. Including you." 479, Chapter 479. Leaping over the Dragon Gate. Su Fanghua was furious. He looked at Suan with extreme shock and anger. This mere captain of the Yuncheng law enforcement team has some nerve, daring to disrespect her. She has to teach Suan a lesson today. Even Wan Shirin and Luo Hongxia were shocked. Where does Suan get his confidence from? They dared to confront Su Fanghua so directly. Su Fanghua's identity, any one of them, could easily overwhelm Suan. Could it be that Suan really has such great confidence in the person behind him? But within this cloud city, who can compare to Su Fanghua? This guy must be out of his mind, tired of living. Sure enough, Su Fanghua snorted coldly and looked at Suan, saying, "Fine, I hope you won't regret what you just said. Give me your boss's phone number. I want to see who can protect you. Your time as the captain of the enforcement team is over. There is no leader." Suan remained calm and composed, saying, "Miss Su, you must be new here. Let me inform you that Yunqing is an uncontrolled area. Even military troops cannot be stationed around it. Therefore, there is no leader who can govern me. Don't even think about using my superiors to pressure me. It's a waste of your energy." "Yeah?" Su Fanghua grinned coldly and said, "I wonder if Luo Taishan from the Central Plains Law Enforcement Headquarters can keep you in check?" Luo Taishan? Suan, who had been calm and collected, was horrified upon hearing this, and sweat immediately beaded on his forehead. Yunqing is indeed an uncontrolled area. He was fearless in Yunqing. But his enforcement team was indeed transferred from Zhongzhou. And Luo Taishan, the head of the headquarters, was a god he dared not offend. If Su Fanghua really contacted Luo Taishan, the head of the law enforcement headquarters, with just one word, his entire law enforcement team would be wiped out. He might even be dismissed from his post, punished, and imprisoned. Suan's face immediately turned ugly. Seeing the change in Suan's expression, Su Fanghua knew she had hit the nail on the head. She slowly pulled out her phone and sneered, "Perfect timing. I have Luo Taishan's number. I'll call him now, and you can still kneel down and apologize to me right now. Otherwise, once the call connects, it'll be too late for you to regret it." Suan was drenched in sweat, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He took out a handkerchief and shakily wiped away the sweat. It's true that everything has its counter. Seeing this, Wan Shirin and Luo Hongxia both breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Wan Shirin secretly rejoiced, thankful that she had been clever enough to invite Su Fanghua along. Otherwise, relying solely on the Wan family today, they probably wouldn't have had any chance at all. Now it seems that Su Fanghua was indeed the real big boss. However, the difference in status between Suan and Su Fanghua was too great, so he felt that Su Fanghua posed no threat to him. But if this call goes to law enforcement headquarters, Suan will be completely finished. Soon, the call connected, and the phone rang. That phone ringtone sounded like a death knell. At this moment, Suan was trembling all over and was about to lose control. "King Su, I'm really out of ideas." Suan gritted his teeth, trembling uncontrollably. "Hello?" The call was connected. A man's voice came from the other end. Su Fanghua stared at Suan as if he were already dead, then asked into the phone, "Is this Luo Taishan, Minister Luo, from the law enforcement headquarters?" "It's me." Luo Taishan answered in a deep voice. "I am Su Fanghua from the Wushuang sect. I am currently facing some trouble with the enforcement team. May I ask, is Suan, the captain of the Yunqing enforcement team, one of your men?" Su Fanghua asked another question. At this moment, Suan was almost kneeling down, not daring to even breathe. "Oh, so it's the famous Miss Su." Luo Taishan let out a startled and terrified voice. "It's me, so this Suan is one of yours, right?" Su Fanghua said with a smile. "No." However, Luo Taishan's unexpected answer stunned Su Fanghua. Everyone else was taken aback when they heard the voice, including Suan. Suan suddenly looked up, his face full of disbelief. What's going on? He couldn't understand it. Su Fanghua frowned and said in a deep voice, "No, the Minister Luo, think carefully. Are you sure Suan isn't one of yours? The Yunqing enforcement team isn't from your Zhongzhou headquarters?" Luo Taishan chuckled and said, "Miss Su, to be honest, yes, Suan was indeed someone I mentored. However, since he went to Yunqing, he's had nothing to do with my headquarters anymore. Besides, I just received a notification that Suan has been promoted. He's not just the captain of an enforcement team anymore, he's the chief enforcement officer of Yunqing, a title even higher than mine. His status is on par with mine. How could he possibly be mine? I'm not that lucky. So, Miss Su, you've got the wrong person. If you insist on finding his superior, you should call the imperial palace of the 9 provinces. Only with the personal approval of the emperor of the 9 provinces can he be dismissed. Miss Su, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now." After saying that, Luo Taishan hung up the phone. The chief enforcement officer of Yunqing? Upon hearing this, Suan was stunned and stood there dumbfounded, unable to react for a long time. "When did I get promoted?" Such a prestigious title. This is more than a leap of 3 levels. He's now on par with Luo Taishan from the Central Plains headquarters? Oh my god. Suan was so surprised that he almost fainted. King Su. It must be Prince Su. Suan quickly came to his senses and immediately understood everything. Besides Prince Su, he couldn't find anyone else who could enable him to skip several levels in such a short time and be on par with Luo Taishan. At this moment, Suan was so excited that he almost cried. I never imagined he would become the brigade leader after half a lifetime of hardship today. I'm able to stand out and bring honor to my ancestors. He would be willing to risk his life for the sake of Prince Su. What are Su Fanghua and Wan Jia compared to them? The Wan family was also stunned, staring in disbelief at everything. What did they see? The dramatic rise of an ordinary team captain to such a high level of status is unimaginable. Going from captain to chief of law enforcement is like leaping over the Dragon Gate. Su Fanghua stared at Suan in astonishment, speechless. But she thought more than the Wan family did. He immediately realized just how powerful the person supporting Suan was. The fact that Suan could undergo such a transformation, leaving the Central Plains headquarters helpless, suggests that this powerful figure is likely even more terrifying than her. No wonder Suan is so tough. He doesn't even put her in his eyes. Su Fanghua finally realized that this matter was extraordinary. The powerful figure behind Suan is someone she probably can't afford to offend. What kind of astonishing existence is that kind of master? 480, Chapter 480 The Dream of Getting Rich. Su Fanghua looked up at Suan, a meaningful smile on her face, and said, Then it seems I was mistaken, Captain. You are indeed handling matters strictly by the book. It was I, Su Fanghua, who was ignorant of the rules. But Chief Su, could you tell me who allowed you to skip several ranks? Suan now has confidence. I'm not sweating anymore. He stood ramrod straight, grinning broadly, and said, I can only tell you that this big shot is still in Yun City and he's someone you can never afford to offend, including you, Miss Su. Okay, understood, goodbye. Su Fanghua nodded slightly, then turned and left. Wait, Miss Su. Wan Shirin, accompanied by Luo Hongxia, hurriedly followed and chased after them. Once outside the enforcement team's office, we got into the car. Miss Su, are you just leaving like this? My brother hasn't been rescued yet. I beg you, please help me. I'll do anything you ask. Wan Shirin said anxiously, pulling on Su Fanghua. Su Fanghua gently shook off Wan Shirin's hand. He sneered, if he can't be saved, it's his own fault. Don't you have any idea what kind of people your brother has messed with? Someone who can make a small squad leader become the chief of law enforcement in Yun City. Someone who can make the Central State Law Enforcement headquarters not dare to utter a sound. What kind of status do you think he would have in Kyushu? Don't you understand yet? Su Fanghua gave Wan Shirin a cold look. Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin and Luo Hongxia turned pale with fright, their hearts sinking. They were so focused on saving lives that they hadn't thought about this aspect carefully. Now that Su Fanghua has said this, it's truly terrifying to think about. To be able to do something to this extent, leaving Su Fanghua helpless, must be incredibly terrifying. They wouldn't even dare to dream of such a status or position. When did such a powerful figure arrive in Yuncheng? Su Fanghua continued coldly, you should be thankful that your brother didn't implicate your Wan family. Otherwise, if someone like him had taken his anger out on your Wan family, they could have easily wiped you out with a single word. Wan Shirin and Luo Hongxia were instantly terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. My mind is burdened with immense weight. After pondering for a while, Wan Shirin looked up at Su Fanghua and asked, Miss Su, do you think it could be Su Ming? After all, we all witnessed what happened. The only person Wan Hua has offended is Su Ming. Could he have orchestrated all of this? Is their goal to send Wan Hua in, leaving us anxious and helpless? Impossible. Su Fanghua shook her head without hesitation. If he were that capable, he wouldn't have been arrested with your brother's limited abilities. Any normal person could easily detect it, but he was clearly unaware when he was arrested. This matter shouldn't have anything to do with him. In short, don't save your brother yet. First, try to find out where this big shot in Yuncheng is and what his identity is. Su Fanghua said coldly. I see. Wan Shirin remained silent, not daring to speak again. Luo Hongxia didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The Chu family. King Su, I have done as you instructed and appointed Suan as the chief law enforcement officer of Yun City. No one should be able to touch him now. In the living room, Su Ming held a phone in one hand. The voice on the phone really was Luo Taishan. That's good, thank you for your help. When I have time, I'll have Yu Tang bring the war god army over and present you with a banner. Su Ming said with a smile. What are you saying, Prince Su? Overwhelmed with gratitude, Luo Taishan hurriedly said, It is my honor to serve King Su. If King Su has any orders, please come to me anytime. My entire Central Plains law enforcement headquarters is at your disposal. That's settled then. Su Ming was too lazy to argue any further and hung up the phone. Xu Qingqing came out of the room and saw Su Ming talking on the phone with an arrogant air. She couldn't help but sneer. Who are you talking to now? Always putting on airs, probably bragging to your cronies about your glorious past in the law enforcement team, huh? If you went in and came out alive, wouldn't your gangster friends treat you like a god? Xu Qingqing found it all sarcastic and laughable. She knew without even guessing how successful Su Ming was. Su Ming put away his phone and said with a faint smile, It's nothing. Luo Taishan from the Central Plains Law Enforcement Headquarters just called to express his respect for me. He even said that the entire Central Plains Law Enforcement Headquarters is at my beck and call, but it's all just bureaucratic talk, and I can't be bothered to pay him any attention. Puff. Xu Qingqing, who had just taken a sip of water, spat it all out and turned to look at Su Ming in shock. Central State Law Enforcement Headquarters, Luo Taishan, he called you, and he's letting you boss him around? Yes. Su Ming answered calmly. What's so surprising about that? Luo Taishan was eager to risk his life for him, but he refused. After all, these Kyushu institutions, when you use them, they bring their families along, and they're not easy to settle. This time, if it weren't to ensure that Suan had absolute power to control Wanhua, he couldn't even be bothered to contact Luo Taishan. I'm really impressed. Xu Qingqing looked at Su Ming with a hopeless expression. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? You really dare to brag about anything, and you can brag without even blushing. If you used that ability elsewhere, you wouldn't be living like a useless person today. Xu Qingqing thought that Su Ming must have been scared out of his wits when he went to the law enforcement team. Otherwise, how could someone say something like that? By the way, it's very likely that this guy went into the law enforcement team, heard the name Luo Taishan from someone else, and immediately came back and started bragging about it. After all, the entire law enforcement team is interconnected. What a hopeless case. Qingqing, don't talk to your brother Xiaoming like that. He saved you and our Chu family. If it weren't for Xiaoming, we wouldn't have faced this threat from the Qi family. We don't know what to do. You'd better apologize to your brother Ming right now. Lin Xiaoyun finished her housework and came out to speak. Him, save me? Mom, don't be naive. He's just showing off and has no self-awareness. If I hadn't asked my godfather for help, do you think he would still be alive? He has no sense of his place and even got caught stealing and taken to the law enforcement team. This has caused us a lot of trouble, and we don't even know if anyone saw us. If people see that our Chu family has such a thief, then our Chu family's reputation will be completely ruined. Xu Qingqing spoke with cold sarcasm. Su Ming ignored him. Anyway, Xu Qingqing has always looked down on him, so nothing he says will make a difference. You silly girl, but you were the one who made the mistake first. Lin Xiaoyun glared angrily. I was just confused for a moment. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Don't worry, Mom, I'll be more careful and cautious from now on, especially with kids like that. I won't believe a word they say. Besides, I've already found a way to make money. I'm about to become rich. Xu Qingqing smiled smugly, took long strides, and went out. This girl, why doesn't she ever learn her lesson? Lin Xiaoyun was so angry she was speechless. At a time like this, she's still thinking about her unrealistic get-rich-quick dreams. If it weren't for Su Ming, Xu Qingqing would have been completely fooled by Qi Fei. 481, Chapter 481, The True Way of Medicine. Xiaoming, I'm sorry, Qingqing, sigh. Su Ming waved his hand and said calmly, let her be. She should have learned her lesson, but I know exactly what kind of person she is. The path to wealth that Xu Qingqing mentioned was actually selling medicine prescriptions. As long as she can get back the Toad Spring Dew antidote formula and sell it to young Master Yi, she'll have plenty of money. I went to the hospital before to get a prescription from the Chi family. But the Chi family was vicious, and she didn't have a chance at all. But the situation is different now. Chi Jia was taught a lesson by her godfather Chen Fengyu, and they should know her identity by now. At this point, as long as she gets to the Chi family, wouldn't they obediently hand over the prescription to her? With that thought in mind, Chu Qingqing drove at breakneck speed, heading straight for the Chi family. Upon arriving at the Chi family's company, Chu Qingqing knew her way around easily and went straight upstairs. After all, she and Chi Fei founded this company together. However, Chi Fei is now a disabled person in the hospital, and the power has shifted to Chi Fei's mother, Chen Xiaomei. But Chen Xiaomei is probably terrified out of her wits by now. Once you get the prescription, isn't it a piece of cake? Chu Qingqing excitedly pushed open the office door, only to be completely dumbfounded. Inside the office, Chen Xiaomei sat trembling to one side, while the person sitting in front of her was none other than Yi Ling, the young master from Shuzhou. Yi Ling sat there with an imposing air, with several Yi family grandmaster-level bodyguards standing behind him, their imposing presence making the entire office feel oppressively suffocating. As soon as Chu Qingqing opened the door, everyone's eyes immediately fell on her. Chen Xiaomei also suddenly looked up, pointed at Chu Qingqing and said, "Young Master Yi, the prescription really isn't on me. I've already had someone send it to the Chu family, sir. It should be on her." Upon hearing this, Chu Qingqing's expression changed, and she trembled with fear. She forced a stiff, awkward smile and said, "It seems I've come to the wrong place. Farewell." Chu Qingqing turned around and wanted to leave. "Stop!" Yi Ling gave a sharp shout. Chu Qingqing was so frightened that she stood frozen in place, her whole body tense. Behind her, Yi Ling slowly walked up and stood in front of Chu Qingqing. Chu Qingqing was so frightened that she didn't dare to breathe, her fists clenched tightly. I wonder how Yi Ling will deal with her. Yi Ling looked up, his face beaming, and said, "Miss Chu, it's been a long time. I never expected to meet you in a place like this." "Young Master Yi, hello." Chu Qingqing was so frightened that her mouth went dry and her voice trembled. Yi Ling smiled, took out a crystal necklace from his pocket, and hung it around Chu Qingqing's neck. Then, with a beaming smile, he said, "Miss Chu, this is a gift for us. When we first met I didn't have time to prepare it before, so I'm giving it to you personally. No, it's a pure crystal necklace, worth 5 million. I hope you like it." 5 million? Chu Qingqing looked up in shock, her face full of disbelief. She picked up the necklace around her neck and examined it, wondering if she was dreaming. "Young Master Yi, should we give her a gift? And it's a necklace worth 5 million? Is this really not a dream? Young Master Yi, is this really a gift for me?" Chu Qingqing asked in surprise. "Certainly." Yi Ling, hands in his pockets, smiled like a playboy and said, 5 million is nothing to me, but to make a beauty like Miss Chu happy is well worth it. Besides, Miss Chu, you'll soon be a billionaire in Yun City. You can have as many necklaces as you want." "Billionaire? Where did you get that idea?" Chu Qingqing was shocked once again. "It's simple. If you sell me the prescription you have, you'll be a billionaire. I've estimated that the Chi family has already used up all the value of that prescription. There's not much left, but it's still a top-grade prescription, so I'm willing to pay you 200 million. How about it?" Yi Ling said with a smile. 200 million. Chu Qingqing swallowed hard. One prescription can sell for 200 million. This time, she really struck it rich. But the prescription wasn't in her possession. She came here to pick up the prescription as well. Chu Qingqing looked embarrassed and said to Yi Ling, "Young Master Yi, I really want to give you the prescription, but it's useless to me. It's just a piece of waste paper, but I really don't have it." "Miss Chu." Yi Ling's gaze darkened. "Do you think the price is too low? I'll add another 100 million if you still don't sell. After that, you'll be the one who suffers the loss. Think it over carefully." Chu Qingqing was at a loss for what to do. She looked down at the crystal necklace around her neck, absolutely smitten. She gritted her teeth and said, "Young Master Yi, don't worry, I'll go back and check right away if the prescription is really in my Chu family's possession. I'll do everything I can to send it to you." "Okay, I'll be waiting for your good news." Yi Ling had a big smile on her face. "Then I'll head back now." Chu Qingqing carefully said goodbye, then quickly went downstairs and drove back to the Chu family home. Yiling watched Chu Qingqing's departing figure, smiling without saying a word. Young Master Yi, is it really worth spending 300 million to buy her prescription? The Qi family has already squeezed every last drop of value out of this Toad Spring Dew antidote formula. Buying it for 300 million is far too extravagant. The bodyguard next to me said in a deep voice. Yiling smiled slightly. 300 million is nothing. Moreover, the value of such a top-grade medicinal formula is inexhaustible. Even if the market doesn't need this medicine for the time being, its composition itself is of great research value. This is mainly prepared for Chang Qingyun. Once Chang Qingyun has thoroughly researched it, we can resell it to those renowned medical families. They'll be willing to pay $1 billion. I won't lose money at all. Yiling was full of confidence and had a plan in mind. Young master is wise. Oh, and by the way, arrange a banquet for me right away. I want those people to voluntarily hand over the medicine. They delivered it to me. I am too lazy to look for them one by one. Yiling said to his subordinates. Yes. The bodyguard quickly responded. Soon, news of Yiling's banquet spread throughout the entire Yun city. All families possessing top-grade medicinal formulas received invitations. This includes Su Tianhai and the Su family. Wan Shirin, Wan Jia, Shinluo Yun, as well as members of the Chang family, will also be involved. Because they were going to participate in the selection competition of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy, many famous doctors from Yunqing came to attend this banquet after hearing about it. The banquet's reputation grew rapidly. Yiling took the opportunity to choose a catchy name. A gathering of medical heroes. A gathering of medical heroes, how interesting. A small place like Yunqing dares to call itself a medical center. They're just a bunch of ignorant fools. Inside a room at an international hotel, a young man in a suit and tie, with an arrogant expression, leaned against the bed, a smug smile on his face. Young Master Xiao, with your status, there is no need for you to attend this kind of banquet. Why waste your time? An old man stood to the side and said respectfully. I wasn't interested at first, but since they dare to call themselves doctors, I should give these ordinary people in Yunqing a little shock. Let them see what true medical skill is. Let them realize their own limitations and understand that they are not qualified to participate in the Kyushu Medical Academy's selection competition. Xiao Hong crossed his legs, his face full of arrogance and pride. And he certainly has the ability to do so. He was raised by Xiao Qingyu of Zhengzhou and is recognized as a new generation of medical genius in Zhengzhou. Since Xiao Qingyu brought back the Toad Spring Dew prescription and was named the King of Medicine at the 9 Provinces Medical Academy, he has become the true next King of Medicine of the Central Province and Xiao Qingyu's successor. No one can rival him. In his eyes, these so-called famous doctors in Yunqing were nothing but ants. 482, Chapter 482. It's out. It's completely out. Mom, where's the prescription? Do you have it? Upon returning to the Chu family, Chu Qingqing eagerly pulled Lin Xiuyun aside and asked her questions. What prescription? Lin Xiuyun was cooking and said with a blank look on her face. The antidote prescription for Toad Spring Dew. I just went to the Qi family, and Chen Xiaomei said she'd already had it sent back, so it must have reached you by now. Give me the prescription quickly. I'm counting on it to make a fortune and turn my life around, Chu Qingqing said anxiously. Didn't you take the prescription a long time ago? How could I possibly have a prescription? Qingqing, stop fooling around. How could you possibly get rich from a prescription? Don't dream about it. Lin Xiuyun scolded as she washed the vegetables. Mom, what are you saying? Do you know how much that prescription is worth? Young Master Yi offered me a whopping 300 million for it. If I give him the prescription, we'll be rich. 300 million, that's enough to buy hundreds of houses like the Chu family. Yes, this is a great opportunity to make a fortune. Dad's been a manager for so long, has he saved up 10 million? When will we ever earn 100 million just from our salaries? Chu Qingqing kept talking, appearing anxious and impatient. But Lin Xiuyun ignored her. Since the prescription wasn't actually on her, she hadn't paid any attention to it since Qi Fei had tricked her out of it. Moreover, she doesn't care about the amount of money. Money isn't important. She only cares about whether her family members are healthy. So Lin Xiuyun said calmly, stop making a fuss. If it's gone, it's gone. Who cares about hundreds of millions? What doesn't belong to you isn't yours. What are you saying? Shu Qingqing frowned, her face showing some anger. Mom, are you still blaming me for Qifei's matter, which is why you won't give me the prescription? I know I was wrong, but haven't I already paid the price? Why would you help a good-for-nothing like Su Ming, but you won't give me a prescription? You? Lin Xiaoyun turned to look at Shu Qingqing, her eyes immediately turning red. Shu Qingqing's words really annoyed and saddened her. Shu Qingqing, the prescription is with me. Just then, Su Ming, who had been sitting in the living room eating fruit, spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Shu Qingqing suddenly turned around and walked into the living room. Her gaze fell on Su Ming, and she let out a cold laugh. Well, it really was you. As soon as someone brought the prescription back, you managed to fool my mother, didn't you? You're shameless. You've been eyeing the Chu family's things, haven't you? No wonder my mother wouldn't give them to me. Give me the prescription right now. Shu Qingqing angrily reached out to Su Ming. Su Ming calmly took out the prescription, slammed it on the table, and looked at Shu Qingqing with a cold smile. I think you've really gone mad. You're willing to turn against Aunt Lin for a little money. You even dare to yell at your own mother. Is there anything you wouldn't do? Who do you think you are to lecture me? Who do you think you are? Shu Qingqing glared angrily at Su Ming and reached out to snatch the prescription. But Su Ming's hand held it firmly in place, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull it out. She was also afraid that if she used too much force, she would tear the prescription, which would make it worthless. What exactly do you want? Shu Qingqing blushed with anxiety. Su Ming sneered, if you want the prescription, go apologize to Aunt Lin for what you just said. I've already taken the prescription back, and I won't give it to someone like you who has no relatives or friends. You? Shu Qingqing's eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent. She wished she could bite Su Ming a couple of times. This kid is actually putting on an act with her. If she hadn't asked her godfather for help, Su Ming would have already died at the hands of the Qi family. Instead of being grateful to her, they repaid kindness with enmity and taught her a lesson. I should have just let Su Ming die. Shu Qingqing's teeth were grinding together. Are you going to apologize or not? If you're not going to apologize, then don't even think about getting a prescription. The choice is yours. Su Ming said expressionlessly. Fine, you little brat, you just wait. Once I get the 300 million, once I turn things around, I'll be the first to not let you off the hook. Shu Qingqing glared fiercely at Su Ming. Then he turned around, walked up to Lin Xiaoyun, nodded to her, and said, Mom, I'm sorry I acted impulsively and said some hurtful things to you, but I didn't mean to hurt you. I understand now. I misunderstood. It's that brat outside who deserves to die. Lin Xiaoyun's eyes turned even redder. Unexpectedly, it was Su Ming who stood up for him. She can't even raise one daughter properly. She's such a failure. Kneel down. Su Ming sat in the living room, watching from afar. Seeing that Shu Qingqing's apology was perfunctory, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger and let out a loud shout. Shu Qingqing shuddered, turned around and gave Su Ming a deep look, gritting her teeth, but still knelt down in front of Lin Xiaoyun and said sincerely again, Mom, I'm sorry. Lin Xiaoyun wiped away her tears and quickly said, It's okay, I didn't take it to heart, but this has nothing to do with Xiaoming. Don't hate him. Shu Qingqing's tightly clenched fists revealed her immense anger. How could I not hold a grudge against Su Ming? She stood up, walked to Su Ming, took a deep breath, and looked at him, asking, Is it all right now? Can you give me the prescription? Don't go too far. Su Ming smiled slightly, released his hand, and grinned. If you want it so badly, take it, but let me tell you, this prescription will only harm you. You don't understand anything, and you're holding a hot potato. You'll only burn yourself. Shu Qingqing snatched the prescription, immediately sneering and glaring at Su Ming with disdain and resentment. I don't know anything, but you do, you brat. You're really lawless. You even dare to threaten me with a prescription. You wait, once young master Yi gives me the money, I'll make you kneel before me. What you made me do, I'll make you pay tenfold. Shu Qingqing's face was gloomy and cold, and she thought Su Ming was already a dead man. She just needs a chance to turn her life around. Now that the prescription is back in her hands, the opportunity is within reach. Soon, she'll be someone of high status. Su Ming shook his head with a sarcastic smile. Looks like you still don't understand what happened. Just don't regret it later. Regret? You're the one who'll regret it. Shu Qingqing sneered. They think Su Ming is a dead duck, stubborn as a mule. Bang, bang. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Yiling's representative came in and handed Chu Qingqing an invitation. The other party said respectfully, "Miss Chu, this is an invitation to the medical elite gathering that young Master Yi asked me to deliver to you. He insists that you bring your prescription with you also. He's willing to add another 200 million to the original price, making it 500 million for the prescription you have." 500 million, my God. They heard that another 200 million had been added, bringing the price to a high of 500 million. Chu Qingqing was so surprised and happy that she almost fainted. He reached out and accepted the invitation, then quickly bowed politely, saying with a face full of gratitude, "Young Master Yi is truly my benefactor, please go back and thank him properly for medal him. I will definitely come." "No problem." The person who delivered the invitation had a big smile on their face, then turned and left. "Ha, I'm rich, Chu Qingqing, am completely rich. With 500 million, this is a springboard to success. From now on, my name, Chu Qingqing, will resound throughout Yuncheng." 483, Chapter 483. He's not qualified. The living room of the Chu family was filled with Chu Qingqing's maniacal laughter. Seeing Chu Qingqing's crazed and obsessed state, Su Ming smiled without saying a word. 500 million? 500 million is nothing. The prescription he personally produced, aside from its medicinal value, has a research value of billions or even tens of billions just for the prescription itself. The more knowledgeable someone is about medicine, the higher its value becomes. So he said Chu Qingqing knew nothing, and was overjoyed at a mere 500 million. When this prescription appears at the banquet of the medical heroes gathering, the sensation it will cause is something Chu Qingqing probably never imagined in her entire life. At that time, Chu Qingqing will probably be terrified and won't be able to handle it at all. For Chu Qingqing, the reaction to this prescription had exceeded her tolerance. It's not something she can control. But Chu Qingqing seems completely unaware of this. After a burst of laughter, Chu Qingqing was extremely smug. She turned her head, looked down at Su Ming with disdain, and sneered, "Kid, you probably never dreamed that this prescription could sell for so much money, right? Are you regretting it now? Let me tell you, you have no hope. Soon, I will become a billionaire. Our Chu family will also become a prestigious and influential family under my leadership. And you won't even be worthy to step into the gates of my Chu family then." After saying that, Chu Qingqing burst into another fit of wild laughter. Neuropathy. Su Ming couldn't help but laugh and say something. "Sour, keep being Suri. Love seeing you so jealous that you're unrecognizable," Chu Qingqing said with a loud laugh. Seeing Su Ming get humiliated by her made her feel even happier and more satisfied than if she had earned 500 million. "Dad, Mom, we're rich." Chu Qingqing laughed and turned to share the good news with Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun. That evening, Chu Qingqing dressed up in her finest clothes and went with Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun to attend Yiling's medical elite gathering. "Xiao Ming, let's go." Lin Xiaoyun told Su Ming to come along. "Mom, I'm not taking him." Chu Qingqing walked out in a deep blue dress, glanced at Su Ming with disdain, and sneered, "This kind of trash is no longer in our league. From tonight onwards our Chu family are superior, and he is inferior. His association with us will only bring shame to us. So I absolutely will not take him on this trip." Chu Qingqing looked at Su Ming with an arrogant and determined expression, as if he were trash. Even looking at it for a second feels unlucky. "You silly girl, you haven't even made a fortune yet and you're already so arrogant. Besides, Xiaoming is one of us, we're all family, why can't we go together?" Lin Xiaoyun turned her head and glared at Chu Qingqing. "Mom, stop talking. This invitation is only for May. Said I won't bring anyone else, and that means I won't bring anyone else. What you say won't change anything." Chu Qingqing spoke with an air of absolute authority. Chu Yingkai couldn't help but whisper in agreement, "Qingqing is right. She's the main person invited. What if she brings too many people and offends young Master Yi? Since you said you wouldn't bring Su Ming, then let's not bring him." "You too." Lin Xiaoyun was furious. Su Ming smiled and shook his head, "And Lin, don't worry about me. You guys go ahead. I don't care about these little gatherings anyway. I wasn't planning on going in the first place." "Ha, you little rascal, you're really good at talking nonsense. You think you're so great. You'd better be qualified first." Yuri really laughable. Yuri probably secretly envious and jealous of me right now. Chu Qingqing said with a sarcastic expression. Dad, Mom, let's go, don't pay any attention to this idiot. Chu Qingqing glanced at Su Ming smugly and urged Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun to leave. Then the car rumbled along, heading towards the medical heroes gathering. In the car, Lin Xiaoyun looked distressed, still feeling guilty. She couldn't help but scold Chu Qingqing, saying, Qingqing, you've gone too far. Your brother Xiaoming just saved your life. Without him, we wouldn't even be able to get this house back. He helped us so much, can't you even remember that kindness? It's one thing for you to speak harshly normally, but to exclude him like this, isn't that ungrateful? When did I ever teach you to act like this? Mom! Chu Qingqing shouted loudly, rolled her eyes, and said irritably, Mom, save your energy. Why can't you understand? Who is that young Master Yi? He's the eldest son of a top family in Shuzhou. He invited me because he's after the prescription I have. Do you think he looks down on our Chu family? Under these circumstances, if we bring someone like Su Ming along, what kind of impression will we leave on young Master Yi? What if young Master Yi gets angry and refuses to buy our prescription? Wouldn't that be disastrous? So, it's not that I don't want to bring him, it's that he's not qualified. I am only thinking of him. If I force him to go to such an upscale banquet, wouldn't he be the one who embarrasses himself? Chu Qingqing's words were reasonable and well-founded, which made Lin Xiaoyun's heart waver. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but say, if that's the case, why didn't you just say so earlier? What did Xiaoming think of your behavior just now? I don't care what he thinks. Chu Qingqing gave a sarcastic laugh, but then explained, do you think he'd understand if I explained it to him? Don't you know what the mentality of people at the bottom is? When he sees me getting rich, he'll only feel envy, jealousy, and hatred. Would he listen to anything else? At worst, after I get rich, I'll give him a few million, enough for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life. That would be fair to him. Then you'd better remember this, once the prescription is sold, remember to share the profits with Xiaoming. Lin Xiaoyun gave her instructions. I see. Chu Qingqing grinned. Splits, dream on. She went through so many ups and downs, and worked so hard to earn the money. Why should she share it with people like that? Once they got the money, the Chu family became rich. At that time, whether or not we'll be able to see Su Ming is another matter entirely. Chu Qingqing thought to herself. However, at that moment, Chu Qingqing saw several luxury cars drive past. She turned her head and immediately saw that the person sitting in the car was none other than young Master Yi, Yiling, and the car was heading towards her Chu family's location. Oh my God! Chu Qingqing was immediately shocked. Why did young Master Yi go to her Chu family? Was he going to pick her up? I've already set off, and young Master Yi is heading to the Chu family? We completely missed it. Chu Qingqing immediately regretted it. If she had known this would happen, she would not have gone out and waited for young Master Yi to pick her up. How glorious that would have been. But it's too late to regret it now. I just hope that young Master Yi will realize in time that she has already rushed to the banquet, so there's no need for him to make a wasted trip. At the entrance of the Chu family's residence. Rumble. With a roar of engines, several luxury cars pulled up side by side in front of the Chu family's building. The car door opened, and Yiling led his men in a flustered rush. Barging into the Chu family home, they went straight to Su Ming, knelt down with a thud, and bowed to him. They shouted in unison, "Greetings to the king of the 9 provinces." Su Ming sipped his tea while watching TV, not even glancing at Yiling, and coldly asked, "What are you doing here? I didn't give you permission to come upstairs, did I?" Yiling was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. This was the 3rd time he had seen Su Ming and had once again knelt before the king of Kyushu. This time, he clearly felt the immense pressure emanating from Su Ming, which made him feel suffocated even without him making a move. The king of the 9 provinces is terrifying indeed. Yiling said in a trembling voice, "I, Yiling, have come specifically to invite Prince Su to the medical heroes gathering I am hosting. If Prince Su would grace us with his presence, it would surely make the entire banquet shine and make the entire medical profession feel incredibly honored and supreme." 484, Chapter 484. His name is Su Ming. What kind of bullshit medical heroes gathering is this? I have no interest in it. You organize the banquet yourself, so handle it yourself. What does it have to do with me? Get out of here. Su Ming snapped impatiently. Yes, yes. Yiling was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat, nodding repeatedly in agreement, and said tremblingly, "Of course I am not qualified to invite Prince Su to my banquet, but young Master Chang Qingyun is also a key figure at this banquet. It is said that young Master Chang is your apprentice, Prince Su. If Prince Su can attend, young Master Chang should be very happy." "Chang Qingyun?" Su Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. "Now I understand. It turns out that the person Yi Ling was secretly supporting was Chang Qingyun. That makes sense. In the entire Yin city, the only one most qualified to participate in the Kyushu Medical Academy selection competition is Chang Qingyun, who witnessed him perform the 13 ghost needles. No wonder Yi Ling suddenly seemed like a different person. He's found his target." However, relying solely on Chang Qingyun's qualifications, it will probably be quite difficult for him to stand out in the selection competition and enter the top 10. Moreover, Chang Qingyun alone is not qualified enough to attend the banquet. Just then, my phone rang. Su Ming took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Chu Qingqing. "What is this girl up to now?" Su Ming answered the phone and lazily said hello. "Su Ming, are you still home?" Chu Qingqing asked anxiously from the other end. "What?" Su Ming said irritably. "I just saw young Master Yi driving towards my house. She's probably going to pick me up. You should greet her well and tell young Master Yi that I've already gone to the banquet. You absolutely mustn't offend young Master Yi, and especially don't brag in front of him. If I find out, don't blame me for not letting you off the hook," Chu Qingqing said angrily. Su Ming grinned, looked down at Yi Ling kneeling in front of him, and said with a smile, "He's kneeling in front of me right now, inviting me to the banquet. Why don't you go and talk to him yourself? Stop talking nonsense." Hearing Su Ming's words, Chu Qingqing almost fainted from anger. How could she possibly believe Su Ming's absurd words? She angrily retorted, "Remember my instructions, don't mess this up, that's it." After saying that, Chu Qingqing hung up the phone. Su Ming smiled and shook his head, then put his phone away. Now, he actually became a little interested. Chang Qingyun alone is not enough, but adding Chu Qingqing will make it enough. Chu Qingqing's trip might implicate Aunt Lin as well. She should go and check on her. So Su Ming stood up and said to Yi Ling, "Let's go then, let's see how well you've managed to organize this medical heroes gathering." "Prince Su, you're willing to go, that's wonderful, please, please." Yi Ling was overjoyed and almost jumped for joy. He hurriedly led his men to respectfully welcome Su Ming out. Once outside, they got into the car and headed to the banquet with Yi Ling. Yi Ling's gathering of medical elites was held at an entire international hotel. The event was attended by a large number of guests, including renowned doctors who came from far and wide, as well as almost all the wealthy elites from the top tier of Yuncheng. The entire scene was magnificent and incredibly prosperous. Inside a private room at the hotel, a group of medical elites gathered together. Shen Luoyun and Qin Shuang were also sitting among them. Shen Luoyun was invited to the banquet, but after arriving, she was taken upstairs. She sat down and looked around. All she saw were young, arrogant, narrow-minded, and utterly unskilled youths, which left her speechless. "If I had known it was this group of people, I wouldn't have come." "Young Master Chang, I heard that you have already participated in the entrance selection of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy and are already halfway to entering the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. Strictly speaking, you should be the most outstanding genius in the medical field now. Of course, it's said that young Master Chang has also mastered the legendary 13 ghost needles. Who can compare? The medical technique of the 13 ghost needles is probably one that no one else in the entire 9 provinces knows. Young Master Chang's status and position will soon be unparalleled in the world." A group of young juniors with some standing in the medical field showered Chang Qingyun with praise, showering him with compliments that were almost enough to make him the best in the world. Chang Qingyun was also experiencing this feeling of being the center of attention for the first time, and he felt lightheaded. Especially those around him who were praising him, all of whom were well-known figures in the medical field, which made him suddenly feel completely uncertain. He chuckled and said, "I was just lucky to have glimpsed 1 or 2 of the 13 ghost needles. I am still far from being a true master of medicine." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in a commotion and uproar. "My goodness, young Master Chang, you really mastered it. That takes incredible comprehension. The 13 ghost needles. Even the top physicians of the 9 provinces medical academy would be astonished by your skill." That's amazing, young Master Chang, you're too modest. Everyone was thrilled and deeply moved. It's still a long way off. Shen Luoyun couldn't stand it any longer and sneered, the real medical genius of Yunqing is not him, he can only do 1 or 2 of the 13 ghost needles, what's there to be proud of? The real medical master in my heart is probably proficient in all of the 13 ghost needles, and extremely skilled at them. Shen Luoyun was naturally referring to Su Ming. In her heart, when it comes to medicine, even the Imperial Medical Academy of the 9 provinces had to step aside, no one could compare to Su Ming. Let alone a mere Chang Qingyun. Even the Chang family willingly nurtured medicinal herbs for Su Ming. Now that Chang Qingyun dares to call himself number 1, he must have forgotten his place. Blow. Blow. Keep blowing. Upon hearing this, everyone turned around, their mocking gazes falling on Shen Luoyun, their faces full of sarcasm and ridicule. Who do we have here? Isn't this Shen Luoyun, the eldest daughter of the Shen family, a renowned medical family in Zhengzhou? You said someone is proficient in all 13 ghost needles, who is it? Can you name it? You're not talking about yourself, are you? The crowd immediately burst into cold laughter. Looking at Shen Luoyun is like looking at an idiot. He even said he was proficient in the 13 ghost needles. The history of the 13 ghost needles is probably too far back for a young lady like Shen Luoyun to know. Thousands of years of history have long since become legends. Chang Qingyun's ability to perform even 1 or 2 acupuncture needles is enough to shock the entire medical community. Besides, who else could possibly comprehend such divine medical skills? There is absolutely no possibility for Shen Luoyun. I didn't say it was me. Shen Luoyun stood up abruptly, her face flushed with anger, glaring at everyone. Then tell me who it is. You have to be able to say it. Anyone can. Broggy think you're just jealous of young Master Chang's achievements, which have robbed you of your reputation as the young lady of Zhengzhou's medical profession. You can't swallow this insult, can you? But you should at least be more reliable when you speak. Is the young lady of the medical profession really that brainless? The crowd burst into disdainful laughter. Her name is Su Ming. Shen Luoyun clenched her fists and let out an angry roar. He is my master, a true medical genius that you trash can never hope to reach or catch up with. 485, Chapter 485. Prove it to us. Su Ming? A group of self-proclaimed medical geniuses looked at each other, all seeing blankness in each other's eyes. Clearly, none of them had ever heard of this name. In the medical field, there is no one who has ever heard of a person named Su Ming. If even they haven't heard of him, then it's obvious that he's just a nobody. Ha ha ha. The audience burst into laughter. Su Ming, who is that? Have you heard of him? Have you heard of it? Have any of you heard of it? The crowd laughed mockingly at each other, their laughter booming like thunder. Miss Shun, you're really something, deliberately using a name that no one has ever heard of, hoping to make your lie come true. Unfortunately, everyone here is an elite in the medical field. If even we haven't heard of this person, it means that such a person simply doesn't exist. Even if there is such a person, he's an unknown good-for-nothing. You actually consider someone like that your master, Miss Shin? Have you lost your mind because you're a pampered young lady? Someone burst into mocking laughter at Shen Luoyun. Miss Shin, I think you've probably been scammed. Although your medical skills aren't great, you have a pretty face and a good figure. Maybe someone's after your figure. You didn't actually sleep with your master, did you? I think you should become my apprentice and serve me every day. I might even be able to teach you some medical skills. Someone let loose and utter extremely lewd and vulgar words. They ridiculed and insulted Shen Luoyun to the extreme. They lacked the qualities of medical elites and instead resembled a group of filthy scum. You all. Shen Luoyun was so angry that she gritted her teeth, her eyes were bloodshot with rage, and she was almost ready to kill someone. She was furious, she felt like her heart and lungs were about to explode. These beasts not only bullied her, but they also dared to insult Su Ming, which undoubtedly touched upon the person she admired most. You bunch of bastards, you don't deserve to be doctors. I won't let you get away with this. Shen Luoyun gritted her teeth and roared angrily. Why won't you let us go? With your mouth, I'd love to see your cherry-like lips. A shifty-eyed young man stepped forward and burst into laughter. Boom! Just then, the door to the room suddenly opened, and Su Ming slowly walked in. Behind him was Yi Ling and a large group of people, respectfully accompanying him. Su Ming's eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. Su Ming's icy gaze fell upon the group of medical elites. Instantly, the entire scene fell silent. When Shang Qingyun saw Su Ming appear, he trembled with fright, and his face turned pale. Shen Luoyun, as if seeing a savior, threw herself into Su Ming's arms, her eyes red with grievance, and said, "Brother Su, they insulted you, I just couldn't stand it. I heard everything." Su Ming said coldly, then raised his hand, pointed at the young man who had been laughing the loudest and speaking the most vulgarly, and said in a cold voice, "You, come here." The young man looked Su Ming up and down, then let out a sneer. "Is this the master that Shen Luoyun mentioned? Does it look like there's nothing unusual about it? He's dressed even worse than him. How much can someone like that be worth? He probably doesn't even have any connections in Yuncheng. That's only enough to fool a naive young girl like Shen Luoyun." Almost everyone present thought the same thing. Then, the young man walked out unhurriedly, looking down at Su Ming with a contemptuous attitude, and grinned. "What are you doing, playing the hero and saving the damsel in distress? Don't you even know if you're worthy, a medical genius? Who do you think you are?" Bang! Before the young man could finish speaking, he was slapped across the face by Su Ming and sent flying. He flew straight out for more than 10 meters, tumbling in the air like a broken sack, and crashed into the wall next to him, his head bleeding profusely. Several of his teeth were knocked out, and after landing, his face was covered in blood, and he immediately fainted. This? The group of medical elites who had been so arrogant just moments before were instantly terrified by Su Ming and took 2 steps back in fear. That's so brutal. What's going on with this kid? This isn't some medical genius, this is a martial arts genius. Among the crowd were also powerful and influential people with real backgrounds. After all, without the support of a powerful background, it would be difficult to afford expensive medicines and the financial resources of pharmacies in the medical field. One of them slowly stepped forward, his cold gaze fixed on Su Ming, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone was just joking, you're too ruthless, aren't you? We're all medical practitioners, what's wrong with a few jokes? If you can't even handle this little joke, it means you're incompetent and have just had your sore spot hit. You dare to lay a hand on someone? Do you really think this medical heroes gathering is a place where you can act recklessly? Young Master Yi, you hosted this banquet. How can you allow someone like this to act so presumptuously? You should at least give us an explanation." Yeah. Young Master Yi, give us an explanation. The people around them joined in the commotion. But Yi Ling's face turned green. These idiots don't even know who they've offended. We need an explanation from him. How, are we trying to get him killed too? He now wishes he could crush all these idiots into the ground. Yi Ling's face was grim, and he was about to step forward to teach everyone a lesson. But Su Ming raised his hand to block Yi Ling. A cold smile on his face, he looked at the young man who had spoken and asked with a sneer, "What do you think it takes to prove that I have ability? What do you think it takes to prove that you are all a bunch of trash and useless people?" Upon hearing this, the young man immediately smiled, believing that Su Ming had taken the bait. Proving the principles of medicine? Is it that easy? Su Ming wanted to prove his medical skills in front of these medical elites. Was he kidding? Do they think that ordinary medical skills are good enough for them? This is like showing off your skills in front of Guan Yu. The young man immediately grinned smugly and said, "It's simple. Since you say you're Shen Luoyun's master, and Shen Luoyun says you're a medical genius, then show everyone a couple of moves in public. Let everyone see what you've got. If you can do that, then we'll acknowledge you as the best here. But if you can't do that, you're a fucking liar. You kneel down and kowtow to us in public, then tuck your tail between your legs and get out of here." Okay. Su Ming grinned, "But I have a condition. If I prove it, you all have to kneel down, kowtow to Shen Luoyun, and apologize. Then each of you has to slap yourself 100 times. How about that? It's settled then. Come on, prove it to us." Both sides are locked in a stalemate. A group of medical elites are also full of confidence. They didn't think Su Ming could prove anything. And even if Su Ming could prove it, they could simply deny it. With the ability to advance or retreat at will, Su Ming's willingness to make such a demand undoubtedly meant he had fallen into their trap. "Prove it. What are you standing there for? You're not just pretending, are you? The young man roared furiously, his face contorted with rage. Su Ming grinned, waved to Chang Qingyun beside him, and sneered, Chang Qingyun, how much of the ghost god 13 needles I taught you have you learned? Aren't you going to come over and say hello? Chang Qingyun had already reached her breaking point. Hearing Su Ming's words, he almost knelt down on the spot in fright. Trembling, he hurriedly ran to Su Ming and knelt down before him with a thud, respectfully saying, This humble one, Chang Qingyun, pays his respects to King Suayam of dull talent, and although King Su personally taught me the 13 needles of ghosts and gods, I have only learned the basics. I have only memorized the first 2 needles, and I beg King Su to guide me. Whoosh! The entire scene was stunned by what they saw. The 20 or 30 medical elites present stared at Su Ming in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. 486, Chapter 486, the number 1 prodigy of medicine in Central Plains. Chang Qingyun's 13 ghost needles were actually taught to him by this guy? That means what Shen Luoyun said is completely true. Is this guy really proficient in the legendary divine medical skill, the 13 needles of the ghost god? What kind of big shot is this? This medical skill, even in the entire 9 provinces, would surely shock the entire divine doctor ranking in the entire medical world, right? Even if Luo Qianshan, the head of the 9 provinces medical academy, came, he would have to step aside. Everyone was terrified and filled with endless regret. Standing before them was none other than such a medical master. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have dared to question it. If they pay their respects to Su Ming sooner, they can receive some guidance from him, which will benefit them immensely for the rest of their lives. Just like Chang Qingyun, even if you only learn 1 or 2 needles, you can become a dark horse in the selection competition and amaze everyone with your skills. Many people at the scene regretted it and wanted to slap themselves. Most of them had already knelt on the ground with a thud, their faces turning ashen and pale. They bowed down to Su Ming and cried out, Big boss, we're sorry, we didn't know you were Master Chang Qingyun. We were blind and looked down on you. We hope you won't take it to heart. Yes, we were kept in the dark too, we were all fools, please forgive us. The others followed suit and knelt down. In the end, only the young man who had challenged Su Ming earlier was still standing, but his legs were shaking like a leaf, his whole body was tense, and his expression was like he had eaten shit. Su Ming's gaze fell on the other party, and he grinned coldly. What, you really want me to show you a couple of moves? Are you qualified? The moment those words left his mouth, the young man broke down. With a thud, he knelt straight down on the ground, then crawled to Su Ming and kowtowed repeatedly, wailing in pain. Boss, I was wrong, I deserve to die, I'm an idiot, please spare me, I'm willing to be your slave. The young man wept bitterly and reached out to hug Su Ming's leg. Roll! Su Ming gave a low shout and kicked the young man away. Then, with a murderous look on his face, he glared at the crowd and said, I already said, you all kowtow to Shen Luoyun and apologize, then slap yourselves 100 times. Whoever fails to do so, I'll make sure their corpse is carried out of here. Yes. The crowd answered in terror, then kowtowed to Shen Luoyun, saying, Miss Shen, we're sorry, we were just talking nonsense. Miss Shen, I'm so sorry. Several loud kowtows followed, accompanied by deafening apologies. Then everyone started slapping themselves with both hands, making the whole room as lively as if firecrackers were going off. Seeing this scene, Shen Luoyun burst into tears of joy. All the grievances and resentment she had just felt were released and dissipated at this moment. She looked at Su Ming with a mixture of emotion and immense admiration. Brother Su, thank you. In her heart now, Su Ming is practically a god. Su Ming nodded calmly. It's alright, you were bullied because of Methy deserves to suffer like this today. I'll watch them slap themselves 100 times, not one less, and they won't leave. Su Ming walked to the front, pulled up a chair and sat down, his aura exuding power that dominated the entire room. Even standing here, Yiling felt a little out of breath. The king of Kyushu is under immense pressure. Fortunately, he didn't collude with these idiots, otherwise he doesn't know what would have happened to him today. Outside the room, Shu Qingqing hurried upstairs with the prescription. Upon arriving at the room door, they were stopped by Yi Ling's men who had been left outside. Shu Qingqing hurriedly pulled out the prescription, her face beaming with a fawning smile, and said, Brothers, I'm here to see young Master Yi. Young Master Yi personally said he wanted to buy my prescription, and he even went to the Chu family to pick me up earlier, but I just set off anyway. You should know who I am, right? Go to the Chu family to pick you up? The bodyguards laughed when they heard this. They went to the Chu family, but that was to pay homage to the king of the 9 provinces. Pick up the person, or is it Chu Ching? Are you kidding me? The burly bodyguard sneered. Pick you up, you think you're worthy? Get lost. Young Master Yi is inside dealing with some matters. If you want to sell the prescription, you'll have to wait. No. Chu Ching was immediately shocked. How could these guys turn their backs on us like this? Didn't these guys see her previous interactions with Yiling? If Yiling knew that these bodyguards treated him like this, would these bastards ever have a good life? Chu Ching's face darkened, and she gritted her teeth, coldly snorting, I was personally received by your young Master Yi, who made promises to me if he buys my prescription, I'll be a billionaire. In my eyes, you're nothing but ants. How dare you treat me like this? If Yiling finds out, will he let you off the hook? Chu Ching was arrogant and haughty. Idiot. However, the bodyguards glanced at Chu Ching but didn't bother to pay her any attention. Chu Ching wanted to retaliate, but at that moment, he heard what sounded like Su Ming's voice coming from inside the room. Keep fanning, keep fanning. Push harder. Su Ming? Chu Ching was shocked again. Wasn't it said that young Master Yi was inside? How come Su Ming's voice is in there too? And what's that crackling sound coming from inside? Are they setting off firecrackers? Now Chu Ching was even more curious about the room, her heart pounding like a cat's claws. But these bodyguards wouldn't let him in. Just as he was at his wit's end, a young man walked over, looked at Chu Ching with a smile, and asked, Miss, you said you had a prescription, right? May I take a look? Who are you? Chu Ching turned her head and glanced at it. The young man was dressed in a suit, with a refined and cultured appearance, but his face was full of arrogance. However, his aura is far inferior to that of young Master Yi. No problem. My name is Xiao Hang. I am the successor of the King of Medicine at the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. I am the #1 physician in the Central Province, a prodigy in the medical field. Xiao Hong slowly raised his head, his arrogant expression fully revealed. You are the #1 in Zhengzhou, a medical prodigy? Chu Ching was instantly stunned, looking on in disbelief. He stared at Xiao Hong, his mouth agape in astonishment. Now, may I see your prescription? Xiao Hong asked with a confident smile. Of course, of course. Chu Ching hurriedly handed the Toad Spring Dew antidote prescription to Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong took it, opened it, and glanced at it casually, but that one glance was enough to make his eyes widen and his face be filled with shock. My God, what kind of prescription is this? Such medication, such precise dosage, demonstrates boundless imagination, yet fits together perfectly. What a master's work this is. Xiao Hong lost his composure on the spot, so shocked that he almost knelt on the ground. The old man next to Xiao Hong took a closer look and was so shocked that the wrinkles on his face trembled. Even the Imperial Medical Academy of the 9 provinces probably doesn't have many of these miraculous prescriptions. Xiao Hong felt his mouth was dry and he couldn't come to his senses for a long time. He originally thought that the medical practices in Yunqing were just small-time operations, a bunch of clowns who had never seen the world having a good time. Therefore, they did not take Yiling's large-scale acquisition of top-tier medicinal formulas seriously. How top-tier can Yunqing be, no matter how prestigious it is? Unexpectedly, such a rare medicinal formula appeared. At that moment, he had made up his mind that he had to get the prescription. No matter the cost. 487, Chapter 487. Young Master, you're amazing. Cough cough. After a long while, Xiao Hong finally came to his senses, let out a heavy breath, and looked at Chu Ching with more respect in his eyes. After all, someone who could produce such a prescription must not be an ordinary person. Xiao Hang smiled politely and said, Miss, would you mind coming to my deluxe private room for a chat? We can discuss the prescription and the price. If it's feasible, I'll buy it for you. Real? Chu Ching's face immediately lit up with surprise. It's true what they say, when one door closes, another opens. Young Master Yi was nowhere to be seen, but he encountered such a prodigy in the medical field of Zhengzhou. Now it seems that this medical prodigy is also extraordinary, and has a much brighter future than Yi Ling. Chu Qingqing immediately nodded in agreement. Then thank you very much, young Master Xiao. It's all as it should be. Please. Xiao Hong stepped aside, displaying great poise, and invited Chu Qingqing to his private room. Upon entering the private room, Chu Qingqing was somewhat taken aback by the luxury before her. The entire private room was magnificent and luxurious, with every piece of furniture as exquisite as a work of art. This must be the most luxurious private room in this international hotel. Looking at the food and wine on the table, they were all delicacies from land and sea, rare and exquisite dishes. Now, Chu Qingqing had no more doubts about Xiao Heng's identity. Chu Qingqing sat down at the table, looking somewhat awkward after all. Even when she was the president of Tianming Chamber of Commerce, she had never enjoyed such luxury. Miss, haven't you asked me yet? Xiao Hong sat down as well, and asked with a smile. Oh, my name is Chu Qingqing, and I currently work as a manager at the Luo Group. Fearing that the other party would look down on her, Chu Qingqing quickly revealed all her secrets. Manager of the Luo Group. Xiao Heng immediately laughed, a laugh that was somewhat amused and also showed a hint of disdain. I thought Chu Qingqing was the successor of some great medical master, but it turns out she's just a group manager. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person? Then this prescription probably wasn't Chu Qingqing's own. It might have been passed down through generations, or it might have fallen into Chu Qingqing's hands by chance. Regardless, Xiao Hong no longer needed to worry about who was behind Chu Qingqing, and was completely relieved. He smiled and said, Miss Chu, let's get back to the main topic and talk about this prescription since you're going to sell it anyway. Selling it to someone else or selling it to me is the same thing. In fact, it's more worthwhile for this prescription to end up in the hands of someone who appreciates its value. Just name your price. Chu Qingqing thought about it and agreed. Yi Ling clearly said yes, but now he's nowhere to be seen is really putting on an act. Rather than selling to that kind of guy, it's better to sell to Xiao Hong. Once that brat Yi Ling realizes what's going on, he'll regret it and cry. Chu Qingqing thought to herself with smug satisfaction, then tentatively stated Yi Lingkai's original price, 500 million, how about it? 500 million? Xiao Hong stared in shock. Did this woman get her head caught in a door? So clueless. This divine prescription is a rare treasure. If it were to fall into the hands of a master of medicine, its in-depth research could shake the entire medical world. Simply put, as long as he gets this prescription, he doesn't need to participate in any selection competitions. Just by having this prescription, he can obtain the title of King of Medicine of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. 500 million? This is worth more than 10 billion. He thought Chu Qingqing was going to ask for an exorbitant price, but unexpectedly, she quoted such a paltry price. I was completely taken aback. Chu Qingqing, however, thought she had set the price too high and cautiously asked, Is it too expensive? I think so too. After all, it's just a prescription and a piece of paper. Selling it for 500 million is a bit too unrealistic. How about we lower it to 450 million? Alright, Miss Chu. Xiao Hong laughed out loud, stood up, and said with a smile, How about this? I'll give you 1 billion to sell this prescription to me completely, and you must not inquire about it again or reveal the prescription information to anyone else. Moreover, I can provide you with another prescription at a slightly lower price to help you rise to prominence and become a well-known celebrity in Yun City. Oh my God! Upon hearing Xiao Heng's terms, Chu Qingqing was so surprised she almost fainted. Young Master Xiao, is what you're saying true? What have I, Chu Qingqing, done to deserve this? Besides, this is our first time meeting. Chu Qingqing was flattered and overjoyed, so much so that she was completely flustered. It feels like a dream. Does wealth come so quickly? It's truly fate that destined her to succeed. So, her decision from the very beginning was indeed correct? Xiao Heng smiled broadly and said confidently, What I said is true. You are absolutely capable of it. Someone like you shouldn't be a lowly manager, unknown and mediocre. You should be above everyone else, at the top of Yuncheng. 1 billion, I'll have someone transfer it to your account immediately. Then you can get ready the company establishment, business dealings, and the main drug business. I'll arrange for someone to handle all of that. All you have to do is take office, become the boss, and wait to collect the money. Xiao Hong smiled broadly. Young Master Xiao, you are truly my benefactor. You are the most powerful person in the entire 9 provinces, unlike that good-for-nothing in my family, who has been with us for so long. I have never received a single penny from him. We've only met by chance, yet you've helped me so much. From now on, young Master Xiao, whatever you ask, I'll do it immediately. I'd go through fire and water, even give my life for you. Chu Qingqing covered her mouth, looking at Xiao Han with only admiration and worship in her eyes. In her eyes, Xiao Han was practically a god. Alright, nothing else matters. Go back and prepare to become the CEO. Xiao Han smiled and waved. Thank you, young Master Xiao, thank you so much. Please feel free to contact me if you need anything. By the way, this is my phone number. Chu Qingqing left her phone number, then turned and left, incredibly excited. However, Chu Qingqing left. Xiao Han didn't even glance at the phone before casually tossing it into the nearby trash can. Young Master, this woman is clearly an idiot. She doesn't understand anything. Do you really want to support her to become the top figure in Yun City? The old man next to him asked with a puzzled look. Top in Yuncheng, she doesn't even deserve that title. Xiao Heng's face darkened, and he sneered, saying dismissively, this kind of ant-like woman isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes. That's why I won't give her this billion for nothing. I want the prescription too, and I won't pay for it. Besides, this prescription is so valuable that if the news gets out, I probably won't be able to leave Yuncheng with it. Giving her the company is just to lull him into a false sense of security. After all, I've taken care of this company myself. To put it simply, I'm in charge of everything. He's just a puppet. I can take this opportunity to make a fortune in Yuncheng. After the Kyushu selection competition, I'll withdraw from here and take all the company's money with me. She can just wait to cry. Young Master, awesome. The old man next to him gave a thumbs up. His face was full of admiration. Young Master's methods are truly amazing. Let alone Chu Qingqing, even a powerful business elite would probably be completely fooled. Besides, a foolish woman like Chu Qingqing. 488, Chapter 488. Almost. Young Master Yi, the person has arrived. Inside the room, his subordinate approached Yi Ling and whispered something. Yi Ling nodded slightly. The 20 or 30 medical elites kneeling in front of them had already slapped themselves 100 times. After that, they were all staggering and almost unconscious, unable to get up. Yi Ling approached Su Ming and said respectfully, Your Majesty, these idiots have learned their lesson, but on the other hand, the person I invited who holds the prescription has arrived. I request that you personally come and oversee the proceedings. Yi Ling acquired the prescription but invited Su Ming over. His purpose was quite clear. He wanted Su Ming to see that he was not acquiring the prescription for his own benefit. It's for Chang Qingyun. He made his stance clear to Su Ming, flattering and ingratiating himself, letting Su Ming know which side he was on. As long as Su Ming gives permission, he can go ahead and do whatever he wants from now on. However, Su Ming had no interest at all, because these prescriptions originally belonged to him, and Yi Ling's acquisition of the prescriptions was completely unnecessary. Su Ming glanced at Yi Ling and said expressionlessly, I won't go, you can go by yourself. Then his gaze fell on Chang Qingyun, and he said in a deep voice, Didn't you want to learn the 13 ghost needles? Come on, let's go to your Chang family and let me see how much you've actually learned. Yes. Chang Qingyun knelt before Su Ming, sweating profusely, and hurriedly nodded in agreement. Then Su Ming got up and left with Chang Qingyun. Yi Ling was left standing there, looking embarrassed. Young Master, you acquired the prescription for young Master Chang's sake. Now that the King of Kyushu is personally instructing young Master Chang, should we still acquire the prescription? His subordinate couldn't help but ask. Accept it, why wouldn't we accept it? We've already made the promises. Yi Ling's face was grim. Although Chang Qingyun no longer needed the prescriptions, he could still make a fortune if these prescriptions fell into his hands. So Yi Ling turned around and headed straight for the private room on the other side of the hotel. The door was pushed open with a bang. Yi Ling led his men inside, only to find that there was no one else in the room except for Wan Shirin sitting there. The Ling family, the Chang family, and Chu Qingqing, none of them showed up. Yi Ling was so angry that her mouth twisted in anger. He made a big show of this gathering of medical experts, even booking an entire international hotel, but all that showed up were a bunch of low-level thugs. The so-called medical elites were as stupid as ants in front of Su Ming and were thoroughly taught a lesson. It turned out that Wan Shireen was the only one who could acquire the prescription. Yi Ling was so frustrated he felt like he was going to vomit blood. And why didn't Chu Qingqing come? We had it all agreed on earlier. Yi Ling walked over and sat down with a livid face. Young Master Yi. Wan Shireen stood up and greeted them. Seeing Yi Ling's unpleasant expression, Wan Shireen didn't say anything more and could only sit there. She didn't want to come in the first place, because the bright moon pill of her Wan family was personally taught by Luo Qianshan of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy, and she was able to enter the Black Gold Merchant Alliance because of the bright moon pill. No amount of money could she sell it to Yi Ling. But now her younger brother Wan Hua is being held in the law enforcement team, and she has been going around trying to find a solution. After thinking it over, she realized that besides Su Fanghua, the person with the highest status in Yunqing right now is this young Master Yi. Could it be that Wan Hua's affairs are related to Yi Ling? That's why she came here to gather some information. Yi Ling ignored Wan Shireen, took out his phone, and immediately called Chu Qingqing. The call was quickly connected, and Chu Qingqing answered it. Miss Chu, what do you mean? Didn't we agree that you would bring the prescription and I would give you 500 million, where are you? Yi Ling asked in an icy tone. On the phone, Chu Qingqing chuckled confidently, her voice smug as she said, Sorry, young Master Yi, you're too slow. I even went to see you in person, but your people stopped me at the door. If you don't think much of me, then I won't bother trying. IVE already sold the prescription to someone else. What? Yi Ling flew into a rage, slamming his hand heavily on the table as he gritted his teeth and roared, Chu Qingqing, do you know what you're saying? I'm willing to pay 500 million for your prescription because I think highly of you. Do you think anyone else is more powerful than me and would buy your prescription? Don't be ungrateful. You think highly of me, you think highly of yourself, don't you? Chu Qingqing chuckled mockingly, Young Master Yi, if this were an hour ago, I might have believed your nonsense, but now I understand completely. You're nothing. 500 million, you're kidding. Methy bought it for me for $1 billion. Also, from now on, call me President Chu. That's all. After saying that, Chu Qingqing decisively hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Chu Qing felt so excited she could fly. She imagined Yi Ling's regret, frustration, and impotent rage. This is even more satisfying than her selling the medicine formula for $1 billion. In the past, she really wouldn't have dared to speak to Yi Ling like that. But now, she has Xiao Hong, the #1 doctor in Zhengzhou, as her backer, and she's about to take office as president. Yi Ling, she doesn't even care about him anymore. She had never experienced anything like trampling on a young master from Shuzhou before. Asshole. Inside the room, Yi Ling flew into a rage and smashed her phone on the ground, shattering it into pieces. Wan Shireen witnessed it firsthand and was shocked. What happened to Yi Ling? Is he really that frantic? Is there anything in Yunqing that even he, the young master of Shuzhou, is helpless to solve? So, does Yi Ling have anything to do with his younger brother Wan Hua being imprisoned? Yi Ling's face flushed with anger. He turned to his subordinates and said, Go and investigate immediately, find out who Chu Qingqing sold the prescription to. No matter what method you use, you must find that bastard and Chu Qingqing together. Yi Ling had never been made a fool of in his entire life, and had never suffered such humiliation. Yes. Han, the voice responded in a low, resonant tone. No need to investigate. Just then, the door to the room opened with a whoosh, and Xiao Hong, leading the old man, strode into the room with an imposing air. Xiao Hong, with a confident smile, calm and composed, looked at Yi Ling and said with an air of arrogance, Young Master Yi, I'm sorry, I've stolen your guest and disrupted your plans, but if you have to blame someone, blame yourself for being stupid and slow to react. Besides, you don't know anything about medicine, so it's understandable that you couldn't get the prescription. Your so-called medical heroes gathering is nothing but a pile of shit. Look at the garbage that has come here. The medical practices of Yunqing are truly appalling. As soon as Xiao Hong spoke, he was full of arrogant words, humiliating Yi Ling while also trampling on the entire medical profession of Yunqing. His arrogant demeanor made him seem invincible. This infuriated Yi Ling. Already enraged, he nearly lost his mind, glaring fiercely at Yi Ling. You brat stole my prescription. Men, break this piece of trash's legs and take my prescription back. Yi Ling let out a wild roar. The Yi family bodyguards behind him stepped out all at once. The immense aura of 5 or 6 Grandmaster-level war gods instantly enveloped the area. Grandmaster War God? The old man beside Xiao Hong raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp. But then he curled his lip in a disdainful smile, almost there. 489, Chapter 489. You dare call yourself a young master? When Wan Shirin saw this, she was shocked and hurriedly got up and retreated in a panic. I was completely shocked. Yiling's 5 or 6 bodyguards were all Grandmaster war gods. I never expected that young Master Yi would have such powerful subordinates. No wonder they dared to make such a bold statement, wanting to acquire all the prescriptions in Yuncheng. With this peak martial arts power, as long as one doesn't provoke a big shot like Su Fanghua, one could easily roam freely in Yuncheng. On the other hand, Xiao Hong only had 2 people on his side. Xiao Hong doesn't look like someone who knows martial arts. That old man was quite old, with graying temples facing 5 or 6 Grandmaster war gods. He was probably in for a bad time. Wan Shirin retreated to a corner in fear, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. Bullshit! Enraged, Yiling pointed at Xiao Hong and roared, I'll see if you're qualified to steal my prescription. Let's do it! After a roar, 5 or 6 Grandmaster-level war gods charged fiercely toward Xiao Hong. The immense aura swept across the entire area like a whirlwind, and the oppressive force brought by the 5 or 6 Grandmaster war gods made it almost impossible for anyone to breathe. However, Xiao Hong remained calm and smiling, and unhurriedly retreated behind the old man. The old man stepped forward, his sleeves billowing wildly, and his hands swung violently in the air, managing to deflect all the attacks from the 6 Grandmaster war gods. Then, with a jolt, a powerful aura burst forth from his arms, surging towards the 6 like a tidal wave. With a loud bang, it sounded like bombs exploding. It actually sent all 6 Grandmaster war gods flying, scattering in all directions. Some landed on the ground, while others crashed into the wall with loud bangs. Those who fell all coughed up blood and were seriously injured. The person who landed at Yiling's feet, with a mouthful of blood in his mouth, struggled to his feet, his face filled with shock and disbelief as he looked at the old man. Earth Profound Realm expert? Peak of martial arts, my god. Yiling's bodyguards, even those who weren't dead, were terrified. This old man was actually a master of the martial arts Earth Profound Realm. They never dreamed of this. Such a master would appear here. Even in Shuzhou, you can't find a single expert at the Earth Profound Realm. Even Yi Tianzong hadn't reached the threshold of the Earth Profound Realm. The person in front of them was a genuine Earth Profound Realm expert. Even if they left a Grandmaster War God, they couldn't even get close to him. Earthly Profound Realm, that's terrifying. The bodyguards were trembling with fear. Earth Profound Realm? Yiling was also shocked, her face full of disbelief as she stared blankly at Xiao Hong and the old man. You dare to be so insolent in front of young Master Xiao? You're far from being worthy. A few mere grandmasters and war gods dare to be so arrogant. My young master is the #1 physician in the Xiao family of Zhengzhou, and the successor handpicked by the medical king Xiao Qingyu. What are you, trash, compared to him? The Yi family of Shuzhou is nothing but ants. The old man snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. The foremost physician in central China, Xiao Qingyu's successor? As Wan Shirin listened, her scalp tingled and goosebumps rose all over her body. She had the privilege of visiting Zhengzhou during the Three Armies Grand Competition and witnessed the power of the Xiao family. The Xiao family is renowned for its outstanding talents. One of them, Xiao Qingyu, is a disciple of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy and has now been bestowed the title of Medical King. Their social status is evident. This is the real big shot of Kyushu. Wan Shirin suddenly realized that the big shot in Kyushu that the law enforcement captain Suan mentioned was Xiao Hong of the Xiao family. No wonder Suan didn't take the Wan family seriously. Given this young Master Zhao's status, who in Yunqing can afford to offend him now? Of course, Su Fanhua might be someone you can afford to offend, but Su Fanhua isn't from Yunqing. Wan Shirin suddenly understood everything, and knowing who the real big boss was, Wan Hua was saved. Inside the room, several Grandmaster war gods lay sprawled out, powerless to resist. Only then did Xiao Hong, with a smile, slowly walk toward Yiling. Yiling was so frightened that her whole body went cold and her legs trembled. His trip to Yunqing was incredibly unlucky. He accomplished nothing and encountered only people he couldn't afford to offend. In this small Yunqing, Yi Gongzi's status did not allow him to thrive. Instead, he appeared somewhat weak and pitiful. What kind of big shots do I bump into when I go out? Su Fanghua, the king of Kyushu, and now Xiao Hong, the #1 doctor in Zhengzhou. Oh, right. Yi Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't there also Su Ming? He's essentially working for Su Ming now. With the king of the 9 provinces backing him up, what is Xiao Hong? Thinking of this, young Master Yi gained confidence, stared at Xiao Hong, gritted his teeth, and sneered, "What's so special about your Central Plains medical path? Let me tell you, I have Su behind me." Smack! However, before he could finish speaking, Xiao Hong slapped him across the face. A powerful slap caused Yi Ling's mouth to split open and bleed profusely. "What's behind you?" Xiao Hong asked with a smile. "You bastard, you dare mess with me, I'm helping Su." Yi Ling was extremely shocked and furious. Bang! However, Xiao Hong didn't let Yi Ling finish speaking, and punched Yi Ling to the ground again. Then he stepped forward, raised his foot and stomped hard on Yi Ling's head, rubbing Yi Ling's face against the ground, grinning arrogantly and smugly. "What's behind you? Tell me, is it your Shuzhouyi family? Don't you think your Shuzhouyi family is something special? Huh? Speak up." Xiao Hong laughed loudly and kicked Yi Ling in the face, causing Yi Ling to vomit blood and be unable to utter a single word. "Young Master Yi!" The bodyguards were furious when they saw this scene, their eyes filled with tears of anger, but they were all seriously injured and unable to move at all. They could only watch helplessly as Yi Ling was brutally trampled and humiliated by Xiao Hong. The bodyguards were powerless to help and were so distressed that they wanted to die. "Waste!" Xiao Hong sneered, turned to the old man and said, "Old Zhang, break his limbs, I want him to be a cripple for the rest of his life, confined to bed pass." "Young Master Yi of the Yi family, you dare call yourself a young master, you piece of trash." Xiao Hong turned away dismissively, not even bothering to glance at Yi Ling, and left after wiping his hands. Old Zhang stepped forward, raised his foot, and stomped hard on Yi Ling's limbs. The sound of bones being crushed echoed one after another. Screams echoed throughout the room. Wan Shirin was horrified by what she saw and trembled all over. After old Zhang turned and left, she hurriedly chased after him. Outside the international hotel, Wan Shirin caught up with Xiao Hong, who was about to leave. Upon arriving before Xiao Hong, Wan Shirin, covered in sweat, bowed respectfully and said, "This humble girl, Wan Shirin of the Wan family of Yuncheng, pays her respects to young Master Xiao." Xiao Hong turned around, looked Wan Shirin up and down, and seeing that she was a rare beauty, he stopped and turned to Wan Shirin with a smile, asking, "Miss Wan, is there anything I can do for you?" He had noticed Wan Shirin in the room earlier, but his target was Yi Ling, so he didn't pay her any attention. "It's a bit of a regret that I missed out on such a beauty. I never expected that Wan Shirin would actually pursue me herself. Young Master Xiao, if my brother Wan Hua has offended you in any way, I apologize on behalf of the entire Wan family. Please show leniency and notify the law enforcement team to release my brother. I, Wan Shirin, will be grateful to you for the rest of my life, and I will pay any price for it," Wan Shirin said with utmost sincerity. 490, Chapter 490. Save young Master Yi. Wan Hua? Xiao Hong raised an eyebrow, a hint of doubt in his eyes. He had never even heard of that name before. Xiao Hong shook his head and said, "I don't know anything about Wan Hua. If it's something irrelevant, don't waste my time." Xiao Hong lost his patience and turned to get into the car. Wait. Seeing that Xiao Hong ignored her, Wan Shirin became anxious and hurriedly chased after him, grabbing Xiao Hong and saying, "Young Master Xiao, as long as you are willing to save my brother, I can exchange my Wan family's medicinal formula and Bright Moon Pill." Bright Moon Pill? Xiao Hong's gaze sharpened, and he came back to his senses, looking at Wan Shirin with some surprise and doubt. "You mean the third-grade medicinal formula, the Bright Moon Pill? What's going on in Yuncheng? How can there be so many top-notch medicinal prescriptions?" He thought that the Toad Spring Dew antidote formula he had obtained was already the best medicine formula in Yuncheng, but he didn't expect that there was also a Bright Moon Pill formula. Although this stuff can't compare to the Toad Spring Dew detoxification formula in terms of medical value, its commercial value is immeasurable. I never expected that this small Yun city would have so many treasures. Suppressing his desire, Xiao Hang asked in a deep voice, do you really have the bright moon pill? Have. Wan Shirin nodded firmly. I was able to join the Black Gold Merchant Alliance because of the bright moon pill. Although I am also very reluctant to part with this prescription, I am willing to exchange it for my brother's life. Very good, Miss Wan, you are truly a woman of deep affection and loyalty. In that case, I'll reluctantly help you with this favor. Wait for my news tomorrow. Once I'm ready, I'll call you. You'll come with me to the Yunqing law enforcement team to rescue your brother. Xiao Han nodded. Thank you, young Master Xiao. Wan Shirin was moved to tears and extremely excited. She quickly left her phone number with Xiao Hang. A huge weight has finally been lifted off my shoulders. Wan Hua is saved. As expected, Xiao Hang is now the top boss in Yunqing. Even Su Fanghua couldn't handle it, but Xiao Hang could easily solve it this time. We've finally met a benefactor. Wan Shirin turned and left, overjoyed. Xiao Hang got into the car, a meaningful smile on his face. This Yun city is quite interesting now. I'm suddenly not in such a hurry to leave. I want to see just how many treasures this Yun city still holds, if there are any. I want to take them all without missing a single one. Putting everything else aside, these 2 prescriptions alone are enough for me to make a name for myself at the Kyushu Medical Academy, and even surpass Xiaoqing Yu in status. Thinking about the achievements to come, Xiao Hang couldn't help but smile. The Chang family. Following Su Ming's instructions, Chang Qingyun awkwardly and stiffly performed the 13 needles of ghosts and gods in front of a family member, just like a primary school student learning to draw. Chang Chun also learned about what Chang Qingyun had been doing outside, and he was furious. He first apologized to Su Ming with a face full of remorse, saying, Your Highness Su, I had no idea that this idiotic and rebellious son of mine was stirring up trouble outside, even collaborating with young Master Yi of Shuzhou to organize this so-called medical heroes gathering. No wonder I was invited. It's all my fault for not teaching him well. I hope Prince Su will forgive me. Then he turned his head, pointed at Chang Qingyun, and began to berate him, roaring, You're such an idiot. Don't you know that our entire Chang family is serving Prince Su? Do you really think that Prince Su's status is lower than that of a mere physician from the 9 Provinces Medical Academy? Even Luo Qianshan of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy had to kneel and kowtow before Prince Su. You idiot, you still want to join the 9 Provinces Medical Academy? You're just picking up a sesame seed and losing a watermelon. Why can't you understand? Are you out of your mind? I taught you like this. Did you make you so brainless? Chang Chun grew angrier the more he scolded, wishing he could give Chang Qingyun a good beating to teach this unfilial son a lesson. Chang Qingyun didn't dare to utter a sound at this moment. He finally understood everything. Yes. He's incredibly stupid. The Chang family already has a peerless god like the king of the 9 provinces, yet he still goes to great lengths, driven by vanity, and insists on entering the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. At this moment, he was filled with immense regret. I regret it so much I could die. Sigh, I was also misled by Yiling. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought about it so much. Faced with Chang Chun's scolding, he didn't dare to utter a sound and could only obediently accept it. Overwhelmed with shame, he simply couldn't bring himself to use the 13 ghost needles technique. Alright. Su Ming raised his hand, interrupting Chang Chun's rant, and shook his head, saying, He's full of enthusiasm and has some ambition, which isn't a problem indeed. He's learned a lot by entering the 9 Provinces Medical Academy and the Hall of Medical Dao. I brought him back without intending to blame him for this. Chang Chun turned around and looked at Su Ming with fear, saying, But what he did was disrespectful to Prince Su's outrageous. Su Ming waved his hand and said, I'm not his master, so there's nothing rebellious about it. Moreover, it's always better for the Kyushu Medical Academy to have 2 more people who genuinely want to learn medicine than to be full of wicked individuals. I brought him back so that I could guide him and let him learn more about the 13 needles of ghosts and gods. To stand out in the selection within Kyushu, these 2 acupuncture needles alone are not enough to participate in the selection. With only these 2 needles would be to embarrass myself. I see. Chang Chun then suddenly realized what was going on. They admired Su Ming's magnanimity even more. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Su Ming in gratitude. Your Highness Su has shown the Chang family such great kindness that I, Chang Chun, can never repay it in this lifetime and the next life. I am willing to serve your highness Su like an ox or a horse to repay this debt. You unfilial son, why aren't you coming over here to kowtow and thank Prince Su? Chang Chun let out a sharp shout. Chang Qingyun trembled and hurriedly scrambled to Su Ming's side to kowtow and express his gratitude. At that moment, a shrill scream suddenly rang out in the Chang family hall. Prince Su, help! Screams echoed throughout the Chang family compound. 3 people in a hurry. He hurried out and immediately saw 2 Yi family bodyguards, covered in injuries, who were barely holding on as they carried Yi Ling into the Chang family hall. After placing the severely injured Yi Ling on the ground, the 2 bodyguards immediately collapsed, spitting blood. Su Ming walked over and looked down. He saw that Yi Ling had been beaten beyond recognition, with all 4 limbs and ribs broken. He was now barely hanging on by a thread. Such ruthlessness, when did Yunqing produce someone like this? Su Ming couldn't help but frown slightly. Who did it? Su Ming asked, puzzled. It was a man named Xiao Hong, who claimed to be the #1 physician in Zhongzhou and the young master of the Xiao family. He stole a medicinal formula that the young master wanted to buy and, without saying a word, beat us all up like this. He had a powerful expert at the earth-profound realm by his side. The bodyguard used all his strength, spitting out blood as he spoke. Su Ming walked up and tapped the chests of the 2 bodyguards twice with his fingers. The bleeding from their mouths stopped immediately, and they finally caught their breath. The bodyguard looked at Su Ming with a sorrowful expression and pleaded in great pain. Prince Su, please, save young Master Yi. 491, Chapter 491. Impoverished and Arrogant. Save him? Su Ming's gaze fell on Yi Ling, whose limbs were all severed. If Yi Ling's injury fell into the hands of an ordinary person, even if healed, he would still be crippled. In Yunqing right now, he is indeed the only one who can cure him. But what right does he have to save her? Su Ming sneered, if you had any brains, if you knew what was good for you, you should have turned back at the station and gone back to your Shuzhou. You got this fate because of your own actions. What does it have to do with me? Yi Ling's life or death has absolutely nothing to do with him. He has no right to ask him to save her. Upon hearing this, the 2 bodyguards were filled with despair. If Su Ming didn't intervene, then no one could save Yi Ling. Chang Qingyun watched from the sidelines. Although Yi Ling was just a spoiled brat, he genuinely wanted to help him these past few days. If it weren't for helping him acquire the prescription, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Chang Qingyun was moved with compassion, walked up to Su Ming, knelt down, and pleaded, Prince Su, please, save his life. He was beaten like this, but it was all to help me acquire the medicinal formula. Help you? Su Ming smiled wryly, having already seen through everything, and sneered, I think he's not doing this to help you, but for his own sake. Otherwise, why would he continue to acquire the prescriptions after I've already taken you away? They're obviously trying to make a fortune off this. If that's the case, they'll have to pay the price. Su Ming dismissed it with disdain. If it were someone else, this statement might be somewhat convincing. But Yi Ling, that kid, never had any good intentions from the moment he stepped into Yun City. How could he not see that? Finally, the bodyguard gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and said with all his might, whether young Master Yu was helping people or making money, this time, he really didn't harm anyone. He has already reformed and turned over a new leaf, which is why he was poisoned by Xiao Hang. Moreover, while in the room, I heard that Xiao Hong had already bought the prescription for Miss Chu Qingqing's medicine. It seems there's an even more sinister purpose at play. Prince Su, are you willing to watch such a person commit evil deeds? As he spoke, even the 7-foot-tall bodyguard couldn't help but shed tears. This was the first time the Yi family, a prominent family in Shuzhou, had felt so powerless and desperate. Please, Prince Su, please save our young master. If you're willing to help, the entire Yi family will serve you and be at your beck and call. The bodyguard said, tears streaming down his face. Chang Qingyun also knelt down and said to Su Ming, Your Highness Su, please save him this once. The Yi family? He wouldn't even consider it. Su Ming sneered, pulled a book from his pocket, tossed it to Chang Qingyun, and said expressionlessly, If you want to save him, then save him yourself. This is a handwritten copy of the 13 ghost needles, with other needling techniques recorded at the end. Whether you can save him or not depends on your own abilities. Otherwise, it's just his fate. A handwritten copy of the 13 needles of ghosts and gods? Upon hearing this, the entire Chang family was shocked. What a great blessing this is! Chang Chun was so excited that he almost knelt down and prostrated himself in worship. Although it was just a handwritten copy and its value was less than 1/10 of the original, it was still enough to shock the entire nation. The fact that the Chang family could receive guidance and instruction from Su Ming is truly a blessing earned over 10 lifetimes. Chan Chun only hoped that his son would live up to expectations and not disappoint the Prince of Su. Chang Qingyun also knelt down excitedly. Thank you, Prince Sui will definitely do my best to learn. Let's hope so. Su Ming smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. The ancient medical technique of the 13 ghost needles cannot be mastered through mere effort. It takes more talent. Without that talent, even if Chang Qingyun had the handwritten copy, it would be like holding a treasure without the key, or reading a book written in the heavens. He also wanted to see if Chang Qingyun had the comprehension and ability to stand out in the selection competition. That's settled then, you guys handle things here yourselves, I am heading back now. Su Ming turned and left. Respectfully bidding farewell to Prince Su. The entire Chang family was deeply grateful to Su Ming and bowed down to see him off. Su Fanhua also arrived at the gate of the Chang family's house. Su Fanhua's trip to Yunqing was not only to see what Su Ming, whom her second sister had mentioned, looked like, but also because she had heard that Yunqing had produced many top-notch medicinal formulas. The Chang family even managed to refine the Dragon Roar pill. She was just half a step away from entering the earth-profound realm. Although the Dragon Roar pill is not a pill to help with cultivation, just looking at it, touching it, and feeling its aura might be enough to give her a chance to open up the earth-profound realm. So she came here, intending to enter the Chang family's home to find medicine. As they arrived at the door, Su Ming also came out of the Chang family's house. The two met face to face and their eyes met. What are you doing here? Su Fanhua looked surprised when she saw Su Ming. With this kid's status, it would be difficult for him to even enter the Chang family's gate, right? What's it to you why I'm here? Su Ming glanced at Su Fanhua. Her mood was not good, and she didn't give her a pleasant look. Moreover, he noticed that Su Fanhua and Wan Shirin were also present at the mall incident last time. Whatever this woman's motives, they won't benefit him at all. He didn't care. You brat, what a temper you have, do you believe I'll twist your head off? Su Fanhua's eyes narrowed, looking at Su Ming as if he were trash. Come on. Su Ming grinned, looking at Su Fanhua with a sarcastic expression. It's still unclear who's twisting whose neck. Fine, you're lucky today I won't waste my time with you. Get lost, or you'll regret it later and you'll be dead, Su Fanhua said with a cold snort. Now he's in the Chang family's house, having saved Su Ming's life. She came to ask for medicine and didn't want to cause trouble at the Chang family's house. Neuropathy. Su Ming rolled his eyes and strode out the door. You arrogant fool, you'll regret this one. Su Fanhua snorted coldly, also finding Su Ming very displeasing. I have no idea where this utterly incompetent good-for-nothing gets such confidence. Not at all. It was known that the Dragon Roar pill she requested was personally refined by Su Ming. In the entire Cloud City, apart from Su Ming, there was no one else. Su Fanhua ignored them and went straight to the Chang family's hall. Upon entering, she saw that everyone in the Chang family was gathered together. Curious, she also went closer to see what was happening. Su Fanhua was immediately shocked. In the crowd, Chang Qingyun held a handwritten copy of the 13 Needles of the Ghosts and Gods in one hand and silver needles in the other. He was following the descriptions in the handwritten copy to administer acupuncture to the seriously injured Yiling. However, it was obvious that his technique was very clumsy, and he was sweating profusely from nervousness. But that's already quite remarkable. Those are the 13 Needles of the Gods and Demons. Su Fanhua immediately recognized it and was utterly shocked. Now she could be even more certain that the Chang family could indeed refine the 6th grade divine medicine, the Dragon Roar pill. If they even have ancient medical techniques like the 13 Needles of the Ghosts and Gods, then what are 6th grade divine medicines? She's come to the right place. Su Fanhua was overjoyed and thrilled. But they didn't dare to interrupt, and could only watch quietly from the side. For 92, Chapter 492. Who was this amazing person? A dozen minutes later. Chang Qingyun put down the silver needles, and his tense nerves gradually relaxed. As soon as he relaxed, he felt completely drained, and the pressure came over him like an overwhelming tidal wave. He collapsed to the ground, only then realizing that his clothes were completely soaked. 13 ghostly needles. That's incredible. He could sense the endless profound meaning in the handwritten copy simply by imitating it. To him, it was like a book from heaven. He doesn't know if he'll ever be able to learn it in his lifetime. Young Master Chang, is everything settled? Young Master Yi, has he been rescued? The bodyguard lay beside him, barely daring to breathe, and asked in a trembling voice. He should be fine now. Chang Qingyun took a deep breath and wiped his sweat as he said, according to the records, I have helped him improve blood circulation and remove blood stasis, and set the broken bone. If there are no problems, he should be able to gradually recover his strength within 2 or 3 days. But in reality, Chang Qingyun was also very unsure, because he was only doing the acupuncture with a very limited understanding, and he couldn't be sure if he had made any mistakes. This is more like an experiment. This is also because his skill is insufficient. If Su Ming had taken action himself, Yi Ling would at least be as healthy as an ordinary person, if not alive and kicking. Wonderful! Su Fanhua witnessed the whole process and clapped with admiration and respect in her eyes. That's true genius. Compared to that arrogant, good-for-nothing brat, he's nowhere near as good. There are still significant differences between people. If Su Ming had even a tenth of Chang Qingyun's abilities, he wouldn't have failed to catch her eye. Su Fanhua was filled with regret. Her second sister must have been blind to have fallen for someone like Su Ming. Chang Qingyun looked up and saw that it was Su Fanhua, such a beautiful woman. Clapping for him, he couldn't help but nod slightly awkwardly. Who is this? Chang Chun also noticed Su Fanhua and couldn't help but ask a question. My name is Su Fanhua. Su Fanhua answered with a smile. Su Fanhua? Upon hearing this name, Chang Chun's expression changed, his face filled with shock. Could you be Su Fanhua, the successor of the peerless sect and a renowned figure throughout the 9 provinces? It's me. Su Fanhua nodded. My goodness, Miss Su, please have a seat. Someone, bring Miss Su some tea. The entire Chang family changed color, and Chang Chun hurriedly welcomed Su Fanhua to sit down. Chang Qingyun was also shocked, never expecting that the person who had just praised his medical skills was such a big shot. Su Fanhua sat down in the hall, smiling as she said, I had heard that the Chang family of Yunqing possessed unparalleled medical skills, and now that I've seen it for myself, it's truly extraordinary. The young master of the Chang family can even perform the legendary 13 ghost needles. Given time, he will undoubtedly become another renowned medical king in the 9 provinces. I've certainly broadened my horizons today. These words are indeed true. Who would have thought that such unprecedented medical skills could emerge from such a small place as Yunqing? If this news gets out, the entire Kyushu will go crazy. Miss Su, you flatter us. We are fortunate to have been blessed and guided by a big shot. Otherwise, with my unruly son, I would never have come into contact with this kind of thing in my entire life. Chang Chun said with a humble smile. Oh, there's another expert? Yes, that big shot just left. If it weren't for him, the Chang family would have been buried in obscurity long ago. Chang Chun felt endless gratitude towards Su Ming. Just left? Su Fanhua was even more puzzled. If she just left and she just came in, you should be able to run into her. Could it be that Chang Chun was referring to Su Ming, whom she had just met? Are you kidding me? Su Fanhua immediately shook her head, dismissing the idea. She had already witnessed firsthand how capable Su Ming was. That kind of trash is probably not even as good as Chang Qingyun's toes. How could he be a master? However, she couldn't help but ask, Mr. Chang, what kind of expert is this big shot you're talking about? Could you tell me about him? Of course, that big shot is a young talent, dashing and handsome, with extraordinary talent. There's no one in the entire land who can compare to him. Most importantly, he's still very young, only in his early 20s. Chang Chun described Su Ming with admiration. But in reality, it only describes his respect and admiration for Su Ming. The description portrays him as a chosen one, a godlike figure. In reality, he looks nothing like Su Ming. It's not that Su Ming doesn't deserve these descriptions, but he usually doesn't care about his appearance and is nowhere near dashing or debonair. Su Fanhua listened and couldn't connect him with Su Ming at all. She could only imagine in her mind what an extraordinary and beautiful genius he was. This aroused her admiration and curiosity. If she could meet this master, her life would not have been in vain. This kind of person is the perfect match for my second sister. But ironically, the second sister had her eye on such trash. After a moment of daydreaming, Su Fanhua snapped out of her reverie, cleared her throat twice, and said, "If I could find out where this big shot is, I would definitely pay him a visit another day, but I digressed a bit. Get back to the point. I'm here today to ask Master Chang to let me see the dragon roar pill. I am willing to pay any price, just name your price, and I'll buy it." "What, you want the dragon roar pill?" Chang Chun stared in shock. "Yes." Su Fanhua nodded solemnly. Chang Chun sighed helplessly. "To be honest, that dragon roar pill was also personally refined by that big shot in my Chung family. Otherwise, neither I nor my son could have refined such a 6th grade divine medicine. Therefore, I don't have any dragon roar pill at all." "It's him again?" Su Fanhua was even more alarmed. What kind of extraordinary person is this? If before it was just longing and curiosity, now it's something I dream of meeting in person. Su Fanhua couldn't help but ask, "Where exactly is this big shot, Master Chang? Could you tell me the address? I'll go pay my respects right away." Chang Chun pondered for a moment, then realized that the place Su Ming frequented was the most luxurious villa in the cloud-top heavenly palace. He replied, "He's in the most luxurious villa in the heavenly palace on the cloud top. You should be able to see him there." Thank you for your guidance, Master Chang," Su Fanhua said gratefully, then got up and hurried out. She absolutely had to see what this master, who could refine the dragon roar pill and pass on the Chang family's 13 ghostly needles, looked like. Who exactly is this person? Meanwhile, Su Ming had already returned to the Chu family. "Mom and Dad, I've struck it rich, I told you, but you wouldn't believe me today. I sold the prescription right here at the medical elite gathering." As soon as Su Ming entered the door, he heard Chu Qingqing's loud and boisterous voice. "Really, Hua Qingqing, no wonder we haven't seen you for so long. How much did you get for it?" Chu Yingkai asked excitedly. "You'd never dream of that price I am about to tell you, so don't be too shocked." Chu Qingqing stared wide-eyed, unable to contain her excitement. "Listen carefully, it's 1 billion. Chu Qingqing raised her hands and shouted excitedly. 493, Chapter 493. You're all unreasonable. A billion, my God. Chu Yingkai gasped, looking as if he was about to faint. Lin Xiaoyun was also very happy. This means that the Chu family has completely turned their fortunes around. Even if they did nothing but eat, drink, and have fun, $1 billion would be more than their entire family could spend in a lifetime. 1 billion. Su Ming walked in slowly, a playful smirk playing on his lips. This girl is so happy about selling a mere billion. His prescription is worth more than $1 billion. But the most crucial thing is to sell it to someone like Xiao Hong. This made Su Ming very unhappy. Selling to Yiling is acceptable, but selling to Xiao Hong, what good intentions could someone like that have? You're just jealous. Chu Qingqing grinned from ear to ear, looking up at Su Ming with a mocking expression. You didn't expect this, did you? You never dreamed that a prescription could sell for so much money. Are you regretting it to death now, regretting giving me the prescription before? But let me tell you, the prescription originally belonged to my Chu family. Even if it sells for $1 billion, I won't give you a single penny. Chu Qingqing was smug, eager to see Su Ming's face contorted with jealousy and regret. However, Su Ming remained calm, smiled nonchalantly, and sat down beside him, saying with a smile, Don't be so happy yet. The money hasn't arrived in your account, has it? How can you be sure that the person who took your prescription will definitely pay you? To prevent the news from leaking out, Xiao Hong beat Yiling to the point of near death. This kind of person doesn't seem like the type to obediently pay for a prescription. Hey, Dad, Mom, did you see that? Isn't this kid just jealous of me? Isn't he just being petty? I wasn't wrong to scold him before, was I? Seeing me rise to prominence will probably be more painful for him than killing me. But let me tell you, the person who bought my prescription is the young master of the Xiao family, the #1 doctor in Zhengzhou. Compared to him, you are not even a hair on his head. A billion, you've probably never seen that much money in your entire life, right? But in young Master Zhao's eyes, it's just a drop in the ocean. He wouldn't even look at it. Use your trashy perspective to judge a level you'll never even cross. Ants can only live in the world of ants. Xu Qingqing sneered, looking at Su Ming and finding him both pathetic and laughable. Even Chu Yingkai, who had previously changed his opinion of Su Ming, now looked at Su Ming with disdain. We can't just start spreading rumors because we hear the Chu family is making money. That's definitely a bit petty. Young people like this are so unambitious. Chu Yingkai shook his head sarcastically. Just then, Xu Qingqing's phone beeped with a notification sound. Kyushu International Bank reminds you that 1 billion yuan has been deposited into your bank account. Xu Qingqing took out her phone, looked at it, exclaimed in surprise, and jumped up. Then, looking down at Su Ming with an extremely smug smile, he said, "Trash, you have nothing to say now, right? A full 10 billion yuan. Did you hear that? Isn't it shocking to your worldview, huh?" At the same time, the phone rang again. Xu Qingqing saw that it was Xiao Hong calling and hurriedly answered the call. "Young Master Xiao." When Xu Qingqing spoke into the phone, she was like a completely different person. Even her voice became soft and gentle, sweet and coquettish. Xiao Hong took the initiative to call her, explaining that he valued the phone number she had left earlier. This made her incredibly happy. "Hello, Miss Chu, I just had the money transferred to your account. You should have received it, right?" Xiao Hong asked with a smile. Received, young Master Xiao, you are so trustworthy. I have never met a more honest person than you. You are far superior to those petty ants." Xu Qingqing spoke happily, then glanced at Su Ming with disdain. "That's good, but I have to remind you that I had the family transfer such a large sum of 1 billion through a branch of the family, and the whole process still needs to be verified by the bank. In other words, you can't use this 1 billion for at least half a month," Xiao Hong reminded you. "I understand, it's a large amount and the procedures are complicated, so I will definitely not touch it until the bank notifies me," Xu Qingqing said with certainty. "That's good. Then come to the Yunqing Commercial Building tomorrow. I've already had someone buy a company there. Once you're there and we sign the contract, you'll be the company president." Xiao Hong smiled and said, "Okay, I'll be there on time." Xu Qingqing excitedly agreed. Then they hung up the phone. In the hotel, Xiao Hong slowly put down his phone, a mocking sneer on his face. "Young Master Xiao, did you really transfer the money to that woman? 10 billion is no small sum. If she has transferred the money, we will never get it back," old Master Zhang said solemnly from the side. Xiao Hong smiled wryly, looking confident and assured. "Didn't you hear me? I told her it needed bank approval and she couldn't access the money. That woman actually believed me. This money is just something she can look at for a moment. It'll be back in my hands tomorrow. When we go to the company to sign the contract, I'll have her transfer the money to the company account. At that time, she won't be able to use a single penny. Also, I want Wan Shirin's prescription as well." As he spoke, Xiao Hong picked up his phone again and called Wan Shirin. "Miss Wan, I'd like to talk to you about your brother's matter tomorrow. The Chu family." After hearing Xiao Hang's offer to fund Xu Qingqing's company, Su Ming. This is clearly unreasonable. But now the entire Chu family is very excited. He could only offer a word of advice: "I advise you not to sign any contracts or start any companies with Xiao Hong. Have you forgotten about Qi Fei? If you get caught up in it all and sink deeper into the mire, no one will be able to save you." "What did you say?" Xu Qingqing was in a good mood when Su Ming brought up something she shouldn't have, and she immediately got angry, glaring at Su Ming fiercely. "Don't push your luck. Watch your tone. I am worth more than 1 billion now, and I'll soon be someone important. Who do you think you are to give me pointers? Don't you know that we're no longer from the same world? If you say another word, don't blame me for slapping you," Xu Qingqing said coldly. But when Lin Xiaoyun heard this, she felt that Su Ming made sense. After all, the Chu family didn't understand high-level business tactics, and they had suffered losses countless times just from contracts. Last time, Qi Fei almost made them lose their house. Lin Xiaoyun said solemnly, "I think Xiaoming is right. Why don't we have Xiaoming go with you tomorrow? With Xiaoming keeping an eye on things, you won't be fooled." "Mom, are you crazy?" Xu Qingqing glared angrily. "What does he know? Can he compare to young Master Xiao? If young Master Xiao really wanted to lie to me, would he transfer 10 billion to me? Besides, if young Master Xiao really wanted to lie to me, how could such a good-for-nothing see through it? Letting him come with me would only make me lose face in front of young Master Xiao. I won't agree. Chu Qingqing crossed her arms and said angrily. Then don't go, and don't run the company either anyway. With this billion, it's enough for you to live on for a lifetime, Lin Xiaoyan said in a deep voice. Aunt Lin is right. Su Ming smiled in agreement. You're all being unreasonable. Fine, I'll agree to go with him, but you brat, if you embarrass me, if you make me unable to hold my head up in front of young Master Xiao, I'll fight you to the death tomorrow. Chu Qingqing glared fiercely at Su Ming and angrily went back to her room. Su Ming smiled wryly. If Lin Xiaoyan hadn't begged him to go, he wouldn't have wanted to go at all. However, since he was going anyway, he also wanted to see what kind of person Xiao Hong was. 494, Chapter 494 Rivals. The next day. On the way to the commercial building. You brat, I'm warning you, I'm taking you there to give my mother face, not because you're so capable. The most important thing in life is to know your own limitations. I know what you're thinking. You see me getting rich and you're feeling resentful and unwilling to accept it. You're thinking of following along to young Master Xiao and currying favor with him, hoping you can get some benefits too. But let me tell you, don't even dream about it. In young Master Zhao's eyes, you're nothing but a fart. Nobody would even give you a second glance. You'd better have some self-awareness. It's one thing for you to embarrass yourself, but if you drag me down with you, let me make this clear, don't blame me for not letting you off the hook. Chu Qingqing said with disgust as she drove. She couldn't understand what had gotten into her mother that she would let someone like Su Ming come along to oversee things. If you're going to look for someone, at least find someone with real ability. This idiot probably can't even understand a contract, right? Her collaboration with Xiao Hong involves a multi-billion-dollar company project. Just hearing these unimaginable astronomical figures would probably scare the kid to death on the spot. But since she was already there, she couldn't be bothered to investigate further. She just hoped that Su Ming wouldn't ruin her plans. Alright, have you said enough? Who does Xiao Hong even count for? I'm annoyed even if you're not. Su Ming leaned back in the passenger seat, looking impatient. Let alone Xiao Hong, who hasn't even entered the 9 provinces medical academy yet. Even if he had, he would be nothing but trash in front of him. He came today for one reason, he didn't want his prescription to fall into the hands of this kind of person. Secondly, naturally, they didn't want to see Lin Xiaoyan end up without even a place to live. Otherwise, he wouldn't even bother with this matter. Oh, you're not happy yet? If you were really capable, would I be saying anything to you? Putting everything else aside, if you had even a tenth of young Master Zhao's ability, would you even need to live a life of leisure in my Chu family? Don't you know your own worth? You're incompetent, yet you act like you think you're above everyone else. You've ended up like this because of your own personality. Chu Qingqing snorted coldly and parked the car in the square in front of the commercial building. Then he opened the car door and got out, glaring at Su Ming. Remember what I said? Su Ming also got off the car. As the two walked to the building entrance, a Porsche roared in and stopped at the building entrance. Wan Shirin's long legs came down, and she got out of the car with her entourage, wearing a black dress. Wan Shirin? Upon seeing Wan Shirin, Chu Qingqing's eyebrows shot up sharply. Why is Wan Shirin here too? That's strange. Could Wan Shirin's company be located here as well? That doesn't make sense. Wanja Group is a standalone commercial building. How could they possibly be in a corporate building housing dozens of companies? Amidst Chu Qingqing's puzzled gaze, Wan Shirin also spotted Su Ming. Wan Shirin led her people up the steps, glanced at Chu Qingqing but didn't pay her any attention, and then her gaze fell on Su Ming. This was the first formal meeting between the two since Shuzhou. Although they had seen each other both openly and secretly before, they had never spoken to each other. What are you doing here? Wan Shirin looked at Su Ming with a silent expression, but a complex look flashed in her eyes. I'm accompanying Chu Qingqing to look at the company. What about you? Su Ming, with his hands in his pockets, also asked a question. Young Master Xiao invited me here. Wan Shirin said calmly. She did not mention that it was she who asked Xiao Hong to save Wan Hua. What, you were also invited by young Master Xiao? No way. Who is young Master Xiao? Why would he invite you here? You don't even know anything about medicine. Chu Qingqing looked surprised and suspicious, staring at Wan Shireen with a wary expression. What's going on? Wasn't today about her signing the contract with Xiao Hong to take over the company? How come Wan Shireen is involved now? Xiao Hong didn't mention her to him. Could it be that Xiao Hong also wants to support Wan Shireen? Is Wan Shireen his competitor? Thinking of this, Chu Qingqing became a little nervous. She couldn't let Wan Shireen snatch away this great opportunity that she had finally gotten. Immediately, Chu Qingqing said with a hint of mockery, Miss Wan, you already have your own conglomerate, and I heard you've joined the Black Gold Business Alliance. Your status in Yun City is already quite high. Don't be greedy, that will only harm you, it won't do you any good. Don't even think about competing with me for the CEO position. Do you think someone as the daughter of the prestigious Wan family would even be interested in being the CEO of a small company? What president? Wan Shireen frowned in confusion, feeling bewildered by Chu Qingqing's hostility. Su Ming explained, Xiao Hong invited her here, saying he would set up a company for her and make her the CIB. Saying that, she means she sees you as a competitor. I see. Wan Shireen slightly pursed her lips, not even glancing at Chu Qingqing. He sneered, what company president? I have absolutely no interest in that. I didn't come here for that. Alright, I don't have time to waste with you. Do as you please. After saying that, Wan Shireen strode into the building. Chu Qingqing, after all, is still a person from the lower class, with a narrow perspective, and actually regards her as a competitor. With her current status and position, why would she need to compete with Chu Qingqing? What Chu Qingqing valued were all petty, insignificant gains in her eyes, and she disdained them. However, I was slightly surprised. I never expected that someone like Chu Qingqing could gain Xiao Hong's appreciation. Was Xiao Hong blind, or did Chu Qingqing truly possess some ability? No matter what, it's not worth her taking it to heart. She's putting on air. She thinks she's so great, she's so capable, but didn't she still choose a useless man as her husband? She acts like she has such high standards. Just wait until I become CEO, and we'll see who's more powerful. Chu Qingqing's face was full of cold sneers and mockery. What do you mean by that? Su Ming was somewhat displeased upon hearing this. When did Wan Shireen's interest in him become a sign of poor judgment? If Chu Qingqing had half the vision of Wan Shireen, the Chu family would have taken off long ago. It doesn't mean anything. Chu Qingqing said indifferently and headed towards the elevator. The group took the elevator upstairs and arrived at the place they had agreed to meet Xiao Hong. Pushing open the door, I saw Xiao Hong in the office as expected. Young Master Xiao! Chu Qingqing shouted happily. Everyone's here. Xiao Hong was dressed in a smart suit, with his hair slicked back, exuding an imposing aura and overflowing with confidence, a confidence unique to him that he felt in control of everything. Xiao Hong glanced around and was not surprised to see Chu Qingqing and Wan Shireen, but he was slightly surprised to see Su Ming, a complete stranger. But after looking him up and down, seeing that Su Ming was dressed in dusty clothes and looked like a homeless person, he immediately scoffed. He's probably some low-class person Chu Qingqing has befriended. It's not worth his time at all. This way, please. Xiao Hong led the group into the private office next door. I went to the office and made some tea. Chu Qingqing, Wan Shireen, and Su Ming also sat down next to them. Xiao Hong poured a cup of tea for Chu Qingqing and Wan Shireen, but not for Su Ming. But no one cares about Su Ming's feelings, including Wan Shireen. Xiao Hong sat down in the head seat, opened his arms, and said to Chu Qingqing with a big smile, Miss Chu, as you can see, this is the company I bought and took care of for you. Although it's not big, it can accommodate over 100 people, which is enough. Moreover, a company doesn't need too many people. The main focus is on the downstream network and business cooperation with other conglomerates. Once the market opens up, even a small company can connect with international standards. Even a small company can be worth tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. 495, Chapter 495 Cowardly and Weak. These words made Chu Qingqing overjoyed. His hands and feet were numb with excitement as he exclaimed, Young Master Xiao, your abilities are beyond question in Yunqing. If you claim to be second, no one dares to claim to be first. Once the company is established, all the wealthy people in Yunqing will be vying to cooperate with you. As she spoke, Chu Qingqing glanced at Wan Shireen with a smug look on her face. Showing off their sovereignty. It's obvious that there's only one president in this company, and that's Chu Chingching. Wan Shireen is out of the question. So what about the people from the Black Gold Alliance? Even you have to step aside in front of her. Chu Chingching was incredibly happy. Great, it's so comfortable working with smart people, you'll understand in one sentence. That's right, a company's size doesn't matter, what matters most is its network and core business capabilities, so I won't waste any more words. Sign the contract, and from now on, you'll be in charge of this company. Xiao Hung smiled and said something, then took out a contract and handed it to Chu Chingching. Chu Chingching wanted to sign it right away. Su Ming smiled and slowly sat up, saying, "Could you show me the contract?" "What are you looking at? What's it to you? I warned you not to cause trouble." Chu Chingching glared angrily at Su Ming. Xiao Hang's gaze suddenly fell on Su Ming, his eyes cold, and he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "Him, he's an idiot who insisted on coming with me to broaden his horizons." "Young Master Xiao, you don't need to worry about him's not even worthy to see this contract. I'll sign it right away," Chu Chingching hurriedly explained. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. "Is that so? Then I'm afraid I won't be able to explain it to Aunt Lin." What exactly do you want?" Chu Chingching gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at Su Ming. Xiao Hung grinned and said, "If he wants to see it, let him see it. It's reassuring to have another person see it, isn't it? Even Miss Wan can come and see it." Wan Shireen shook her head. "I'm not interested." Xiao Hong looked at Su Ming with amusement. This kind of idiot is just putting on an act. Even if you showed him the contract, he probably wouldn't understand it. He just wants to make a name for himself. Xiao Hong could understand what someone like Su Ming, a person from the lower class, was thinking. Okay, then you take a look and see what you can figure out." Chu Chingching angrily shoved the contract at Su Ming. Su Ming calmly picked up the contract, flipped it open, and examined it. Overall, there seemed to be no problem, but it was full of empty rhetoric and grandiose clauses, and 70 or 80% of them were clauses that restricted Chu Chingching personally. In other words, this contract contains nothing of substance. Instead, it is filled with countless clauses and restrictions imposed on Chu Chingching personally. Furthermore, there was another condition: Chu Chingching had to transfer the newly acquired billion yuan to the company's account. Upon seeing this, Su Ming curled his lips into a smile, immediately understanding Xiao Hongyan's intentions. Without making a sound, he handed the contract back to Chu Chingching. "Did you understand, Grand Scholar? What did you figure out? Speak up in public." Chu Chingching looked at Su Ming with a mocking and angry expression. Xiao Han also gave a mocking sneer. "Can't read." Su Ming grinned. "What an idiot." Chu Chingching rolled her eyes in exasperation. Xiao Hong also looked at Su Ming as if he were trash, finding him utterly ridiculous. This kind of trash is probably only someone like Chu Chingching would know. But Su Ming's next words startled Xiao Hong. "I don't understand the rest, there are too many words, and I'm too lazy to read them. However, there is one clause that mentions transferring all the money from private accounts to company accounts, which I vaguely remember," Su Ming said with a meaningful smile. Xiao Hang's eyebrows shot up suddenly. What's up with this kid? They're smart, but they clearly don't understand anything. You could call it stupid, but they spotted the most crucial trap in his contract at a glance. Was this kid doing it on purpose? Xiao Hong looked at Su Ming with surprise and suspicion. Chu Chingching was also taken aback. Private account? Does this mean that the billion she just earned from selling the prescription also has to be transferred to the company? She looked up blankly at Xiao Hang and asked, "Young Master Xiao, what does this mean?" Cough cough. Xiao Hong coughed twice, regaining his relaxed demeanor, and explained with a smile, "Miss Chu, it's like this. Didn't I tell you that this money still needs to be reviewed by the bank? I called and asked, and such a large sum of money, especially an interbank transfer, will probably take half a year just for the investigation. Moreover, during the process, the bank and law enforcement personnel will probably have to keep coming to collect evidence and investigate. With all this going on, none of us will have any peace and quiet. But if you transfer the money to the company account, then it's a commercial transaction. The review process is much easier. It benefits both of us." "I see." Chu Chingching suddenly understood and completely relaxed, saying with a trusting expression, "Then if young Master Xiao says so, then there's absolutely no problem. Besides, from now on, I'll be in charge of the company, and any profits that go into the company account will be my money." "Yes, that's it." Xiao Hong clapped his hands and laughed heartily. This woman can even find excuses for herself, which saves him a lot of trouble. "I've never seen such a stupid woman." Xiao Hong almost burst out laughing. "I'll sign it right now." Chu Qingqing quickly signed her name on the contract, afraid that Su Ming would cause trouble again, and did not give Su Ming any time to object. But this time Su Ming did not object, he just watched with a smile. Although Wan Shirin, who was standing next to her, had not read the contract, she had suffered from contract-related issues during her long tenure as president of the Wan family. "I've handled hundreds, even thousands, of contracts." They immediately realized that something was wrong with the contract. Private accounts and company accounts are separate. Even if Chu Qingqing becomes the president, there is no reason for her to transfer money to the company account, especially since it is mandated by the contract. It's obvious that this is Xiao Hong set a trap for Chu Qingqing. Chu Qingqing was sold out, yet she still helped Xiao Hong count the money. Su Ming did see it. It seems that even though Su Ming ended up being useless after 3 years of marriage, he still learned something from working with Wan's family. However, he was just an ordinary person after all, and even if he noticed something amiss, he dared not say anything more. "They'll never amount to anything." Wan Shirin shook her head slightly. He only thought Chu Qingqing was stupid and ridiculous, and Su Ming was cowardly and weak. These two are quite a good match. "Very good, it's a pleasure to cooperate, Miss Chu." "No, Mr. Chu, from now on, this company will be in your hands." Xiao Hong shook hands with Chu Qingqing. Thank you for your trust, young Master Xiao." Chu Qingqing's face flushed with joy, and she almost jumped for joy. Xiao Hong nodded with a smile, then his gaze fell on Wan Shirin, and he asked with a smile, "Miss Wan, did you bring the prescription?" "No." Wan Shirin looked up and answered calmly. "What?" Xiao Hong was taken aback and said in confusion, "Didn't I say that I would save your brother if you brought me the prescription? If you do this, it will be difficult for us to cooperate." Wan Shirin said calmly, "Young Master Xiao, it's not that I don't trust you, but the prescription is currently in the hands of the Wan family and the Black Gold Alliance. It will take time to get it out and transfer the access. Why don't you try to rescue my brother first? As long as my brother is rescued, I will do everything I can to give you the prescription." Wan Shirin wasn't stupid. She knew very well that if her brother couldn't be saved, she should give the prescription to Xiao Hong. The losses would be enormous. If things go wrong, the entire Wan family could lose everything. 496, Chapter 496. Who are you? I see. Wan Shirin's words made sense, and Xiao Hong nodded slightly, saying, "Then let's talk somewhere else." "Miss Wan, please." So the two of them got up and went outside. "Shirin, wait, I have something to tell you." Su Ming stood up and called out to her. Wan Shirin stopped in her tracks, but Xiao Hong had already walked out. Wan Shirin turned her head to look at Su Ming and said in a deep voice, "What do you want to say? Speak up. It's unlikely that you'll be able to return to the Wan family even if I agree. The entire Wan family will not agree." Su Ming rolled his eyes and shook his head, saying, "I have no interest in going back to the Wan family. I just want to remind you not to believe that kid. Only I can save your brother. No one else can. Just say the word, and I'll have someone release your brother immediately. There's no need to exchange the prescription for him. That kind of person isn't worth your utmost trust." Puff! Wan Shirin burst out laughing, looking at Su Ming as if he were a clown. "You're still as funny as ever. You used to make me laugh when you said things like that, but I'm not in the mood for jokes anymore. We're not the same people anymore. People have to keep moving forward, not stay in the same place. When will you finally understand that? I bet you don't even know what happened to Wanhua, do you? This is just making me hate you. You should just stay with your President Chu and live your life peacefully." Wan Shirin gave a sarcastic smile and strode out. Su Ming looked utterly dejected. For him to release Wanhua is just a matter of a word. He locked Wanhua up simply to teach Wanhua and the Wan family a lesson. Let the entire Wan family know that if he takes action, no one can save them. Unexpectedly, Wan Shirin was willing to hand over the prescription as a price for Wanhua's sake. If that's the case, Wan Shirin only needs to tell him, there's absolutely no need to pay such a price, and it won't even work. Unfortunately, Wan Shireen seemed completely unaware of this. You're really funny. Chu Qingqing leaned back in her boss's chair, looking at Su Ming with a mocking expression. You still want to curry favor with Wan Shireen? Too bad your flattery backfired. If you're going to brag, at least make something plausible. They already begged Yum Master Shah for help. It can't be a small matter. Do you think you can just release them with a word? No wonder Wan Shireen looks down on you. For someone like you to even say a few words to you is an honor for you in this lifetime. Chu Qingqing laughed triumphantly. Becoming the CEO himself and witnessing Su Ming suffer setbacks is like having two great things happen at once. I've been having such a comfortable time these past few days. I've never been so lucky before. It's like I'm blessed by God. You laugh, let's see if you can still laugh tomorrow. Su understood and glanced at Chu Qingqing. Why can't I laugh? I'm the CEO now. I call the shots in this company. I can make you serve me tea and water. Be my lackey. Why can't I laugh? From now on, I'll be laughing every single day. You'll be so jealous. Chu Qingqing laughed wildly. Something's wrong. Su Ming, too lazy to pay attention to the neurotic Chu Qingqing, quickly walked out. Once outside, Su Ming immediately took out his phone and called Yi Tang and Zhang Yilan. I want to freeze all of Xiao Hang's account transactions and all his funds. Su Ming gave the order over the phone. Yes, President Su. Zhang Yilan responded. Yes, Prince Su. Yi Tang answered. Then Zhang Yilan and Yi Tang issued orders to all banks in Yunqing, including international banks. The CEO of an international bank was completely stunned when he received a call from the Tianming Chamber of Commerce and the War God Army. He hurriedly summoned all his subordinates and ordered them to block all of Xiao Hang's financial transactions in Yunqing as quickly as possible. From this moment forward, from the next second forward, Xiao Hang will not be able to spend a single penny. Outside the commercial building, Xiao Hang, unaware of what was happening, sat in his car, making a phone call while waiting for Wan Shireen to come downstairs. Xiao Hang instructed the person on the other end of the phone, Old Zhang, transfer the billion from my company account in half an hour. Also, cancel the lease renewal for that company. Make that company disappear completely. Just then, Wan Shireen opened the car door and, upon hearing this, couldn't help but show a shocked expression. Now, she didn't need to think to know that Xiao Hang had just set a trap for Chu Qingqing. But I never expected Xiao Hang to be so ruthless. It turned out that the company was just rented. I didn't even buy anything. Young Master Zhao's methods are truly amazing. Chu Qingqing probably doesn't even know that she has become penniless. Sure enough, for a top figure like Xiao Hang, toying with Chu Qingqing or Su Ming is as easy as crushing an ant. These two were still dreaming of getting rich, but in reality, they were being manipulated by Xiao Hang. Su Ming, oh Su Ming. You can only blame yourself for being unlucky. Who told you to mess with someone as formidable as Xiao Hang? Wan Shireen carefully got into the car. Xiao Hang put away his phone, turned to look at Wan Shireen, and grinned. Miss Wan, don't be nervous. You're a smart woman. I won't treat you like I treat people like them. Those people are just low-level trash, yet they dream of rising to the top overnight. Isn't that just wishful thinking? I'm just teaching them a lesson, letting them face reality and realize what kind of trash they are. Miss Wan, you wouldn't sympathize with people like that, would you? Xiao Hang laughed, his laughter as cunning as a jackal. Wan Shireen gave an awkward smile. No, I have nothing to do with them. I just want to rescue my brother. That's right, let's go to the enforcement team. Xiao Hang laughed heartily. Feeling triumphant, he stepped on the gas and sped off towards the law enforcement team. A dozen minutes later, Xiao Hang drove to the law enforcement team. After getting out of the car with Wan Shireen, they walked straight into the law enforcement team. Miss Wan, please rest assured, there's nothing I can't do in this mere Yunqing. If you're willing to exchange prescriptions, I'll naturally make you satisfied. Moreover, we will have many more opportunities to cooperate in the future. Those two ants from the Chu family don't even have the right to speak to me, let alone cooperate with me. But you're different, a member of the Black Gold Alliance. Your excellence makes you worthy of my cooperation. Xiao Hangman wore a confident smile. Wan Shireen nodded with a smile. After witnessing Xiao Hang's methods, they were filled with confidence. If Xiao Hang can rescue Wan Hua, then there really isn't a second person who can do it. They went upstairs and arrived at the office of the chief, Suan. Push open the door and enter. Who is it? Suan was processing documents when he heard the noise. He looked up abruptly, his gaze falling on Wan Shirin and Xiao Hang. Miss Wan, why are you here again? I've told you, I don't trust anyone no matter who comes. They won't release Wan Hua. Don't waste your time. Suan said impatiently. Snort. Xiao Hung grinned coldly, his face dark as he stared at Suan. Such arrogance, a mere captain of the Yunqing law enforcement team dares to be so insolent in front of me. Come over here and kneel down to pay your respects. Who the hell are you? Suan was truly enraged this time. He stood up abruptly, staring coldly at Xiao Hung. You'd better explain who you are, and you'd better be able to scare me, otherwise, based on those 2 sentences you just uttered, I'll make sure you get out of here lying down. Xiao Hang smiled deeply, slowly raised his head, and unleashed a powerful aura. His face was filled with arrogance as he said, I am Xiao Hung of the Xiao family in Zhengzhou, the #1 physician, and the successor to the king of medicine. With a single word from me, I can dismiss you. Do you believe me? You expect me to leave lying down? You only have 10 seconds left to come before me, kowtow and beg for mercy. Otherwise, it won't do you any good by crying and wailing later. The best physician in central China? Suan's gaze sharpened, and his expression changed. 497, Chapter 497. Prince Su makes his move. Xiao Hong was very satisfied with Suan's change in expression. He enjoyed seeing the shocked, indescribable expression on the faces of these lowly scumbags after they learned his identity. Because this is the crushing force from above. In his eyes, the entire Cloud City was nothing but a plaything. Putting aside the fact that his Xiao family is already at the top in Zhengzhou, his status as the #1 physician in Zhengzhou alone is enough to make these ants feel suffocated. The next moment, Suan should be kneeling on the ground crying and begging for mercy while clinging to his leg. Xiao Hung grinned, his face full of smug confidence, looking down at Suan, waiting to see Suan collapse. What a fine name for the best medical practitioner in central China. However, Suan merely sneered and then clapped his hands. 2 crisp slaps rang out. Someone come here. Suan gave a sharp shout. Immediately, countless law enforcement officers surged up from both sides of the corridor outside the door, instantly surrounding and blocking the entire office. A group of law enforcement officers stood at the door, their wolf-like eyes fixed menacingly on Xiao Hung and Wan Shirin inside the office. Wan Shirin was shocked. Suan has some nerve, he doesn't even give Xiao Hung face? Did this guy not hear me clearly? With Xiao Heng's identity, a single order or phone call would be enough to dismantle the entire law enforcement team. Is Suan crazy, or just too stupid? Don't you understand this? Or is there some incredibly powerful figure backing Suan? What could make Suan so fearless? But what kind of person could make Suan so confident that he doesn't even take Xiao Hung seriously? Wan Shirin didn't even dare to think about it. Xiao Heng's expression also changed drastically. He was caught off guard by Suan's reaction and turned to look at the law enforcement officers at the door in shock. Then he turned back and stared at Suan with a ferocious and angry expression. Do you want to die that badly? Snap. Suan lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, walked over to the sofa, sat down, crossed his legs, and looked at Suan with an expression that said, Come on, didn't you say you'd fire me? I'll give you the chance. Let's see if you can fire me today. If you can, not only will I let you go, but my entire enforcement team will kneel down and send you away. But if you can't, I'll knock all your teeth out. Suan sneered, his aura surging, like a lion eyeing its prey. The whole situation has taken a subtle turn. Xiao Heng suddenly felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. Where does this guy get his confidence from? Fine, you want to play like this, I'll grant your wish. You'd better hold on tight, or you'll kneel down in fear. Xiao Heng's eyes widened in shock and anger. He immediately pulled out his phone and started making a call. My next call is to the Central State Law Enforcement Headquarters. Let's see if you can handle it. Xiao Heng gave a cold laugh and directly addressed Luo Taishan, the head of the law enforcement headquarters. Suan remained expressionless, smiling as he looked at Xiao Heng as if he were trash. If it were before, he wouldn't have dared to provoke someone like Xiao Heng even if he had 100 lives. But ever since King Su promoted him to chief commander, the situation has changed drastically. Now, let alone the Central State Law Enforcement Headquarters, even if Xiao Hong personally invited Luo Taishan, he wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, Xiao Hang wasn't the first person to call Luo Taishan. Could Xiao Hong possibly be stronger than Su Fenghua? He didn't have this right before, but now that the Prince of Su has given him the opportunity, it's time to let these petty ants and spoiled brats see what real power is. On Xiao Hang's end, the call has already been connected. Hello, is this Minister Luo? This is Xiao Hong from the Xiao family of Zhengzhou. I would like to ask you for a favor. Help me expel a guy named Suan from the Yunqing enforcement team. There will be a generous reward afterward. I, Xiao Hong, can definitely offer a gift that no one else can, Xiao Hong said confidently. He was absolutely confident that he was the #1 genius in medicine. However, Luo Taishan only let out a thunderous roar. Xiao, you son of a bitch, get lost. Minister Luo, what's going on? Xiao Hong was shocked, his eyebrows dancing with disbelief. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Minister Luo, what do you mean by this? I, Xiao Hong, have never asked anyone for a favor before. This is the first time I've come to you, Minister Luo, for help. Even if you don't want to give me this favor, you should at least give the Xiao family some face. Even if you don't want to give face to the Xiao family, you should at least give face to the Xiao family's medical king, Xiao Qingyu. What you're doing is extremely impolite. Xiao Hong was so shocked that he immediately brought up the entire Xiao family and Xiao Qingyu. However, Luo Taishan just sneered, his tone full of disdain. The Xiao family is nothing, and what is Xiao Qingyu? If you really want to beg me, you have the ability to get Xiao Qingyu to come and talk to me in person. Otherwise, with your trash like that, get the hell out of my sight. If you're not happy, then don't come back to Zhengzhou, or I'll let you taste what Zhengzhou's law enforcement prison is like, you idiot. Luo Taishan slammed down the phone. Xiao Hong was completely dumbfounded. What does Luo Taishan mean? Are you crazy? They even threatened him, telling him not to return to Zhengzhou? Does this guy really know what he's saying? Xiao Hong was completely dumbfounded, his head was buzzing, and he also felt that this matter seemed to be more serious than he had imagined. But he couldn't figure out what was so serious about it. Suddenly, I felt as if I had fallen into a deep vortex, and my whole body was filled with a sense of powerlessness. Suan smiled and flicked off his cigarette ash, looking at Xiao Hong with a deep, sarcastic expression. Well, what did they say on the other end of the phone? What did the enforcement headquarters say? Why haven't I received any news of my dismissal yet? I'll give you 3 more minutes. If you still can't fire me, I'm going to take action. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong was instantly covered in a cold sweat. It's over, it's over. It seems he stepped into a terrible pit today. What exactly happened? Is this guy backed by some incredibly powerful figure? But Yunqing is full of ants, how could it possibly have any big shots? As Xiao Hong looked on in shock, his phone rang again. Xiao Hong hurriedly answered the phone. Hello? Xiao Hong, covered in sweat, gave a hello. Young Master Xiao, something's happened. Come back immediately. I just received news that all our assets and financial transactions have been frozen. That means we can't access a single penny now, nor can we contact the Xiao family to transfer funds. Even the billion in your newly created company account is unusable. It's as if an invisible hand has grabbed us by the throat. On the other end of the phone, Mr. Zhang spoke urgently. What? Xiao Hong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. I felt dizzy and swayed a few times, almost fainting. Have you figured this out? What exactly is going on? What kind of person could do something like this, completely freezing the Xiao family's economic ties? Xiao Hong asked, his voice trembling. I have no idea. But someone capable of doing something like this must be a top-tier figure in the 9 provinces, someone from the central region of the Ling family. We might have offended a powerful figure that even the entire Xiao family can't afford to offend. I'm in a panic, old Zhang said. I understand. Wait for me to come back. Xiao Hong shook his head vigorously, hung up the phone, and grabbed the table next to him to keep himself from fainting and falling to the ground. Suan grinned coldly. He stared at Xiao Hong coldly. It seems that Prince Su has made his move. 498, Chapter 498. Who exactly did he offend? What Xiao family of Zhengzhou, what #1 genius in medicine? Before the king of Kyushu, they are nothing but dogs. Xiao Hong was dealt a heavy blow, and he probably doesn't even know who he offended. That's utterly stupid and ridiculous. Suan couldn't help but want to laugh. Shireen was also surprised and uncertain, as it was the first time she had ever seen the usually confident Xiao Hong show such an unpleasant expression. She frowned and asked, "Young Master Xiao, what's wrong, what happened?" Xiao Hong took a deep breath, his face ashen, and waved his hand dismissively. "Miss Wan, I can't help you anymore. I am in dire straits myself. I need to go back and find out what's going on. Good luck to you." After saying this, Xiao Hong, who was mentally broken, prepared to turn around and leave. "You think you can come and go as you please? What do you take this place for, a church?" Suan gave a sinister laugh. He wouldn't let such an opportunity to kick a man when he's down slip by. Just now, Xiao Hong was so arrogant in front of him, now he would make Xiao Hong pay a heavy price. "What do you want?" Xiao Hong turned around, staring at Suan with a pale face. "It's simple. If you can't fire me, I'll break your teeth, but you're already in such a sorry state. Even if you get out of here, it's questionable whether you'll survive. How about this? You slap yourself 10 times, I want blood. If you don't do it, I'll do it myself, and it won't be as simple as just drawing blood," Suan said with a cold laugh. Xiao Hong clenched his teeth so hard that his gums almost bled, veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes were bloodshot. But after a moment of silence, he raised his hand and slapped himself 10 times. He slapped himself so hard that his lips split open and blood spilled out before looking up at Suan. "Captain Su, are you satisfied now?" "Roll." Suan let out a cold snort. Xiao Hong then awkwardly pushed his way through the crowd and slunk away. Now, only Wan Shireen was left on the scene. Xiao Hong laughed, but how is she supposed to clean up the mess he left behind? Not only did she fail to rescue Wan Hua, but she has now offended Suan again, and she has no idea how Suan will deal with her. Moreover, she never expected that even with Xiao Heng's status, he couldn't persuade Suan to release the person. Did Su Ming really hit the nail on the head? However, Su Ming's words are even less credible. If even Xiao Hong couldn't save him, how could Su Ming possibly save him? Wan Shireen's face was extremely pale, her mouth dry, and she stared blankly at Suan, speaking with fear and unease. "Captain Su, I'm sorry, I didn't want this, I just wanted to save Wan Hua." Suan stood up, grinned, and said, "So you understand now. I told you long ago no one can get away with offending the people your Wan family has offended. You just didn't believe it. You can leave now. I won't make things difficult for you, but next time, if you dare to act foolishly again, don't blame me for being unreasonable." "Yes, thank you, Captain Su." Wan Shireen was extremely grateful and knelt down to express her gratitude. Then she asked cautiously, "Captain Su, could you let me see my brother? Even if you can't save him, I want to see what's wrong with him." Suan turned around, gave Wan Shireen a deep look, and said in a deep voice, "Go, it's in the detention room at the back. I'll have someone take you there, but you only have 10 minutes. Thank you, Captain Su, I will never forget your kindness." Wan Shireen's eyes welled up with tears. So they followed the law enforcement officers to the detention cells behind the law enforcement team. Clang! The door to the detention cell opened, and Wan Shireen came to the iron cage. Looking up, she saw Wan Hua squatting in the corner, disheveled and barely recognizable as a human. "Wan Hua?" Wan Shireen exclaimed in shock. Wan Hua then raised his head blankly, only to find his eye sockets sunken and his cheeks so thin that they were just skin and bones, as if he had become a completely different person. Now, Wan Hua has lost all his arrogance, he looks like a mental patient. "Sister?" Wan Hua shouted in a hoarse voice, then rushed forward and lay down beside the iron cage, weeping bitterly. In fact, if it were just imprisonment, even for a year or two, Wan Hua wouldn't have ended up like this. The main reason was that Suan received Su Ming's orders, and Wan Hua was beaten with a stick every day for the first few days after he was imprisoned. No matter how much you eat, you'll be beaten until you vomit it all. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown. The only reason he's still alive is because he still has hope in his heart, knowing that Wan Shireen and the Wan family will definitely save him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to endure this kind of torment for even a day. "Sister, did you come to save me? That's great, tell them to open the door, I'll go back with you. I'll go back to the Wan family home with you. I know you wouldn't abandon me. Thank you, sister, tell them to let me out." Wan Hua let out a series of heart-wrenching cries, crying like a child. Wan Shireen was heartbroken to see this. What's even more painful is that she couldn't save Wanhua. Wanshirine couldn't hold back her tears either, and comforted him. Wanhua, just bear with it a little longer, I'll go find someone to help. I am sure I can find someone to rescue you. What? Wanhua suddenly looked up, her crying abruptly stopping, her joy freezing on her face. She stared blankly at Wanshirine. Sister, what do you mean? You mean you still can't get me out of here? Am I going to be locked up here again? What the hell are you guys doing? Wanhua slammed his hands heavily on the iron gate in a fit of rage, his face contorted with fury. Do you even care about me? I'm practically dying, and you didn't care at all. Now you're finally thinking of begging for help. You might as well have just given up on me altogether and let me stay locked up here for the rest of my life. Wanhua roared madly, pounding on the iron gate in anger, his whole being like a trapped beast, extremely agitated. Wanshirine was startled. Wiping away her tears, she said, It's not that I don't want to save you, I've already been thinking about it. There's a solution. The day after you were locked up, Mom and I came over. We even brought Sufanhua with us. Even with Sufanhua's status, there's no way to get you out of here today. I brought the young master of the Xiao family from Zhengzhou, but he's just as helpless. Wanhua, who exactly have you offended? Have you figured it out yet? Tell me so I know what to do. Wanshirine is having a tough time too. The main problem is that she still hasn't figured it out. Why has Wanhua been detained for such a minor matter? Moreover, even Sufanhua and Xiaohong couldn't get through. Who exactly did the Wan family offend? Right now, only Wanhua is being held captive, but if things aren't handled properly, this powerful figure will eventually take his anger out on him, and then not only Wanhua, but the entire Wan family will be finished. You're all useless. Who could I have offended? I don't think you even wanted to save me otherwise. Why would I have been tortured for so long over such a trivial matter? Wanhua gritted his teeth and said viciously. But just then, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he suddenly understood something. Yes, at most he was wronged. He framed Su Ming, and his lies were exposed. What's so serious about this little crime? With the Wan family's assets, at most they could pay $1 million or $2 million and he could get out. Unfortunately, he was kept locked up and beaten. Someone is definitely deliberately targeting me. Wanhua raised an eyebrow, suddenly understanding. It's Su Ming. 499, Chapter 499. Greed. It must be that kid. No matter what method he used, it must be that kid messing with me. After all, he didn't offend anyone else. Having figured this out, Wanhua hurriedly said to Wanshirine, Sister, go find Su Ming. It was that bastard who deliberately harmed me. It must be him, otherwise, I wouldn't have suffered like this. If you find him and make him release me, I'll definitely be able to get out. Ah. Upon hearing this, Wanshirine was completely stunned. Su Ming? Is it really him? At this moment, Wanshirine's shock was no less than Wanhua's. She remembered what Su Ming had told her at the commercial building, only he could release Wanhua. She used to think it was ridiculous. She thought Su Ming was trying to attract her attention and wanted to return to the Wan family. Surprisingly, what that guy said was true. But does Su Ming have the ability to leave both Sufanhua of the Peerless Sect and Xiaohong, the medical prodigy, helpless? How is that possible? Could Su Ming be the powerful figure in Kyushu who helped Suan rise through the ranks and achieve great success? Thinking of this, Wanshirine felt a chill run down her spine. No, that's impossible. Wanshirine shook her head vigorously. This is more ridiculous than a fairy tale. She can't accept it. Su Ming was so worthless during her 3 years in the Wan family, and everyone looked down on her, otherwise they wouldn't have gotten divorced. What exactly happened? Sis, what are you daydreaming about? Did you hear what I said? Wanhua called out angrily. Wanshirine finally snapped out of her shock and stared blankly at Wanhua, saying, Wanhua, you mean, it was Su Ming who did this to you? It was him who made me beg so many people, but they were all helpless. That big shot from all over the 9 provinces who shook Yin City? What big shot, sis, what are you talking about? Wanhua rolled his eyes, looking bewildered, and said irritably, that kid, what kind of big shot could he be? He's setting me up, don't you understand? He's probably pulling strings behind the scenes, maybe bribing me, maybe using connections. His goal is to get me. As for some big shot, does he even deserve to be called one? If he were really a big shot, killing me would be as easy as snapping a finger. Why go through all this trouble? Yes. Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin suddenly realized what was going on. There must be some powerful figure behind Suan, but that powerful figure has absolutely no connection with Su Ming. This was all a misunderstanding. She had just been clever enough to bring Su Fanghua and Xiao Hong to her aid, which angered Suan. But Wan Shirin still felt a little confused. If it wasn't Su Ming, then why was Su Ming so confident when he spoke at the commercial building? Don't worry, I'll call him and ask him right now. Wan Shirin immediately took out her phone and dialed Su Ming's number. But Su Ming had already left the commercial building and headed to the Cloud Palace. The road was bustling with traffic, and he didn't hear the phone ring at all. Wan Shirin made several phone calls, but no one answered. This left Wan Shirin bewildered and confused, unable to understand what was going on. Sis, did you get through? Wan Hua pressed for an answer. No, I didn't answer. Wan Shirin shook her head with a complicated expression. That's it. I bet that kid knows you're with the enforcement team and will eventually track him down. He's probably hiding somewhere now. He wouldn't dare answer your calls. I think you should just take some men and arrest him, and use him to exchange for me. As long as I get him, I don't believe I can't get out. Wan Hua said through gritted teeth. Once I get out of here, I will absolutely not let that brat get away with it. He will pay tenfold for the injuries I suffered. Wan Hua's eyes were filled with anger and hatred. I understand. I'll go find him right now. Just hold on for 2 more days, and I'm sure I can get you out of here. Wan Shirin turned and left, her mind filled with unspoken thoughts. Hurry up, sis, I can't stand staying here for even 1 more day. Wan Hua cried out in despair. Wan Shirin got into the car, her gaze resolute. Regardless of whether Su Ming is the big shot in Kyushu that Suan mentioned, one thing is certain, Su Ming is inextricably linked to this matter. No matter what, she had to get Su Ming to release Wan Hua. If all else fails, she will have no choice but to do as Wan Hua suggested and forcibly take action against Su Ming. Wan Shirin drove back to the commercial building, went upstairs and found Chu Qingqing, but did not see Su Ming. I learned from Chu Qingqing that Su Ming went to the Heavenly Palace on the cloud top. She immediately turned the car around and headed towards the Heavenly Palace on the clouds. The Heavenly Palace on the clouds is a luxurious detached villa. Xiao Hong knelt down with a thud, kneeling in front of the 2 old men. These 2 men were thin and had long beards, but their faces were radiant, with white hair and youthful faces, full of energy, and their eyes were sharp like those of eagles. The 2 were none other than elder physician of the Kyushu Medical Academy. One was named Zhu Kai, and the other was named Chen Men. Xiao Hong was extremely respectful, not daring to be the slightest bit presumptuous, and cowed out to the 2. This humble one, Xiao Hong, pays his respects to the 2 medical king elders. What happened to the injury on your face? Zhu Kai glanced down and asked in a deep voice. Reporting to Elder Zhu, I just went to the enforcement team and suffered a loss there. That's why I have this injury, Xiao Hong said with a grim expression. He hadn't expected that even 2 elders from the 9 provinces medical academy would come. I originally wanted to come back and find out why my assets were frozen. Could it be that these 2 elders are responsible for freezing all my financial transactions? But when had he ever offended either of them? You're so useless. Chen Men snorted coldly, looking at Xiao Hang as if he were trash. You're supposed to be the number 1 junior physician in Zhengzhou, yet you come to Yunqing and get humiliated. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? If you had half of Xiao Qingyu's abilities, you wouldn't be so pathetic. You're a useless scoundrel. Xiao Hong hurriedly kowtowed to admit his mistake, then cautiously asked, 2 elders, did you freeze my assets? I already know I was wrong, and I hope the 2 elders will show leniency. I will return to Zhengzhou immediately and will never dare to act recklessly again. What assets of yours are being frozen? Both of them looked completely bewildered. We're here because we've heard that someone in the Chang family of Yunqing has used the legendary 13 needles of the ghost god. We read here for the 13 needles of the ghost god your wealth is nothing. The 2 dismissed it with disdain. The 13 needles of the ghosts and gods? Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong was immediately shocked. Old Zhang, who had been standing to the side, also looked surprised and doubtful. In the small city of Yunqing, the 13 needles of the gods have reappeared? What's going on? That's right, it was a descendant of the Chang family who displayed this skill with the Kyushu Medical Academy selection competition approaching. It's getting more and more interesting for a descendant of the Chang family to display such superb medical skills. The two elders exchanged glances, both able to see greed, excitement, and longing in each other's eyes. The 13 needles of the gods and demons, that kind of thing, let alone a selection competition, as soon as it appears, can secure a place in the top 10 of the 9 provinces' divine physician ranking. They wanted to find out exactly how many people were in the Chang family. If they only know 1 or 2 needles, then they are not worth fearing at all. The 13 needles of the ghosts and gods will then fall into their hands. If these two were to acquire this legendary medical skill, their status in the medical field would be enough to shake the entire nation. Oh my God! Xiao Hong was so shocked that he couldn't speak and could only kneel there dumbfounded. 500, Chapter 500. An unintentional act leads to a success. Wan Shirin drove to the top-tier villa area of Yunding Tiangong. Just as I was wondering why Su Ming would come to a place like this. Given Su Ming's status, it would probably be difficult for him to even get in through the main gate. Could it be that guy just came to the heavenly palace on the cloud top to work? Confused, Wan Shirin looked up and saw a familiar figure in front of her. It was Su Fanghua. Why is Su Fanghua here too? Wan Shirin looked surprised and quickly drove over, got out of the car and came to Su Fanghua, asking in astonishment, "Miss Su, what are you doing here? Could it be that you have already bought the villa in Yunding Tiangong and are preparing to move in?" Although it wouldn't be difficult for Su Fanghua, given her status and position, to acquire a villa. But it's obvious that Su Fanghua's visit to Yunqing was just a formality. How could she possibly stay for long? Su Fanghua glanced at Wan Shirin, then turned back, her gaze fixed on the towering villa ahead. She said expressionlessly, "No, I'm here to see someone. The most powerful person in Yunqing lives here, the top big shot. I am here to request an audience with him. However, the security here is tight, with heavy guards. Even after I identified myself, I haven't received a reply yet. That's why I'm waiting." Su Fanghua was also very much looking forward to it at this moment. I'm really curious to see what the top big shot the Chang family talks about looks like. That master who could produce the 13 needles of the gods and demons, and the great god who personally refined the 6th grade divine medicine, the dragon roar pill. If she could just meet him, putting aside everything else, even a few words of guidance from him would probably be enough for her to break through to the earth-profound realm. Oh my God! Wan Shirin was utterly shocked. She turned her head and looked at her, her eyes wide, and said, "In this Yun city, is there anyone with a higher status than Miss Su? You've already revealed your identity, and you still haven't come out. Isn't that a bit too much? Miss Su, is this person just putting on an act? No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than your peerless sect?" Wan Shirin couldn't believe it. What kind of person, what kind of existence, could surpass Su Fanghua's peerless sect? That must be a big shot at the level of the imperial palace of the 9 provinces. But why would someone like that come to a small city like Yunqing? You know nothing. If he really is a master at refining the dragon roar pill, what is the peerless sect? Even the 9 provinces medical academy would have to bow down to him, Su Fanghua said calmly. Disdain for Wan Shirin's ignorance. Environment shapes perspective in this cloud city. Wan Shirin's perspective and understanding can only reach as far as the central plains. Even if other beings were of higher status, Wan Shirin could not understand it. Just then, a rumbling sound rang out. The gate of the adjacent villa slowly opened, and 2 elderly men with white hair and youthful faces led Xiao Hong and old Zheng out. A large number of wealthy people from Yunqing had gathered at the entrance, and they all rushed forward in a swarm. "Greetings, elder physician of the 9 provinces medical academy." "Greetings, elder." More than a dozen prominent and wealthy people from Yunqing were overjoyed and fawned over the 2 elders, Zhu Kai and Chen Men. "Elder Chen, this is a generous gift we have prepared for you, precious jewelry worth hundreds of millions. Elder Zhu and Mitumi Zhang family group has prepared a banquet and is waiting for your esteemed presence. Elders, please do us the honor of hosting this Kyushu Medical Academy competition." A group of wealthy people went almost crazy in their fight to win the right to host the competition. Wan Shirin was completely dumbfounded. Elder physician of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy? Miss Sue, the important person you're looking for, could it be them? Wan Shireen was stunned by what she saw. Unexpectedly, Elder King of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy has come in person. But thinking about it, it makes sense with the selection competition about to begin. The people from the Kyushu Medical Academy will definitely come to oversee the event. I just didn't expect it to come so quickly. Them? Su Fanhua also turned her head to look, a cold smile curling at the corner of her lips, and scoffed. The 9 Provinces Medical Academy is not even worthy of her attention. Even if Luo Qianshan came in person, she might not necessarily give him a friendly look. Besides, they are only 2 elders. Such a person could not possibly possess top-tier medical skills like the 13 needles of the gods. Amidst the commotion, Xiaohang spotted Wan Shireen not far away and couldn't help but call out with a smile, "Miss Wan." Wan Shireen hurriedly nodded and went over, saying with a smile, "Young Master Xiao, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here again." Xiaohang grinned. What a coincidence. It's obvious that Wan Shireen, like these wealthy people, has come to compete for the right to host the competition. They even pretended it was a chance encounter. However, it's normal for Wan Shireen, a woman, to care about her image. Xiaohang didn't expose him, but just smiled and said, "Yes, what a coincidence. Come, let me introduce you to my 2 senior elders." Xiaohang brought Wan Shireen to Zhu Kai and Chen Men, and respectfully said to the 2 elders, "Elder masters, this is Miss Wan, a friend I met in Yun City. She is also a member of Yun City's top Black Gold Merchant Alliance." Oh, the Black Gold Alliance? Upon hearing this, the 2 elders also became interested, and their gazes fell on Wan Shireen, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Zhu Kai smiled approvingly and said, not bad at such a young age. To be able to join the Black Gold Merchant Alliance shows that you've caught up with our central continent to have achieved this status and accomplishment at such a young age. Given time, you're sure to become a great person. Yes, and Miss Wan is unassuming and confident. Unlike these noisy ants in front of us, I think the right to host the competition should be given to Miss Wan. Chen Men stroked his short beard and smiled as he echoed. Ah? Wan Shireen was shocked. This is such a great deal. What incredible luck she had today to fall into her lap like this. She had heard about the competition. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that countless people would fight tooth and nail for. After all, obtaining authorization is tantamount to being controlled by Kyushu with the approval of the medical authorities. Becoming the organizer of the competition will elevate one's status and reputation, and spread far and wide. The benefits and gains from this are countless. Countless wealthy people are practically fighting over this opportunity, just like the dozen or so wealthy people in front of me who are trying every possible means. But she never expected that she would get it so easily after just passing by. I was completely stunned. What, Miss Wan, you're not willing? Seeing Wan Shireen standing there in a daze, Xiaohang couldn't help but ask in confusion. No, I'm willing, absolutely willing. Thank you both for your kind offer. I'll immediately inform the Black Gold Alliance and the Wan family, and we'll make sure this selection competition is a resounding success. Wan Shireen hurriedly bowed and thanked him. Wan Shireen was overjoyed. Originally, because of Wan Hua's matter, she had no intention of competing for this opportunity, which was tantamount to giving up. Unexpectedly, this unintentional act has yielded unexpected results. Okay, that's good. The 2 elders smiled and nodded. That's right. Wan Shireen's eyes darted around, and she looked up at the 2 elders, saying, Elders, although this is a bit much, I have a request, and I hope you can help me. What is it? Just tell me. Zhu Kai said calmly. It's like this, my younger brother, Wan Hua, committed a minor offense and was detained in the enforcement team's been punished and suffered a lot, but he still hasn't been released. You 2 elders hold high positions and great power. Could you please help me with this? Wan Shireen pleaded with the 2 elders. Only after resolving this matter can she focus on other things. Otherwise, even if she won the right to host the competition, her heart would never be at peace.